On the streets of Konoha, a black cat reclined against a wall, basking in the warmth of the sun. This feline was a stray, yet something had changed since yesterday. A soul from Earth, known as Chiaki, had attached itself to the half-year-old black cat, bestowing upon it the wisdom of humanity. Chiaki was uncertain how this transformation had occurred. He only recalled witnessing a bully of a black cat obstructing his path before being struck by a vehicle and upon awakening the next day, he found himself in the form of a cat. Despite possessing memories and human consciousness, he was rendered mute. Fortunately, he had an extraordinary boon that could alter his feline existentia bully system. Host, Chiaki. Age, half a year. Points, 32. Chakra, none. Abilities, claw strike, pounce, soft body, innate ability. Item space, fish X1. Within the marketplace, an array of goods beckoned, yet their exorbitant prices deterred Chiaki from indulging the cheapest special cat food, was priced at 100 points per serving. It was rumored that consuming this special cat food could enhance a cat's physical prowess. With prolonged consumption, one might even evolve into a ninja cat. This notion sounded grand, yet it paled in comparison to another item, the transformation pill, valued at 1,000 points. This miraculous pill promised to allow a cat to shed its mortal form and acquire the ability to cultivate chakra, thus enabling Chiaki to become a ninja cat. In addition to these, there were numerous other offerings, such as sage teachings and divine beings, all priced frighteningly high. Moreover, there was a lottery feature, 100 points per draw, with a 10-draw option rewarding an additional chance. However, upon surveying his meager 32 points, Chiaki acutely felt the weight of his predicament. He was impoverished and unable to afford anything, with no other recourse, and in pursuit of accumulating more points. To escape his frail feline existence, Chiaki resolved to continue his malicious endeavors. He cast a guilty glance at the nearby sushi shop, where the proprietor was vigilantly surveying his surroundings, and decided against stealing fish from him today, opting instead to seek a new target. That moment, a boy wearing goggles rushed towards him in a flurry. Uchiha Obito? Excellent, a soft target. Chiaki licked his paw and sprang into action, leaping into the middle of the road. Meow, he exclaimed with fierce and indignant tones. Little kitty, don't block the road. Gonna be late, Obito exclaimed, his urgency palpable, although being late for class had become a regular occurrence for him. He wished to avoid any penalties. Out of kindness, he did not want to simply kick the cat aside. Meow. The black cat roared once more. Chiaki believed he exuded an air of authority, akin to a tiger roaring in the mountains. However, he momentarily forgot that he was merely half a year old. A cat of such tender age had only just begun to grasp the basics of independent survival. In truth, it still belonged to the kitten stage, and its cries, regardless of their fervor, were more adorable than menacing. Thus, Obito felt no anger. He was merely anxious and attempted to navigate around the cat, only to find that this nimble creature persistently blocked his path. Please let me pass. I'm going to be late, and I don't want to be penalized, Obito pleaded in despair. Even so, he did not harbor any malicious intent towards the little cat, but rather implored it for mercy. One cannot help but commend the inherent kindness of Obito. Unfortunately, he would later find himself entangled in the chaotic schemes of Madara. Qian Ming sighed in quiet lament. Then, he heard the chime of a bell, signaling the commencement of classes at the Ninja Academy. Obito was already late. Simultaneously, the system interface displayed. Prank obstructive cat completed. You have earned 150 points. Apologies. For the sake of 150 points, I must impose upon you. A twinge of guilt tugged at Qian Ming's heart as he silently stepped aside, allowing Obito to pass. However, a thought crossed his mind as a stray cat. Would it not be splendid to secure a source of sustenance and a place to stay? Obito was so benevolent and amiable, truly the ideal candidate for a score-boosting companion and cat slave. Worth considering. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Ming watched as Obito, filled with delight, rushed ahead, only to return moments later. Little kitty, thank you. I'll treat you to fish jerky after school. Foolish human, you are already late. Qian Ming silently scoffed. A cat. His hearing was far superior to that of humans. Thus he had heard the bell, while Obito remained blissfully unaware of his tardiness. Seeing Obito about to run off, he quickly dashed after him. "Don't run away, cat slave. Cats are swift," yet Qian Ming, being merely half a year old, could not match the speed of a seasoned feline. Fortunately, Obito was not exceptionally gifted. I could just barely keep up. As the gates of the Ninja Academy prepare to close, Obito squeezed through, racing towards the classroom, while Qian Ming leisurely leapt onto the wall, elegantly keeping pace with Obito's steps. Light and agile, perhaps this is the only advantage of being transformed into a cat. Qian Ming mused inwardly. Before long, Obito arrived at the classroom, where he found a group of students seated in rapt attention, instantly realizing he was about to face the grim fate of standing guard. Nevertheless, Obito attempted to explain. "I'm sorry, I was delayed by a black cat that obstructed my path. A black cat obstructing your way." Instantly, laughter erupted in the classroom. The teacher, Shiranui Jiping, fell silent, pondering how large a black cat must be to impede the passage of a fully grown human that he was momentarily at a loss for words. This was undoubtedly the most bizarre and absurd lie Obito had ever told since starting school. Point 2. Am not lying. Obito's face flushed crimson. In the next moment, a cat appeared, leaping gracefully onto his shoulder from the windowsill, surveying the room full of students. Qian Ming licked his paw and then let out a ferocious meow. In truth, Qian Ming had intended to produce a more intimidating sound, but alas, his throat betrayed him, resulting in a rather soft noise. "Teacher, look, it's this cat." Obito was overjoyed, as though he had captured the perpetrator, yet no one believed him. Instead, the onlookers found amusement in the absurdity, believing it only served to make Obito appear more foolish. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Obito is truly dim-witted. That cat is hardly even a year old, right? Truly, eh? Disgrace to the Uchiha. Unable to even navigate around a cat, what a shame." The room erupted with laughter, yet the mocking undertones were tinged with the indignation of the Uchiha clan members. A mere half-year-old kitten had managed to obstruct the path of the Uchiha, a fact that would surely render the entire clan a subject of ridicule. Obito, having finished his defense, found himself at a loss for words. Shinobi Shizune, however, let out a complex sigh, realizing that it was indeed a black cat that had caused the commotion. "All right, everyone, please refrain from laughing. Obito merely possesses a kind-hearted nature. Now, take your seats and pay attention, while that cat should be let outside." "Yes, thank you, teacher." Instantly, Obito's spirits lifted. He had expected to stand and listen, but was pleasantly surprised to find he could sit down instead. This small mercy brought him immense joy. After all, it was the first time he had arrived late without facing punishment. Chiyomi felt equally content. Though he had not succeeded in his prank, he still garnered over 70 points due to the earlier incident with the blocking cat, bringing his total to over 250 points. The progress bar for the transformation pill surged to a quarter full. Obito's point-turning tool was proving to be extraordinarily effective. The kitten lay quietly outside the door, intently observing as Shizune lectured. Shizune was discussing the intricate extraction and precise control chakra, a subject Chiyomi found immensely beneficial, as he would inevitably become a shinobi cat acquiring. This knowledge was akin to advancing his technological prowess ahead of time. While there existed a significant disparity between humans and cats, the principles of chakra were largely similar. He listened intently for a considerable duration, feeling enriched by the experience, even attempting to extract chakra himself. Yet, alas, the differences between cats and humans proved insurmountable. He could not extract chakra using human methods. For now, he resolved to continue accumulating points diligently. The cat surprisingly did not follow him in. Obito was taken aback as he guided himself to his designated spot. He understood that if the little black cat had ventured inside, it might have been unceremoniously ejected by Irika-sensei. He permitted the cats to observe, but refused entry into the classroom. Cats are astute creatures, as noted by Rin, who sat beside him with a smile. Indeed, he pondered, recalling the fierce gaze of the black cat as it had meowed at him. Fierce. Perhaps it was a cat of ambition, much like himself. Adjusting his goggles, Obito focused intently on the lesson. As a student, he was quite diligent, yet regrettably, his aptitude was not exceptional, and his foundational knowledge was somewhat shaky, making it difficult for him to grasp many concepts. In contrast, Chiharu seemed to comprehend the intricacies of chakra manipulation quite well. However, understanding in theory and practical application were two distinct matters. She still could not extract chakra, perhaps due to her tender age or lack of certain training. For Chiharu, rather than ruminating excessively, it was more prudent to contemplate how to amass more points. Bullying peers? Surely that would yield points, but she lacked the strength for such antics. Even a common house cat could easily best her. It seemed wiser to linger by the classroom and devise a plan. She crouched by the doorway, pondering her strategy. Previously, she had pilfered fish without being noticed, earning over 30 points. Just now, obstructing Obito's path had garnered a notification for completing a prank, followed by an account of Obito's own experience, which netted her over 70. This led her to realize that pranks and boasting about one's exploits could indeed yield points. With this in mind, Chiharu flexed her claws. This teacher was evidently a Nin, and a prank on a Nin would surely yield greater rewards, yet she hesitated. After all, this was a Nin. She couldn't even contend with these little brats, let alone a Nin instructor. For the sake of her own safety, it seemed wise to pursue a more manageable goal. Rising, she slinked along the wall towards the back door, where a few individuals were seated, including a girl. The girl was exquisitely dressed, her eyes strikingly beautiful, and though she was young, it was clear she would grow into an undeniable beauty. Behind her sat a rather disgraceful young man, Asuma Saratobi. What a beauty! Asuma exclaimed, tilting his head as he fixated on Kurenai Yuhi, utterly oblivious to the teacher's lecture, knowing full well that the content had already been taught thrice over by the third Hokage. As the son of the Hokage, he deserved some credit, despite not needing to study. He refrained from creating mischief, quietly admiring Kurenai instead. However, it was rather unbecoming for a boy to stare so intently at a girl. Chiharu decided to impart a lesson to him. Cats are inherently stealthy, allowing her to approach Asuma with ease, and then, whoosh! What on earth? Asuma, engrossed in his gaze, was startled when a shadow darted across his line of sight, followed by the appearance of a small cat on the desk. What horrified him the most was the cat extending its paw towards Kurenai's attire. The children on either side stared at the cat, hesitant to make any sudden movements, leaving it to Asuma to intervene. No. Asuma's heart raced with urgency as he swiftly reached out, attempting to intervene. Suddenly, a small kitten playfully swatted the back of Yuhi's shirt before darting off the table. Yuhi, momentarily bewildered, turned to see Asuma extending his hand. Is there something you need, Saratobi? She inquired. No, actually, it was that black cat that tapped your back. I merely intended to stop it, Asuma replied, his face flushing crimson. We can vouch for him, chimed in a few students from the last row, whispering their support. They had indeed witnessed the feline's antics, but by now, the black cat had vanished. Yuhi glanced around, failing to spot the creature, but upon casting her gaze toward the doorway, she spotted the cat lazily lounging nearby. She felt deceived and turned to glare at Asuma with indignation. How did it escape so swiftly? Asuma was taken aback. He had clearly seen the cat tap Yui's back. Yet in an instant, it had returned to its prior position. How could a mere cat be so cunning and audacious? Enough, Asuma, Yuhi admonished sharply, redirecting her focus to the podium, though discreetly shifting her chair forward to guard against Asuma's wandering hand. Shikamin smirked, sticking his tongue out at Asuma. Is he mocking me? Asuma seethed, though it was class time, leaving him powerless to retaliate against Shikamin's taunts. You vile cat, I shall surely have my revenge after class. He silently vowed in his frustration. Shikamin reveled in the 300 points he had just accrued, elated by the successful misunderstanding he had orchestrated between Asuma and Yuhi, earning him double the points compared to the earlier encounter with the obstructive cat. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before he could exchange for the transformation elixir. The revolution was far from complete. Perseverance was required. Observing Yuhi's disdain for Asuma and the latter's flustered anger, Shikamin pondered the potential consequences of lingering. He soon decided to move on, wandering toward other classrooms to seek familiar faces. The Ninja Academy boasted more than just this one class. Many students from various grades were downstairs. In one classroom, Shikamin spotted an adorable little girl whose hair and attire captured attention. Although there was a slight deviation from his memories, he instantly recognized her as a youthful version of Mitarashi Anko, a quintessentially charming little girl. Shikamin crouched to observe her for a moment, utterly captivated. How could such a delightful child grow into someone so unappealing in the future? At that moment, he noticed Anko stealthily indulging in some dumplings. Indeed, she was the source of his concern. Stop. You cannot consume sweets. Qian Ming felt an urge to shout, but ultimately restrained himself, silently inching closer to Anko. Seated in the last row, Anko found it convenient to sneak bites of her treat, which also provided Qian Ming with an advantageous position. Timing his move perfectly, he leaped up, snatched the dumpling speared on her skewer, and swiftly retreated, landing several paces away as Anko turned to see the little black cat scamper off. Unless she dashed out, it was impossible for her to strike. Yet, she was indignant. With only a handful of dumplings, one had been snatched away. Thus, after a considerable moment of hesitation, she seized another dumpling and hurled it with the finesse of a shuriken throw. The speed was remarkable. However, to the cat's eyes, the dumpling moved at a snail's pace. Qian Ming disdainfully extended her paw and, with a resounding clap, swatted the dumpling to the ground. Then, with a flick of her tongue, she swallowed it whole. Truth be told, it bore no flavor. Yet, witnessing the girl's eyes well with tears filled her with a peculiar delight. The thrill of teasing the little girl was simply exhilarating. A loud wail erupted, reverberating throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of her classmates, while the teacher inquired about the commotion. Yusho Washi Hondo cried out, "The cat! The cat stole 2 of my dumplings," and confusion spread among the students. After all, it was merely 2 dumplings. However, a student near the back door turned and spotted the cat licking its paw, wearing a look of smug satisfaction. Indeed, it seemed genuinely pleased, mocking Hondo in the process. To be ridiculed by a cat, well, that was undeniably embarrassing. Stop staring at the cat, Hondo. You shouldn't be eating in class. If I catch you again, I'll make you stand during the lesson, the teacher admonished without hesitation. Hondo's tears, which had begun to subside, now flowed anew. Why had she chosen to throw a dumpling at it? Why had she admitted to eating dumplings? Amidst the chaos of the classroom, Qian Ming rose and departed, leaving behind an air of aloofness. Thanks to Hondo's outburst, Qian Ming accumulated 400 points. Moreover, as time progressed, her points continued to increment slowly, and she mused that if she performed another small task, she might complete the arduous quest of amassing 1,000 points. This, however, did not come without a cost. In her haste to acquire points, she had offended Asuma and Hondo. With class nearing its end, it was prudent to avoid the school premises for the time being. She contemplated a leisurely stroll outside. Yet, realizing there was still ample time, she returned to the classroom where Obito was, making a deliberate detour to the back door where Asuma was located. Asuma was incensed. This cat was infuriating, persistently provoking him. Was it here to employ the same trick again? He resolved to teach this wretched cat a lesson, to demonstrate his prowess. To that end, Asuma resorted to ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. After a series of hand seals, a fearsome large dog materialized, lunging towards Qian Ming. It appeared strikingly real. Yet, Qian Ming merely thought this is an illusion. What are you trying to conceal? With a scornful gaze, she fearlessly swatted the large dog away with her paw. Asuma was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such an astute cat that could discern the illusion from reality. Foolish Asuma, a cat can smell the difference, teased Inuzuka Hana, who then playfully teased her own dog, a ninja hound that now fixated on the cat outside, as if a hunter stalking its prey. While Asuma and his companions found themselves at a loss, this ninja hound could surely overpower him. Qian Ming sensed impending danger and swiftly fled. Observe, it is quite astute. Inuzuka Hana refrained from unleashing her beloved dog, as she held great admiration for this clever and mischievous feline. Alas, the Inuzuka clan does not keep cats, otherwise, with some guidance, it could undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional ninja beast. This, Asuma's cheeks flushed slightly, evidently aware that his earlier actions were rather foolish. The crux of the matter was that this commotion had drawn the attention of Yuhi Kurenai. Asuma, you previously claimed it patted my back, and now you wish to employ ninjutsu against an ordinary cat. How could Konoha have such a petty individual like you? Yuhi Kurenai's favorability score plummeted by 10. Asuma stood bewildered, sinking back into a state of introspection. Outside the campus, Qian Ming realized that the ninja dog had not pursued it, prompting it to halt and glance at its panel. Another prank point had been credited. Praise for Asuma. Its points now totaled 1,048. Sufficient to exchange for a transformation pill. However, prior to that, it needed to find a safe and secluded spot to avoid disturbances during its metamorphosis. It sought out a tranquil alley. Moments later, it redeemed the transformation pill and, with utmost care, held it delicately, licking it into its mouth with its tongue. It emitted a delightful aroma, though the taste was rather bland. Yet soon, it felt a surge of power awakening within. This strength was not merely chakra. It was reshaping its body, enabling it to adapt and generate chakra. Simultaneously, its physical capabilities were significantly enhanced. Truly, a marvelous item worth 1,000 points. Meow still unable to speak. However, that mattered little. The feline ninjas assisting the Uchiha could articulate quite well, and with a system at its disposal. How could it not master the rudimentary human language? Let us test my abilities. Qian Ming began to experiment with its various capabilities and bodily functions. After a series of trials, it discovered considerable improvements in its physical attributes and speed, most importantly, the ability to extract chakra independently. This was the essence of a ninja beast. Although Qian Ming currently lacked the capacity to release ninjutsu, it was not a significant concern. Sufficient points would allow the shop to fulfill all its needs. For instance, the needle ninjutsu required only 3,000 points. This point total was not excessively high, considering that the relatively simpler fireball technique also demanded 3,000, indicating that the shop's ninjutsu pricing was not based solely on difficulty. The cat, covered in fur, found the needle ninjutsu particularly fitting for its form. It further examined the list, noting that all inexpensive ninjutsu prominently featured the two characters. Simple. It was only logical. A cat possesses 4 paws, no matter how agile. It could hardly perform a water dragon bullet. Interested in these intricate ninjutsu? No problem. By investing more points, the system would simplify them to a level achievable with just a few paw strikes, thus elevating the price. In light of this, Qian Ming eagerly searched for another ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere. This technique was a no-hand seal ninjutsu, requiring no hand signs, and should be relatively easier for a cat to master. Not long after, he discovered the spiraling sphere in the 5th column, thanks to Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Alright, let me set a modest goal for myself, for now. I'll exchange these 2 jutsu. Qian Ming, filled with excitement, hopped up and down on the wall. At that moment, a bark echoed from below. Woof woof, a Shiba Inu. Qian Ming looked down at it from atop the wall, a hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes. Previously intimidated by it, he now thought, I am a ninja cat. What an insipid creature, why doesn't it just scurry away? Woof. The Shiba Inu, oblivious to Qian Ming's inner monologue, barked again. This was intolerable. Qian Ming fixed his gaze on the target, rapidly leaping down from the wall, adjusting his paws mid-air into an attacking stance. With remarkable speed, he pounced. Awoo, the Shiba Inu, caught off guard, was struck on the leg by a flying paw, yelping and rolling backward in pain. Although Qian Ming was still young, the transformation he underwent had enhanced his physical prowess to rival that of an adult cat, and thus he had tempered his force. Had he infused it with chakra, the Shiba Inu might have suffered a fracture. It retreated in fear. Qian Ming did not pursue. There would be ample opportunities ahead, soon. All of Konoha would serve as his score-boosting arena, and neither cat nor human could escape. There was plenty of time to deal with them. However, that little brother had only contributed 10 points, leading the little black cat to unconsciously look down upon him. Stealing fish was far superior to bullying him. Shaking his head, Qian Ming dashed toward the school. He heard the bell. The Ninja Academy should have just let out, and he was eager to see if Asuma and Mitarashi Yanko had already left. With his current speed, he had no fear of those 2 little rascals. Could they not run away even if they couldn't win? Moreover, he had the support of the masses. A little cuteness would swiftly rally people to speak on his behalf. Fearless. Upon returning to the school, Qian Ming spotted Asuma on the opposite 2nd floor, peering over the railing as if searching for him. Qian Ming felt no concern. In fact, he moved a little closer. Damn it, that stinky cat is provoking me. Asuma ground his teeth in frustration, but just then, the little goddess emerged from the classroom, and he could not bring himself to commit such a cruel act of striking a cat in her presence. I shall endure. The young Asuma had learned one of life's most crucial lessons, patience. Yet, he was unaware that this was not the conclusion. At that moment, a voice called from below. Qian Ming looked down. It was his #1 score-boosting accomplice. Little cat, let me take you to eat some fish strips, Obito shouted. It's just a stray cat. Do you really think it understands your words? A member of the Uchiha clan could not help but sneer. He had been holding back for a long time. Since their time at school, Obito had brought disgrace to their family, and today, he was delayed by a cat blocking his path. though that was inconsequential. What mattered was that he bore the Uchiha name. As a fellow clansman, he felt equally embarrassed. Rin says cats are intelligent. It must understand, Obito replied confidently. Rin smiled gently nearby, waving at Qian Ming, while an increasing number of people gathered around, most of whom were girls. They are utterly defenseless against adorable creatures, especially Chiyuki, who is still quite young and possesses a delicate beauty. It cast a glance at Obito before leaping down from above and landing on his shoulder. Look, it is quite clever. Obito smiled at the male peer, who, taken aback, turned away with a displeased expression. In the next moment, Chiyuki propelled itself off his shoulder and jumped into Rin's embrace. With a girl around, who would still play with boys? Rin, it seems to have taken quite a liking to you. Yugao watched with envy. She too wished for a cat such as this. But her father steadfastly refused to allow her to keep one, claiming that having a pet would distract her from her studies. Meow, Chiyuki called out, struggling to adjust its position while also waving at Yugao. Are you waving at me? Yugao paused, momentarily stunned, then found it hard to believe. She felt as though this cat was aware of her earlier mention. Meow, Chiyuki leapt over, and Yugao caught it in her arms. Asuma's eyes widened. Although everyone in this era appears rather naive, thanks to his family's teachings, Asuma seemed quite mature for his age and had developed feelings for Yugao early on. He was precocious, yet timid, in the original narrative. It was only much later that he confessed his feelings. If Shikamaru had been 10 years older, he would have likely overshadowed Asuma with his charm. Thus, witnessing Chiyuki nuzzling in Yugao's arms, Asuma, the cowardly youth, could only feel a pang of envy while inadvertently contributing some points. Occupying your girl. Earning your points. What do you have against me? As Chiyuki thought this, it boldly nuzzled again. Of course, Asuma did not see the cat as a rival. But animosity was certainly present. After all, this little black cat had caused him no small amount of trouble. The enmity between the boy and the cat was undeniable. Do not underestimate it. It could very well be a ninja cat, a naturally gifted one at that. Hanakaze pressed down on the shoulder of her ninja dog. It sensed a threat and began to fidget uneasily. This state was absent during class. Hanakaze found this curious but thought little of it, assuming the cat had been too distant earlier to trigger her dog's territorial instincts. The dog's reaction only reinforced her belief that the kitten was indeed a ninja cat. A ninja cat? Obito's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the little black cat. Cats and dogs are not uncommon, but ninja cats and ninja dogs are rare indeed. Our Konoha has no naturally occurring ninja cats. It must have escaped from somewhere. Hanakaze asserted. Her reasoning was sound. First, Konoha is immensely powerful, and wild ninja beasts tend to steer clear, and secondly, what cat would venture into a den of ninja dogs? Upon hearing this, Obito suddenly exclaimed, could it be from there? Being a Uchiha, he knew that the elder woman with whom the Uchihas had made contracts with many ninja cats. Could this little black cat be one of them? Obito, do you know its origins? The girl's sympathy for the poor kitten surged. Imagination knows no gender. Even Yute Akane, who initially intended to seek revenge on Qian Ming, now found herself wiping tears from her eyes, deeply empathizing with its tragic plight, having completely cast aside the earlier incident involving the 2 stolen dumplings. She even considered treating the little feline to a meal. However, she remained unaware that cats cannot perceive sweetness, and thus, Qian Ming held no particular fondness for the dumplings. It merely wished to prevent Akane from indulging. From Akane's perspective, the cat appeared utterly malevolent. I cannot ascertain the specifics, only that there exists a place abundant with ninja cats. Obito felt a flush of embarrassment as he found himself encircled by so many girls for the first time, only to realize with a tinge of sorrow that their attention was solely for a cat, specifically, a half-year-old kitten that had caused him to be late today by obstructing his path. For reasons unknown, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Kushina, with an affinity for cats, held Qian Ming with an affectionate grip, seemingly reluctant to part with it, wishing she could take it home. It was evident that her affection was genuine and not merely because Qian Ming was a ninja cat. Regrettably, due to her stern father, she could only cherish it momentarily here. Otherwise, it was likely that Qian Ming would be enchanted to flee home the very next day. Asuma observed this scene without further distress. Having come to a clear realization, he had made a grave error today. How could a human compete with a cat? No matter how mischievous the cat might be. In the eyes of the girls, it remained merely playful. This was not the case for him. Asuma's thoughts turned somber as he considered this. Ultimately, leaving in a state of dejection. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Ming felt no guilt. Rather, It believed itself to be the savior of a love-struck boy, contributing to a noble deed. Moreover, it mused that if Asuma had worked hard in his youth, who knows how far he might one day go. I am truly a good creature, it narcissistically thought. However, presently, it faced another crisis. Qian Ming fixed its gaze on Obito, fully aware of the location he referenced. The Uchiha clan had historically maintained a close relationship with an elderly woman known as Cat Granny, who had forged contracts with a multitude of ninja cats. The most formidable among them was the Two-Tails cat, which, while perhaps not comparable to powerful ninjas, would undoubtedly overpower Qian Ming. Cats possess a strong sense of territoriality. Should it venture there, it wouldn't merely be a matter of acting as a bully. Even attempting a prank might result in being besieged by a horde of unfamiliar ninja cats. Something must be done. It anxiously pawed at Kushina's hand, careful to avoid its sharp claws scratching the young girl. The place you mentioned. Perhaps I could inquire further. Inuzuka Hana was privy to some details, yet felt it inappropriate to elaborate in front of so many people. She nodded and comforted her beloved dog, apologetically stating, Guy seems a bit uneasy around the ninja cats. I will take my leave. If any issues arise, you can ask me tomorrow in class. Thank you, Hana's sister, Rin replied respectfully. Hana, being slightly older and a renowned talent of the Inuzuka clan, often assisted her classmates and commanded their respect. All right, Hana gently nodded before leading Guy away. Let us depart from the school first, Rin suggested. Well, all right then. Rin, you can carry the cat. My father does not permit me to keep one. As the setting sun cast its warm hues, the reluctant Yuhi Kurenai surrendered the black cat that had been clinging to her hand. Only the clan was privy to that location, and I turned to inquire, if only. Just as Obito was about to speak, the little black cat suddenly leaped from Rin's embrace and playfully swatted him on the head. Of course, Chio did not strike with much force, mindful of not causing him harm. Nevertheless, the scene was amusing, and it aptly conveyed its displeasure. What was that for? Obito exclaimed, clutching his head, feeling quite aggrieved. Despite his earnest efforts to assist, the black cat seemed ungrateful and had the audacity to retaliate. It was utterly unreasonable. Before he could express his indignation, the black cat bounded back into Rin's arms. Several girls exchanged glances, their expressions slightly perplexed. While the cat was undeniably adorable, it also exuded a sense of mischievous dominance, seemingly unrestrained. Only Rin pondered aloud. Could it be that it disagrees with your assertion about that place? Obito was taken aback. Could it be that his assumptions were mistaken? Perhaps it truly was. Just look at it. Akane pointed at the little black cat, which, following Rin's remark, affectionately nuzzled against her chest, as if in agreement with her previous statement. If that were the case, it was not from the place Obito described, but rather a natural-born ninja cat. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. If the black cat were genuinely from the place Obito mentioned, it might be sent back, and she would never see it again. This was a relief. At least she had the chance to see it and hold it. Perfect. With this thought, she became increasingly reluctant to let Obito take Chio away. That could be a possibility, Obito mused, uncertain. He was indeed a poor student and rarely engaged with matters concerning the cat village. Thus his knowledge was scant, predominantly based on his own conjectures. However, who could care for it? Moreover, if one were to keep a ninja cat, they should likely notify the village, right? A girl from a mountain clan whispered. First, register it, conduct tests, and then decide who will keep it. If all else fails, my family could manage. Rin, hailing from a humble background, had a father who was merely a chunin. Their family was not particularly affluent, but it was decent enough. To care for a cat would certainly be somewhat burdensome. Yet, her kindness was boundless. The thought of allowing such a small creature to wander alone filled her with unease. Nevertheless, given its status as a ninja cat, Rin believed her father might be amenable to the idea of accommodating it. She was still quite young, her benevolence untainted by ulterior motives. Her desire to adopt Chio stemmed solely from the notion that its identity might persuade her father to finance its care. I'll ask my father for assistance, Akane suggested. My father. Yuhi Kurenai opened her mouth hesitantly, then resolutely declared, he should be outside. I'll go find him. Red. That's unnecessary, isn't it? Rin was aware of her father's situation and was reluctant to trouble her. However, Yuhi Kurenai was unwavering. Before Rin could protest, she had already exited the school gates. A group of them emerged from the entrance, and soon they spotted a tall man who affectionately tousled Yuhi Kurenai's hair before glancing in their direction. After a brief moment, he approached with sunset red, his expression grave. Everyone held their breath, including Qian Ming, who dared not exhale. Indeed, as a seasoned Jonin of the Leaf Village, his commanding presence was palpable. Is this it? Sunset Red scrutinized the little black cat. Being a Jonin adept in illusion techniques, his perception was undoubtedly keen. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Qian Ming, slowly extending his hand. Qian Ming's eyes instinctively followed the movement, his mind racing with a daring thought. How many points could be earned by taking down a Jonin? It was an audacious idea. Yet what could he do? He was in dire need of points, and it seemed that Sunset Red's precious daughter held a fondness for him. Her expression suggested she was not displeased. The opportunity to take a risk felt ripe. Still, deep down, Qian Ming harbored a modicum of trepidation towards Jonin. Should he strike or refrain? As he pondered, his claws had already launched into action. A chakra-infused swipe, swift, precise, and fierce, showcased the feline prowess of a predator. A feat that most ordinary ninjas could hardly evade. However, Sunset Red anticipated the maneuver and deftly withdrew his hand to evade the assault. Had he truly laid hands on a Jonin? Qian Ming's heart raced. He feared that instead of gaining points, he would incur punishment for his impulsive action, which would be a tremendous loss. Moreover, you might not believe it, but it was the claws that acted on their own. Father. Sunset Red felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing for the little black cat's safety, while Noera Rin cradled Qian Ming, visibly sharing similar concerns. Though wild at heart, this was indeed a ninja cat. With proper nurturing, it could become a significant ally. Sunset Red paid little mind to the initial attack. He had intended to provoke the cat to assess Qian Ming's strength and character. It was evident that the cat retained a degree of wildness. Yet it was within a manageable range for children. This residual ferocity indicated a strong combat instinct, promising formidable prowess in the future. Excellent. Thank you, Lord Sunset. Noera Rin exclaimed with delight. With a Jonin's confirmation, Qian Ming would surely pass the village's inspection procedures. Ordinary cats and dogs need not be registered. But ninja dogs and cats must be documented, as these ninja beasts possess considerable destructive potential, making unauthorized ownership perilous. Since Qian Ming was a ninja cat, he would indeed require inspection and registration. Sunset Red's earlier test was a part of that evaluation. No need, it was but a trivial effort. By the way, is this cat the one you wish to keep? Yes, Noera Rin nodded. In her heart, she believed that Sunset Red would be the most suitable guardian for little Qian Ming. Given his affluent background, Qian Ming would not suffer under his care. However, all classmates understood that it was highly unlikely for Sunset Red to agree. Ninja beasts may differ from ordinary cats and dogs, so I suggest consulting the Inuzuka clan. If all goes well, he may become a valuable companion in the future. Thank you very much. Noera Rin bowed in gratitude while cradling Qian Ming. Sunset Red smiled and gently ruffled his daughter's hair before departing with her. Shaolin, I have come to know an elderly woman who has dried an abundance of fish. I shall procure some to bring back. This is a promise I made to the little black cat earlier, and I will deliver it to you tomorrow. As soon as Aido finished speaking, he dashed away. With the fish, the burden on Lin's household should be somewhat alleviated, he pondered silently. Thank you, Daido-kun, Lin Yoahara said, momentarily taken aback as she held the cat. Only to see Daido had already run far away, leaving her to express her gratitude from a distance. Well then, you all may return first. I still need to take it for registration. By the way, Xiao Kuei, could you kindly inform my family? Lin felt a twinge of anxiety. Would her family consent? Never mind. I shall register it first. It cannot continue to roam the streets. She contemplated inwardly. Of course, Xiao Kuei, Lin's neighbor, replied. Children from ordinary families like theirs tend to mature early. They return home from school without needing parental escort. Today, registering the ninja cat would likely delay their return. Qian Ming felt a pang of guilt. Had he known earlier, he would have placed a dog advertisement to spare the little girl some pressure. However, glancing at the scoreboard, he felt a bit better. The earlier unsuccessful attempt had surprisingly yielded a considerable amount of points, in addition to his initial 200 points. He had completed a task that challenged formidable foes, thus earning an additional 300 points. In total, that amounted to over 500 points. He could now afford 5 servings of special cat food. Considering the points accrued from various interactions with girls at school, Qian Ming had already amassed over 800 points. The lion's share attributed to the fiery sunset of Akane, though Asuma and Aido also played significant roles. With the system in place, as long as he remained diligent, he would be self-sufficient and not impose too much trouble on Lin's family. Lin Yawahara carried Qian Ming toward the Hokage building. Along the way, Qian Ming observed the houses and structures lining the streets. Konoha was indeed vast. For a child like Lin, who was merely a low-ranking ninja, the journey from the Ninja Academy to the Hokage building took quite some time. Eventually, she arrived at the base of the Hokage building with Qian Ming in her arms. There was no need to meet the third Hokage. With Akane's confirmation, she merely had to go through the motions below. It did not take long for Lin to emerge with Qian Ming. At that moment, a nameplate hung around its neck, Qian Ming, Yawahara Lin. Originally, Lin intended to name him Little Black, but Qian Ming had firmly rejected that. The ninjas in Konoha understood that certain ninja beasts possessed considerable intelligence and could name themselves. So they adeptly consulted a dictionary. The name Qian Ming was derived from the translation of its name into Japanese, painstakingly pieced together from the dictionary characters. This endeavor consumed a fair amount of their time. As they walked, Lin softly murmured to it, "Perhaps one day, you will be the one to save me, Qian Ming-san." She felt a surge of joy. In her heart, Qian Ming had transcended mere feline existence. He had become a clever, dependable companion. "Rest assured, I will certainly save you," Qian Ming silently vowed. The subsequent events in the world of Naruto can be said to have been set in motion by Lin Yawahara. Her demise led to Daido's descent into madness. Although Obito was similarly ensnared by the binding curse and compelled to obey Madara, the distinction between acting voluntarily and involuntarily is undeniably profound. Therefore, not only must he save Rin, but he is also determined to rescue himself. The battle at the Bridge of Godless Pi is still over 3 years away, granting him ample time to prepare and grow stronger. With his mischievous abilities, amassing such points should be a trivial endeavor. "Please keep quiet outside for a moment. Let me have a proper conversation with father." "He will agree," urged Noera Rin as she anxiously reiterated her request. She feared that this little troublemaker might cause a ruckus, leading her father to refuse her request for care. Noera Chiaki understood her concern and remained silent outside. Noera Rin timidly entered the room, her hands fidgeting restlessly. Upon seeing her father seated at the dining table, the pressure intensified, and after several seconds, she mustered her courage to speak. "Father, I have adopted a cat. I heard from Aoi that it is a ninja cat, is it not?" Noirazawa replied with a smile, instantly alleviating his daughter's tension. "Yes, it is a very clever and capable black ninja cat. I swear it will not cause any trouble at home," Noera Rin assured him. "There is no need for such concern, my daughter. It is your companion, and in just a few months, you will graduate. By then, you will be fully capable of caring for it yourself," her father said affectionately, patting her head. "Thank you, father," the little girl said, bowing deeply. Understanding Rin was quite aware of her father's immense stress during this period, especially with Konoha's deteriorating relations with other villages. As an ordinary nin, he approached each mission with a mindset of inevitable peril. Caring for a ninja cat was not as simple as her father made it seem. He merely refrained from mentioning the difficulties in her presence. "Huh, little black cat, come out and let me see you," Noirazawa whistled. Chiaki appeared at the door, her sleek black fur glistening in the evening sun, presenting a striking sight. What astonished Noirazawa even more was her intelligence. "This cat truly comprehends?" "Father, her name is Chiaki. She chose it herself." Noera Rin beamed with pride. This was sufficient evidence of Chiaki's high intelligence, assuring that she would not cause significant trouble. Indeed, Chiaki observed the modest family, noting their humble abode and limited furnishings. Any destruction on her part would be akin to a beast's behavior. Points could not be accrued from this household. "Oh, how impressive." Noirazawa was genuinely astonished. While inside, Noera K peered out to catch a glimpse of the new addition to their family. "Chiaki, this is your father, and that is your mother." The little girl joyfully introduced her family members to Chiaki. Chiaki raised her paw, adopting the pose of a beckoning lucky cat. Though her fur was black, she was still a cat, and the effect was somewhat similar. Noera K was even more delighted, recognizing that this was indeed an exceptionally clever ninja cat. "Rin, did you teach her this?" Noirazawa inquired, somewhat astonished. "A lucky cat. How could such a small ninja cat know so much?" "No, I only just discovered that she could do these things," Noera Rin replied, equally astonished. Meow Chiming called out lazily and settled down under the table. She refrained from exchanging for special cat food, although it would alleviate the burden on her host family. Having been hungry all day and not having hunted at all, it was unlikely that she could fool Noera Rin without eating something. There is still a fish in my item space," I can afford to eat less, she pondered, apprehensive about whether that fish would spoil. It was something she had taken from the sushi shop owner, and if it went bad, it would be a true waste of food. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted in. Bowls of dishes were brought out, and a small bowl containing various delicacies alongside some rice was placed before Chiming. The new setting felt somewhat unfamiliar, but being a cat, she was determined to adapt to this new life. Reflecting on her circumstances, she marveled at how, just 2 days ago, she had been human, and now, in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a cat in the world of Naruto. Fortunately, possessing a system provided her with some hope. If she were just an ordinary kitten, she would likely have perished before pain could destroy Konoha, let alone witness Uchiha Obito dance joyfully during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Noara's culinary skills were commendable. At least Chiming found the food agreeable, with no signs of ill adjustment. This was, after all, her first warm meal in the Naruto world, she mused inwardly. After finishing her meal, her family busied themselves preparing a place for her. The cat was small and did not require much space. Otherwise, this modest house would bear an even greater burden. Eventually, Chiming settled in a corner of the living room. It was not a concern. After all, the streets outside seemed far more desolate, and having a place to rest was already quite fortunate. At least there was a cozy bed to lie in, which brought her comfort. As she lay down, she turned her head to glance around before closing her eyes, quickly succumbing to slumber. The young kitten was still quite drowsy, having been exhausted from hunger and unable to sleep earlier. She had resolved to remain composed in this small home and to devise a plan to earn points once she ventured out to school. The next day, before dawn, Chiming awoke and peered outside at the faint light, still quite early, with a significant time until sunrise. Becoming a cat has even altered my biological clock, she reflected. Yesterday, she thought she had woken up from the cold, but it appeared to be something else entirely. Chiming squeezed out through the window and observed her surroundings. The Noara residence was in a commoner-esque district, with all the houses resembling one another. It seemed that the Noara family had made a considerable commitment to caring for her. Fortunately, she had the system. Chiming spent 100 points to exchange for a portion of special cat food, not only to satisfy her hunger, but also to discover the unique qualities of this special fare. The effect claimed that long-term consumption could transform a cat into a ninja cat, but since she was already a ninja cat, would it still be effective? After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to exchange for a portion to test it out. Upon exchange, it automatically appeared in her item space, which was quite discreet. It would no longer be cumbersome, as anything could be exchanged at any time. Curious about the taste, she took a few bites and found it quite delightful, her mood lifting considerably. Indeed, it was something special. With a single meal, one instantly feels an abundance of strength. A common cat, when nourished continuously, can indeed transform into a ninja cat. Even the consumption of such sustenance is highly beneficial. Not only does it swiftly restore vitality, but a prolonged diet also fortifies the body, enhancing one's overall strength. However, it comes at a price, 100 points per serving, and before one can fully savor the flavor, it vanishes. Qian Ming smacked his lips, yearning for more, feeling as though he had awakened some latent attribute. Yet, contemplating the cost of 100 points, he realized he had not yet indulged to the extent of regarding such an expense as mere snacks. Perhaps in the future, when wealthier, he could relish such luxuries. Xiaolin, this is the fish jerky I obtained from the old woman by the river yesterday, said Aido, who had risen early. Before class commenced, he arrived at Noara Lin's residence. Thank you, Aido, Lin replied, not wishing to refuse. This fish jerky could be considered a treat for the little cat, and given Aido's kind gesture, she felt it inappropriate to decline. Meow, Qian Ming expressed his gratitude with a soft meow. However, he pondered where he might procure some points today. He had gathered quite a few yesterday, but it seemed he had exhausted the resources from Asuma's side, making it somewhat challenging to acquire more in the short term. It would be best to seek another source. Qian Ming, you stay at home. I'll head out for class, Noara Lin instructed, not intending to take him along, even reminding him to behave at home. If you're not taking me, I can follow on my own, he thought. It was impossible to earn points without venturing out. And who would willingly expose themselves if not for the cruel demands of life? Who wouldn't he prefer to remain at home, a comfortable house cat? As soon as Noara Lin left with Aido, Qian Ming stealthily trailed behind. The Noara couple had yet to adjust to the presence of multiple ninja cats in their home. Thus they paid little attention. Qian Ming initially intended to follow them all the way to school, but midway he spotted someone remarkable, a figure with silver hair. adorned with a forehead protector and wielding a short sword. That distinctive attire and those familiar dead fish eyes could only belong to the still-growing Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, along with Aido and Lin, shared the same age. However, he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5 and had since become a formidable elite Nin. If only he could extract some benefits from this young prodigy, the points would surely be substantial. After a moment's deliberation, Qian Ming glanced at Lin and Aido ahead and resolved to follow Kakashi, hoping to seize an opportunity to acquire points from this esteemed young ninja. At that moment, Kakashi was strolling down the street, holding a rice ball, preparing to engage in some training. Having just returned from a mission, he found himself once again without a team. It was not that his comrades had perished, but rather that they were unwilling to accompany him any longer. Consequently, he found himself without tasks for the time being. Qian Ming stealthily followed along the wall. Since becoming a ninja cat, his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to keep pace with Kakashi without making a sound. Yet, the elite Nin possessed a keen sense of awareness. After a brief while, Kakashi quickly sensed his presence, turning around to scrutinize Qian Ming intently for an extended moment. Qian Ming feigned ignorance and continued walking ahead, when suddenly, a figure dashed from the side street. Kakashi, challenge me to a duel. Clad in a tight green suit and sporting a watermelon hairstyle, this distinctive appearance belonged to none other than Guy, the only one of his kind in the entirety of Konoha. Qian Ming crouched down, intrigued by the spectacle. In the realm of anime, the interactions between Kakashi and Guy were always a source of amusement, yet reality often proved to be even more entertaining. Besides, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for Kakashi to take action while engaged in conversation with Guy? Indeed, a true hunter possesses immense patience and the ability to seize opportunities. Qian Ming felt himself inching closer to becoming a qualified predator. No, Kakashi dismissed him with indifference. Having just had a falling out with his teammates, he was in a foul mood and had little desire to engage with the comical Guy today. Feeling irritable? What better way to stake his youthful vigor than with a duel? Guy's teeth gleamed, making it hard to look directly at him. At the very least, Qian Ming found it somewhat unbearable. This was the admirable quality of Kakashi. He seemed professionally trained to remain stoic, no matter how humorous the situation, simply staring blankly at Guy before slowly extending his hand. Well then, another round of rock, paper, scissors. If I lose, I'll run 100 laps around Konoha upside down. Guy was brimming with enthusiasm. The two were fully focused, as if preparing for a life-or-death battle. Just as Kakashi was about to strike, he suddenly jolted, turning his head backward. A cat? No, ordinary kittens didn't move that swiftly. Could it be a ninja cat? Kakashi pivoted to confront it. But a burst of laughter erupted before him. Kakashi, you've finally lost. Look at your punch. I chose paper, I win. Guy, overly engrossed and caught off guard in Konoha, assumed Kakashi was entirely focused on their duel. Little did he know, Kakashi had not been paying attention at all. Qian Ming noticed Kakashi's awareness of his presence and immediately sensed trouble, but it was too late to flee. He could only brace himself and charge forward. Fortunately, he refrained from using his claws. Kakashi would surely show mercy, right? Smack. Kakashi sidestepped, and the leaping cat's paws landed squarely on Guy's face. The silver-haired youth maintained his expressionless demeanor, staring at Guy and the little black cat for a few seconds before nodding and saying, well, you win. Seizing the moment while Guy was still processing, he turned and departed. Kakashi, you can't handle defeat, resorting to sneak attacks. Wait. Guy paused, pulling the little black cat off his face. He stared at it for several seconds. What is this? A cat? Kakashi's summoning beast wasn't a cat. It was a pack of 7 dogs. Although Guy had never partnered with Kakashi, he was well aware of what Kakashi's summoning beast was. Once, Kakashi had proposed a contest involving a race between their summoning beasts. Little fellow, who are you? Having been inexplicably slapped twice, even Guy felt a twinge of annoyance. Moreover, because of this cat, his lifelong rival had quietly slipped away. Meow Qian Ming's front paw was caught, forcing him to stretch his neck forward, revealing the tag around it. Akai leaned in to take a closer look. Chiming, Noira Rin. Noira Rin. The name rings a bell, yet I cannot recall who it is at this moment. He pondered for a while, but did not harm the little kitten. Instead, he squinted at it for a moment before suddenly grinning and saying, Kakashi has fled. So why not train with me instead? It would be a fitting apology. Train with you? Chiming's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously, terror evident on his face. My summoning beast often trains with me and remains unscathed. You must believe in yourself, young one. Believe in what exactly? Qian Ming retorted. Your summoning beast is a turtle, capable of enduring such trials, while I am merely a 6-month-old kitten, not meant to endure such torment. Come on. Akai set the kitten down and began to jog. Qian Ming followed suit immediately. However, the next moment, he found himself confronted by the cuffs of green leggings. Hey, we can't have you sneaking off like that. Come, let us push our limits together. Akai jogged in place, a smile adorning his face. Not even sparing a cat. You must be a devil. Qian Ming inwardly cursed himself for not being more discerning about the timing. Had he known, he would have ambushed Akai after he had left. No, he shouldn't have followed Kakashi at all. Would it not have been wiser to remain in the novice village of the ninja school? What compelled him to venture out before reaching full proficiency? At this moment, tears of regret streamed down his face. Under the blazing sun, a pitiful little black cat was urged by a green-clad youth to run with all its might, occasionally attracting the attention of passers-by who paid it no mind. The Inuzuka clan often walked their dogs. While walking cats might seem odd, it was not entirely scandalous. Seems they get along quite well. Kakashi mused as he observed the scene from the street, having no intention of intervening to rescue the kitten. A mischievous cat must accept its punishment. At midday, Akai finally ceased his training, while Qian Ming lay motionless on his shoulder, as if rendered lifeless by the earlier exertions. The only consolation was that he had amassed over 700 points, 400 earned through 2 slaps, an additional 200 as a reward for pranking Kakashi, and the remaining 100 as an accomplishment for attacking an elite Jonin. In light of these 700 points, the ordeal of running alongside Akai seemed trivial. Besides, it was Akai who had primarily carried him throughout, allowing him to traverse Konoha with minimal effort. Qian Ming hesitated to call himself Konoha's living navigation system. Yet he felt confident enough to return home and navigate the ninja school. With over 1,400 points in hand, he was merely a fraction away from obtaining a Needle of the Earth. Yet the allure of the lottery was tempting, especially with the prospect of a bonus draw for 10 consecutive pulls. Resting on Akai's shoulder, he found his mind torn between visions of abundant prizes and memories of lottery draws from his previous life in League of Legends. The same old routine. While a company like Goose Factory was not the worst outcome, he dreaded the possibility of the system resembling that of Pig Factory, which would truly be a disaster. Never mind, I can't afford to gamble. Once I am prosperous, I shall investigate which company you hail from. For now, my focus remains solely on redeeming the Needle of the Earth. In the realm of ninjas, the integration of offense and defense has rendered one impervious to physical assaults after the exchange. A bright future awaits, mused Qian Ming with a sense of contentment. Speaking of which, you must be a feline ninja? Ordinary cats would struggle to endure such rigorous training. Alas, I already possess a spirit beast, or else I would yearn to be your companion. As Akai chatted while running, he showed no sign of fatigue, illustrating that at such a tender age, his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers. It is no wonder he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7, mastering the 3-body technique and physical combat, an era vastly different from the time of Naruto that Qian Ming was familiar with, where the aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War left the entire ninja realm in turmoil. To graduate, one must not only have strength, but also a considerable amount of courage. Meow, Qian Ming replied weakly. You share my anticipation, don't you? Akai, of course, could not comprehend, as his mind was evidently incapable of understanding the language of beasts. Thus, their conversation was akin to a chicken speaking to a duck. Qian Ming could hardly be bothered to engage with him. Communicating with this fellow felt like a waste of time. Perhaps one day, when he mastered human language, he would unleash a torrent of scorn upon him. Indeed, it would be best to bring along a few allies then. Perched on Akai's shoulder, it glanced around. Noticing they were nearing the Ninja Academy, it swiftly patted Akai on the shoulder and leapt away in a flash. Akai could certainly catch up, but it was unnecessary. He was not a true villain. His earlier capture of Qian Ming was merely retribution for a slap, and afterward, it was purely a matter of delight in the chase. However, the name Yohara Rin felt strikingly familiar, as if he had heard it before, perhaps a former classmate. Akai pondered aloud. Though he sensed that this cat's owner was a former classmate, he had no recollection of her appearance. After all, he was a workout enthusiast, and during school, his eyes were solely on Kakashi. Once Kakashi graduated, his focus had solely been on his own graduation. The Azure Beast continued to run in place. watching as Qian Ming vaulted onto the wall and leapt to the second floor before resuming its run. Upon reaching the balcony of the second floor, Qian Ming turned back and waved its front paw in a silent farewell. Its arrival had not startled many, but Asuma, seated in the last row, was evidently an exception. Usually a laid-back individual, he caught sight of a black cat climbing in with a sideways glance. That mischievous cat is back. Asuma's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately straightened his posture in a reflexive manner. However, after glancing ahead, he felt a tinge of disappointment and slumped back down. Alas, Yuhi Kurenai was no longer seated in front of him, and he doubted that this little feline would conspire against him. Let it be. Qian Ming had no intention of tormenting him. After all, it had already caused Asuma considerable distress the previous day and intended to seek a new target today. Yet, observing Asuma's calm demeanor sparked its defiance. Quietly sneaking into the classroom, it discovered, so that was it. Yuhi Kurenai had gone to sit with Yawahara Rin. And as an academic prodigy, Rin always occupied a front row seat, thus leaving Asuma and his goddess worlds apart. No wonder he appeared so zen. Truly unfortunate. Interestingly, it seemed that in the original manga, the relationship between Yuhi Kurenai and Yawahara Rin was not as close, indicating that the first change since my arrival in the world of Naruto had already occurred, and it was Asuma who bore the brunt of it. A single tear of crocodile sorrow fell from Qian Ming's eyes as it cautiously squeezed through the narrow crevices of the table. Navigating to the front row was no small feat. Yet the cat's inherent flexibility, combined with its modest size, allowed it to maneuver through any gap that wasn't excessively tight. However, upon reaching the front, it noticed a boy wearing sunglasses. He appeared rather conceited, seemingly engrossed in the blackboard. But why wear sunglasses if one is genuinely attentive in class? A thief or a rogue? Qian Ming silently mused, then stealthily approached his feet. From below, it became clear. Indeed, this fellow's gaze was fixated on two charming girls ahead. A smitten wolf. It crouched and stared for a few seconds before gently pawing at his leg. Huibizu instantly blushed, straightened up, and feigned attentiveness to the teacher. Yet soon, he realized something amiss. With sunglasses on, who could discern where his eyes wandered? Furthermore, that sensation. Huibizu glanced down to see a black cat squatting at his feet, its two eyes locked onto him, nearly causing him to leap in surprise. Though not as extreme now, the sudden panic still created quite a commotion. Huibizu, would you like to answer this question in place of the teacher? Shihira, the instructor, smiled from the podium. Yes, teacher. Huibizu was momentarily stunned, but then stood up to begin answering the question. After all, failing to respond would imply he hadn't been paying attention. The persona of the diligent student must not falter. Qian Ming observed the additional 100 points accumulate, licking its paw in satisfaction. Although not a vast sum, every little bit contributes to a greater whole. Yesterday, it had only noticed Asuma, but today, it realized the class was brimming with talent. Besides Asuma, there were also Huibizu, Shihira Genkan, and the renowned duo known as the Guardians of Konoha. A treasure trove of minor points. Why had it been so fixated on teasing that cunning Kakashi this morning? Clearly, its mind had been elsewhere, allowing the allure of those tempting points to cloud its judgment. Qian Ming glanced around and decided to make its way toward the toothpick boy. This child had a penchant for chewing on toothpicks since childhood, but he dared not do so in front of Shihira, instead fiddling with the toothpick in his hand rather than placing it in his mouth. Shihira Genkan was earnestly paying attention to the lesson, for the instructor was his uncle. This presented Qian Ming with a splendid opportunity. It carefully approached, only to discover it was still too short to reach. This was quite awkward. If it sprang up, it would undoubtedly be spotted. Qian Ming fell into contemplation. There were indeed solutions available in the shop, such as a transformation technique requiring 1,500 points. Utilizing this technique would resolve the issue. However, the pressing matter at hand was the needle hidden in the earth, an item that could both attack and defend. Priced at merely 3,000 points, making it a vital skill for survival among beasts. In comparison, the transformation technique could take a back seat. The Rasengan was formidable. Yet when faced with the pressures of reality, the little cat's tears relegated it to a third-tier option. 5,000 points. What an enormous undertaking that would entail. Moreover, even if it were to transform, there was no guarantee it possessed the necessary chakra, which posed yet another stark reality. Yahara Rin is merely a month or two away from graduation, which should afford her the opportunity to accumulate some points. It would not be too late to ponder the potential of utilizing a Rasengan at that time. After much contemplation, The little black cat ultimately succumbed to the enticing allure of the swaying senbon. This is akin to a cat teaser. Upon witnessing something in motion, it cannot help but feel the instinctual urge to pounce, a trait inherent to animals, making it difficult for Kiyoshi to maintain control if he were to lose focus. With a soft sound, the senbon slipped from its grasp. However, the fallen senbon clattered on the ground, and fortunately, at that moment, Hibi had been preoccupied with answering questions. Thus not many noticed. Yet, as a seasoned chunin who had stepped back from the battlefield, Nara Shirjima cast a fierce glare in their direction. Nara Genkin remained silent, picking up the fallen toothpick, and stared at the little black cat for several seconds before silently placing it back on the desk and raising his gaze to the blackboard. It had been noted. Kiyoshi, feeling a pang of guilt, dared not linger beside Nara Genkan any longer. A biting dog does not bark. A quintessential example of this is Kakashi. Even when ambushed, he remains unperturbed, only retaliating with a quiet vengeance. My Guy is even more remarkable. Having followed him for half the morning, he now felt his legs weaken. It was best to avoid confrontation. The recent earnings were substantial, surpassing even Hibi's previous total, amounting to a commendable 150 points. I now have 800 points. With continued effort, the needle treasure lies just ahead. Kiyoshi endeavored to think of joyful thoughts. With so many resources available in class, there was no need to become ensnared by Nara Genkan. After accruing points in quick succession, it planned to lay low for a while. Thus, it nestled beside Yahara Rin. In the company of Rin and Yuhi Kurenai, Kiyoshi had no intention of causing further mischief and instead prepared for a brief respite. Hibi, you answered splendidly. Please take a seat. Nara Shirjima nodded, signaling the students to sit down, then called upon Nara Genkan to answer a question reminiscent of the teachers from Kiyoshi's previous life. It noticed the system panel reflected an increase of 30 to 40 points. Genkan, would you address the question regarding kunai throwing? Nara Shirjima stated blandly. This question posed no challenge for his nephew, as the Nara clan was renowned for their mastery of concealed weapons. If he could not grasp this fundamental skill, his elder brother might as well start anew. Yes. Nara Genkan stood, bowed, and then began to speak at length. Kiyoshi listened intently from the side, perceiving immense benefit from his discourse. These kunai techniques were invaluable knowledge, and mastering them would undoubtedly enhance one's capabilities. Unfortunately, it was merely a cat. It sighed softly, experiencing the solitude akin to that of ancient literati, whose talents go unexpressed. Nara Genkan sat down and glanced at the position of the little black cat, then wiped the senbon in his hand and began to toy with it. This mischievous cat behaved remarkably well in front of the two, which explained its reputation as a cunning ninja cat. Genkan harbored no lasting resentment. He merely found the cat's interruptions somewhat bothersome. Qian Ming did not ponder much, simply resting with closed eyes. Perhaps due to exhaustion, it wasn't long before the classroom was filled with the soft sound of snoring. Nara Rin, upon hearing this, curiously glanced down and discovered a small black cat nestled at her feet, peacefully slumbering. She immediately sensed the predicament and lifted it. However, the sound only grew louder after being raised. What sound? Noara Shihira frowned slightly. Who dared to sleep in his classroom? This was sheer audacity. I apologize. Obito quickly glanced around, stood up, and bowed in apology, stating, I'm sorry, teacher. The kitten came over and then fell asleep. Noara Shihira paused for a moment. He held a favorable view of Obito. Although the boy lacked talent, he was kind-hearted and earnest, always eager to assist others. Perhaps too kind-hearted. I apologize, teacher. This is not Obito's fault. In fact, I inadvertently brought it here. I will take it away immediately. Nora Rin stood up while cradling Qian Ming. Let it be. Let it be. Training a cat is different from training a dog. Its wild instincts are stronger, so nurturing a bond with it is indeed correct. However, do not allow it to sleep. Noara Shihira, feeling a headache coming on, waved his hand for them to sit down. Clearly, he was aware that a classmate had adopted a stray ninja cat, which was not surprising. After all, ninja beasts were not ordinary pets. And stray ninja cats were even more difficult to trust. Had it not been for Akatsuki's guarantee, Rin would have faced a more challenging situation yesterday. Yes, Noara Rin could only poke Qian Ming awake. Qian Ming, still dazed, looked up to see the teacher's incredulous expression, then glanced at Rin and the others, who wore peculiar looks. Especially Akatsuki, who was grinning incessantly. Next time, try not to snore while sleeping. It's utterly embarrassing. Noara Rin whispered as she sat down. Snoring? Me? Qian Ming was bewildered, unsure if it snored. No, after transforming into a cat, it truly had no idea if it had developed that habit. Generally, it shouldn't be the case. It must have been exhausted from intense training with Kai. This thought deepened its resentment towards Kai. Next time it saw Kai, it would have to steer clear. Qian Ming sighed inwardly, then noticed something. Rin did not set it down, but instead placed it directly on the desk. This implied that it would be attending classes alongside them in the future? No, please. Although the classes were delightful and the school's curriculum was equally engaging, attending class in such a manner was entirely different. Clearly, no one cared about the cat's perspective, at least until Qian Ming could articulate its thoughts. Making complex decisions on its behalf would be quite challenging. The feline existence was indeed arduous. Qian Ming lay down, quietly observing Noara Shihira as he passionately lectured. Though the lesson had essentially concluded, the class had yet to be dismissed, and the teacher was calling on students for questions. Those who had drifted off or were not paying attention would be targeted, essentially serving as a form of retribution for the lesson's conclusion. This might be one of the few remaining pleasures of teaching, it mused inwardly. After watching for a while, Qian Ming habitually opened the system panel to check its points. Instantly, it sat up straight. Over 2,800? Thus, it can be said that the recent surge has amounted to approximately 1,000 points. How delightful. The details reveal that 500 points were awarded for openly dozing in class, 300 for the disturbances caused by snoring, while the remainder consists of various minor contributions from teachers and students. With over 2,800 points, should a lottery be held, it would allow for 2 tin draws and still leave an additional 800 points. No, one must not be deceived. Qian Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing the restless urges within. To that end, he glanced back. Gray Pill had been fixated on him all along. Only with the protection of the Needle Guardian could one remain unharmed in the presence of such a formidable canine. Otherwise, sharing a classroom with Gray Pill would inevitably lead to trouble down the line. After all, he was merely a 6-month-old kitten, not built to endure excessive turmoil. Under the pressure of a formidable adversary, Qian Ming resisted the temptations of his inner demons, reaffirming his resolve. Accumulate points, exchange for the Needle Guardian. Why have you followed me out of the house again? Where did you have lunch at home? After class, the adorable girl scolded him lightly. However, her cuteness rendered her reprimands utterly harmless. Meow, Qian Ming softly mewed. He certainly wouldn't divulge that Akai had treated him to lunch, nor that Akai had also wished to invite him for spicy curry, a suggestion he had wisely declined. Otherwise, he might currently find himself in a hospital? No. It seems that Konoha lacks a dedicated veterinary hospital. He might have to seek treatment from the Inuzuka clan's canine specialists instead. His mind wandered through these thoughts. Tomorrow, he must refrain from snoring in class. Furthermore, Obito, you really need to behave this way in the future. Noara Rin turned around, addressing Obito with a serious demeanor. Ha ha ha. Obito scratched his head, appearing rather innocent and sincere. Well, it doesn't matter, you want to listen anyway. Noara Rin sighed. The reason she had assisted Obito since their school days was due to her awareness of his kind nature, despite lacking apparent talent. She believed he would eventually become a formidable ninja, in contrast to their peers who mocked and looked down upon him. It was uncertain whether they could ascend to great heights in the future. Of course, this was merely her perspective. She walked a few steps while cradling the little black cat, then turned back to ask, Obito, the graduation exams are approaching. Are there any topics you find challenging? I happen to be free this afternoon to help you study. Those theoretical classes this semester. Obito lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. Noara Rin realized she had posed a rather foolish question. Obito had consistently struggled with theoretical subjects, and this year was no exception. She was about to offer him tutoring, but hesitated momentarily. Little Rin, I implore you, teach me the theory. I truly desire to become a ninja. If I cannot graduate this year, students at the Ninja Academy must graduate by the age of 12 at the latest. However, due to the significant losses among ninjas in recent years, there is a pressing need for replenishment at the Nin and Jonin levels, resulting in most students graduating around the age of 9. If he fails to graduate this year, he would fall behind his peers, although he was often referred to as the underachiever. Obito did not genuinely wish to become a year-behind repeat student. He yearned to graduate. Qian Ming listened to the pleas in his vicinity, his heart stirred with contemplation. In the realm of theoretical studies, Obito finds himself at a disadvantage. Ideally, with a dedicated mentor, falling short in theoretical classes would not pose a significant problem. However, Given what he has learned since arriving in this world, having lost his parents at a tender age and raised solely by his grandmother, he lacks parental guidance. Emerging from the Uchiha clan, eager to prove himself, this child attempts to compete with those who have the advantage of mentorship, embarking on his journey as a fledgling ninja. How could he possibly stand against such opponents? Regrettably, he is akin to a cat, voiceless and unheard. He silently laments his predicament. This is my notebook. You should take it and study the contents as thoroughly as you can, Lin Noera states, presenting her meticulously detailed notes, which appear overwhelmingly dense, causing even the underperforming students to shudder. Well, fine, Obito concedes, clearly burdened by the anxiety of memorization. Yet, with a lack of alternatives, he realizes that to graduate, he must commit the material to memory. The two part ways, each heading home. Embracing Chickage, Lin walks home, her mind heavy with concern. Halfway through her journey, she can no longer contain her thoughts and confides in Chickage. Chickage, I was just pondering whether it might be better for Obito to graduate 3 years later. By giving him my notes, am I inadvertently hindering him? Chickage gazes up, blinking at Lin, unprepared to address such a complex issue. After all, he is merely a 6-month-old cat. Despite his clever demeanor, his intelligence only slightly surpasses expectations for his kind, rendering Lin's inquiry well beyond his grasp. As he contemplates a suitable response, he notices a figure in a green bodysuit rushing towards them. He instinctively retracts his head and tail, hoping to remain unseen by Guy. Initially oblivious, Guy soon realizes and calls out to Lin, "Are you Nora Lin? You're a classmate of Mike Guy." Lin pauses for a moment before recognizing the identity of the person before her. Mike Guy, a notable figure in school. Initially unable to enroll, he circumvented the system by running 500 laps around the playground, ultimately securing his place in the Ninja Academy as a prospective ninja. However, he has since graduated 2 years ago. Perhaps Obito could seek guidance from him, Lin muses. Indeed, I recognize you, Guy beams, his gaze fixating on the small black cat cradled in Lin's arms. Chickage realizes he can no longer hide, with the person right in front of them. Concealing himself would be futile. He lifts his head and waves weakly. Do you know him? Lin inquires, somewhat surprised. Some circumstances arose, and we actually hit it off quite well. Had I not possessed a summoning beast, we might have been bound together in life and death by now, Guy replies casually, exuding an unwarranted sense of self-importance. Chickage wishes to retort, who is bound together with you? How absurd. Lin then asks about the events that transpired. Upon learning the full story, she apologizes profusely, only to find it amusing that this mischievous cat had the audacity to follow Kakashi, only to encounter Mike Guy along the way. Perhaps it is only fitting that the foolish cat faced such misfortune. Subsequently, she mentioned Obito and expressed her hope that Kai could assist him. Kai readily agreed, demonstrating his eagerness to aid a fellow villager. However, Qian could not suppress her concern for Obito. What wisdom could Mike Guy possibly impart? At that moment, an image formed in her mind. Obito clad in a tight-fitting green suit, sporting a watermelon hairstyle, fervently shouting about youthful vigor, challenging Kakashi to a duel. Oh, how her heart ached for Kakashi. Qian felt a chill run down her spine, silently praying that Obito would exhibit some semblance of reason. One azure beast in Konoha was already daunting enough. The addition of another azure beast wielding the Sharingan might drive Madara to madness. After bidding farewell to Mike Guy, Lin Yawahara embraced Qian and took her home. That day, Qian struggled to find restful sleep. She dreamt of once again blocking Obito's path, only to be whisked away for 100 laps around Konoha by Obito in his green suit. Just as they settled down for a moment's respite, Mike Guy returned from a mission. With a relay in tow, startled awake, Qian felt utterly fatigued, lying in bed for a long while, unable to drift back to sleep. Glancing outside, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. As she lay there, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. A mouse? Startled, Qian instinctively turned her gaze toward the source of the noise. Upon making eye contact, the mouse hesitated. It did not flee, for it discerned that the cat before it was merely a juvenile, lacking the prowess to hunt. Yet, in an instant, Qian dashed forward. The unfortunate mouse was oblivious to the existence of a creature known as a ninja cat by the time it registered the danger. It attempted to flee but was swiftly subdued beneath Qian's paw. Was there a score? Perhaps the mouse's demise contributed to it? Though it was a meager sum, a few points were better than none. Energized, Qian slipped out through a crack in the door. Although Konoha was a world of ninjas, the presence of mice could not be eradicated. In the civilian districts, They were only slightly less numerous than in the impoverished quarters. Yet venturing out would surely yield some findings. The following day, a row of mice lay displayed along the street. Qian Ming had, of course, intended this. Capturing mice without fanfare would be akin to donning fine garments in secrecy. Furthermore, a clan of mice deserved to be arrayed neatly. Those who rose early were taken aback, gathering around to witness the sight. While the scene was somewhat jarring, the people of tumultuous times had encountered their fair share of corpses and thus were not overtly terrified. Instead, they collectively praised her efforts. Many cats were adept at catching mice, yet few, like Qian Ming, merely half a year old, could amass a pile in a single night. Consequently, that morning, Megumi Yawahara delightedly prepared an extra meal for Qian Ming. Naturally, Lin Yawahara discreetly cautioned her. Catching mice was permissible, but under no circumstances should she consume them unless absolutely necessary. Qian Ming was still young, her immunity not robust, and mice typically thrived in filthy environments. Without careful discernment, she could easily fall ill. She had no intention of consuming mice. Were it not for her insomnia and the allure of points, she would have been disinclined to exert herself in capturing those foolish creatures. Thankfully, she had earned over 200 points from catching a dozen mice that night. And with the display outside garnering her an additional 300 points, she could exchange them for the needle Kazashi and still have over 300 points remaining. To avoid being toyed with by Kai, Qian Ming decided to make an effort. It had tried the needle earth technique once before, yet it had never confronted weapons like shuriken. Thus, the specific efficacy remained uncertain. After all, the potency of ninjutsu is intrinsically linked to chakra, and Qian Ming's chakra was still rather meager. Chakra is derived from the fusion of physical energy and mental energy, extracted in a specific ratio. Qian Ming's mental energy was undoubtedly superior to that of the average ninja beast, but it was still lacking in physical prowess. Fortunately, there were numerous solutions available in the shop, such as the long-term consumption of special cat food. Additionally, there was a special cat food for ninja cats, valued at 300 points, which claimed that regular consumption would greatly benefit ninja cats. Ultimately, these were all consumables meant for long-term use. Qian Ming happened to have over 300 points at hand, so it discreetly exchanged for a portion that morning before breakfast was served. The taste was quite pleasant. However, after finishing it, the changes were not as significant as hoped. Whether the effects were too subtle or ineffectual remained unclear, but Qian Ming felt as though the 300 points had been wasted. Perhaps it was merely a figment of its imagination. It consoled itself, transforming its frustration into appetite, and indulged in a hearty breakfast. The breakfast for ninja cats was anything but simple, comprising a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, a practice gleaned from the Inuzuka clan. Despite consuming a considerable amount, Qian Ming did not feel overly stuffed. Indeed, when one is overweight, no meal can be deemed innocent. After receiving permission from her teacher, Lin Yawahara took Qian Ming to school following breakfast. On the way, she let it walk on its own to prevent excessive weight gain from prolonged inactivity. Qian Ming, having learned from Kakashi's earlier lesson, resolved to remain cautious in the novice village until it was ready to explore other missions in Konoha. Otherwise, as a small kitten, it risked being thoroughly outsmarted by the cunning ninjas. However, school life proved to be rather tedious. Unlike its time spent with Lin, it had to stay on the desk like Gray Maru, where any movement would draw attention. Moreover, there was no early dismissal allowed, which was quite uncomfortable. Qian Ming lay on the desk, its expression blank as it endured the arduous day. Fortunately, Obito seemed to have avoided transformation into Kai, at least in terms of speech and behavior, which relieved Qian Ming somewhat. Nevertheless, it noticed that Gray Maru exhibited heightened hostility towards it today. During class, Qian Ming could sense that Gray Maru was fixated on it, a primal instinct of beasts. Was it because of the needle earth technique? It was uncertain. Yet it was certain of one thing. I shall inevitably face you in battle. As they exited the classroom, the tension between the cat and dog was palpable, akin to a climactic duel atop the Forbidden City. Yet in the next moment, one was restrained by Inuzuka Hana, while the other was cradled by Lin Yawahara, each diverging down the stairs. The fervor for battle was intense, but they were unable to act on it. Qian Ming sighed inwardly, pondering how that foolish dog dared to act. It would certainly make the other feel the prowess of the needle earth technique. A ninja dog should yield a substantial number of points. However, it was destined to have no opportunity. Noera Rin and Inuzuka Hana both understood the principle that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. They meticulously managed their two ninja beasts, ensuring that once they entered the classroom, they remained inseparable, denying Chikami and Huamaru any opportunity to escape. For several consecutive days, Chikami could only stealthily hunt mice at night to earn points. This meager income was dwindling. The courageous mice were few, and after a short while, the remaining ones dared not show themselves. This cannot continue. Chikami pondered a strategy. If this continued, its feline existence would be rendered futile. Although the classes offered substantial knowledge and deepened its understanding of ninjas and ninjutsu, what use was it for a cat to learn such things? How could one throw shurikens with their paws? Today, I have resolved to create. Chikami, today's lesson is a practical training session. Would you like to join? In the morning, Noera Rin did not insist on bringing it to school. Upon waking, the little cat appeared listless, as if it had not rested well. And given that today was a practical class, it seemed unfavorable to attend in such a state, hence her inquiry. However, upon hearing that it was a practical session, the little black cat perked up immediately. Practical training meant the possibility of combat. It sprang to its feet, shook its head to signify readiness, and even joyfully circled around her a few times. Is it really necessary? Noera Rin pondered, perplexed by why the little cat was so elated at the prospect of battle. Shortly after leaving, Rin, wait for me. Obito? Both Noera Rin and Chikami turned back simultaneously, their expressions markedly different upon seeing Obito. Rin was merely surprised, but Chikami's fur bristled in alarm. Clad in a green bodysuit, Obito's running posture bore a striking resemblance to that of Might Guy. Though lacking the iconic bowl cut, his attire today instantly reminded Chikami of that self-assured, fervent youth. Could dreams one day become reality? How terrifying. Obito, what is that outfit? Noera Rin inquired, bewildered by Chikami's evident distress. Oh, this is a tracksuit gifted to me by Guy. I tried it on a few days ago while exercising, and it's indeed very comfortable for combat, so I brought it for today's practical lesson. Obito spoke with unwavering confidence, as if he were donning not just a green bodysuit, but a suit of bronze armor. This is disastrous. His mindset has already been influenced by Guy. There is no hope left. Chikami instinctively distanced itself from Obito, who remained oblivious, enthusiastically discussing the merits of his tracksuit. Yet, it was evident that not only Chikami struggled to appreciate his words, but even the usually kind-hearted and tolerant Noera Rin found it hard to accept. On Guy, she saw nothing amiss, but on Obito, it felt entirely wrong. By the way, Guy mentioned that if you need anything. No, thank you, Obito. But I do not require anything. What has happened to his appearance? Upon arriving at school, Yuhi Kurenai discreetly pulled Rin aside for an inquiry. Noera Rin sighed and replied, a few days ago, I encountered my former classmate, Might Guy. I asked him to guide Obito, but it seems that something has gone awry. Perhaps it is for the best. As the sun set, Hinata pondered for a long time, ultimately finding solace in comforting Rin. The tales of Akai were well known throughout Konoha, while Obito remained at the bottom of the ranks. Rin's intention to have Akai mentor Obito was noble, yet the manner in which Akai imparted his teachings evidently bore some flaws. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than doing nothing at all. If given the opportunity, Hinata would naturally wish for all her classmates to advance to the next rank of shinobi without delay, rather than being held back for another year. Chikami surveyed the playground, searching for a target to ambush. Asuma was too far away. Disregarding that, she scanned the area, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Garen. It seemed that Garen was the most vulnerable. Apart from the shinobi beasts, only a few background characters with slightly inferior abilities, nameless in the manga, remained. Even these minor characters could yield points, and since she had no intention of engaging them in combat, it was a win-win situation. Chikami stealthily slipped away from Noera Rin's side and crept toward Aoi, her neighbor. Just the previous night, Chikami had quietly visited her home to catch a mouse. Of course, she was not one to perform good deeds anonymously. After capturing the mouse, she had deliberately placed it in front of the young girl's door, aiming to achieve her mischievous goal and earn an extra 100 points from her. This time, however, Chikami had no mouse. She glanced back briefly and then, whoosh, a small black cat darted out, weaving between the girl's legs, instantly provoking a shriek. Swiftly, it dashed toward another individual. With its heightened speed and keen reflexes, Chikami managed to slip through the legs of 5 or 6 people before finally being caught by Shizun. Little Rin, it seems your kitty has been rather mischievous these past few days, Shizun teased. Yes, I apologize, everyone, Noera Rin said, cradling Chikami and repeatedly apologizing to the group. It was merely harmless pranks, and no one truly minded. In fact, The girls found the little black cat's fur quite comforting and desired to pet it further. Amidst the playful antics, Chikami glanced at her score. A staggering 700 points had been amassed. Quite the profit. Now, her total had accumulated to over 1,200 points. 1,200 was sufficient for 10 consecutive draws in the lottery. Chikami found herself in a quandary once more, yet upon observing her sleek black fur, her heart calmed, devoid of turmoil. With this dark coat, it would be prudent to exchange for a transformation technique first. Once she acquired the transformation skill and donned a white appearance, she could contemplate the lottery. After all, the transformation technique was not in high demand, merely costing 1,500 points. With a little more effort, that would soon be attainable. All right, the practical lesson is about to commence. Remember to keep it within limits. The ninjutsu you may employ is restricted to what you have learned in class, along with kunai and shuriken manipulation techniques. Do you understand? Yes. The group of students set aside their activities and gathered together. At that moment, Chikami noticed Inuzuka Hana placing Garen aside. Garen remained silent, merely casting a provocative glance at her before swiftly shifting away. Was the shinobi beast also prohibited from participating? Chikami contemplated and concluded that this made sense. The school had even restricted family heirloom ninjutsu, so it was no surprise that such unique companions were not allowed. As for Garen's provocation, she did not take it to heart. The foolish dog, no more than a year old, possessed a certain brute strength, yet it was wholly unaware of its own limitations and posed no threat to me. It was high time for this simpleton to comprehend who truly held the reins of authority in our little domain. Its instinct led it to extend its tongue in an attempt to lick its paws, but upon realizing it was nestled in Lin's embrace, it could not reach its limbs. Instead, it gently licked the little girl beside it. Lin glanced down and softly remarked, "I cannot bring you along for the practical class later, so be sure not to cause any mischief." After a few days of companionship, she had gradually come to understand the nature of her feline companion. Within the confines of their home, it was obedient and well-behaved. Yet, the moment it stepped outside, it transformed into a mischievous troublemaker. Qian Ming nodded gently, appearing to comprehend her words. Subsequently, Lin set it down. Gray remained still, merely lifting its eyelids to glance around before promptly lying down, feigning innocence. Qian Ming, however, had different intentions. With a mere 200 points needed for the transformation technique, it was an opportune moment to earn some points. Scanning the vicinity, it noticed Asuma covertly observing Yuhi Kurenai, his expression one of infatuation. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Ming crept a few steps closer to Kurenai, leaning against her leg, its feline face adorned with an expression of contentment, occasionally casting furtive glances at Asuma. The latter, taken aback, soon found himself on the receiving end of a provocative stare from the mischievous cat. How infuriating! How he wished that attention were directed towards him ever since this troublesome cat had begun its antics. He had been unable to approach Kurenai for days. Glancing at the points he had accrued, excellent. Sarutobi Asuma had indeed delivered, effortlessly amassing 300 points. The transformation technique was now within reach. A torrent of memories related to the technique flooded his mind, which Qian Ming swiftly perused. It was aware that it had mastered this art, even capable of performing the transformation akin to the way Gamakichi teamed up with Naruto to become the Nine Tails, provided it possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails. Indeed, with the transformation technique acquired, Qian Ming now had its sights set on the next objective, enhancing its physical prowess and chakra. This endeavor was daunting, as the marketplace brimmed with numerous items. Aside from ninjutsu and special props, there were various cat trees and scratching posts. Yet only cat food appeared to strengthen its body and chakra. The quality of cat food varied significantly, ranging from 100 points for special cat food to a lavish variety priced at 1,000 points. It seemed that sustenance was essential. Those points were not to be squandered. While Qian Ming organized its thoughts, the students in the class had already commenced their warm-up activities for the practical lesson. Casting a glance at Gray, it noticed that the creature remained vigilant, lying on the ground like a dutiful child. However, this was merely a facade. The underlying hostility was palpable, eager to engage in a tussle. Yet it understood that revealing its intentions would undoubtedly attract the attention of its master before the battle had even begun. Minutes passed before the practical session officially began, with Asuma being the first to step onto the field. His opponent was Nara Shikamaru, and after applying various restrictions, their strengths proved to be closely matched. At that moment, Gray rose and stealthily made its way toward a corner of the playground, prompting Qian Ming to rise and follow suit. After taking a few steps, it pondered. This is reminiscent of the days in middle school when one would sneak away to fight in a secluded corner after class, engaging in a brawl while worrying about being discovered by a teacher. Indeed, at times, humans and animals are not so different. Gray Pill led Qian Ming to a small thicket, where a cat and a dog entered a concealed area within the foliage. Immediately, Gray Pill bared its teeth, exuding an air of ferocity. Qian Ming regarded it calmly. "Show your teeth at me now, but don't break them later," he thought. While Gray Pill was undeniably stronger, its chakra was not as abundant as Qian Ming's. In a real confrontation, the advantage would not lie with Gray Pill. Ultimately, it would come down to who had more hidden cards and who was more cunning. Clearly, a dog could not outsmart a human. Qian Ming remained relaxed, walking slowly and shifting positions, his eyes fixed on Gray Pill, scrutinizing its every movement. Although Gray Pill was baring its teeth, it did not dare to vocalize, fearing even from a distance that its owner might overhear. One could only hope that it would maintain this state. The standoff between the cat and the dog lasted a few seconds before Gray Pill suddenly lunged at Qian Ming. Claws extended and eyes fierce. Given its larger size, this assault was quite intimidating. However, Qian Ming sensed that while Gray Pill's momentum was strong, it was also clumsy and easy to evade. Thus, he refrained from using his Needle of the Hidden, instead deftly sidestepping and swiping at Gray Pill's side. Trained as it was, Gray Pill understood how to avoid injury, managing to evade the critical areas despite the attack. Though a few of its hairs were caught in the strike, it felt it still had a chance and quickly launched another offensive. This time, however, Gray Pill abandoned its awkward assault, opting instead for a more direct approach, using its robust physique to engage Qian Ming in close combat. Qian Ming, eager to hone his fighting skills, chose not to employ the Needle of the Hidden immediately, but instead danced around, seeking an opportunity to claw at Gray Pill. After several exchanges, he emerged mostly unscathed, while Gray Pill's fur bore several unsightly patches. Gray Pill's movements may be rapid, yet to my eyes, they appear exceedingly slow, revealing numerous flaws. Indeed, a cat lives up to its reputation, Qian Ming mused. Yet, my offensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. Even if I strike its body, I can only leave a minor mark, while a single bite from it could severely injure me. Qian Ming analyzed silently. Gray Pill showed no signs of surrender, clearly aware of this fact, even as a mere ninja dog. Moreover, it had yet to utilize any ninja techniques. After repeated attacks and subsequent counterstrikes, Gray Pill's patience reached its limit. No longer concerned about its owner, who was several paces away, it resolved to subdue the pesky cat before it. Consequently, chakra began to emanate from its body, significantly enhancing its offensive power. Qian Ming dared not approach, aware that Gray Pill's strength was formidable. He could not withstand a direct hit. Thus, a strategy of defense and counterattack seemed most prudent. However, he did not remain idle. Instead, he executed a subtle transformation. Transformation technique, Gray Pill. In the next moment, a diminutive version of Gray Pill appeared amidst the grass, grinning as it looked down at itself. This feels rather peculiar. The art of transformation does not genuinely alter one's form. Rather, it is a mere illusion of appearance, incapable of changing one's essence. For instance, one may still be a cat, albeit temporarily adopting the guise of a dog. The greater the transformation, the more energy it consumes. Hence, Qian Ming did not undergo a complete metamorphosis. Instead, she made only slight alterations to her shape. Gray Maru, momentarily bewildered, soon discerned the true identity of the creature before him through his keen sense of smell, and in a fit of rage, he charged forward. In the instant of impact, the little black cat reverted to her original form, curling into a ball. As Gray Maru's paw came crashing down, a piercing scream echoed from the corner of the playground. Onlookers turned to see a dog tumbling out of the bushes, followed closely by the black kitten emerging cautiously from the thicket. Gray Maru bore several bloody wounds from the encounter and felt an overwhelming fear towards Qian Ming. He dared not touch the black cat, retreating hastily despite his pain. Gray Maru, Qian Ming called out, as Inuzuka Hana and Noera Rin rushed over. Initially, Rin was concerned for her cat's safety, but upon witnessing the gory marks on Gray Maru's paw, she froze in fear. Fortunately, no vital organs were harmed, but swift medical attention was imperative, Hana concluded after a brief examination. "I'm so sorry." Rin promptly bowed in apology, standing before Qian Ming with an air of trepidation. The Inuzuka family was of noble lineage, after all. "Do not worry, little Rin." This skirmish was undoubtedly instigated by Gray Maru, who has long sought to confront Qian Ming. I never anticipated Qian Ming would prove to be this formidable. Hannah calmly assessed the situation, maintaining her composure despite the injuries to her nin dog. As others gathered around, they too were taken aback by Gray Maru's injuries. Is this the work of Qian Ming? She is merely 6 months old, yet she bested Gray Maru. This wild nin cat possesses extraordinary talent. Nishihibari Shihira chuckled softly. It appears these two will not be battling again anytime soon. Let us escort Gray Maru to the school infirmary. A little medical ninjutsu should suffice. Animal conflicts typically arise over territory or mates. Given that cats and dogs are inherently different, the cause could not be a dispute over mates. It was evident that the emergence and increasing strength of the nin cat had provoked Gray Maru's territorial instincts. In this encounter, Gray Maru faced a crushing defeat, necessitating a position of submission if he wished to reclaim his territory. For the time being, peace reigned within the class. However, when they were reassigned to different classes months later, Gray Maru would likely find it more challenging to meet Qian Ming. The effect of the needle Jizo is quite potent. Yet my chakra was insufficient to mitigate all the damage. I suspect the skin beneath my fur has turned red, mused Qian Ming inwardly. Nevertheless, compared to Gray Maru, her injuries would likely heal even without a trip to the infirmary, and in both appearance and essence, Gray Maru was far worse off. Her own fur remained pristine, while Gray Maru bore no fewer than 7 or 8 claw marks, and regaining his former smooth and attractive coat would undoubtedly take considerable time. With a complex expression, Noera Rin gently patted Chihiro's head and cautioned, "Though I am unaware of the method you employed to injure Gray Maru, such perilous attacks against comrades must not be repeated." Chihiro, unfazed, internally reflected, "Once I grow stronger, I shall no longer require ninjutsu." This encounter had illuminated the advantages of his feline lineage. Once he reached maturity, these ninja hounds would pose no threat. In that future, there would be no need to resort to the use of needle earth. Therefore, he nodded lightly. Inuzuka Hana escorted Gray Maru to the infirmary, and the practical training resumed as scheduled. Chihiro observed for a while, feeling a sense of tedium. The thrown shuriken appeared slow to him, and the students' clumsy techniques often failed to inflict any significant damage. In essence, it was a case of inexperienced combatants flailing at one another. Of course, this was true for some ninjas. Renowned names such as Ninjutsu Rado and Yamashiro Aoi displayed a level of skill that was indeed captivating to behold. After a brief period of observation, Chihiro redirected his focus to his system interface. Having engaged Gray Maru in battle, he completed a territorial conquest task, thereby earning an additional 300 points. Coupled with the over 200 points gained from defeating Gray Maru, he now possessed a total of 610 points, sufficient to exchange for 2 servings of specialized cat food for ninjas. Yet, he harbored a dream, a tenfold draw. The thrill of lottery draws is a man's romance, especially the moment of uncertainty and excitement before the prizes are revealed, an experience unattainable through mere exchanges. The lottery panel resembled a game of Russian roulette, adorned with 20 prizes, the least desirable being items such as scratching posts and climbing frames. While the most coveted was the lion's roar technique, developed by Jiraiya, akin to needle earth. However, due to a lack of confidence in his own fur color, he opted to exchange for a serving of specialized ninja cat food, saving the remaining 300 points for a future tenfold draw. The effects of the specialized ninja cat food surely surpassed those of the ordinary variety, though the exact nature of its superiority remained unclear. One could surmise that its higher cost was justified, at least in terms of flavor and psychological satisfaction. As for the extravagant 1,000-point gourmet cat food, that was far too lavish a notion to entertain at present. Is Obito about to take the stage? Chihiro caught sight of a flash of green and eagerly squirmed to the front, while Noera Rin, after much effort, managed to follow and restrained him once more. She truly could not afford to let go of this mischievous cat. Remember, neither party is permitted to use ninjutsu outside of the curriculum, though shuriken manipulation is unrestricted, reiterated Noera Shizuhira. He, too, was reluctant, but Obito faced a member of the Uchiha clan who harbored long-standing grievances against him. Thus, as a teacher, he had to repeat the warning to prevent any underhanded tactics. The two bowed slightly, and then simultaneously formed the necessary hand seals. As they did so, Obito's Uchiha opponent sneered, his expression decidedly unfriendly. He had long wished to teach Obito a lesson. Especially today, he found Obito's peculiar attire to be a source of embarrassment for their shared clan. However, following the hand seals, Obito immediately sprang into action. a departure from his usual style. In the past, Obito was rather rigid, rushing into confrontations with a straightforward approach. As Chihiro would put it, he displayed a complete lack of positioning and poor awareness, a quintessential bronze-level fighter. However, he has now transformed significantly, demonstrating an improved understanding of preemptive movement and seemingly devising his own strategies. Yet, these advancements hold little value. True strength cannot be attained merely by altering minor details. While Obito possesses considerable talent, it is evident that Might Guy is not an exceptionally skilled instructor. His teachings primarily revolve around encouraging Obito to run and instructing him in physical techniques. But the practical application of these skills appears to be a challenge even for Guy himself. After a few exchanges, Obito found himself with several cuts from shurikens, presenting a rather pitiful sight. However, his opponent also bore the brunt of the clash, with bruised eyes and a swollen lip. Chihiro felt an urge to applaud Obito. What should one do when surrounded in a fight? Focus on delivering relentless blows to one opponent, ensuring that even if one suffers, the adversary does not emerge unscathed. Obito has now mastered this principle. He engaged in close combat, denying his opponent any opportunity to utilize ninjutsu or shurikens, transforming what would typically be a ninja battle into a street brawl. Of course, such a tactic could not last indefinitely. Once his opponent executed a substitution technique to create distance, they could exploit their own strengths to defeat Obito. However, in the very next moment after his clansman attempted to create space, Obito decisively raised his hand, exclaiming, "Teacher, I concede." Both sides halted. Shiranui Shurtake, somewhat taken aback, promptly called for a stop. Obito's clansman was bewildered. After enduring a flurry of punches that left him battered, he had finally managed to create distance to deploy his ninjutsu only to find his opponent surrendering. Not just him, but the rest of the classmates were equally astonished. Obito was not typically known for his cunning, nor was Might Guy characterized by such traits. Guy revered passion and perseverance, refusing to relent until he had exhausted every ounce of energy. Yet, Obito's current demeanor bore a resemblance to the former Kakashi, displaying a similar shrewdness. Of course, that was a thing of the past. Following the death of White Fang, Kakashi's combat style underwent a profound transformation, losing the agility of his youth. Well, it seems that although Obito has been influenced by Guy, he has not reached the same level as Akai. It can be considered a temporary phase of youthful exuberance. Chihiro mused, feeling a quiet relief. Yet, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Indeed, individuals like Akai and Lee, exceptional talents, are rare gems that appear only once in a decade, and Obito clearly falls short of that caliber. Furthermore, he may not be capable of mastering the 8 gates, a fact that Might Guy is undoubtedly aware of. Obito's true passion lies not in physical techniques, but in his long-cherished Sharingan. Otherwise, he would not be seen constantly wearing those protective goggles. However, mastering the 8 gates requires a ninja's full concentration on physical training, unlike Might Guy. Unlike his father, Might Dai, or his disciple, Rock Lee, who cannot practice ninjutsu. Akai possesses a natural aptitude for ninjutsu, but has chosen to forsake it in favor of dedicating himself entirely to physical techniques. The injured were taken to the medical room for treatment, while the others continued with their practical combat lessons. The teacher calmly announced, "In the realm of practical combat, bloodshed is inevitable. As long as it does not result in a fatal injury, all remains within acceptable bounds." The wounds sustained by Obito and his kin fall within this tolerable range. However, should the fighting persist, the outcome could become uncertain. Chihiro observed quietly, sensing the intensity radiating from the Uchiha clan member, reminiscent of a plea to linger after school. Upon Obito's return to the Uchiha, he is likely to face scrutiny. Reflecting on his own situation, Chihiro realized he would be of no assistance to Obito, and thus decided to refrain from intervening. "Obito, may fortune favor you," he mused. Yet, Chihiro did not perceive this as entirely disadvantageous. Obito's previous lack of familial support stemmed from his failure to demonstrate worth. After this confrontation, should he endure further punishment within the clan, it might paradoxically elevate his status through a unique form of publicity. Lying there, Chihiro pondered extensively, though his thoughts bore little fruit. After all, he was merely a cat. Next, the stage was set for the duel between Kurenai Yuhi and Rin Noera. This was not a contest of equal caliber. While Kurenai was unable to utilize Jinjutsu, her proficiency with Shuriken and Kunai far surpassed that of Rin. However, Rin's objective was not to defeat Kurenai, but rather to survive the encounter, for her ambition was to become a medical ninja. Every medical ninja becomes a prime target for enemy shinobi, akin to a sentiment from Chihiro's previous life in gaming, where one would prioritize eliminating the healer above all else. The battle persisted for a considerable duration, culminating in a stalemate, Kurenai's lack of genjutsu likely prolonging the conflict. Eventually, the combat concluded, and Inuzuka Hana returned with her companion, Gamaru. The efficacy of medical ninjutsu was remarkable. Gamaru's paw, untouched by bandages, appeared to be in pristine condition, at least superficially. However, psychologically, Gamaru's wounds were evidently unresolved. Upon noticing Chihiro's gaze, his injured paw began to tremble. Had he been traumatized? Such fragility was disconcerting. The Inuzuka clan needed to bolster their psychological training for their shinobi beasts, Chihiro silently critiqued. Hana continuously offered reassurances, remaining on the sidelines and abstaining from combat. After a prolonged period of comfort, Gamaru gradually settled down, yet it was clear he lacked the courage to engage Chihiro again, at least until he deemed himself sufficiently powerful. Chihiro felt a tinge of disappointment. If only Gamaru had been braver, he might have accrued more points. Conceding after a single skirmish was hardly commendable. Did Guy or Kakashi ever shy away after multiple defeats? Each time, they confronted their challenges head-on. His gaze wandered, searching for potential sources of points. However, apart from the inconspicuous extras, individuals like Noara Hiroshi and Uchiha Izumi were not ones to offend lightly. After careful consideration, he concluded that the duo guarding the entrance might be the most vulnerable targets. Yet, they seemed too honest and easily intimidated, lacking any valuables worth pilfering. After some contemplation, he decided to entertain the idea of visiting the Little Red Bean, Akamichi Karui. One must cherish the innocence of youth, for once they grow older, nostalgia may arrive too late. With Rin still absent, he resolved to stealthily seek out Akamichi's classroom. Located adjacent to the playground, finding her was a simple task, as she habitually occupied the last row. Quietly, he made his way over, swiftly spotting the young girl. She sat quietly in her seat, nibbling on meatballs. From the teacher's perspective, it was easy to discern if students were engaging in mischief, especially since the instructors were seasoned educators. However, the antics of the Little Red Bean were evidently not subtle enough. Yet, the teacher chose not to expose her. It had become a habit. Each day, countless students failed to pay attention, and if the teacher were to discipline each one, the lesson would never progress, consumed by reprimands. For instance, there was another student in the class named Gale of Moonlight, who had been frail and weak since childhood. The trouble was, every time the teacher reached a crucial point, this child would begin to cough violently. Having endured the presence of this troublesome child for over a year, the teacher still could not ascertain whether the cough was intentional. All in all, it was exhausting, and the teacher felt no desire to comment. As the Little Red Bean poked at another meatball, preparing to eat, a shadow darted forward. And in the next moment, the meatball in her hand had vanished. She stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before looking down to see a small black cat. Though her meatball had been snatched away, the sight of the black cat lifted her spirits. Touching its soft fur instantly banished any lingering negativity. She carefully scooped up the cat, feeling its delightful softness. How incredibly tender. The Little Red Bean's eyes sparkled with delight as her hands eagerly caressed the creature, her face radiating indescribable joy, while internally, she felt a profound regret. How wonderful it would be to have a cat. Why had she not requested one sooner? While ordinary cats were common, a ninja cat was a rare treasure. Once past this village, the chance to acquire one would be scarce. Having a ninja cat would indeed be a splendid experience. The black cat reveled in the attention. The little girl's touch was exquisitely gentle, her hands wielding a perfect balance of pressure, akin to that of a masterful artisan. So adorable. The Little Red Bean's affection grew. Unfortunately, the initial encounter had not allowed her the opportunity to seize the moment. Upon their next meeting, the cat belonged to someone else. If only she could relive that moment. She would not let the chance to nurture the black cat slip away. Lost in thought, she noticed the name tag around the cat's neck, Qian Ming, Noara Rin. She recognized the name. It belonged to a girl living upstairs who was slightly older than her. Thus, it seemed that Qian Ming was indeed the cat's name. How peculiar. Why not name it Little Black? She pondered. Just then, the teacher cleared her throat, saying, certain students should refrain from mischief and focus on the lesson. A wave of students shifted in their seats, including the Little Red Bean, who halted her actions and turned her attention to the blackboard. However, in her moment of distraction, Qian Ming wriggled free from her grasp. It had spotted a new target, Gale of Moonlight. Were it not for his incessant coughing, she might not have noticed the talent lurking in her class. Speaking of which, where was Suki no Yuzuki? As she watched the little black cat escape her embrace, Yuwashi Akari felt an urge to pursue it. Yet, recalling she was in class and noticing the teacher's gaze upon her, she could only watch as the black cat darted forward. Please, don't let it be discovered, she anxiously thought. Qian Ming possessed remarkable stealth, being a creature of darkness. It moved silently, easily evading detection amidst the distractions of inattentive students. Amidst the sound of coughing, it effortlessly approached Gale of Moonlight. However, as it drew near, Gale's cough seemed to intensify, persisting without respite. After a prolonged moment, the teacher sensed something amiss. Jifeng, are you all right? Cough, 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 I don't know. The Moonlight Jifeng's face flushed as he coughed. I know, you have a cat allergy. The instigator lurked in the background, initially intending to withdraw, but upon noticing the steady increase in points, decided to linger a while longer. Young man, your worth is on par with Asuma. The violent coughing caused unease among the entire class. If there was anyone in the school whom no one dared to provoke, it was undoubtedly the Moonlight Jifeng. Though he appeared frail, he possessed formidable swordsmanship, making him a force to be reckoned with, despite his poor health. However, it was not so dire as to warrant such extreme coughing. The sound he produced seemed as though he might cough up a lung. The teacher on stage furrowed his brow slightly. Not being a medical ninja, he was not well versed in Jifeng's condition, but he had never seen such exaggeration from him before. Clearly, today was unusual. Perhaps I should take my leave. That coughing is rather severe. After squatting for a while, Qian Ming felt a twinge of guilt and began to back away. Do as you please, but do no harm. Should anything truly befall the Moonlight Jifeng, the Moonlight clan would undoubtedly hunt him down to his very home, and even the reputation of the Noera family might not suffice to protect him. Besides, it was merely a matter of points. It was not as if he intended to cause harm. Qian Ming lowered his footsteps, quietly returning to the side of the little red being. Initially puzzled, Hongdo began to suspect the situation upon seeing the black cat return. It seemed likely that the Moonlight Jifeng had been caught in a predicament due to this cat. Poor Jifeng. It seemed he would never be able to coexist with cats in his lifetime. Hongdo felt a pang of sympathy for the young boy from the Moonlight family. Being unable to embrace a cat was indeed a great tragedy in life. After Qian Ming had distanced himself, the coughing finally ceased. Teacher, I am sorry. Jifeng stood and bowed in apology. Seeing the bewildered expression on Moonlight Jifeng's face, the teacher could not bring himself to scold further, though a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. What had transpired moments ago? He pondered and, out of concern, suggested, if you are feeling unwell, you may return home to recuperate. You should have grasped today's lessons fully. Missing one class will not be detrimental. Thank you, teacher. Moonlight Jifeng hesitated for a moment before decisively gathering his belongings to head home. He too found the situation perplexing. Why had he suddenly begun to cough so violently? After packing his books, he exited through the main door. As he approached the back door, the sensation resurfaced. He inexplicably began to cough again. A few steps forward, and he spotted Hongdo at the back door, cradling a small black cat, a half-year-old kitten. He paid it little mind and hastened onward, but after walking a short distance, he began to ponder the oddity of it all. Could it be the cat? He paused for a moment, feeling quite comfortable, then retraced his steps back to the back door. Qian Ming assumed that Moonlight Jifeng had departed and sighed in relief, continuing to create mischief around the area to earn points, not immediately making his escape. As the moonlight and swift winds returned, they chanced upon Qian Ming, who was playfully toying with a front-row girl's hair. A sudden, violent cough erupted from the back door, causing Qian Ming to retract her paw immediately, startling Xia Hongdu as well. The individual at the back turned around, witnessing the fierce coughing and the unfriendly gaze of the swift wind. The mystery was solved. The reason for the coughing was this cat, who had been right behind him moments ago. Is there something wrong, Swiftwind? The teacher inquired, puzzled. Teacher, Xia Hongdu not only eats dumplings but also plays with cats, Moonlight Swiftwind reported expressionlessly, bowing slightly before departing. Xia Hongdu was left bewildered. After all, they were classmates. Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless in public? Xia Hongdu, stand and listen to the lecture. A chilling command resonated throughout the classroom. With a pouting expression, she rose, mentally cursing Moonlight Swiftwind several times, only to glance down and see the little black cat had also vanished. A wave of sorrow washed over her. She had been enjoying her time with the cat, and the dumpling had tasted delightful. How had both suddenly disappeared? Moonlight Swiftwind, you scoundrel. I'm sorry, Xiahongdu, but I must ask you to bear this burden for me. Qian Ming quietly slipped out of the classroom. She was well aware that Moonlight Swiftwind had uncovered the truth, thus setting Xiahongdu up for this plight. Yet, it was a predicament she could not voice. After all, she was merely a cat. Moonlight Swiftwind glanced back at the little black cat, contemplating a confrontation with Qian Ming, but ultimately deciding against it, disheartened by the thought of another bout of harsh coughing. He turned and left the school, leaving Xiahongdu in a dire predicament. The phrase losing both money and resources perfectly encapsulated her current state. Not only had she lost her cat, but also her dumpling, and now faced the humiliation of being punished with standing in class. In contrast, Qian Ming thrived. Though the students in the class were weak, the collective mischief of a group of unruly children had accumulated over 600 points, and with the 300 on hand, she had just crossed the threshold of 1,000. What a windfall! Qian Ming joyfully dashed forward, eager to evade capture and reprimand, but in the next instant, collided with a foot. Looking up, she found herself face to face with a silver-haired figure, exuding an air of arrogance. Kakashi. What was he doing at school? Hadn't he already become a Nin? Instinctively, Qian Ming took a step back. Kakashi crouched down, his expression as impassive as ever as he scrutinized the little black cat, then glanced at Xiahongdu standing not far off, and said, "What mischief are you up to this time?" "Meow," Qian Ming responded cautiously, wary of provoking Kakashi, for she sensed that beneath his jovial exterior lay a darker intent. What mischief could lead to your standing punishment? Qian Ming felt utterly perplexed. "I merely called out. How could you presume to know my intentions? Why not establish a veterinary clinic with such prowess?" However, Kakashi's demeanor shifted as he chuckled coldly, lifting her up and surveying the surroundings as he made his way toward the venue of the practical lesson. This ninja cat had an owner. Although he could scarcely recall who Noera Rin was, he was certain he could recognize her face. After all, they had once been classmates. And despite the 4 years that had passed, Kakashi had an excellent memory. Qian Ming struggled incessantly, yet could not extricate himself from Kakashi's grasp. Though he contemplated utilizing the needle of the earth, the cunning nature of Kakashi deterred him from this perilous notion, wishing to avoid being dragged away from Konoha again. "Oh, Kakashi?" Noera Shitachi immediately recognized him. "Teacher Noera," Kakashi replied with a respectful bow, although he had graduated at the tender age of 5. Deeming that he had gleaned little from his time here, his sentiments were not directed at Noera Shitachi. Rather, he perceived the academy's standards as simply lacking. Nevertheless, he held a considerable respect for his instructors. It might have escaped from another class while causing mischief. "I believe it is best to return it to its original owner," Kakashi remarked, holding the cat. Noera Rin quickly approached. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she accepted the little black cat from Kakashi's hands. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, Kakashi bowed slightly once more to Noera Shitachi and vanished in an instant. The girl was momentarily taken aback, but offered no further clarification. How infuriating. That guy remains so rude. Obito grumbled, although he had to admit that some of Kakashi's words from the day before held merit, and that today's practical lesson had indeed employed some of those concepts. He still found Kakashi's demeanor quite disagreeable. Such isolation would inevitably lead to a lack of friends. "He has already surpassed me by leaps and bounds," Noera Shitachi mused, having kept a watchful eye on Kakashi since his departure from his class. He felt a sense of pride in his student's swift development, yet found his peculiar temperament disconcerting. "I hope someone can change him," this teacher silently wished, for if this continued, Kakashi might find himself joining Root or the Umbu, seeking new companions. That would not be a favorable path. Both the Umbu and Root undertook perilous and shadowy missions, a dire choice for Kakashi, whose own psychological issues would only exacerbate. "You've been naughty again, always so restless." Noera Rin scolded the black cat, who crouched on the ground, offering no rebuttal or resistance, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. Yet, given another opportunity, he would still seek out trouble. There was no alternative. Without venturing out, there were no points to earn. Without points, one could not grow stronger. If only his system were not that of a tyrant, but rather a leisurely one, allowing him to accumulate points while lounging at home, who would willingly expose themselves to the risk of confrontation with others. Life was not easy, and the cat sighed. At long last, when Noera Rin concluded her reprimand, the day's lessons were nearing their end. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was not as rigorous as that of Qian Ming's previous schooling, often consisting of half-days, with afternoons reserved for lessons only occasionally extending late. Originally, Noera Rin had intended to take Qian Ming to explore the more bustling streets of Konoha. However, upon learning of Qian Ming's mischief in another class that afternoon, she opted not to return home, but instead waited outside the classroom with him. Only after the class of Mitarashi Anko concluded did she lead the little black cat to apologize to the teacher. Such was her nature. Qian Ming felt exasperated, merely following her lead with his head bowed. Naturally, a teacher would not harbor ill will toward a mere cat, and as for Mitarashi Anko, her habit of snacking during class and petting the cat was undeniable. Being made to stand for an entire lesson was hardly unjust. Still, she bore a lingering sense of grievance. After school, while wandering with Lin, Xia Hongdu pressed her fingers gently yet indignantly against the neck of the black cat, exclaiming, "You are truly ungrateful. You evade every predicament faster than anyone else." Miao Qianming feigned pain, emitting a feline cry. Although barely 10 days had passed since their crossing, it had already grasped the nuances of sounds that could soften a girl's heart and the art of adorableness to alleviate her grievances. Indeed, adorableness is an essential skill for any cat. As anticipated, Xia Hongdu promptly released her grip, her anger dissipating significantly, yet she could not refrain from scolding, feigning pity. "I didn't even squeeze hard. Ha ha ha, it was clever and cunning. Next time it aired, one could simply reprimand it." Lin wore a radiant smile. She was reluctant to scold the little black cat herself, yet she felt no qualms if others chastised it for its misdeeds, perhaps only feeling a twinge of sympathy afterward. After all, it was merely a cat. How could it comprehend so much? Xia Hongdu stroked her head and then caressed the soft fur of the cat. It was so soft, so smooth, so comfortable. Why hadn't she considered adopting one earlier? Lost in her thoughts, she absent-mindedly petted the cat while chatting with Lin and Qian Ming about a myriad of topics, lacking any central theme. When Xia Hongdu finally regained her senses and looked up, she realized they were almost home. Standing by the entrance was a man whose appearance was exceedingly sinister. Upon seeing him, Qian Ming shivered. He felt more akin to a terrifying serpent than a human. Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin. What puzzled him was the complex emotions swirling in Orochimaru's eyes: sadness, hesitation, helplessness, all mingled together, and there was a trace of tenderness in his gaze directed at Xia Hongdu. What was happening? Yet curiosity can be fatal for a cat. Not wishing to perish or associate with Orochimaru, Qian Ming recognized the identity of the figure but refrained from any further action. "Lin, we have a guest at home." "I apologize, it's fine. I was planning to take Qian Ming out for a stroll anyway. You go ahead." Lin gently ruffled Xia Hongdu's hair, her heart heavy with concern for her. After the two departed, Xia Hongdu returned to the front of her home and bowed to Orochimaru. Though she did not recognize him, she vaguely remembered that he was an important figure in Konoha, seemingly a superior of her father. "Xia Hongdu, your father will not be returning. He entrusted me with your care." Orochimaru finally conveyed the grim reality to the 6-year-old girl, his tone softened slightly, though still blunt, which was, for him, a rather gentle manner of speaking. Xia Hongdu felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. He would not return. Her father had perished in battle? Something must have happened to her family. Lin moved a little further away and spoke to the little black cat. Although she did not recognize Orochimaru, she had witnessed that scene far too often in recent years. Each time a family member fell, the expressions of the Jonin delivering the news mirrored his. An overwhelming sorrow enveloped the moment. Qian Ming glanced at her, unable to articulate its thoughts. Even if it could speak, it would be at a loss for words in such a somber instance. In recent years, the death of ninjas has become a commonplace occurrence. Although Mitarashi Anko's father possessed formidable strength, the demise of elite ninjas in battle is not particularly surprising. Such is the nature of war. However, despite this understanding, it is only natural for one to feel discomfort when friends face familial tragedies. Thus, the atmosphere between the two, one person and one cat, grew rather somber. "I must strive to become a great medical ninja like Lady Tsunade, to save my comrades and companions," declared Noera Rin with unwavering determination. "The medical profession cannot save the ninja world," Chikami silently mused. Nonetheless, he harbored no objections to Rin's choice. Given her disposition, the role of a combat ninja would not suit her. Rather, as a medical ninja, she could fully utilize her talents. If she were to survive, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional healer. Yet, it must be noted that Tsunade is not solely a master of medical ninjutsu. Her combat prowess is also remarkable. No matter how hard Rin strives, it may prove challenging to match Tsunade's capabilities. Subsequently, Chikami placed a paw gently upon her hand, an unspoken promise of unwavering support, regardless of her decisions. Of course, this sentiment remained unvoiced, and whether Rin could comprehend it was uncertain. However, judging by her beaming expression, she likely understood. With Chikami nestled in her arms, Rin ambled along the streets of Konoha, unknowingly arriving at Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital? Is this the beginning of my internship? Chikami pondered. Slightly perplexed. I used to attend medical classes regularly after lessons, but I haven't been back since I adopted you. Is this all my fault? Clearly, you have been engrossed in playing with me, and now you blame your time lost on me? Chikami thought, feeling quite innocent. Yet, he soon found solace in the realization that, much like the fervor of youthful boys in his past life, such vigor dissipates rapidly, giving way to a more sage demeanor. Those who revel in the company of cats likely experience something similar. Indeed, it seems that the insightful Akatsuki had foreseen this. Lost in his thoughts, he could only emit a soft meow of mild protest. Rin affectionately stroked him and gently said, I must head to the medical class now. You should return home on your own and refrain from wandering about. Understood? She was well aware that Chikami comprehended her words. Over the past few days, Rin had come to recognize just how intelligent Chikami was, and he certainly knew the way home. Her only concern was whether he would obediently return. Her apprehension lingered. But if no one happened to cross her path? Ah, Lee. Hey, girl. Do you need any assistance? Lee exclaimed, rushing over with a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He did not harbor any particular thoughts about Rin. His attention was entirely captured by the ninja cat. Since their last meeting, he had been unable to forget about Chikami. His interest in cats was non-existent. Rather, he cherished the camaraderie he experienced during their training runs. Having a ninja cat like Chikami seemed quite appealing. However, Chikami was not at all inclined to encounter him. Upon seeing Akai, it instinctively began to retreat, attempting to flee. However, its body remained under the control of another, and unless it inflicted harm upon Noera Rin with a hidden needle, it felt there was no need to resort to such measures. After all, Noera Rin meant well, and the thought of harming her weighed heavily on Chikami's conscience. Akai, could you possibly assist in escorting Chikami back to my home while you train? I must attend medical class and am concerned it won't return, Noera Rin explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Akai's face lit up with enthusiasm as he patted his chest, proclaiming, Fear not, I shall take care of it. Chikami regarded him with a cold stare, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect. Hey there, little black cat, we can exercise together again. Don't you miss my youthful vigor? No, not at all. The little black cat replied, glancing around as it watched Noera Rin enter the hospital. After Akai ran for a while, he set Chikami down, but the moment its paws touched the ground, it bolted, swiftly slipping between two houses. Do you wish to race me? Mighty Guy quickly pursued, though at 9 years old. He was not particularly robust, and the narrow gap proved too constricting for him. His speed was remarkable. Despite cats being naturally swift, Chikami, being only half a year old, could not compete with Akai's pace, honed by numerous cat-catching missions in Konoha. Upon landing, Akai instinctively reached out to catch it, only to feel as though he had grasped a hedgehog, sharp pains shooting through his hand. He reflexively released his hold. In the next moment, Chikami slipped from his grasp and vanished into the woods. Inspecting his palm, he noted a multitude of red dots, akin to needle pricks, and crucially, he sensed that the creature had not exerted its full strength. It must have employed some form of ninjutsu. Understanding ninjutsu at such a young age was far more impressive than the foolish dogs of Kakashi's household. Regret flooded Akai. Why had he signed a ninja turtle? A cat would have sufficed. Yet, a moment later, he recalled Noera Rin's request. The girl had entrusted him with the task of delivering Chikami home. And now that the ninja cat had escaped, what would he say upon her inquiry? He initially intended to abandon the pursuit, but, driven by urgency, he dashed after it once more. Chikami raced through the forest, determined to reach home without pause, preferring the safety of its abode over falling into Akai's clutches. Akai chased desperately, accustomed to running over 500 laps around Konoha each day, and soon recognized the familiar path leading from the hospital to the civilian district. Did it know the way? Mighty Guy was taken aback. Realizing he could not catch up in his normal state, he pushed himself further. Suddenly, Chikami sensed the explosive surge of chakra and glanced back, only to see Akai darting through the forest with agility comparable to its own. The chakra emanating from him clearly indicated he had opened the 8 gates. Was it truly necessary? Alarmed, The little black cat exerted itself even more. But being only half a year old, it soon realized it was running out of steam. The small black cat, I sense a profound connection between us. Why not join me? I assure you, I can cultivate your strength to great heights. Akai rushed to Qian Ming's side, breathless. Despite his efforts, at his age, he could barely open the third gate. Merely unlocking the first gate consumed the majority of his stamina. In pursuit of the title of caretaker, the pooper scooper. You even opened the eighth gate. Was such fervor truly necessary? Moreover, who feels a connection with you? Guy, observing Qian Ming's playful ignorance, squatted down and said irritably, I know you are intelligent. Let us communicate sincerely without pretense. The cat's meow, though lacking in significance, was overshadowed by Qian Ming's expression, which conveyed everything: contempt, disdain, and a touch of arrogance and scorn. Akai found it hard to fathom how a cat could exhibit such a rich and profound array of emotions, though silent. It articulated everything plainly. This was a clear indication of its disregard for him. Why? Meow? Qian Ming let out a sound that, though devoid of human language, inexplicably made Akai feel as if he understood. It seemed to imply, do you not comprehend? Guy felt deeply wounded. He believed he shared a bond with Qian Ming, only to realize he was perceived as foolish in the cat's eyes. This scene struck a familiar chord within him. He fell into contemplation, and before he knew it, Qian Ming had slipped away. He gazed at the cat's retreating figure, and a fleeting image of someone crossed his mind. The son of White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. Both bore an air of arrogance. Even in a cat, your shadow lingers. Kakashi, you are indeed my rival. Guy wept bitterly. However, he quickly regained his spirits and shouted into the void, I will never give up. Such persistence. Guy was a stubborn individual. He had fixated on Kakashi for a lifetime, eventually leading to a deep friendship. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament. Qian Ming could not quite grasp what it was about him that attracted Guy. If Akai were more communicative, or if he could speak, he would surely inquire what made him appealing and swiftly adapt. Unfortunately, Akai was exceedingly difficult to communicate with, and without the ability to speak human language, Qian Ming could not engage in a normal conversation with him. Among spirit beasts, many were proficient in human languages. The marketplace offered various options for language exchange, including rewards on lottery lists. The items on the lottery list were far more intricate. A variety of animal languages, human languages, and even the natural tongues of flora and fauna could be acquired, though the probabilities varied. To exchange for a human language cost 2,000, while ordinary tongues of dogs and sheep required only a few hundred. Conversely, the language of plants and trees was the most elusive and expensive, often found shrouded in gray in the marketplace. Based on Qian Ming's deductions, it seemed he lacked the qualifications for such an exchange. Plants and trees do not speak. Understanding their voices requires more than mere effort. It likely necessitates a prerequisite of mystical chakra as well. Upon returning home, he found that Yawahara Zay had not yet arrived. While Yawahara K was busy preparing ingredients for dinner, Qian Ming settled into his cozy nook and retrieved the specialized food for ninja cats from his inventory, consuming another serving. It faintly sensed that after consuming the cat food, a certain transformation occurred within its body. However, after a prolonged examination, it could discern no discernible condition and reluctantly decided to momentarily abandon the inquiry. Perhaps, through accumulation, it might eventually unveil the superiority of this cat food over those costing 100. Presently, it was far more preoccupied with another matter, the lottery. A tin draw required 1,000 points, and it had already gathered just over 1,000 during its time in the academy. Additionally, after a fortunate encounter with a certain character, it had earned over 100 more, bringing its total to exceed 1,200, ample for a tin draw. Should it take the plunge? It found itself in a quandary. Its faith in its luck was tenuous, yet the allure of the lottery lay in its paradox. Even when one is keenly aware of the unlikelihood of fortune favoring them, the temptation to test one's luck remains irresistible. 1,000 points does not seem overly excessive, does it? Qian Ming was engulfed in indecision. Hey, little one, you're back so early. Why do you look so peculiar? Upon hearing her husband's voice, Yoshihara K immediately peeked out. Startled by the voice, Qian Ming snapped back to reality, only to find Yoshiharazawa standing before it, causing it to leap up in fright. Yoshiharazawa couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, remarking, even cats can be lost in thought. This little one was startled back to attention. Owning a ninja cat is indeed a delightful endeavor, though it does incur considerable expenses. Yoshihara K sighed heavily. Unlike ordinary cats, which can thrive on a varied diet as long as no taboo foods are given, a ninja cat must be robust for future battles. To ensure its strength, it must be fed meat. And meat is hardly inexpensive. In the future, when Shaolin enters the battlefield, this little creature will serve as a valuable ally, and it has brought much joy to Shaolin. So we shall invest our efforts accordingly. Yoshiharazawa smiled, saying little more, and playfully engaged with the little black cat before rising to enter the house and settle into his seat for a rest. Qian Ming exhaled in relief. Just as it had been grappling with the decision to draw or not, it found itself startled by the sudden appearance of a large face. It reclined once more, its gaze fixated on the panel. To draw or not to draw? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, it glanced at Yoshiharazawa not far away and recalled the character pursuing it. Let us take a chance, from a bicycle to a motorcycle. Exchange, 10 draws. The spinning wheel materialized, displaying 20 types of prizes, with the number 11 emblazoned at its center. Qian Ming surveyed the options, feeling a slight reassurance. The wheel lacked disappointing rewards such as thank you for playing or discount vouchers. All 20 prizes were tangible items. As for their utility, that was another matter entirely. Drawlet gritted its teeth and, with a swift motion of its paw, struck the spinning button. In truth, the act of drawing did not necessitate such theatrics. Merely focusing one's intent would set the wheel in motion. However, Qian Ming felt that this gesture imbued the moment with a sense of ritual, enhancing the likelihood of securing something worthwhile. To put it simply, it was the mystique of luck. Congratulations. You have won the prize dried fish from the land of waterfalls, 10 pieces. Reward automatically delivered to your item space. Dried fish. Well, at least it was a decent snack. Qian Ming glanced up and spotted Yahara sitting nearby, engrossed in a book. He quietly slipped outside to conceal himself among the bushes and retrieved a piece of dried fish. The moment he pulled it out, regret washed over him. The fish was truly small, scarcely larger than the palm of his hand. He extended his tongue to lick the fish into his mouth, and before he could fully appreciate its flavor, it had already been chewed and swallowed. Nevertheless, the taste was quite delightful, seemingly more exquisite than the morsels offered by Aido. He drew again. Congratulations, you have received a special cat food. Congratulations, you have obtained a recyclable iron ball within a certain range. An iron ball? Is this considered a toy for ninja cats, or a tool? Regardless, it was certainly preferable to cat food. The recyclable iron could serve as a concealed weapon in critical moments, making it the most useful item he had acquired thus far from 3 attempts. Congratulations, you have obtained a quick effect scratching board after several more attempts, with only 2 draws remaining. He had yet to procure anything of value, and the scratching board he had just received was already damaged. This item was indeed effective. It required only a few strokes to achieve the most comfortable state for his claws, while also providing an outlet for his pent-up anger and dissatisfaction. The only downside was its fragility. However, it mattered little. His inventory still contained 2 quick-effect scratching boards and 39 pieces of dried fish from the land of raging waters, along with 1 special cat food as consumables. He continued to draw. Ninja cat outerwear. Another draw. Congratulations, you have acquired the language of canines. The language of canines? What use is this to me to bully Gray? Qian Ming fell into deep contemplation. He possessed numerous items, and while they were not entirely useless, he felt as though he had been shortchanged. Sigh, there are no shortcuts in a cat's life. Perhaps I should refrain from drawing anymore. What utility did the canine language offer? After much reflection, he struggled to discern its value. The most significant use appearing to be the ability to communicate with foolish dogs in the future. Beyond that, it served little purpose, as there was hardly anything to discuss with dogs. As a cat, Qian Ming held a certain disdain for those foolish canines, finding them clumsy and rather dull. Of course, this prejudice was somewhat unfounded. After all, he had only been a cat for a mere 10 days, but it did not hinder him from quickly developing contempt for another species. Disdain requires no justification. He consumed a dozen pieces of dried fish from the land of raging waters in one breath. Remarkably, given that the land of raging waters was rich in waterfalls, even the dried fish retained a semblance of the tenderness and texture of fresh fish. Naturally, this was all from a cat's perspective. To humans, these dried fish might not be as delectable. After all, the palates of cats and humans differ to some extent. Qian Ming returned indoors and lay down to ponder his next course of action. Undoubtedly, drawing was an endless pit. In the future, he might occasionally test his luck when he had spare points, but for now, he could not afford to squander them recklessly. At present, the path to prosperity remained distant. Ninja Cat's specialty food, human language, and the spiral pill. Although these three forms of human language require 2,000 points, they are far more attainable compared to the 5,000 needed for the spiral sphere or the uncertain number of meals required for the special food for ninja cats to yield significant results. It is prudent to first learn to speak, at least to enable communication with others, lest one finds oneself speaking to an indifferent audience. This is especially true in the current situation with Guy, where the inability to converse is indeed frustrating. Regrettably, Qian Ming has not discovered any exchanges for transformation. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly top the list of desired exchanges. As for the transformation technique, it possesses considerable flaws. While ninja beasts can temporarily transform, the issue of dissipating upon contact aside, one must first address the challenge of walking upright on hind legs for an extended duration. This is a skill it lacks, and the marketplace offers no such exchanges. Although cats can manage to walk upright for 3 or 4 steps, maintaining that stance continuously would be quite taxing for them. If the transformation were to leave them crawling like the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan, it would be more dignified to remain a cat. With these thoughts, it sighed softly. Perhaps being a cat is not so bad. At least, with the System S support, there is no worry about sustenance or the path to strength. As long as it continues to take risks, its power should grow without issue, and once it can speak human language, life will undoubtedly improve day by day. The little black cat reassured itself, yet a glance at the lonely 3-digit number on the panel prompted another wave of lamentation. How foolish it had been to squander points. Had it not engaged in the lottery, it would soon have been able to exchange for human language, rather than needing to accumulate over 1,800 points. In its frustration, it lay on the mat, feeling utterly deflated. "Father, what is wrong with Qian Ming? Why does it seem so listless?" Lin Yawahara returned and, upon seeing the dejected little black cat by the door, couldn't help but inquire of her father. Yawahara-zawa turned to glance and replied, "How would I know? It seemed perfectly normal just a moment ago. Did something happen on the way back?" "On the way back? It was brought back by Guy. What could possibly have happened?" Lin Yawahara pondered for a while before a thought struck her. "Could it be that you wish to continue playing with classmate Guy?" she asked softly. Meow. Upon hearing this seemingly self-reflective inquiry, Qian Ming immediately stood up and vigorously shook its head, emitting a sharp cry to express its disapproval. Lin Yawahara was momentarily taken aback. It turned out it did not enjoy playing with Guy, a detail she had overlooked. She gently patted Qian Ming on the head, apologizing. "Then I won't leave you with him next time. I'm sorry for not noticing your discomfort." Qian Ming promptly nodded. Initially, it was merely saddened by the painful loss from the 10 consecutive draws, but discovering that Lin Yawahara had inadvertently guessed its aversion to being with Akai brightened its mood. Could this be a stroke of luck following the lottery? It couldn't help but recall the wildly popular Disconnection City from its previous life. Feeling cheerful, its appetite surged. Although it had eaten sufficiently in the afternoon, the evening brought renewed enthusiasm, prompting Qian Ming to indulge in quite a bit more. After dining, it lay down and soon fell asleep. That night, the little black cat slept soundly, even adorably snoring, which captivated Noera Rin as she squatted beside it for quite some time. "Rin, how is your medical ninjutsu training progressing?" "I have mastered the healing technique and the hemostatic technique. The esteemed medical ninjas have remarked on my notable talent," Noera Rin reported, her gaze lowered. Her father rarely inquired about her training. Even when she had missed a few days of medical class recently, he had not shown concern. His inquiry today suggested he had something significant to convey. After a brief hesitation, Noera Takeo continued, "Rin, our conflict with the neighboring ninja villages is far from over, and it has intensified recently. Given your aptitude for medical ninjutsu, it would be prudent for you to remain in school for a few more years and gradually learn the healing arts within the village." "Father, this..." Noera Rin stood up, her expression one of surprise. She discerned that her father wished for her not to graduate this year, which felt like a retreat at such a critical juncture. "Rin, we do not seek your fame or strength. We only wish for you to live a safe and ordinary life," Noera K remarked, having finished tidying the house, echoing her husband's sentiments. "But..." Noera Rin struggled to respond, wishing to argue but finding it difficult to voice her thoughts. She understood her parents' intentions. The dangers of war were profound. Rather than accolades like good student or hero, her parents preferred she simply lead an unremarkable and safe life. Frankly, she was reluctant, yet in the face of her father's words, she found herself unable to assert her desire to graduate. If you do not fully agree with our perspective, then go ahead and pursue your path. We will support you regardless. Noara Takeo seemed to sense his daughter's inner conflict. His words carried no negativity, instead accompanied by an encouraging smile. Yet Noara Rin's heart remained heavy. The girl was exceedingly gentle. Shikami appeared to be sleeping, but in truth, it had awakened during their conversation. Although its consciousness was somewhat hazy, it had absorbed the content of their dialogue. It could not alter the thoughts of any member of the Noara family. So it chose to remain quiet and continued to doze after listening for a while. As midnight approached, it faintly heard rustling sounds from the little girl's room, indicating that she had not yet fallen asleep and was tossing and turning in bed. Shikami quietly rose and peered through the gap in the window, affirming, "I swear, I am not eavesdropping for any ulterior motives. I am simply concerned for Noara Rin." The room was dimly lit, yet the cat's vision was sharp, allowing it to discern that the little girl lay awake, seemingly grappling with some profound life decision. This inner turmoil was entirely beyond Shikami's comprehension. If it were to transform into a human, it would undoubtedly embrace a late graduation, especially in such tumultuous times. Surviving the war within the village seemed far preferable to engaging in deadly confrontations outside. Nevertheless, in the end, Noara Rin would likely persist in her desire to graduate. After all, she had maintained her resolve to graduate even without its presence, and now, with the addition of a ninja cat by her side, she would surely be encouraged. One should not underestimate the significance of a ninja beast. Even if Qian Ming lacks a system, a mere ordinary ninja cat, upon reaching maturity, possesses combat capabilities comparable to that of a lower or even middle-ranking ninja. For a commoner like Noara Rin, having a companion with such moderate strength significantly enhances her safety. This is precisely why Noara Zawa tirelessly supports Qian Ming. Of course, considering the potential dangers Rin may encounter in the future, the assistance an ordinary ninja cat can provide is indeed minimal. However, Qian Ming possesses a system. After observing for a while and seeing the little girl gradually close her eyes and drift into slumber, it quietly departed. "Father, I have decided to graduate with everyone. I am studying medical ninjutsu, and my duty is to heal my comrades injured on the battlefield. I cannot despise myself for fearing death to the point of avoiding graduation." The following morning, upon waking, Noara Rin did not immediately attend to her morning routine. Instead, she solemnly approached her father, who was preparing to eat in the hall, and expressed her determination. This did not come as a surprise to Qian Ming. The little girl was inherently kind-hearted, merely wishing for some measure of restraint on the battlefield. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. After some contemplation, it resolved that once it could speak, it must impart the principles of survival and battle to the little girl. For now, Qian Ming planned to summarize its thoughts to maintain clarity for the future. The little black cat nestled in its cozy nook, pondering numerous plans ahead. School life was rather dull. After provoking another class last time, Qian Ming found itself subjected to a period of strict supervision, basically being carried around by Noara Rin without a moment's respite. Fortunately, there were a few individuals in class who served as tools for earning points. The first was Aido, a genuinely good-natured fellow who never got upset over ordinary antics. The second was Asuma, an interesting child who could garner points by simply being near Kurenai Yui, albeit in lesser amounts than at first, but with the advantage of sustainable growth. The third was Maru. It must be said that understanding canine language proved somewhat useful after learning it. Qian Ming occasionally engaged in verbal jabs at Maru. The timid dog dared not retaliate, silently providing points instead. Initially, Qian Ming was concerned that the Inuzuka clan, having raised dogs for so many years, would surely understand canine speech, leading to worries that its insults towards Maru might be overheard by Hana Inuzuka. However, after some observation, it became apparent that Hana only grasped the general context. For instance, when Qian Ming called Maru a coward or a foolish dog, Maru would become furious and bark a few times, prompting her to realize that Qian Ming was indeed insultingly provoking Maru, though she remained oblivious to the specifics of the insults. Ultimately, the Inuzuka clan's communication with their ninja dogs does not entail a complete understanding of barks. Rather, it is interpreted through a combination of body language, emotional tones of barking, and various other factors. Understanding this, Qian Ming felt liberated. Although Hana would eventually become aware of the situation after Maru communicated, at least she was unaware of the insults being thrown during the exchanges. Initially, Maru would report Qian Ming's behavior, but over time, it discovered that each report resulted in Qian Ming's insults becoming increasingly fierce, while the aura emanating from the other party grew stronger, subtly indicating a rising trend that might soon match its own. Certainly, it is not the prowess that intimidates it, but rather the black cat possesses an ability that transforms its fur into needles, a skill that instills fear within it. The mere contemplation of injury causes its paw to tremble in apprehension. Consequently, it yielded to its trepidation. Bullying the innocent feels exhilarating. However, one must exercise restraint. After scolding Gray for 3 or 4 days and observing a dwindling accumulation of points, it resolved to grant the foolish dog a respite of 2 or 3 days. Earning merely over 1,000 in 4 days is quite disheartening. The rewards from daily tasks are meager, it mused, languidly resting its head on the table. Having audited the Ninja Academy's classes for several days, it found little of interest. While one may teach shurikens and kunai, what good are they to a ninja cat without hands? It languidly expressed its thoughts. Of course, the world of ninjas is replete with wonders. Specialized shurikens for ninja cats do exist. For instance, the esteemed cat matron collaborating with the Uchiha clan has crafted shurikens specifically for ninja cats, yet such treasures are likely monopolized within the confines of Cat Village. As an outsider, it could hardly hope to partake, unless it could subdue those ninja cats. For now, it deemed this notion impractical. Today marked the 5th day since had graduated this year, and as per routine, it followed her to school, contemplating escape. The opportune moment would surely present itself, even though it had already waited 4 days. Before long, arrived once more, accompanied by another teacher, and having attended school for a week or so, recognized the latter as an instructor from the adjacent classroom. The simultaneous arrival of both teachers sparked a glimmer of hope within it, perhaps. As this thought crossed its mind, it perked up, rising to scrutinize the 2 educators. Today, we shall not have a lesson. Instead, we will conduct examinations on the body replacement technique and transformation technique. I will call out names, and those summoned shall come forth to demonstrate, stated succinctly. The evaluations for these techniques are of paramount importance at the Ninja Academy. Although they are foundational skills, their significance in the realm of battle and missions is profound. Thus, the assessments are conducted with utmost rigor. Perceive this as an opportune moment to showcase its mastery of the transformation technique and garner some points. However, how should it proceed? It found itself deep in contemplation, pondering whether impersonating a teacher to create a ruckus might be an amusing idea. Given that they were beginning to test the body replacement technique, it seemed that the remaining graduation assessments would soon follow. With that in mind, it surmised that a bold maneuver might lead to only a few days of reprimand. After deliberation, it resolved to bide its time for a grand spectacle. Yes, it would wait until took the stage. With both her aunt's names being next on the list, once she ascended, it would have the chance to create confusion. Thus, it remained still, crouched beneath its desk, awaiting the unfolding events. Soon, several individuals, such as, ascended for their evaluations. For these children, who had received guidance since childhood, the body replacement technique was exceedingly simple, and the likelihood of errors was non-existent. Their assessments were mere formalities. The primary focus of the examination was to gauge the progress of underperforming students, to preemptively determine how many would graduate and how many would face retention until the following year. Was among those whose names were on the retention list. Before long, it was turned to be tested, swiftly leaped from the table and concealed itself in the shadowy recess beneath the desk. In the realm of medical ninjutsu, Noera Rin undoubtedly possesses formidable chakra control, having garnered the attention of the medical ninja class who imparted some medical knowledge and jutsu upon her. Consequently, the intricate combination of transformation and shadow clone techniques came effortlessly to her. Next came Obito. As he trembled to his feet, Chihiro transformed into a feather, discreetly trailing behind him. Noera Rin descended from the platform, searching beneath the table for her black cat, only to discover it was nowhere to be found. It had slipped away rather swiftly. Rin, oblivious to Obito's involvement, assumed Chihiro had ventured outside to play. Obito, quaking, ascended the stage and took a deep breath. Envisioning Might Guy's perpetually optimistic smile in the face of adversity, which alleviated his anxiety in that moment. In the next instant, he began to weave hand signs, shadow clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, to succeed in the assessment that required a seamless combination of techniques. The clone must be in a transformed state the moment it is created, a daunting task for those with subpar chakra control. Although Obito was capable, he often faltered on minor details in the past. However, this time, confidence surged within him. Noera Shizu nodded slightly. Regardless of Obito's progress, his self-assurance had markedly improved. Yet, neither he nor the instructors believed he would succeed, as Obito's carelessness was notorious. His transformation techniques often fell into the category of easily discernible. Yet, in the next moment, as the jutsu concluded, 3 Noera Shizen figures appeared before the 2 instructors. To their astonishment, Obito had managed to conjure 2 clones simultaneously. Remarkable. His progress was unexpected. However, something felt amiss. A flurry of murmurs circulated among the crowd, while Asuma and Kurenai, the exemplary students, detected an oddity. Obito himself appeared utterly baffled. Indeed, Obito soon raised his hand and candidly remarked, "Teacher, I only created 1 clone." Huh. Noera Shizen fixed his gaze on the 3rd figure, which was another Obito, strikingly different in posture from the other 2. Those stood upright, while this one knelt. Aside from its kneeling position, its transformation was nearly flawless. Alas, the posture betrayed it. Identifying the flaw was not difficult, but the question remained. Who was this? "Do not cause a disturbance, or I shall revoke your examination eligibility," one of the instructors admonished, frowning. Initially, Rin did not grasp the situation, but upon noticing the peculiar posture of Obito, an image of her own ninja cat sitting upright flashed through her mind. It bore an uncanny resemblance. Momentarily stunned by the realization, she stood up in disbelief. "What's wrong with little Rin?" Kurenai inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. At that moment, Rin became aware that all eyes in the classroom, including those of the 2 instructors, were upon her, her sudden rise drawing unwarranted attention. Her face flushed crimson. And after a brief pause, she stammered, "Teacher, I think it might be my cat." Noera Shizen appeared utterly perplexed and swiftly sprang forward. But before he could act, Chihiro preemptively dispelled the transformation. Indeed, it was that little black cat. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the room, especially those children who had clumsily attempted transformation techniques, their heads bowed in deep embarrassment. "I apologize, teacher." Noera Rin quickly bowed in contrition. After adopting Chihiro, her skill in bowing and apologizing had reached an impressive level. Whenever the little black cat erred, she could instantly bend down to apologize without a trace of hesitation. "It's nothing to blame you for. Inuzuka Hana, your family possesses some knowledge of ninja beasts. Has such a creature ever been encountered?" Noera Shihira picked up the little black cat. The entire class gazed into its innocent, glistening eyes, torn between laughter and tears. "Our transformation technique is even inferior to that of a cat." Once, this might have been considered an insult, but now it seemed a bitter truth. Had it not been for innate limitations, the cat's transformation might have been far more exquisite. "We have never encountered such a creature, but it could be related to the lineage of ninja dogs. This cat may possess a more complicated origin. In any case, it is certainly not an ordinary ninja cat." Inuzuka Hana replied, her assertion grounded in substantial evidence. As a ninja dog, Gray Maru was significantly larger than a cat and older by more than half a year. Logically, Gray Maru should have been unable to lose to the little black cat, especially in such a psychologically traumatizing defeat. Thus, this black cat must possess a technique that hardens its fur or even transforms it into needles. With the emergence of transformation techniques, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs could also transform, but their transformations generally required the owner to stack atop the ninja dog, allowing the owner to manipulate the ninja beast chakra to ultimately execute the transformation, a capability the ninja dog itself did not possess. Inuzuka Hana bowed slightly and then took her seat, refraining from further discussion about the little black cat. In the realm of ninja cats, the Uchiha clan were the true experts. Below, a member of the Uchiha clan kept a watchful eye on Chihiro, his expression fluctuating, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. "I understand." Noera Shihira mused for a moment before setting the little black cat down. Chihiro swiftly scampered back to Noera Rin's side. Of course, upon returning, a scolding was inevitable, but compared to the points earned, such reprimands were trivial. Originally, Chihiro had been quite distant from human speech, yet this time, the pretense of transforming into Obito during the performance had directly garnered nearly 1,000 points. The total score now exceeded 2,100. There was no need for hesitation. Let us redeem. Upon seeing the ability section now included human language, Chihiro felt a profound satisfaction. The ability to speak held great significance. For instance, his disdain for Might Guy could have been resolved long ago with the ability to articulate. There was no need for such a convoluted turn of events to make Noera Rin understand. In Konoha, there were other summoning beasts capable of language. However, those that could speak were generally extraordinary. Yet, even in the absence of such a linguistic ability, others would still be aware of his noble lineage. Possessing a powerful heritage, after all, mastering ninjutsu independently at a young age made the capacity for speech exceedingly rare. Similarly, no one would doubt an enemy employing a ninja cat as a spy, especially one as young as half a year. These creatures were still in their infancy and hardly remembered much. Qian Ming did not attempt to speak. However, after exchanging for abilities from the system, it felt a peculiar transformation within its throat. With but a thought, it could articulate human speech, and directly speaking could surely yield a substantial amount of points. This notion flickered in its mind, yet upon careful consideration, it chose to abandon the idea for the time being. Orochimaru had not fled. To prevent the eccentric scientist of the ninja world from concocting absurd theories about the existence of a fourth holy land, it deemed it wise to refrain from courting disaster. Resolute, Qian Ming settled onto the table, preparing for a brief respite. Its distraction forced Obito to retake the examination, nearly causing him to falter in a moment of panic. But fortunately, he managed to scrape through, receiving a passing grade from Shizun, who combined his two performances. Yet, Obito remained oblivious. His face pale as if hope had forsaken him. Yugao stifled a chuckle for a few seconds before speaking. Obito, fear not. You have passed. Please, spare me your consolation. My initial performance was flawless, yet, Obito was on the verge of tears. After his commendable display, he was thrust into a retake due to Qian Ming's interruption. How tragic. Qian Ming felt a twinge of guilt. Yet when it saw its panel points surge from 200 to 300, that guilt dissipated instantly. For my own strength, Obito, you shall make a small sacrifice, it mused. Subsequently, the little black cat extended a paw, attempting to comfort Obito, but at that moment, he recoiled in alarm, wary of the feline's intentions. What do you intend to do? He whispered in trepidation. Qian Ming paused, retracting its paw. Obito, it merely wished to comfort you, explained Noera Rin. Is that so? Since encountering this cat, Obito felt an unsettling streak of misfortune, having been thoroughly frightened. Had he known the tale of the farmer and the snake from Huaxia, he would surely resonate with the sentiment of ungratefulness akin to his experience with the cat. In truth, Qian Ming was not malevolent, merely mischievous. Yugao spoke in defense of Qian Ming, further solidifying its resolve to conceal its ability to speak. If it were to reveal this talent, it might lose the very defense that others provided. Naturally, it understood that siding with Obito, who was merely a child, was somewhat irksome, reminiscent of encounters with troublesome kids in its past life. Yet what choice did it have? This wretched system demanded mischief for points. I too am in despair, Qian Ming thought, using its paw to soothe Obito, finally alleviating the temper of this well-meaning soul. Once all had completed the test, Rin had no time to take Qian Ming out for a lesson, as a throng of curious onlookers gathered. Leading the charge was Inuzuka Hana, followed closely by Yamashiro Aoi and a boy from the Yamanaka clan, trailed by several excited classmates, all eager to witness the spectacle. Sister Hana, what brings you here? Do not worry, I am merely here to observe. Inuzuka Hana eagerly leaned over the table, carefully examining Chiyuki, who was struggling to escape. Waihai Kurenai frowned slightly. Expressing her displeasure, why are you still using chakra? Noera Rin glanced at Kurenai, then turned her gaze towards Inuzuka Hana. She had not noticed before, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that Inuzuka Hana was indeed employing chakra. I apologize, it's merely to prevent it from retaliating. You may not be aware, but it possesses the ability to harden its fur and inflict injuries. Inuzuka Hana promptly expressed her regrets. The ability to harden its fur? Waihai Kurenai exclaimed in astonishment. At this, the onlookers drew closer, with Chiyuki feeling somewhat displeased, as if being treated like a mere spectacle. It irritably sharpened its claws and glared at Gray Maru. Gray Maru, momentarily taken aback, then turned to the audience and shouted loudly, exuding an air of confidence as if to suggest that they would pounce if anyone approached too closely. Inuzuka Hana paused, noticing the situation, and frowned. Why are you all crowding so close? Step back. As the leader of the group, she was not one to be challenged, and everyone instinctively took a few steps back, widening the space in the center. This Nin cat is progressing remarkably fast, especially in terms of chakra quantity. A boy from the Oil Woman clan muttered quietly as he retracted a few damaged insects. Only then did everyone realize that he too was standing in the inner circle. Upon hearing this, a ninja from the Hyuga clan activated his Byakugan to confirm, and after a few seconds, the boy nodded, saying, "The chakra amount is almost comparable to Gray Maru's. It's only 7 months old, truly incredible." Inuzuka Hana even contemplated playing with the little black cat, but given the multitude of eyes upon her, such an act seemed rather ungraceful. "Ahem, Hana, you should really put it down, you're frightening it." Obito courageously intervened in an attempt to halt Inuzuka Hana's reckless behavior, for he felt that the black cat wore a most pitiable expression, tragic, helpless, and despondent. "My sincerest apologies. I have never encountered a nin cat of such remarkable talent." Inuzuka Hana acknowledged her impulsiveness, gently placing Chiyuki down while repeatedly apologizing. She understood that nin beasts possessed intelligence, and generally, the nobler their lineage, the greater their wisdom. Given the black cat's performance, it would not be surprising if it spoke human words in a few months. Such a nin beast deserved to be treated as an equal. How wonderful, Yamashiro always genuinely envied, although he had no desire to keep a cat. What he envisioned was the prospect of nurturing a few nin crows within his own flock of crows. Such is the boundless imagination of youth. One nin crow is rare enough. This boy wished for several, and with a few more, wouldn't that lead to the establishment of a whole lineage? Fortunately, Yamashiro always refrained from voicing his whimsical thoughts, lest he incite laughter from the entire class. Seeing that the wicked woman had finally set him down, Chiyuki sighed in relief while casting a sympathetic glance at Gray Maru. Following this sister was truly a plight. Amidst a flurry of seldom-used expressions, Gray Maru lamented, conveying his despair. In response, Chihiro subtly replied in a feline dialect, expressing sympathy. This moved Gray Maru to the brink of tears. The little black cat felt a wave of emotion. It was no wonder that Inuzuka Hana later decided to adopt 3 Gray Marus. One could hardly endure the tribulations of life alone. Thankfully, it had evaded the clutches of that wicked woman, and it silently expressed relief. People arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Chihiro soon caught a whiff of fresh air. Yet he noticed that the Uchiha boy was casting a malevolent gaze in his direction, unyieldingly fixated upon him. Have I wronged him in some way? Chihiro pondered, bewildered. Apart from Obito, he had managed to avoid confrontations with the Uchiha clan, and none from any grade had bullied him. Uchiha. He glanced back, only to find the boy unwavering, showing no signs of retreat despite Chihiro's fierce stare. In this day and age, the audacity of infatuated individuals was astonishing. No, this was a matter of public safety, Chihiro mused. Turning his head, he observed Rin Yawara, who too remained motionless, her gaze locked onto him. Indeed, it wasn't just her. Obito and Kurenai were similarly engrossed. What was happening in this world? Could he still enjoy his life as a cat? How delightful it would be. He envisioned becoming your most capable aide after graduation, ensuring your safety as a medical ninja on the battlefield. Obito felt a surge of happiness for Rin. Kurenai shared his sentiments, having formed a close bond with Rin during this time, their conversations flowing freely. After Obito concluded his thoughts, she added, Rin, you should consider learning the summoning technique and signing a contract with Chihiro. Summoning technique? What benefits does it offer? Rin inquired curiously, having heard of it, but lacking a deep understanding. Seizing the opportunity, Chihiro scanned the surroundings and noticed Asuma staring intently in their direction. He then approached Kurenai, gently nudging her face with his head while casting a challenging look at Asuma, licking his paw in a show of defiance. Asuma was infuriated, feeling provocatively challenged by this mischievous cat, yet he knew he could not win against it. He understood all too well that if he were to confront the question of whether he preferred the cat or himself, the answer would undoubtedly be, of course, the cat. Most vexing was the fact that the cat wore a semblance of a smirk, exuding a mocking demeanor. As for how a cat could express such a range of emotions, Asuma himself was perplexed by the theatricality of this creature. Witnessing Kurenai's beaming expression only deepened the boy's sense of despair. How could such a detestable cat exist? But points were secured. Chihiro reveled in quiet amusement, then settled down to attentively listen to Kurenai. Summoning is merely its basic application. Your summoning beast is also a ninja beast, thus offering even more utility. For instance, Chihiro could distract formidable foes, then be summoned back using the summoning technique. What an intriguing possibility! Obito and Rin exclaimed in awe, while Chihiro, donned with a quizzical expression, waved his paws animatedly in front of Kurenai's face. Though no words were exchanged, Akatsuki understood the unspoken intent of the little black cat. She gestured to clarify, I merely meant for you to divert the formidable foe, not to sacrifice yourself. The summoning technique can bring you back. Noera Rin, pressing Chiharu back, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Akatsuki. Hearing you say that makes me realize the summoning technique is indeed worth learning. That way, if it encounters danger, I can summon it back. Indeed. It seems the master of the little feline treats it with kindness. Chiharu, moved to tears, contemplated the calculating nature of Akatsuki, who had, after all, conceived of a plan for it to engage the adversary. Is this truly the conduct of a human? One must acknowledge that those who attain the rank of special Jonin possess remarkable abilities, such as Kakashi, Guy, and of course, Akatsuki. Additionally, there was the name of Kaguya, the moonlight gale, which now occupied a place in its thoughts. Though appearing frail, he had not been so physically weak in his youth. His frequent, violent cough seemed largely feigned. Yet, when Chiharu was by his side, the torment of such a relentless cough was undeniably genuine. The hearts of Jonin are shrouded in darkness. Chiharu concluded to remain vigilant towards those possessing potential beyond the special Jonin rank. Nevertheless, Akatsuki's hand continued to stroke its head, the soft, warm touch paired with her radiant smile and the promise of a seafood feast quickly led it to forgive her. After all, the young girl acted in Rin's best interest, and the scenario described was but a final resort. At least the cat's agility afforded it a greater chance of survival, did it not? The prospect of a seafood banquet in the ninja world was indeed tantalizing, especially since it had just obtained a few points from Akatsuki and Asuma, bringing its total to over 700. Elated, Chiharu glanced at Asuma with a touch of sympathy. He was truly a devoted admirer, for even when it growled at Akatsuki, he was incensed enough to contribute points. Yet, it was fortunate that he had achieved success in the manga, albeit the joyous moments were fleeting. But he had ultimately found the fruit of love. Due to the combination of transformation and shadow clone techniques in the examination, there were no classes scheduled for the afternoon. Consequently, after a brief summary by Noera Shizune, school was soon dismissed. After class, Akatsuki indeed invited Noera Rin, Chiharu, and Obito to the seafood feast. However, Obito declined, stating, I need to focus on my physical training. A seafood banquet would interfere with my regimen. He then promptly began running from the school entrance. Watching his retreating figure, Chiharu couldn't help but see parallels between Obito and Guy. Thus, what was originally intended as a gathering for three became a TTE between Noera Rin and Akatsuki, with the little black cat as their companion. In truth, it was the true protagonist of this gathering, as Akatsuki's intention was to apologize, and with only the two of them, the order would be considerably less. This was their initial thought. However, the young girls soon realized their error. The little black cat had an insatiable appetite. Shrimp and sashimi were extraordinarily delectable to its palate, and it quickly developed a fondness for them. Of course, not all seafood appealed to it. For instance, crabs were not to its liking. It is not that the crab lacks flavor. Rather, the act of shelling it is somewhat cumbersome, and the taste of crab meat does not surpass that of shrimp. It would be more prudent to focus on indulging in shrimp and sashimi. As Shiri Hong extended her chopsticks towards the shrimp, the little black cat, unexpectedly, raised its paw to protect the dish, not allowing us to eat. Chiming. Such behavior is rather impolite. Yoahara Rin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat humiliated by the presence of such a domineering feline. After all, this meal was being graciously offered by others. It is simply improper for guests to deny their host from partaking in their own feast. Miao Chiming was resolute in her refusal, partly due to her love for shrimp, but also because she suddenly realized this could serve as a means to accumulate points. With their household finances being rather strained, they could not afford to be frivolous, especially since they had finally befriended a wealthy patron. Haha, never mind, Shaolin. Let us forego the shrimp. The crab is quite delectable as well. Shiri Hong was not vexed, but rather found the little black cat endearing. Chiming cast a glance at the plate. The points accrued were minimal, merely a few dozen, and it was likely that these points were primarily contributed by Yoahara Rin. Never mind, let us continue to enjoy the meal. After all, they were there to relish a feast, not to be preoccupied with point accumulation. This was a moment for enjoyment. After a considerable time, as the initial crowd began to dwindle, it became apparent that the cat had yet to satiate its appetite. Consequently, curiosity drew everyone closer to observe the feline dine. Chiming turned her head to glance around. Then, with a swift paw, She struck the iron plate that had previously held sashimi, producing a clattering sound. The sashimi had been entirely consumed, leaving only some sauce to splatter out. Those standing nearby were hit by the sauce, feeling annoyed for a moment, until they noticed the little girl repeatedly apologizing, while the little black cat elegantly finished the last shrimp, casting a disdainful gaze at the onlookers. Qian Ming was diligently playing her part, although the profit was somewhat modest. The effortless nature of the endeavor made it exceedingly worthwhile. Upon noticing that the food had been depleted, Shiri Hong, regardless of whether the little black cat had enjoyed itself, promptly rose to settle the bill. It was not that she feared confrontation. Rather, her pocket money was running low. She was quite concerned about appearances and felt somewhat embarrassed to admit in front of Yawahara Rin that her funds were limited. Allowing Qian Ming to continue eating might very well compel the owner to seek payment from Shiri Hong. The timing was indeed opportune. Yawahara Rin, holding the cat, hurried along while apologizing profusely. After all, they were all adults. Although some sauce had splattered, it was hardly worth holding a grudge against a little girl and a cat. You troublemaker, making Hong pay while causing a ruckus. I shan't take you out next time. Yawahara Rin admonished softly. In that moment, Qian Ming once again appreciated the benefits of refraining from human speech. A gentle meow and a display of cuteness were sufficient to dissipate any lingering resentment between the two girls, sparing her the need to utter empty promises of never misbehaving again. Hong, since Qian Ming has consumed so much, let us all share the cost. Yawahara Rin retrieved her wallet. Fearing that Shiri Hong might decline, she emphasized, this money was earned from my assistance at the hospital. No need for that. Once you become a ninja, you can treat me to a meal then, can't you? A smile graced Shiri Hong's face. The remuneration for her father's tasks was substantial, thus, the cost of a lavish meal was trivial to him. However, for Noera Rin, even a meal that required only half the expense would consume a significant portion of her earnings from her months spent in the hospital. It was hardly worth it. She affectionately ruffled Chickid's hair. Despite a few minor mishaps and Chickid's astonishingly large appetite, the overall experience of the meal was quite joyful. Among friends, there was no need for excessive expressions of gratitude. Noera Rin understood the underlying sentiment and therefore refrained from insisting on thanks or offering money. She secretly resolved that once she became a Chunin, she would treat Akatsuki to a grand feast, though she decided it might be best to leave Chickidge behind for that occasion. She cast a sidelong glance at the little black cat, thinking that bringing along this gluttonous creature might render her unable to even cover her own meal expenses. What if her family or others had to pitch in? That would be quite embarrassing. Chickidge, unaware of her inner thoughts, could somewhat guess her feelings. It seems I might have overeaten. I hope I don't end up with an upset stomach, it worried. Upon returning home, Chickidge pondered for a moment before withdrawing 300 points from its nearly 1,000-point account to exchange for specialized cat food. Previously, it had deemed the effects of this cat food uncertain, yet today, prompted by the remarks from Oil Woman and the Hyuga clan, it recalled the importance of chakra growth. At merely 7 months old, while the other cat was over a year, the disparity in chakra was evident. Acknowledging its own ordinary status as a black cat, Chickidge concluded that it would not naturally possess such chakra levels. The credit belonged to the cat food. It enhances my physical fitness and chakra levels. Its long-term benefits far surpass those of special cat food, though the latter is more effective for quick recovery, Chickidge decided. It appeared that the most expensive items were not always the best. Rather, those suited to the situation were the most advantageous. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was asleep, it began to explore the exchange offerings in the marketplace. Previously focused on cat food, language skills, and the Rasengan technique, it had not paid much attention to the higher-priced items. Cat food was a sustained endeavor, impossible to complete in a short span, while language acquisition was already achieved. The next goal was the Rasengan. The adage you get what you pay for rang true. The Rasengan required 5,000 points, which naturally lacked any variations. A brief glance revealed that the tailed beast ball and other advanced techniques hovered around the 10,000-point mark. However, there was a catch. Jiraiya's needle Kazashi could easily overwhelm even Orochimaru. Yet Chickidge's version was akin to a beggar's needle Kazashi, somewhat reminiscent of the original Hokage's would release versus Yamato's variant. To forge strong weapons, one must first be formidable themselves. Given its current situation, Chickidge possessed the needle Kazashi for survival, transformation techniques for concealment, and relied on claws and bites for offense. It lacked a decisive finishing move. Until it amassed sufficient chakra, the ordinary Rasengan was more fitting. 1 portion of specialized cat food daily, and I shall save the surplus to consider exchanging for other items. Chickage plant. Naturally, while contemplating other exchanges, the thought of a lottery flitted through its mind, but it quickly suppressed that notion deep within. One must refrain from wrongdoing. The lesson learned from consuming an entire batch of dried fish obtained from the previous 4 lotteries within a single day should not be forgotten. Perhaps due to overeating the previous evening, it found itself unable to sleep, prompting it to rise and stretch. However, upon reflection, it realized that its body no longer felt as agile and sprightly as when it first traversed into this realm. Was it due to growing up? Initially, this thought did not trouble Qian Ming until, glancing back, it perceived that its physique had seemingly rounded out. A sudden realization struck. Could it be that it had gained weight? If it had remained blissfully ignorant, it might have been tolerable. Even if it were to gain weight, it would not adversely affect its enjoyment of food and drink. The crux of the matter lay in its awareness of the consequences of being overweight. The mere thought of the term conjured images of plump cats from its past life. Were those creatures truly cats? No, they resembled pigs. It was imperative to avoid such a frightful transformation. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over Qian Ming. As a ninja cat, becoming that portly would render it a burden on the battlefield, let alone hinder the fate of Rin and assist Obito Uchiha. Starting tomorrow, it resolved to embark on a regimen of exercise. Deep within, it was determined to become a competent, well-proportioned ninja cat, refusing to descend into the realm of the plump domestic feline. On the following day, as the sun began to rise, after the exam on the transformation technique, the Ninja Academy granted the graduating students a week of free time. Rin Noera intended to spend this period entirely at the hospital. Qian Ming, however, could not venture there. Cats often carried bacteria that were intolerable to humans, and with their naturally proud disposition, they were not easily managed. Father, Mother, I am heading out. Please take care of things, Qian Ming announced hastily, having consumed a quick meal before rushing towards the Konoha hospital. Go on, Noera Zo amused, reflecting on how his daughter had matured and developed her own ideas. This was a positive development, although it meant there would be yet another concern for his wife in the future. Or perhaps two. He observed Qian Ming closely. With Rin heading into battle, it was only logical for this ninja cat to accompany her. Though merely a cat, in just a few short weeks, the couple had already embraced it as part of their family, especially Noera K, who, as its caretaker, held feelings for Qian Ming that rivaled her affection for little Rin. Why is Noera father looking at me? Has he noticed my weight gain? Qian Ming thought, quickly sucking in its belly. However, it proved futile. Its weight was quite evident. The substantial improvement in its diet, coupled with its growth, had led to a noticeable increase in size and girth. This very attempt to conceal its form only drew Noerazawa's attention to its little belly. Oh dear, Kay, have you seen our cat? What is it? Noera Kay, having just finished tidying the kitchen, hurriedly rushed out, only to find the cat peacefully nestled in its bed. Puzzled, she turned to her husband. Is something wrong? Don't you think it looks a bit plump? He remarked, gesturing toward its belly. Now that you mention it, it does seem a tad rounder, she acknowledged. Stepping a little closer, Qian Ming, sensing the scrutiny, stood up warily and began to retreat toward the door. Last night, a certain cat had vowed to exercise. But upon waking this morning, it seemed to have forgotten entirely. It took cautious steps backward, only to bump into a leg. Looking up, goggles, a green bodysuit. Oh no, it's Mike Guy. He dashed away, but was swiftly caught by Noera Kaze, who then glanced at Obito and instinctively replied. Rin has gone to the hospital. I know. I'm here to find Chihiro, Obito said cheerfully, pulling out some dried fish snacks. Chihiro instinctively sensed trouble and couldn't muster the appetite to eat, fixating his gaze on Obito. Looking for Chihiro? Noera K was on high alert. She had heard that Obito first encountered the little black cat, but later, the cat was adopted by Noera Rin. Could it be that he intended to take it back? I heard from Akai that Chihiro is a cat that enjoys running. And recently, he wanted to enhance his fitness and hoped to invite Chihiro to join him in exercise. Mike Guy, I swear I will end you. At merely 7 months old, Chihiro was unable to escape from Noera Kaze's grasp. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scratched Obito. Though it was no issue for the green bodysuit to acquire several holes. Of course, that's splendid. Noera Kaze chuckled upon hearing this. On one hand, someone would take over the exercise for the black cat, and on the other, it was astonishing that anyone would perceive this cat as one that relished physical activity. What kind of bizarre mindset could lead one to think that Chihiro, if he truly enjoyed exercising, could develop a noticeable belly in just a few days? No. Chihiro couldn't hold back his voice. Although he was unaware of the intensity of Obito's training, he knew that he and Guy were two peas in a pod, and thus he couldn't be viewed through the lens of normalcy. Chihiro, you can speak. Noirake exclaimed, rushing over with eyes filled with delight. Being able to articulate words at 7 months implied that the little black cat's potential exceeded their expectations. No. Chihiro repeated a single sound, striving to appear adorable. As for the oath he had taken yesterday, that would wait until tomorrow. Today was a day for rest. No. You must exercise and slim down, and from today onwards, your diet needs to be properly balanced. Noirakaze was merciless. The battlefield has always been a realm of survival of the fittest. Not every ninja bears the surname Akimichi, and he understood well the consequences of ordinary ninjas becoming overweight. This harshness was for Chihiro's survival on the battlefield in the future. Join me for some exercise. You see, I used to be quite lazy too. But Akai's words resonate with truth. If our talent is lacking, we must compensate with effort. If we cannot even surpass others with hard work, then what grounds do we have to surpass geniuses? Obito exuded motivational wisdom. Chihiro swung his paws in protest, but ultimately, he was forcibly taken away. Unlike Akai, Obito was not as swift, and Chihiro had ample opportunity to flee, thus he chose to feign submission. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Shortly after Obito stepped out of the house, a vibrant green figure rushed toward them, glowing brilliantly, causing Chihiro to instinctively retreat behind Obito. Had Noirakaze not been watching from the doorway, he might have fled outright. Initially, Guy did not notice their presence. Obito did not call out to him. True training should be as focused and unwavering as Guy's, wholly devoted to the task at hand. Thus, he found himself admiring Guy even more. Chihiro silently rejoiced that Guy had not noticed him. He planned to slip away at the first opportunity to avoid being tormented by the two mischief makers. However, in the next moment, Obito, having failed to notice him earlier, questioned if he too would radiate youthful enthusiasm today. Ah, it is, little Chihiro. Uncle Noira has permitted us to train with it. So we are ready to begin our run. Obito chuckled. Excellent. Let us together unleash our youthful vigor. Guy shouted, charging ahead. Obito gently set Chihiro down and swiftly ran forward, while Chihiro followed for a few steps before quickly darting around a corner to escape. The two fools did not even glance back, believing they were still being pursued. Truly, a rare creature. But I did not expect Obito to turn out like this. Perhaps it is my fault, Chihiro sighed softly. Useless. Just then, a cold voice interrupted, and he looked up to see a dazzling head of silver hair. A ninja who cannot complete their mission is worthless. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Chihiro, clarifying his earlier statement, aware that this cat understood him. Why are you everywhere? Chihiro thought, feeling annoyed. If you do not wish to train with them, then join me, to spare you from solitude. Kakashi bit his finger, formed a hand sign, and pressed it to the ground. A ninja dog appeared. A small dog, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, evidently having completed the ninja dog certification, thus becoming a genuine Konoha ninja dog. Chihiro recognized it. This creature was named Pakin, a non-combat ninja dog. This was significant. Its eyes darted around, considering how it might take advantage of Pakin and perhaps snag a few points from Kakashi. Kakashi had undoubtedly risen to the rank of elite Chunin by now. Additionally, Chihiro was somewhat curious. Given Kakashi's indifferent nature, what would compel him to train alongside it? Did Kakashi perhaps have an affinity for cats? Reflecting on the dog head emblem on the earth release wall, the likelihood seemed slim. This fellow was a true dog servant. Do not look at me with such disdain. I have no desire to train you either, but this is an order from above, so do not think of escaping. Kakashi spoke with an icy tone. There are 7 others like me. Pakin timely added. What is so impressive about having many dogs? I'll teach you a lesson shortly. Chihiro resolved to strike back fiercely within. But currently, to avoid Kakashi summoning more dogs, it obediently complied with Kakashi and Pakin. Of course, this was merely temporary. It would bide its time for revenge. Seizing the opportunity to earn some points while also recognizing that Kakashi's words contained crucial information, his aim was to train himself, and it was indeed a task assigned from above. Was it Tsunade? Tsunade's father was responsible for guiding Chunin and Jinin, functionally enough to oversee Kakashi, yet upon closer reflection, it felt unlikely. That individual was not one to concern himself with such matters. The third Hokage, perhaps? Very likely. Upon reaching this point, a sudden wave of pressure enveloped it. For every high-ranking individual, without exception, harbored ulterior motives. Ah, I noticed at the entrance that you seemed to have grasped a portion of human language. Kakashi abruptly halted and turned back. Surprised, Qian Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. Excellent. This will facilitate our communication significantly. Kakashi did not compel it to speak. Having received the response, he resumed his solitary path. This fellow had 8 sycophants. And Qian Ming was acutely aware that attempting to flee would only result in being cornered and apprehended by the 8 hounds. Driven by curiosity regarding the training, it chose to follow at a leisurely pace. For the time being, it had no intention of conversing. Engaging with the cunning man meant that the more one spoke, the more mistakes one would inevitably make. As they approached the village entrance, 2 small creatures fortuitously dashed along the main road of Konoha, coming to an abrupt halt upon spotting Kakashi and Qian Ming. Ah, Kakashi, what a surprise to encounter you. Shall we engage in a spirited duel? Akais exclaimed, his thumbs raised high, his teeth gleaming white. Akais, look at that cat. Wait, where's Qian Ming behind me? Obito paused upon seeing the black cat, only to turn around and find no trace of the creature. Kakashi observed this scene, glancing at Akais, then casting a sidelong glance at Obito. Despite his weathered demeanor, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an ominous premonition gripped him. I must not be on the same team as such individuals. He mused internally. After all this time, you only just now noticed me? Obito, you could lend your eyes to those in need. Qian Ming sighed softly, its emotions a tangle of complexity. Accompanying Akais and Obito was indeed arduous. However, there was a certain latitude for idleness, unlike the rigorous training under Kakashi. Regrettably, it was too late for second thoughts. Kakashi, let us duel in the name of youth. No, I am rather busy. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at Pakin and Qian Ming before continuing onward. Left with no choice, Qian Ming trailed behind. Kakashi, wait. Uncle Noera instructed me to run with you. Save your breath. It ran without you even noticing. The village assigned me the task of training it, so your concerns are unwarranted. Kakashi replied curtly, handing his pass to the gate guard of the village. The training ground lay within the forest of death, a realm rife with traps amidst war and turmoil. Aside from a few designated times, access required a village-issued visa. Otherwise, one would be intercepted by ninjas. Qian Ming noticed the visa and felt an unsettling foreboding. Exiting the village. Within the village, it could unleash its full potential. But beyond its borders, the circumstances would change dramatically. Kakashi, you must be a hound. I am merely 7 months old, hardly even an adult. How can you bear to take me outside the village? Yet, he remained unyielding. Within mere seconds, the visa was approved, bearing the personal seal of the 3rd Hokage, granting it considerable authority, requiring only a cursory inspection. Although Akais had only been a ninja for 2 years and was merely a genin, he recognized the 3rd Hokage's seal, thus realizing that the duel would not proceed as planned. Obito, let us continue our run. Akais shouted loudly, and then swiftly dashed forward. However, Obito did not immediately follow. Instead, he approached and took out a bag of dried fish, saying, "This is the fish I asked Granny for. You remember to feed it when it gets hungry." Kakashi paused momentarily, intending to refuse, but Obito placed the bag on the table and then resumed pace with Akai. He fell silent for a moment. Obito was difficult to assess, but it felt as though having him on the same team would be quite troublesome. After hesitating, he ultimately tucked the dried fish away and proceeded toward the village exit, glancing back at Qian Ming. Upon exiting the village, he entered a narrow path leading to the forest. Where to? Qian Ming realized he could no longer feign silence. Prolonging the act could lead to an uncertain fate with Obito. Kakashi, hearing the voice, turned around, his exposed eye reflecting unmistakable surprise. Previously, the cat had emitted a hoarse cry, but now, speaking calmly, it resembled the melodious tone of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Indistinguishable in gender, yet pleasing to the ear. We are going to the Death Forest. He glanced for a second before responding coolly. What? This time, it wasn't just Qian Ming. Parker trembled, his canine face betraying evident fear. The Death Forest was not merely a realm of trees. It harbored traps and wild beasts. For them, with their size, it was genuinely a perilous place where a single misstep could cost them their lives. You need training, Kakashi remarked indifferently. Though Parker was not as diminutive as the little black cat, he too was still a puppy with scant combat experience. And the Death Forest served as an excellent training ground. Qian Ming turned to glance at Parker, his lips twitching, revealing a subtle expression. Parker shook his head. He too wished to flee, but with the summoning technique, escape was momentary, and with Qian Ming around, at least he had someone to lean on. Animals are akin to humans. Witnessing another endure similar suffering somehow diminishes their own plight. This was precisely Parker's current state. Qian Ming, no longer holding back, lunged forward, delivering a playful slap to the foolish dog's head as retribution. The force was not great, but sufficient to elicit a yelp from Parker. "Kakashi, he hit me." Parker, having been struck, hurriedly dashed to Kakashi to complain. "You can avoid it," Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. Parker precisely needed to develop evasive skills, and the cat's attacks were swift, fierce, and accurate, ideal for practice. No, this time, despair washed over Parker. Qian Ming wore a faint smirk, trailing closely behind, poised to strike. Woof! Parker turned back, baring his teeth and growling at Qian Ming. "Do you dare to snarl at me?" The next moment, the black cat pounced with the ferocity of a tiger, its attack swift and precise. Parker could not evade it. Thus, once again, he received a couple of swats. Kakashi remained unmoved, watching their playful skirmish with an indifferent gaze. Moments later, Parker, whimpering, surrendered and begged for mercy, all the while fleeing in abject fear, a stark contrast to the fierce barking it had displayed earlier. Its status had plummeted. Parker whimpered softly, licking its few non-bleeding wounds, but at the same time, Qian Ming realized that further bullying would yield no additional points. Over the course of the encounter, Parker had contributed over 300 points to the tally. However, being merely an inept combatant and a professional tracking hound, it was likely to summon trouble for itself. Thus, Qian Ming, not wanting to grow overly arrogant, ceased his harassment once Parker had been sufficiently subdued. "Are we truly going to train here, Kakashi?" Parker gulped nervously. Previously, it had felt somewhat at ease, bolstered by Qian Ming's presence, but after the recent beating, it had come to a sobering realization. Among the trio, it was the least capable. Weakness necessitated humility, otherwise, one might court disaster. Indeed, Kakashi nodded, surveying the surroundings before indicating a direction. "You will run that way. I shall follow in the shadows. Should you encounter an adversary beyond your capacity to confront, I will intervene." An adversary beyond one's capacity? This implied that Kakashi would not intervene against foes of ordinary strength, particularly if it meant pairing Qian Ming with Parker for the mission. Qian Ming understood this implicitly and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "I can manage." "Solo?" Kakashi pondered briefly before conceding to the request. "Very well, you will operate alone. You all take this path, but it can split into two further along." "No," Parker exclaimed in despair, lamenting its utter lack of combat prowess. "Why throw me into such a forest? Kakashi, are you a fool? And that cat?" Qian Ming let out a sinister chuckle, casting a disdainful glance at Parker. "Forget it. I can't afford to provoke you now. When my brothers emerge, I will surely exact revenge." Teaching it that dogs are not to be trifled with, it thought fiercely. In reality, splitting their actions imposed a burden on Kakashi, as focusing on one side was undoubtedly easier than managing two. Yet, separating their endeavors was indeed the most suitable method for training. Parker had previously relied too heavily on its teammates. Although merely a scout, the ability to evade and flee was essential. If Qian Ming were nearby, this idle creature would likely resort to deceitful tactics. As for Qian Ming's safety, Kakashi had chosen a direction devoid of deadly poisons and explosive traps. And he had heard that this particular ninja cat possessed a skill to harden its fur, rendering ordinary shuriken and kunai non-lethal. Qian Ming was not apprehensive about these traps. Cats have incredibly sensitive olfactory senses, allowing it to detect the locations of traps and potential predators hidden within the forest merely by scent. As long as it remained cautious, survival was not a concern. Rather, it was that foolish dog that might stumble into danger first. It darted between the branches of the jungle. Cats are naturally adept climbers, and after so much time spent in training, it had long mastered the ability to use chakra to adhere to branches, eliminating any fear of falling. Kakashi separated into shadow clones, each pursuing a different path. Qian Ming ran for a while and discovered that the forest of death was hardly terrifying. Rather, it was an excellent place to accumulate points. For instance, after running for a bit, it stumbled upon a tree housing a squirrel's nest. The little black cat scampered over, extended its claws, and rummaged through the supplies within, ultimately brushing against a furry bundle, likely the squirrel cowering in the corner. Qian Ming was not a villain. So after depleting the food stash and giving the squirrel's tail a few playful swipes, it continued on its way. With only about 20 points, but an abundance of such creatures in the forest, it was evident that the Forest of Death was equally populated by ferocious beasts. At this juncture, the transformation technique proved invaluable. Rather than shifting forms, a mere change in fur color allowed it to blend seamlessly with the surrounding woods, enabling unobstructed passage. As ordinary beasts would find it nearly impossible to detect, the situation was quite different for Parker, who was in a flurry, seemingly pursued by some wild animals, resulting in a chaotic escape. What a foolish dog, Qian Ming thought, chuckling inwardly. Had it not been for the concern that the dog might inadvertently draw trouble, it would have liked to dash over and mock Parker directly, which would undoubtedly yield more points. It reveled in the thought. At that moment, Qian Ming noticed a black cat, nearly identical to itself, swiftly bounding from branch to branch, accompanied by the faint rustling of movement behind it. What was happening? Qian Ming paused for a second or two, then witnessed the black cat vanish in an instant. The body flicker technique, Kakashi's signature move. Ahead, 3 large snakes emerged from the branches. Judging by the shape of their heads, they did not appear to be venomous, but Qian Ming could have easily evaded them. Kakashi had deliberately lured the enemies to pursue him. Damn! Qian Ming cursed silently, sniffing the air for scents before altering its course towards a safer direction. The 3 snakes hurried in pursuit. The creatures of the Forest of Death were far more formidable than those outside. These snakes boasted both greater speed and size. Continuing to run was not a viable solution, as the noise would attract even more foes. 3 snakes were too many. A direct confrontation was out of the question, so Qian Ming chose to retreat strategically. Due to the disjointed nature of the trees, the snakes quickly separated, approaching from different angles, while Qian Ming paused atop a branch, calmly observing them. With the snakes dispersed, it was entirely feasible to take them down one by one. All right, let us begin. The reflexes of a cat were swift, although these snakes were large. With clever maneuvering and traps, defeating them posed no challenge. Qian Ming quickly dispatched 2 of them. Such speed and intelligence, Kakashi mused from the shadows, astonished, only 7 months old. An untrained ninja cat already understood the nuances of reconnaissance and trap utilization. He had intentionally lured the snakes, but he initially suspected Qian Ming would expend considerable effort to deal with them. Now, it was evident that these snakes posed no threat to the black cat. This little creature was a bona fide genius. With its prowess, eliminating the 3rd snake would take mere moments. However, at that moment, Qian Ming refrained from delivering the final blow. The great serpent launched a swift attack, yet each strike was deftly evaded, followed by a powerful swipe to its head. After 3 or 4 exchanges, the serpent attempted to flee, only to be immediately restrained by Qian Ming, who then delivered a fierce blow to its head with the other paw. How utterly dull, akin to a house cat, Kakashi remarked from his perch in the tree, his eyes brimming with disdain. You know nothing, Qian Ming silently retorted, though his movements remained unceasing. The house cat's torment of a mouse stemmed from mere sadism, whereas his actions were driven by the pursuit of points. Surely, they were not comparable. After a series of over a dozen strikes, the great serpent finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Any further assaults would yield no additional points, and the small black cat subsequently abandoned it on the ground. The black cat swiftly ascended the tree with effortless agility. It appears this approach is futile. Thus, Kakashi retrieved concealed weapons from his waist, swiftly launching several shurikens into the air. Qian Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly evaded the incoming shurikens, though one managed to graze him, forcing him to deflect it with his needle-like hide. Fortunately, his chakra had sufficiently improved, allowing the shuriken to be thwarted by his fur, leaving him unscathed. A subsequent wave of attacks soon followed. Kakashi, you vengeful spirit, Qian Ming exclaimed in an adorably childish tone, then turned to flee into the woods. The commotion of their battle quickly attracted a host of wild beasts. Thereafter, Kakashi needed only to remain hidden and observe, for the sake of survival and retaliation. The small black cat could only flee continuously, seeking opportunities to strike before retreating once more. By dusk, an exhausted Qian Ming and Kakashi finally departed the perilous forest. As for lunch, Kakashi feasted on dried fish, while Qian Ming discreetly indulged in a special cat food alongside the ninja cat blend, the former replenishing his stamina and the latter being crucial for his current enhancement. By day's end, the points tally stood at a mere 1135. After deducting the 300 contributed by Parker, only a little over 100 had been accrued. Parker fared even worse, nearly falling victim to a trap mid-training and subsequently being summoned back via summoning jutsu for recuperation. Undoubtedly, training would not conclude in just a day, a notion Qian Ming had anticipated. Yet, he could tangibly sense his strength augmenting, not solely in physical prowess, but also in combat capabilities. What? Kakashi is training Qian Ming. That evening, Noira Rin was taken aback by the revelation. Kakashi had briefly shared a class with her, yet after less than a year, he had graduated to the battlefield, soon thereafter ascending to the rank of Chunin. In Rin's eyes, Kakashi was an untouchable genius. The idea that such a prodigious individual was responsible for training her cat was astonishing. He had no other teams to join, as few combat squads were willing to accept him. Noirazawa sighed softly. Why is he not a genius? Rin struggled to comprehend. It's rather complicated, Zawa replied heavily, offering no further explanation. Qian Ming lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. He was utterly exhausted, not merely from a single day's toil, but from consecutive days of relentless effort. The following day, as dawn broke, a knock resounded upon the door, awakening neither Wildfield Rin nor Qian Ming. Kakashi took Qian Ming away, thus marking the commencement of yet another day fraught with chaos. Breakfast and lunch were entirely the responsibility of Qian Ming. Possessing a system rendered sustenance a trivial concern. The true challenge lay in being relentlessly pursued by Kakashi, which was both humiliating and exhausting. During this training period, a reckoning would surely follow. To be fair, while Kakashi may be somewhat of a brute, the effectiveness of his training was undeniable. In just 5 or 6 days, Qian Ming noticed a slight reduction in his belly, alongside a marked increase in both strength and speed, though this was not solely attributable to Kakashi's efforts. By consistently consuming specialized ninja cat food, he could feel his chakra and physique steadily strengthening. His speed, while not rapid, was by no means slow. Indeed, Parker paled in comparison. After sustaining grave injuries on the first day, Parker had only been summoned back for training on the 3rd day, only to succumb once more. Today marked the 5th day. Logically, that foolish dog would likely encounter peril again, at which point Kakashi's shadow clone would undoubtedly rush to Parker's aid, diverting Kakashi's attention and presenting an opportunity for Qian Ming to exact his revenge. A gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged. Upon arriving at the Death Forest, Qian Ming, as in previous days, engaged in training, rummaging through bird nests and squirrel dens, occasionally teasing the wild dogs he encountered. The once serene forest had been thrown into disarray, with chaos reigning wherever he tread. Without a strategy to amass points in this realm, he would face a daily deficit exceeding 400, rapidly depleting his resources, making the acquisition of additional ninjutsu seem an unattainable dream. He exercised while awaiting the perfect moment. Kakashi remained oblivious to the mischievous intentions of the little black cat, continuing his pursuit as before. However, soon enough, piercing barks echoed from nearby. Had Parker fallen into danger? Kakashi's anxiety spiked, despite Parker's frailty. He served as the commander and intellect among the 8 ninja dogs. Should Parker perish, regret would be futile. In that moment of distraction, Qian Ming sprang into action. With chakra surging, he executed the body flicker technique. The ninja cat's speed had already been honed to its full potential during training, and with the enhancement of chakra, he reached a level comparable to that of a Nin. Just as Kakashi began to react, a shadow soared overhead. What did this mean? Confusion washed over him, followed by a sudden shift in his expression as he bolted upright to flee, but it was already too late. Though he managed to evade most of the oncoming assault, he still bore a trace of feline excrement. Yet the true concern lay not in the waste itself, but in the scent. Meow, a taunting meow emanated from a nearby tree, where the proud black cat regarded him with an air of superiority. Thus, it was confirmed he despised cats. Though Kakashi's mask obscured his expression, the weight of his tone conveyed a significant shift as he accelerated towards Qian Ming with renewed fervor. Qian Ming, in turn, fled. His speed now rivaled that of Kakashi, and his agility even surpassed the seasoned ninjas, provided Kakashi did not employ lightning release chakra to enhance his physical capabilities. Accelerating his pace, Qian Ming swiftly maneuvered through the forest, darting toward a nearby cliff. The woodland terrain undoubtedly favored the feline, and although ninjas are known for their agility, Qian Ming, being a ninja cat, found himself evenly matched, exerting every ounce of his strength. Damn cat! Kakashi, unable to catch up, gritted his teeth and unsheathed his short blade. The white fang. Whenever he encountered an obstructive branch, he cleaved it aside to avoid wasting precious time. Yet even so, the diminutive black cat slipped through numerous crevices, remaining elusive. At one point, Kakashi stepped onto a pile of excrement on a branch, nearly losing his balance. This had been left by Qian Ming the previous day. 600 points in one breath. How delightful. Qian Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. At this moment, an elite Chunin was pursuing him. Yet he was powerless to catch the nimble feline, as the ninja could not match his speed in the forest. Of course, while cats excel in bursts of speed, they could not compare to Kakashi's endurance. His destination was a narrow fissure in the high cliff. As he dashed forward, Kakashi trailed behind him, tearing through the underbrush. But in his haste, he stumbled upon dog droppings, further aggravating him. Yet, before Kakashi could catch up, Qian Ming deftly scaled the cliff and squeezed into the narrow crevice. Kakashi followed closely but found the gap too constricted to enter. He cast a cold gaze at the cat hiding within and silently summoned the remaining 7 ninja dogs. It was Qian Ming's first encounter with the complete set of the 8 ninja brothers, yet the current situation did not bring him joy. He surveyed the group, noting that only 1 or 2 of the younger dogs might pose a challenge, while the rest were simply overwhelming. What to do? Woof, woof, woof. The 7 dogs barked, their intent clear. They demanded he come out, urging him not to hide, though this was Qian Ming's interpretation of their barks. The little black cat, initially anxious hidden in the rock crevice, soon realized that the dogs could not enter and settled into a cozy nook, preparing for a nap. Aren't you going to eat? Kakashi inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. I have, Qian Ming replied succinctly. Humph. Kakashi, not pressing the matter, smirked and gestured to the 7 ninja dogs before heading toward the small river on the edge of the forest of death. He needed to wash off the lingering scent. Dismissing one dog that attempted to approach with a look of disdain. This is akin to waiting for a hare by the stump. Regardless, I have cat food. I might as well rest first. Qian Ming quietly exchanged for a portion of ninja cat food and began to eat in front of the bewildered dogs. Are you hungry? Want some? He teased, extending a paw. The largest of the black dogs bared its teeth, not in a plea for food, but rather in an attempt to beg for the cat's meal. Undeterred, Qian Ming edged into a spot just outside the reach of a dog named Blue, feigning vulnerability. In an instant, a small dog lunged at him, but Qian Ming swiftly countered with a claw swipe and retreated with remarkable speed. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from Bisque as Qian Ming smirked, seemingly mocking them. Comparing their reaction speed to that of a cat was laughable. Outside, 7 dogs were barking furiously, while the black cat retreated, showing no urgency to leave. The recent jest had resulted in a collective contribution of over 100 from the 7 dogs, and with Kakashi's 600, the total exceeded 700. Alas, they still had to consume cat food. Had it not been for the daily necessity of cat food, it would have amassed over 2,000 points by now. Yet, knowing the benefits of the special ninja cat food, it would not cease its consumption. In fact, it pondered whether to indulge in a luxurious cat food. Quality often correlates with cost, and higher points inevitably signify greater utility. However, it harbored some reservations about whether the luxurious cat food would be suitable at present. Among the cat foods it had sampled, the one priced at 100 was primarily for satiation and stamina replenishment, while the 300 priced variant enhanced physical strength and increased chakra. What about the 1,000? Qian Ming was quite curious, but based on the effects of the 300 priced food, consuming a couple of portions might not yield noticeable results. It decided to defer such luxuries until it had ample funds. Kakashi had summoned them merely to observe the cat eat? How idle. It lay in the crevice, nibbling on cat food absent-mindedly, while the 7 dogs outside appeared almost ready to explode with fury. Infuriatingly, the cat would occasionally emerge to taunt them, retaliating when they attempted to strike. Only 2 of the dogs had sufficiently small claws, and neither posed a challenge to Qian Ming in terms of reaction speed and explosiveness. For a moment, both the 7 dogs and Qian Ming were at a standstill. As Qian Ming accumulated 300 to 400 points, Kakashi's voice finally echoed from outside. Aren't you coming out? Should I resort to ninjutsu? Kakashi had changed into a fresh outfit, likely having donned a new mask as well, suggesting he had just bathed. Ninjutsu? Could it be that this fellow had mastered a second form of chakra transformation? If it were Doton, the thought of a decapitation technique startled Qian Ming, who swiftly extended its claws and began to ascend. The cliff's crevices were not easy to navigate, yet for a ninja cat, it was hardly a challenge. Qian Ming climbed up, while Kakashi's hand emerged from below. However, the ninja dogs were also on the move, sprinting swiftly. Kakashi maintained a calm demeanor, using Doton ninjutsu to return to his previous location. At that moment, Parker was being dragged out by a shadow clone, resembling a lifeless dog. He was astonished by the scene before him. What was happening? Special training, Kakashi uttered succinctly. Awaiting below. However, after a considerable wait, he had yet to see the ninja dogs return with the cat, only to be met with a series of anguished howls. What was going on? He paused momentarily before it dawned on him that he had forgotten to remind them of Qian Ming's hardened fur technique. Oh no, I forgot to mention. He hurried up and witnessed the 5 ninja dogs writhing in pain on the ground, their claws punctured and bleeding. Yet, upon closer inspection, Kakashi realized that Qian Ming had shown restraint. If it could defend against shurikens, its fur-esque counterattack could hardly be so feeble. Should we pursue? Parker, having finally climbed up, winced in pain from his wounds, but, driven by curiosity, continued to follow. Yes, the training continues. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at it, and then returned the 5 injured ones, leaving only Parker and the imposing Blue, who had pursued the matter. Blue was grand and formidable, yet it was outpaced by speed and could not contend with chiming. Naturally, Kakashi had no intention of truly harming the little black cat. Despite being doused in excrement and inadvertently stepping in a pile, he found joy in Chiming's escape and combat prowess. This little creature's strength had already surpassed that of many lower ninjas, fulfilling the 3rd Hokage's directive that he had accomplished his mission. However, further testing was necessary. He instructed Parker to pursue from the periphery, tracing the traces left by Chiming. Eventually, he followed from the forest to a path, and then to the banks of a river. The cat had traversed the water. Parker sniffed, the scent flowing downstream, revealing that the cat had skillfully utilized chakra to walk upon the water, heading towards Konoha. It had proven its worth. Kakashi glanced at it, his emotions unmasked. That creature is a battle cat. I am merely a reconnaissance dog. Can they truly be compared? Parker timidly replied. Heh. Kakashi chuckled softly and summoned the pursuing Blue back using summoning jutsu. There was no chance of that creature catching up. Escaping from their grasp for 7 months was indeed remarkable. Just those 2 piles of cat excrement. His mouth twitched slightly, and he resolved to dismiss the thought. Konoha was not vast, and he would reclaim this ground eventually. There was no need for haste. Parker remained unconvinced, muttering under its breath about the rival being a combat beast, claiming cats were faster than dogs, and so forth. Kakashi, however, could not be bothered. After a few moments of grumbling, he sent Parker back as well. The task was complete, and it was time to report and receive a new mission. Down the streets of Konoha, Chiming strolled leisurely, having sought vengeance and amassed nearly 1,000 points, successfully evading capture. This had been one of the most delightful days in recent memory. It yearned for a grand feast. But alas, funds were lacking. Moreover, having finally slimmed down, it could not indulge excessively, lest it regain weight and fail to outrun Kakashi. The cunning man was not lenient, and with the 8 vicious hounds as his accomplices, caution was imperative. As Chiming ambled a few steps, it suddenly spotted a silver-haired boy approaching from a distance. Instinctively, it prepared to flee, but Kakashi arrived in an instant. The chakra fluctuations were intense. This was the sensation of lightning chakra invigorating the body, even stronger than during their previous encounter in the forest. Of course, the cost was greater, as Chiming could hear Kakashi's labored breathing. This was his maximum burst speed. Heh, if that previous display was my full speed, I would have perished on the battlefield long ago, perhaps due to the 2 piles of cat excrement. Kakashi felt an unusual urge to show off before Chiming, to make the black cat realize that his earlier restraint was intentional, not a sign of incapacity. Chiming had undoubtedly doubted him before, but now had no choice but to acknowledge the truth, for it had been captured. An elite ninja was indeed formidable. You were struck by my excrement, and then stepped in another pile. That was by my design. You think I didn't TC? It was deliberate. A cat, a person, and a child were bickering animatedly as they made their way to the Hokage building. No matter what Kakashi said, Chiming would retort with a single phrase. After traversing a street, Kakashi finally fell silent, letting the small black cat walk on its own, coldly explaining that the mission had been assigned by the Hokage, thus necessitating their audience with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is it? Chiming remained silent, yet the image of the elderly figure from the anime surfaced in his mind. Though Sarutobi was surely not as old now, he was certainly not in the prime of his youth either. One could only wonder how many points could be earned by causing a stir in front of the Hokage. This thought flashed through his mind, and his paws began to twitch with anticipation. In Konoha, Kakashi was somewhat of a celebrity. As they walked, passers-by were puzzled to see him accompanied by a cat, Wasn't he known for his preference for dogs? Yet, no one dared to approach with inquiries. His reputation was formidable, but also quite unpleasant, to the extent that no Nin was willing to team up with him for missions, and seasoned Jonin were even less inclined. In short, he was not particularly well-liked. However, Qian Ming, the small black cat, was somewhat recognizable to the villagers due to the name tag around its neck, indicating it belonged to the Noera family. Under Kakashi's guidance, Qian Ming was presented to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engrossed in reviewing documents at his desk, which was piled high with paperwork. Oh, Kakashi, and this little fellow. Ah, I remember now. I mentioned a few days ago that the Noera family's black cat seemed to have potential. I suggested you train it when time allowed, the third Hokage exclaimed, smiling as he looked up and approached. The small black cat regarded him quietly. It was amusing to think that the source of its recent troubles stemmed from a mere comment by the Hokage. Indeed, when a leader speaks, subordinates often find themselves running about. After 5 days of training, Qian Ming had reached the level of an elite Jonin. Kakashi reported this with a lowered gaze. Oh, the third Hokage was taken aback, an elite Jonin. This indicated that, in Kakashi's estimation, this little creature possessed strength surpassing that of many official Jonin. This was quite extraordinary. Initially, Kakashi had been tasked with training Qian Ming merely to keep him occupied. This little one was a mission enthusiast. Yet no one was willing to team up with him at present, hence the casual assignment. Little did he expect that within 5 days, Qian Ming would have already completed the task. The third Hokage crouched down to come closer to the cat. Observing this, Kakashi instinctively warned, "Be careful, sir." "What is it?" the third Hokage inquired, only to see the black cat suddenly leap onto his Hokage cloak, yanking it from his head and revealing the distinguished hairline of the esteemed leader. He paused for a moment. Then, far from being angry, he chuckled as he picked up the cloak to wear it again, even reaching out to pat Qian Ming on the head, saying, "It seems you are indeed quite spirited. Future missions might bring some headaches." Future missions? Kakashi furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Qian Ming, a sense of unease washed over him, as he felt the third Hokage was implying something more. Qian Ming, for his part, understood perfectly what was occurring. With the practical combat lessons concluded and the body technique assessment completed, it was clear who would pass and who would not. The third Hokage has already begun contemplating the matter of class divisions. It appears that Noera Rin and Kakashi remain in the same class, while Obito. Generally speaking, it is customary to include a relatively weaker ninja among exceptional students like Kakashi and Rin, and Obito, being from the Uchiha clan and possessing a kind-hearted nature, aligns perfectly with the third selection criteria. Therefore, it is highly probable that Obito will continue to team up with Kakashi and Noera Rin, joining Minato Namikaze's class. "Lord Third, do you have any other tasks for me?" Kakashi inquired, his eyes gleaming with determination. The third cleared his throat and replied, "Take a break for the next 7 or 8 days. A new mission will be assigned to you thereafter." Understood. Kakashi refrained from further comments. Comparison brings pain. While Chihiro sets out after 5 days, his own Pakin is still being chased around by beasts in that perilous forest, which would surely be embarrassing in the future. Thus, he decided to take this opportunity to train Pakin. Meow, Chihiro called out to assert his presence. "Ah, right, little Chihiro has earned a forehead protector through your training." The third suddenly recalled, promptly rising to fetch a specially crafted ninja headband from the back. This headband is awarded to all qualified ninja beasts who pass their assessments, signifying their eligibility to join the battlefield. In addition to the headband, there is also a simple set of ninja attire for cats. Although this outfit is rather plain and far less appealing than Chihiro's own, it grants him the right to wear it openly. However, lacking the means to retrieve it, he looked up at the third as if bewildered. "Haha, I will have someone deliver it to your home," the third said, unperturbed. Having encountered many mischievous children throughout his life, he would not be bothered by a mere cat. "Meow?" Kakashi chose not to reveal his ability to speak, so Chihiro merely responded with a meow before swiftly exiting the office, leaving the ominous confines of the Hokage building. The third squinted slightly. He had indeed observed Kakashi's training through his telescope technique, and the scene of Chihiro injuring other ninja dogs with his fur had caught his attention. It resembled the hidden needle technique. He did not suspect that it was a technique passed down from that troublesome boy. As Jiraiya had not returned to the village for many years, it seemed more like a rare coincidence. However, the chakra of this cat was exceptionally abundant, indicating limitless potential. The third sighed, recognizing that his interest lay not only in the ninja cat, but also in the young girl behind it, whose medical talents were equally remarkable. Together, they might one day bear the banner of the medical team. Unbeknownst to Chihiro, the third's thoughts were far removed from his own at this moment. He sat atop the building, gazing at the 3 statues on Hokage Rock, while simultaneously observing the semi-transparent system panel beside him, calculating the points earned from recently lifting the third's cloak. After careful consideration, he realized he had only accumulated a little over 800 points. Is this all the esteemed Hokage is worth? How stingy, he silently lamented about the system, though he understood deep down that it was likely because the third had remained unaffected by his antics. This also attests to the immense potential that lies within the third generation. If one could provoke the third generation to the point of trembling or compel them to take a stand in the courtyard, amassing several thousand points in an instant would pose no challenge at all. Of course, this is merely a personal conjecture. With the recent acquisition of over 800 points, Qian Ming has now accumulated more than 2,400 points. However, this portion of points must be expended daily, with at least 300 required for the specialized cat food. The situation remains dire. Were there sufficient points, one would hardly feel a pang for the mere points, and would have long since exchanged them for 1,000-point cat food to savor a new experience. Yet, given the current scarcity of points, every unit must be utilized judiciously. It leapt to another rooftop, surveying the surroundings. This area is in close proximity to both the Ninja Academy and the hospital. Should one venture to the hospital, a visit to Noira Rin would be in order. Conversely, heading to the academy would offer the chance to reminisce with Xiahongdu. As for the likes of Yugao and others, they are mostly engaged in remedial classes, and finding them at their respective homes would likely prove futile. After a moment of contemplation, it deemed that heading to the academy was the more suitable option. There, one could encounter Xiahongdu, as well as other ninjas, including the likes of Moonlight and Gale, many of whom had previously engaged in frivolous antics, leaving much of their potential untapped. Once Xiaolin graduates, it would become increasingly challenging to visit the academy with such freedom. Before leaving, the dungeon must be cleared. As Qian Ming traversed, its mind wandered aimlessly, thoughts flitting about like leaves in the wind, pondering how to earn more points. With 2,400, subtracting today's cat food, leaves just over 2,001. The distance to 5,000 feels insurmountable. Oh, I wonder when I will manage to gather 5,000, especially with today's lottery panel showcasing numerous wind release techniques, which resonate greatly with me. If only I could draw one. Its hands tingled with anticipation. The thought of having enough for 2 rounds of 10 draws ignited a sense of excitement within. This is the allure of the lottery. Even knowing it may lead to misfortune, the temptation to gamble persists. What if fortune favored it? However, in the next moment, a glance at its own fur color brought forth a wave of melancholy. Why must it be a black cat? Had it been a white cat that met its demise, perhaps it would now be a fortunate white cat, rather than enduring the trials of a misfortunate one. This further underscores the significance of one's lineage in the realm of ninjas. Suppressing the inner demons that tempted it toward wrongdoing, it quickened its pace, hastening toward the academy, its headband swaying gently around its neck. In truth, Qian Ming harbored no fondness for this item. When worn during nocturnal stealth, it revealed the flaws of a metal plate. Yet, when concealment was paramount, it could be stowed away in the inventory, thus causing little hindrance. Close combat techniques are an essential skill for us ninjas, one that every ninja must master. Today, our lesson will focus on the tactical use of kunai in close quarters. The sound of the teacher's lecture resonated within the classroom. Qian Ming gracefully alighted at the back entrance, glancing up but failing to spot Yusho Washihongdo. After a brief pause, it slipped through the door. Upon peering inside, it noticed that the little girl had taken her seat in the front row, sitting upright and attentively engrossed in the lesson, a stark contrast to her previous lackadaisical demeanor. It seemed she had finally awakened. The little black cat understood the reason. The father of Red Bean had passed away. Perhaps she sought revenge or had been influenced by Orochimaru. In any case, she seemed resolute in her determination to strive and no longer remain idle. However, it remained uncertain how long this fierce demeanor could be sustained. Today, attempting to reminisce with Red Bean was out of the question, for she had no desire to suffer in the front row. After scanning her surroundings and finding no intriguing individuals, she was about to turn away when she suddenly spotted a familiar face, with a distinct nose bridge. It was Iraki Yumino. He sat in the 4th row from the back. Although somewhat closer to the front, she could stealthily approach and observe him with caution. Yet, She had forgotten that her recent exploits in the forest had earned her points far beyond what these young children could muster. Teasing him up close nearly caused Irika to leap from his seat, and she had only accumulated a mere few dozen points. Irika was certainly not a genius. His talent was rather mediocre, and his performance at school was lackluster. Nevertheless, he studied diligently and possessed a gentle and kind-hearted nature, even when startled by the cat. He did not betray her presence. After a brief shudder, he was called upon to answer a question, and upon lowering his gaze, he inadvertently noticed the ninja forehead protector tied around the little black cat's neck, which stirred a pang of envy within him. He did not even possess one. Yet this kitten, merely 7 or 8 months old, already had one. How enviable. Irika's hands felt somewhat uncooperative, as he yearned to remove the forehead protector and try it on himself, but he feared offending the ninja cat, so he could only gaze at it with admiration. Only a few dozen points, far too few, Qian Ming lamented internally. After all, he was the father of Naruto. This was rather disappointing. Yet, she merely voiced this complaint in her heart, fully aware that Irika was inherently lacking in strength and, at just 5 or 6 years of age, was significantly weaker than Obito. There were numerous other children in the class, but most were like Irika, average and unremarkable. The strongest among them were likely only Moonlight Gale and Yuhi Kurenai. Never mind, it was uninteresting. She weaved through the crowd, choosing not to linger further, and quietly departed. Qian Ming crouched on the school's rooftop, gazing out at the entirety of Konoha. This was perhaps the most bustling place in the ninja world. Yet, viewed through the lens of her previous life, it seemed rather mediocre, lacking even a proper veterinary clinic, let alone toys and tools specifically for ninja beasts. She retrieved an iron ball from her inventory. This iron ball could automatically return within a certain range, and if used skillfully, it could indeed be considered a concealed weapon. However, she had tried throwing it at night before. With her own strength, tossing the iron ball was akin to chasing a fantasy. Better to refrain. Qian Ming put it away and lay on the edge of the rooftop. Suddenly, without Kakashi pursuing her, life seemed considerably duller. Little Rin was at the hospital for training. And the others? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she noticed 2 peculiar figures running along the road below, Guy and Aido. You two are truly becoming more alike. Qian Ming mused silently. Aido is remarkably diligent. During this period, each time he returns, one can observe him running alongside a Kai on the road, and occasionally, they practice martial arts together in the woods. Of course, this does not constitute a master-disciple relationship. Rather, it is a matter of the two training together. Furthermore, Aido does not limit himself to physical training. He occasionally hones his ninjutsu skills as well. Indeed, Aido has made significant progress. He possesses a certain innate talent, albeit not on par with geniuses like Kakashi. Had he graduated early like a Kai, he might have advanced even further by now. However, it remains uncertain whether his rapid improvement will affect the grouping decisions made by the third Hokage. Qian Ming pondered this and deemed it unlikely. Originating from the Uchiha clan, Aido is kind-hearted and enthusiastic. While he may not compare to figures like Kakashi or Itachi, he is still a commendable child. The higher-ups in Konoha have included him in Minato's team, partly to address the conflicts involving the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, subsequent events unfolded in ways that no one could have anticipated, and Aido's change in temperament was particularly unexpected for all. Crouching there, he swatted away the incessant flies that troubled him, then rose from the edge of the rooftop and prepared to leave. Unable to meet with Little Red Bean, he had no intention of lingering any longer. As Qian Ming stood up, ready to return home, he inadvertently caught sight of a rather peculiar individual, a boy with similarly silvery white hair. The boy stood outside the ninja academy, concealed among the trees near the edge of Konoha, intently observing the academy with wide eyes that occasionally narrowed. Cats possess keen eyesight, allowing Qian Ming to discern that the boy was not wearing glasses, yet bore a striking resemblance to the character Kabuto from the manga. The boy's squinting seemed to stem from his lack of eyewear. After crouching for a moment, Qian Ming swiftly dashed over and leaped into the thicket behind Kabuto. Startled, Kabuto immediately turned to flee upon hearing the commotion, only to notice a ninja perched on a nearby tree. Without his glasses, he could not clearly make out the features of the individual. "Who are you, and why are you hiding here?" he inquired. "I am Kabuto, a child from the orphanage." "Are you a ninja?" Kabuto swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down, and bowed to the ninja before him. Indeed, it is Kabuto, Qian Ming mused internally. Remaining in a crouched position, he nodded gently and fixed his gaze on the young boy for several moments before speaking. You have been observing for quite some time. Do you aspire to become a ninja? Of course. Becoming a ninja allows one to undertake missions and earn money. If I can earn money. Kabuto hesitated at this point, failing to continue, yet internally, he thought, if I can earn money, the headmaster won't have to run around trying to make a living. There are numerous ways to earn money. One need not solely rely on becoming a ninja. For instance, opening a pet snack shop or a pet service store. Or even a pet hospital, Qian Ming suggested. Pet snacks, pet services, pet hospitals. A look of confusion crossed Kabuto's face. With his limited knowledge, he could hardly fathom how pet snacks and services could be profitable, and as for pet hospitals, what were those? Kabuto. At that moment, a woman's voice faintly echoed from a distance. Yakushi-do swiftly turned his head, and in the blink of an eye, the ninja had vanished without a trace. A tinge of disappointment washed over him as he searched the surroundings, but without his glasses, everything remained a blur, forcing him to abandon the quest and sprint towards Yakushi-Nanoyu's direction. Once he departed, Qian Ming emerged from behind the tree. It dared to act grand in front of Do, but Yakushi-Nanoyu was a formidable ninja, and any trickery would be easily discerned. Nevertheless, it was merely a fleeting whim. Had Yakushi-do not encountered that incident, his innate talent would undoubtedly have made him an exceptional medical ninja. Alas, a certain troublemaker in the village disrupted such potential. Following closely, it witnessed Do reunite with Yakushi-Nanoyu. The gentle woman, a product of the Root organization, smiled as she placed a pair of glasses on Do's face. Upon receiving the glasses, Do immediately glanced back, only to be met with disappointment as he failed to spot the ninja. What are you looking at? Nanoyu inquired curiously, following his gaze, and then her expression grew slightly complicated as she ruffled Do's hair, unable to offer any assurances. Of course, the ninja school was open to all villagers, but the orphanage could not favor Do alone. However, it was financially unfeasible for all the children to attend. Moreover, Do was an orphan left behind by the remnants of war from another village. After a moment of contemplation, a radiant and beautiful smile illuminated her face as she asked, "Do you wish to learn ninjutsu?" Yes. Do turned to the director, nodding vigorously. "When we return, I will teach you some fundamental ninjutsu. And later you can learn medical ninjutsu from me." Nanoyu gently caressed his hair. At that moment, she noticed a small black cat perched on the nearby wall, its eyes fixed intently on her, appearing rather adorable. The director initially perceived Qian Ming as a stray cat and felt a pang of sympathy. Upon closer inspection, she realized it had an owner and was, in fact, a remarkable ninja cat. How peculiar. Could it belong to the Uchiha clan? A thought flickered through her mind. Do caught a glimpse of the cat's reflection in his glasses and turned to look back. It was indeed a ninja cat. "Let us go," Nanoyu said, patting his head as she stood up, preparing to return to the orphanage, where numerous matters awaited her attention, leaving no room for lingering. Yakushi-do nodded, following her out. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Qian Ming, feeling an inexplicable oddity about the cat, as if something were amiss. Only after they had departed did Qian Ming pursue them. The cat's keen nose was adept at tracking scents, allowing it to follow closely behind. While Do pondered what felt off, as they neared home, a flash of insight struck him. The ninja had mentioned that all lucrative endeavors were somehow related to pets. Could it be that the ninja was the cat's owner? It was a possibility. This revelation birthed another thought in his mind. If he mastered medical ninjutsu, he could treat people for a fee, and similarly, he could also treat pets for profit. This presented a viable avenue for earning, and perhaps, once established, opening a pet clinic would not be out of reach. At this moment, Kabuto had yet to delve into the realm of medical arts, believing that healing both humans and pets constituted the same practice, without perceiving any distinction between the two. In Konoha, veterinary clinics struggled to generate profit. The Inuzuka clan, known for their fondness for pets, maintained their own veterinary team, eschewing external assistance. When Shiharu offered suggestions, it was primarily out of recognition of the larger market in Kyoto. Naturally, it was also motivated by a sense of pity for the orphanage's inhabitants and a desire for a legitimate venue in Konoha to engage in playful mischief. Tormenting other pets, an excellent opportunity to accrue points. On another note, Kabuto was indeed a clever individual, for it was this very intellect that had drawn Orochimaru's attention. After observing for a while and confirming the orphanage's location, Kabuto glanced at the sky. Time was not on his side, and lingering at the orphanage today was impossible. However, should an opportunity arise in the future, a visit would be delightful. Upon returning home, Chiharu nestled in his small abode, lost in contemplation. When would this arduous existence come to an end? He fervently wished for time to hasten its passage. Yet, Yawaraze had not returned home for 3 days. The previous night, he had witnessed this Shinin hurriedly departing on a mission, and now, as the day wore on, there was still no sign of his return. A flicker of concern crept into Chiharu's mind. Yawaraze had not made an appearance in Naruto, and in recent years, Konoha's conflicts with neighboring villages had been relentless, albeit on a smaller scale. These minor skirmishes still claimed lives. Anxiety gnawed at him, but fortunately, this unease did not linger long. By evening, Yawaraze returned. Intact yet burdened by a complex emotional weight. A profound sorrow enveloped him. There must have been casualties within his team. Upon returning home, Rin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yawaraze before offering a slight bow. "Sit, Rin," he urged, exhaustion evident in his demeanor. After she settled, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "It seems your cohort will need to graduate ahead of schedule." Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. "All of us graduating early? How is that possible?" While she was not considered a prodigy, her academic performance was commendable, and she was well aware of her peers' abilities. The notion of half the class graduating did not surprise her, but the prospect of everyone doing so was unfathomable. "Alas, too many have perished. There's nothing we can do about it," Yawaraze lamented gravely. After a few years of respite, Iwagakure and Sunagakure were showing signs of renewed aggression against Konoha. With Sunagakure spearheading the assault, Konoha had suffered significant losses among its lower-ranked ninjas. Of the 3 Nin under his command, 2 had fallen at the hands of Sunagakure. No wonder today, Rin thought, recalling the influx of injured at the hospital. Chiharu, eavesdropping nearby, felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. War had begun anew. It was no surprise that Yawaraze had been absent for several days. This return likely served merely as a temporary transition before he was dispatched once more, for indeed, Nin represented the backbone of the ninja hierarchy. Hesitating for a moment, Chiharu decided he should make his presence known, bounding from his nest to the dining table, though the two were oblivious to his arrival. Thus, Qian leaped directly onto the dining table, provoking a fit of irritation from the head of the household, Yawaharazawa, who nearly reacted by swatting Qian off the table. After days of relentless travel, his nerves were slightly frayed. However, Rin shielded Qian, cradling him in her arms to protect him from her father's wrath. She glanced down, unable to contain her mixed feelings of surprise and delight, and exclaimed, "Father, look." Unfazed at first, Yawaharazawa's eyes widened gradually upon a mere glance. The forehead protector of a ninja beast differs from that of a human, with varying assessment criteria. Yet the fundamental requirement remains the same: strength. In just over 10 days, Qian would only be 8 months old, and his potential was remarkably high. With a flick of his tail, he jumped down from the table, as the caretaker, who had prepared the meal, glared at him, signaling him to descend. He complied and settled onto the tatami mat below, waiting for his meal to be served. As a plate was placed before him, it contained vegetables and meat. Somewhat simpler than before. Though the vegetables were certainly less delectable than the meat, Qian had no choice but to eat, lest Yawahara would not let him off easily. After finishing his meal, he wandered around the house. With Rin's class on break, he lacked a stable source of points, and with daily expenses mounting, he had to devise a plan from home. From his observations during this period, the system's point assessment indicated that the greater the emotional turmoil of the bullied party, the higher the point income. For instance, Obito, despite his weakness, garnered significant points from pleading for mercy and promising treats, clearly distressed, thus earning him a couple of 100 points. In contrast, the third Hokage's temperament was far too placid. Perhaps an opportunity should arise to leave some post-meal desserts in the Hokage's office? That might yield some points, though the difficulty was exceedingly high, making it nearly impossible to execute. It would be far simpler to employ a seduction technique before the third. What a splendid idea. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sensation in his stomach reminded him of urgent matters at hand. Turning to the restroom, he intended to address his personal affairs when he noticed a small box on the floor. Upon flipping it over, he discovered it was empty. His eyes darted, and an idea sparked in his mind. While damaging household items was out of the question, manipulating this sort of refuse was permissible, qualifying as a form of recycling. With this in mind, he boldly kicked the paper box all the way to the restroom and cautiously left behind his treasure inside, the quantity unusually abundant, nearly overflowing. Moments later, an overwhelming stench began to permeate the air. Qian Ming's expression shifted dramatically, and he retched a few times before swiftly leaping out of the restroom's small window, closing it slightly behind him. What a disaster. He worried he might face punishment later. Yet, considering his new status as a formal ninja cat, he reasoned he should possess some degree of authority, making it unreasonable to be punished at will. Besides, if Yawaharazawa intended to strike, could he not escape? After all, he was a cat, not his son. With this thought, Qian Ming felt a wave of glee at the prospect of accruing points, having earned over 200 points just for jumping onto the dining table. This incident should yield at least 600 or 700 more. He circled back home through the front gate. At that moment, the Noera sisters had just finished their meal and were tidying up. Noera Rin was helping her mother with the dishes, while Noera Zay, as usual, organized his clothes and prepared for a bath. This was his routine, and it was also the reason Chiharu felt secure from any accidental harm. The little black cat, feeling somewhat guilty, lay restlessly in its nest, poised to spring back at any moment. The instant an angry roar emanated from the bathroom, it would bolt out without a second thought. Before long, a furious yell resonated from the direction of the restroom. Damn it, Chiharu, you. Ugh. You little brat. Ugh, ugh. The curses were interspersed with retching sounds and hurried footsteps. Without hesitation, Chiharu turned and darted into a nearby alley. What on earth was wrong with father? Rin, perplexed, hurried over and found her father leaning against the wall, his face ashen. Noiraze, having seen battle, managed to regain his composure after a few seconds outside, despite the peculiar odor wafting from the bathroom. He cared deeply for his daughter and did not take out his frustration on her, merely stating with deliberate emphasis, "Where is that little rascal?" "He just left," Rin replied after a moment of contemplation. "I need to catch him and make that little brat copy the house rules 10 times. Noiraze furiously stormed out. Rin, though confused about the situation, understood one thing. Regardless of whether the cat could write, did their family even have house rules? With her father in a rage, she dared not intervene, opting instead to uncover the truth of the matter. She opened the bathroom door, her expression shifting instantly. However, being a medical student accustomed to intense situations, she forced herself to breathe and swiftly closed the door behind her, opening a window. After a brief search, she found the cardboard box and quickly tossed it out of the window before escaping the bathroom. Chiharu crouched on the roof of a nearby house, watching as Noiraze rushed out, searching for him. The cat flattened itself to avoid detection. The night was dim, and Noiraze had no means to track him. Although he was a nin, he did not possess the keen senses of the Inuzuka clan. The little black cat, wary of being spotted, gradually retreated. Once assured of its safety, it opened the system panel, glancing at its accumulated points. After switching to a new cat food today, it had around 2,000 points, which had now increased to nearly 2,900, a rise of about 900. Quite satisfying. Chiharu mused. I wonder who handled the bathroom situation at home. Observing Noiraze's swift exit, it was likely Rin's doing. Rin, being so gentle, would surely hesitate to strike back. All it needed to do was avoid this stern father. Best to evade tonight's trouble. Hiding on the rooftop, it admired the moonlight above, contemplating its points, and felt a twinge of regret. If only it had hidden that box in the corner of the bedroom, the points might have been even more plentiful. However, to do so would mean inviting a severe reprimand, which was certainly not the goal. Moreover, that peculiar object truly reeked. Previously, it was usually disposed of outdoors, carefully buried away before making a hasty retreat, and thus it hadn't seemed excessively foul. However, today, cast aside in the narrow confines of the bathroom, its potency became abundantly clear. One can only exclaim, how terrifying. As night deepened, Noiraze searched the area for clues, only to nearly step on a cardboard box hurled from the window by Rin. Frustrated and unlucky, he flung the box far into the thicket and resignedly made his way home. That little rascal had better not return, Noiraze cursed. Yet, this was merely a fleeting remark. He would undoubtedly feel a profound sorrow if Chickage truly didn't come back, for she was no ordinary house cat, but a ninja cat, capable of safeguarding his daughter on the battlefield. He sighed in resignation. How could she, so clever and aware of the need to use the litter box, engage in such reckless behavior? Noiraze found himself perplexed, and he was not alone in this confusion. The entire family shared the sentiment, attributing it perhaps to a mischievous prank by the little black cat, or simply a momentary lapse in memory. With the door shut, Chickage meandered back home in the dead of night, ultimately discovering a crack in the window of Noera Rin's room. The cat's body was remarkably supple, as acknowledged by the system. Although the gap was narrow, it was not difficult for her to squeeze through, and moments later, she successfully infiltrated Rin's chamber. The delightful girl was peacefully slumbering in her bed. Chickage lingered on the windowsill for a brief moment before gracefully leaping down and curling up in the corner, enveloped by the curtains. This was the safest spot, shielding her from any reprimand Noera might dispense for her late-night escapade. As the cat nestled comfortably, she began to softly purr. While ordinary humans might not hear it, a ninja is no common individual. Though Rin had not formally become a ninja, she possessed a basic level of alertness, and so, in the dead of night, she was stirred awake by the sound of purring. Following the noise, she discovered Chickage and couldn't help but stifle a giggle, gently chiding, "If you were afraid, why did you go there in the first place?" Not wishing to awaken the black cat, she retrieved an old garment from the wardrobe to cover it. The next morning, upon waking and finding herself swathed in the clothing, Chickage realized that her presence in the girl's room had been discovered. However, at that moment, Rin was just getting out of bed. Startled, Chickage glanced around before swiftly leaping onto the windowsill and squeezing herself back out through the window. "Beast, she's still just a child." Chickage cursed silently. The little girl was hardly a sight to behold. She reassured herself, and then deliberately ruffled her fur, pitifully returning home through the front door. "Ah, the little rascal. You chose to return." Noera, clad in a ninja vest with all his gear perfectly assembled, was evidently preparing for an outing. Upon seeing Chickage, he immediately recalled his own disgraceful state from the previous day, a mix of cursing and retching, which incited a fresh wave of anger. Thus, the black cat's account was burdened with an additional 100 points. Noticing Chickage's somewhat distracted gaze, which seemed to harbor a hint of delight, Noera felt another surge of irritation. He squatted down to admonish, "If you ever act like that again, I will have Mike Guy take you for a run." This threat was significant, and Chickage promptly nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her compliance. The timid demeanor is quite endearing, as it has practiced various poses in front of the household mirror, learning which expressions evoke pity and which elicit no anger. Qian Ming has long abandoned the pride from a past life. As a mischievous cat, these skills are essential, lest it unwittingly antagonize foes. Mastering the art of feigned vulnerability comes with expertise. Yet, Yuan, still irked, uttered a few more words, though the earlier ferocity had diminished. Yielding to a sense of resignation, he departed. Qian Ming crouched for a moment, observing two green figures approaching in the distance, prompting a hasty retreat into the house to avoid detection. However, it did not anticipate that those brazen individuals would dare to enter. "Auntie, Shaolin," shouted Dado upon entering, announcing his presence. "Dado, are you heading to school with Lin? Please wait a moment." Yuan Hui glanced around before swiftly retreating to prepare breakfast. Mike Guy, having searched the room for Qian Ming without success, sighed softly in disappointment, saying, "You all have class today. I will head out to train alone." Dado bowed deeply, fully aware that without Mike Guy's guidance in martial arts, his rapid progress would have been unattainable. "It's merely training. I shall take my leave." Mike Guy, with a generous spirit, dismissed the recent events, knowing he could not instruct Dado alone. Much of what he taught came after consulting his father the following day. Once he departed, Qian Ming emerged from hiding. "That was close. That fellow was undoubtedly seeking me. Otherwise, with Kai's disposition, he would have left long ago instead of lingering at the door." "Dado, you might need to prepare for an assessment today. Have you brought everything?" Upon seeing Dado, Yuan Lin's first words were a reminder, indicating Dado had previously mislaid his belongings. "I forgot my kunai. Akai lent me one." Dado sheepishly ruffled his hair. "You're at it again. Oh dear, you mustn't behave this way once you become a ninja," Yuan Lin remarked, exasperation evident in her tone. "Understood. Is there an assessment today? I wasn't aware. Are we going to be divided into different classes?" Dado, feeling anxious, spoke hurriedly. Yuan Lin shook her head and glanced around, spotting Qian Ming at the corridor entrance to the restroom, prompting her to rush over with heightened vigilance. Dado, perplexed, noticed Lin's serious demeanor as she approached, but she relaxed once she reached the corridor and knelt to converse with the small cat. Ultimately, the assessment. Qian Ming was somewhat reluctant to attend, preferring to visit the orphanage and see Yakushi Kabuto. However, Yuan Lin did not afford it the luxury of choice, dragging it along for breakfast, making Dado wait until they finally finished and stepped outside. Even with the delay in dining, there remained ample time before class commenced. Dato's early rising was the cause of his prolonged wait. In the past, Dato would wake late and assist along the way, inevitably causing delays and tardiness. Since joining forces with Akai, the burden upon him has significantly lightened, thanks to Akai's assistance. Furthermore, the likelihood of encountering an elderly lady while running has diminished considerably. Otherwise, he would surely be delayed at this very moment. Upon entering the classroom, it was evident that most had arrived. Qian Ming glanced around. Before long, she spotted Yu Hong and Inuzuka Hana standing together. Upon seeing Rin, they waved, yet it was clear that Noera Rin was preoccupied with other thoughts, utterly oblivious to their greeting. A soft meow broke the silence, snapping Noera Rin back to reality. Qian Ming pondered. It appeared that Noera Zay's mission had stirred considerable worry within her, or else she wouldn't have been so distracted. Rin, wow. Little Qian Ming has passed the assessment and officially become a ninja cat. Yu Hong approached and immediately noticed the forehead protector around Qian Ming's neck. How enviable. Inuzuka Hana, cradling her dog, Gray Maru, refrained from reaching out to pat Qian Ming, while Gray Maru gazed at her with a mix of jealousy and fear. Certain senses in animals are more acute than in humans. He sensed that this cat had grown stronger. Damn, at less than 8 months old, how could a cat progress so rapidly? Gray Maru felt a deep sense of despair, realizing he might never surpass the cat before him, and the grudges he held would remain unavenged. Qian Ming bared her teeth. Woof woof. Qian Ming, don't frighten Gray Maru. He is still so young. Noera Rin began, only to pause abruptly, recalling that Gray Maru seemed to be several months older than Qian Ming, perhaps even twice her age, so calling him small didn't quite fit. I should take this cowardly dog away. It's quite embarrassing. Inuzuka Hana covered her face and hastened her steps to flee. It was the first time a dog from the Inuzuka clan had developed a fear of cats, and being labeled a prodigy of the clan. The news would surely provoke laughter among others. By the way, the summoning technique. Yu Hong pointed at Qian Ming and reiterated her earlier statement. Noera Rin hesitated for a moment before whispering, "There's no rush for now. The summoning technique is not commonplace. It is a space-time ninjutsu that can summon beings or objects, yet each has a crucial component, the scroll. While the summoning technique is precious, it can be learned through camaraderie among classmates. The issue lies in the scrolls being equally expensive. As a mere chunin, Noera Zay would likely exhaust his finances to acquire one. I'm sorry." Yu Hong realized this and promptly apologized to Noera Rin. Qian Ming extended her paw, affectionately patting Rin's shoulder. She cast a glance at Asuma, who seemed desensitized, showing no jealousy upon witnessing her closeness with Yu Hong. Well, it was just in time for graduation. He wouldn't be missed. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the teacher's arrival. Today was the assessment. Yet those with elders who were ninjas understood that it was merely a formality. The village of Konoha needed a new batch of genin, so all students would pass. However, Obito was unaware of this. He sat upright, eagerly awaiting the teacher to commence the exam, hoping to showcase the results of his hard work over the past period, only to be met with a written test. A written test. Obito found it utterly absurd. How could the assessment conclude with a mere written examination? Qian Ming felt a profound sense of joy beside him, even rolling on the table. What a twist of fate for Obito, after months of preparation, to face a theoretical exam instead of a practical one. Having been constantly associated with Kai, he even dragged me into running. Truly, what a fitting retribution. Obito was on the verge of tears. What did he understand about theory? If this continued, he would have to lower his voice and seek help from Noera Rin next year. Yet, Rin sat across from him, separated by a desk, and could only shrug in helplessness. As the exam papers were distributed, the time allotted was 2 hours. Being a graduation examination, the difficulty was notably high, but I hoped everyone could respond independently without glancing around. Anyone caught cheating would face consequences. Hee. Noera Shizuka sneered, his gaze sweeping the room like a hawk. The children, upon hearing this threat, fell silent, fearing to cheat. When the papers arrived, Obito glanced down, inhaled deeply. Excellent. Not a single question he could answer. His heart raced with anxiety. His legs felt weak and trembled, yet he maintained a facade of calm, whispering to the cat beside him, "Help me." Qian Ming looked up at him briefly before turning to glance around. The gray cat, perched atop Inuzuka Hana's head, observed the surroundings vigilantly, evidently gathering intelligence for its master. This was painfully obvious. It scrutinized the room. The Hyuga clan was the most convenient, but upon closer inspection, their methods could still be discerned. Next in line was the Yamanaka clan. As for Obito and his peers, their tactics were far too clumsy. "Help me," he repeated his plea softly. The little black cat moved aside, glanced at Noera Rin's exam paper, then boldly approached Obito, pressing its paw onto his paper. The sound was soft, yet the classroom fell silent. Even the faintest noise could draw the teacher's attention. Noera Shizuka fixed his gaze on the black cat before turning to Obito. Obito also looked up, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. "Obito," the teacher called sharply, then sighed softly. This child had potential, yet his singular focus was bewildering. After spending so long with the little black cat, he still failed to grasp Qian Ming's nature. The little creature, both in heart and fur, was as dark as night. Asking it for help was likely to backfire. Having been called out, Obito dared not make any further moves. Qian Ming chuckled inwardly. That last action had nearly frightened Obito to death, causing his score to surge nearly 300 points. Indeed, he was Obito. Reflecting on this, the exam seemed a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, Qian Ming leapt off the desk and hurried to Noera Shizuka's side. Then, amid the puzzled gazes of everyone, jumped onto the podium. "What are you doing?" Noera Shizuka was somewhat bewildered, perplexed. "Meow." Qian Ming raised his paw, pointing at the wandering gray cat behind him, the implication clear. Upon hearing the sound, Gray looked over, and the two creatures exchanged a glance. The little dog then leapt down from Inuzuka Hana's head and squatted by the podium. Hana, initially taken aback, then gritted her teeth and continued answering questions. Without Gray, her pace noticeably slowed. Subsequently, the little black cat waved its paws and meowed as a warning, indicating with certainty the location of the cheating. Both the students below and Shihira on stage wore peculiar expressions. What trick is this little creature playing? Coming on stage to catch cheaters? Hebe Ebisu's face darkened as he stood up and declared with righteous indignation, "Teacher, I request that she be expelled from the classroom. She is severely disrupting our examination." Indeed, others quickly nodded in agreement, including Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurenai, who expressed their discontent. With the cat meowing incessantly, how could they concentrate on answering their questions? In the heat of battle, would one expect the enemy to refrain from attacking while you complete your jutsu? Write quickly. When time is up, submit your papers, Shihira replied curtly. Although Chika was causing a disturbance, this examination was merely a formality, and it provided an opportunity to temper the disposition of these young ones. Hearing this, Chika eagerly jumped down to confront the culprits, catching anyone whose cheating methods were crude, creating a palpable tension in the examination room. Even Noera Rin regretted bringing this creature along. Observing the multitude of resentful gazes below and the visibly rising scores, Chika felt an immense joy. All adversaries would only serve to strengthen me, and now I am an enemy to all. However, the educational system of Konoha is formidable. After Shihira uttered those words, everyone transitioned from initial irritation and chaos to gradually leveraging their advantages. Although Chika continued to disrupt, it proved futile. The scores ceased to rise. TSK, never mind. I'll go for a stroll. Finally, it's 3007, but alas. If only I had switched to a different cat food in the morning, I would have reached 4000 by now. Chika emerged from the classroom, delighting in the score while feeling a pang of sadness. How wonderful it would be to possess sufficient luck, thus eliminating the need for such arduous efforts to accumulate points. The plight of the unfortunate is one that the fortunate cannot comprehend. Squatting at the doorway, it sighed with a sense of weariness, then glanced back, realizing that no one, save the teacher, noticed its departure. They were too engrossed in their answers, completely immersed in the world of problem-solving. Thanks to me, they could focus so intently. Chika shamelessly praised itself, then leapt up onto the wall, following the route remembered from yesterday to the orphanage of Yakushi Kabuto. The orphanage was situated in a remote area, as they had limited funds. Approaching the yard, it spotted Kabuto, dressed simply, holding a book, quietly reading and observing. Chika peered down from the tree. This was a medical book, of course, not one pertaining to veterinary studies. To understand medical texts at such a young age, he truly is an insufferable genius, it thought, feeling a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be to be a genius, no, how splendid it would be to be a tailed beast. With the power of a tailed beast combined with the system of a bully, one could swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Amidst these tumultuous thoughts, it inadvertently created a slight noise in the tree. The boy glanced up and immediately spotted the dark figure above, with a single glance. Kabuto confirmed one thing. This was indeed the cat from yesterday. Somehow, he felt no fear. Instead, he gazed directly at the cat, scrutinizing it intently. With a swift leap, Qian Ming descended from the tree, landing precisely atop his head. Do remained remarkably composed, devoid of any semblance of panic, for he sensed that the creature posed no threat to him. "Are you the companion of that esteemed ninja?" the apothecary Do inquired with curiosity. Qian Ming nodded, delicately toying with the hooded garment that adorned Do while observing the book in his hands. Though he could decipher the characters, their arrangement eluded him entirely. Being outshone by a mere 3- or 4-year-old boy felt like a lifetime wasted. Yet, fortunately, in this life, he was a cat, accompanied by a system. "Please refrain from soiling my clothes and hair. It would be quite troublesome to wash them, and the courtyard lacks sufficient spare attire," Do admonished as he gently nudged the black cat from his head, carefully patting his hat and hair. Such a tender little boy. It was not that Qian Ming was peculiar. Rather, Do had been exceedingly adorable as a child, with silver hair reminiscent of Kakashi's youthful days. Teasing this little boy brought a sense of satisfaction akin to avenging Kakashi. Of course, in this moment, Do was infinitely more endearing than Kakashi, who was merely a pompous, expressionless lad. "I can't shake the feeling that you're contemplating something rather impolite." A voice drifted from behind. "Kakashi?" Qian Ming swiftly turned, spotting the boy striking a pose atop the tree, his demeanor exuding arrogance. "TCH. If you think having silver hair makes you akin to me, you are sorely mistaken. I am nothing like him," Kakashi proclaimed, brimming with self-importance. "Forgive me, but you are." Do adjusted his glasses, glancing up in slight disarray. "Meow, a pompous boy. Pay him no mind," Qian Ming chimed, attempting to mimic a sound. Then spoke in his true voice while casting a disdainful glance at Kakashi. "You are not me. So how could you know I think Do resembles you?" Indeed, he secretly harbored such thoughts. "Greetings, I am Apothecary Do," the boy bowed respectfully. "Hataki Kakashi," Kakashi responded, flicking his hair with a flourish. For reasons unknown, Qian Ming sensed a profound desire for attention emanating from Kakashi, particularly following their forest escapade. Was the interplay of love and rivalry his hidden attribute? He pondered deeply on Kakashi. At that moment, after Do exchanged pleasantries with Kakashi, he promptly set the book aside and eagerly posed a question. "I never anticipated you could speak. Coincidentally, your master mentioned those things yesterday. Could you elucidate them for me? I must admit, I found it rather perplexing yesterday." Pet treats refer to items made for pets to enjoy, while pet service establishments specialize in grooming, bathing, and entertaining pets. Pet hospitals are places for treating pets. Qian Ming lazily leapt onto a stool, sprawled out, and playfully stuck out his tongue at Kakashi. "How dull," Kakashi scoffed. "So what should be done?" Do's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he believed that a pet hospital held great potential, but upon reflection, he realized that pet services were far more suitable to initiate, provided these schemes were indeed feasible. "Firstly, please give me a hand." Qian Ming lay on top, while Do hesitated for a moment. Having never owned a cat before, he had refreshed his knowledge on pets the night prior, so perhaps he could give it a try. A minute later, Qian Ming was sprawled on the stool, half-closed eyes emitting a contented purring sound. Do's hands indeed possessed a deftness, and his understanding was remarkable, with just a few hints. He immediately grasped what needed to be done. Standing in the tree, Kakashi recalled Do's earlier words, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Had this boy not realized that it was the cat playing tricks all along? What so-called money-making scheme was merely a ruse to have the child massage it? Right. He had forgotten that Do was merely an ordinary person. Kakashi pondered how to expose the foolish cat, but after a few seconds, witnessing Qian Ming becoming progressively more relaxed, he could no longer hold back and cautioned. "The ninja you encountered yesterday must have been transformed by this cat. It possesses such abilities." "What?" Do paused upon hearing this, halting his massage. "Meow. Kakashi. Indeed. That person yesterday was I. However, my suggestion holds truth. Nothing understands a pet's needs better than a cat, does it?" Qian Ming furiously yelled at Kakashi and then promptly explained to Do. Do was astute. He found Qian Ming's words reasonable, but pets themselves had no money. This fellow before him, even after numerous massages, could it produce any currency? Clearly not. The Inuzuka clan had a fondness for dogs. They would never allow outsiders to massage their ninja hounds. With the primary profit lost, where else could one earn? Kakashi delivered another merciless blow. "Kakashi, I shall take you on." Meowing in anger, the small black cat arched its back, fur bristling, and then with a leap, swiftly lunged towards Kakashi. Kakashi observed coldly. As it approached, he tilted his head, prepared to evade. However, needle-hidden technique. This time, the cat's fur did not shield it, but, under chakra manipulation, hardened and elongated, causing the black cat to explode outward like a hedgehog. Kakashi, though quick to dodge, found his clothing punctured in numerous places. Impressive. Do's eyes sparkled. No wonder it was said that becoming a ninja could be lucrative. Even a ninja cat was this formidable. You tore my clothes. Kakashi fumed. You thwart my good deeds, and besides, this cat did not deceive anyone who said that services must cater solely to ninja beasts. Those wealthy ladies in Kyoto are far more significant, all right? Qian Ming perched on a branch of a nearby tree, arching its back in vigilance. Wealthy ladies? Kakashi and Do reacted differently upon hearing this. The former conjured images of those plump noble women from the land of fire he'd encountered on previous missions, while Do envisioned women adorned with gold and jewels. Indeed, ninjas were all impoverished. Relying on wealthy ladies was the undeniable truth. Wealthy ladies. Kakashi tilted his head, pondering for a long while, unable to discern the source of this cat's wicked humor. If he struggled to comprehend, Do, being but 3 years old, would understand even less. However, Kakashi was well aware that the cat's words bore no good intentions. With a cold glance, he swiftly vanished using the body flicker technique, as he had training to attend to. Come now, continue to scratch me, he beckoned. Very well, replied D, grinning as he settled down. Once Chiharu had draped himself over the chair, D began to scratch while engrossed in the medical texts before him, savoring the knowledge contained within. Hearing the commotion, Yano pulled back the curtains from a nearby room to take a discreet glance, and upon discovering it was merely the cat, she sighed in relief and returned to her tasks. Initially, D's technique was rather rudimentary, but as time progressed, he seemed to delve into the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu. The areas he had scratched radiating warmth akin to having been immersed in warm water. Chiharu instinctively let out a few cat-like sounds. This skill, I shall dub you the finest technician of Konoha. As D's healing massage reached a state of refinement, Chiharu found it difficult to leave. This is utterly delightful. Unfortunately, D had responsibilities to attend to, and it was time for him to return. Though merely a little over 3 years of age, D had to work. For the orphanage lacked sufficient funds, compelling each child to strive for financial contribution from an early age. After a brief period of distraction, Chiharu managed to accumulate over 100 points before setting off for home. The points panel now displayed over 4,400 of which had been contributed by Kakashi, who was quite vexed when Chiharu had torn his clothing, leading to a significant contribution. Over 4,000, let us keep pushing. Yet, considering the daily expenditure on cat food, sigh, it felt like a distant dream. Upon returning home, Chiharu found that Nawahara-sawa had not yet returned, and thus he settled down in his cozy nook, awaiting his meal. The examination only took place in the morning. Nawahara-rin had gone to the hospital after lunch and had yet to return, leaving only the cook bustling about, preoccupied with preparing meals. Among the family, the cook was the one most to be avoided. The returns were meager, and should one provoke their ire, dinner might be halved, rendering the cost-benefit ratio decidedly unfavorable. It was best to refrain from causing trouble at home for the time being. When Rin finally returned, Nawahara-K promptly inquired about the results of the examination. Upon learning that this year's assessment was written, the housewife was taken aback for quite some time. For many years, it was the first time encountering a written graduation assessment. It seemed rather trivial. As a mother, she certainly did not wish for her child to graduate at such a critical juncture, but the village's policies were paramount, and the shinobi below could only comply with orders. Thankfully, Chiharu was present. Rin's mother silently rejoiced, believing that with a ninja cat by Rin's side, she would be significantly safer than an ordinary ninja. After the exam, class assignments typically took a month, but this time it was different. The graduation ceremony was scheduled for a week later, coinciding with class assignments, significantly condensed to a quarter of the usual duration. This clearly indicated the village's urgency to bolster its ranks. And this cohort of graduates would likely not be relegated to D or C rank missions for long. Upon graduation, they might soon find themselves facing the battlefield in simpler tasks. In Chiharu's eyes, their situation seemed rather bleak, yet from what he observed, these rambunctious children appeared quite exhilarated, eager to plunge into battle immediately after graduation. One could only say that the children of the shinobi world were beyond comprehension. Chiharu, starting tomorrow, I shall focus intently on studying medical ninjutsu at the hospital, and I certainly will not have time to be with you. So I have asked Obito to keep you company." After the meal, Noera Rin affectionately petted her cat, engaging it in heartfelt conversation. Upon hearing the name Obito, Qian Ming paused, turning her gaze towards the little girl, her voice erupting in an annoyed meow. There was no use in opposition. It was settled. Noera Rin was resolute. During the day's examination, the elusive cat had vanished without a trace, and for the next 7 days, if she were not by its side, it could very well find itself wandering aimlessly. Her thoughts were simple. The reluctance of the little black cat to associate with Obito and Kai only indicated that these two could indeed handle it. "No," Qian Ming protested loudly. Yet the two paid her no mind, engrossed in their own tasks. She crouched in her nest, pondering quietly. Tomorrow morning, she would rise early and flee, determined not to fall into the clutches of those two devils. Yes, the sooner she departed, the better. She could not linger. At the very least, she must spend the day outside. To that end, she retired early to ensure she would awaken on time the next day. However, to her surprise, just as dawn broke, a knock echoed from the door, startling Qian Ming awake. As she lifted her head, she found Noera Rin already up, dressed, and seemingly prepared to head to the hospital to study medical ninjutsu. They had arrived. Obito and Kai were also up at such an early hour. Noera Rin opened the door to reveal two green-clad warriors outside, one adorned with an eccentric pair of goggles. No need for recognition. The distinctive attire made it clear who they were. This was quite the scheme. The cunning of the adversary had outmatched her expectations. Qian Ming, momentarily bewildered, cursed inwardly before preparing to make a discreet escape. As for breakfast, she would deal with it later. I have encountered them once again. Might Guy reached over Rin, attempting to grab the black cat. However, Qian Ming swiftly retaliated, her front paws striking out in a flurry, her claws now sharpened. A single swipe would undoubtedly leave a gory mark. After executing a quick series of evasive maneuvers, she let out a fierce growl, meow. Goodness, she had certainly become swifter. How formidable. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Kai's forehead. Had he not withdrawn his hand in time, he would have found himself in need of medical attention. Faster than me, Obito watched in trepidation, fearing he would have been scratched to shreds had he been in Kai's position. Naturally, had it been in front of Obito, Qian Ming would not have acted so aggressively. While she had no qualms about accumulating points, she bore no intention of causing harm. They were all comrades, after all, and she recognized the limits of friendly rivalry. Kai had indeed been startled, contributing a substantial score of over 100 points. This should have been a cause for celebration. But the thought of spending the day with these two fools dampened Qian Ming's spirits. It would be exhausting, and who knew how long it would last. 7 days of rest lay ahead. "Hey, my young friend, let us run together and lighten the mood. How about we sing a song?" Kai suggested cheerfully as they stepped outside after a hasty meal. Obito naturally chimed in, but Qian Ming showed no inclination to sing, focusing instead on moving forward. She contemplated finding an opportunity to slip away, just as she had before. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar flash of silver hair ahead, a face partially obscured by a mask. In the early morning, a chance encounter unfolded as Kakashi found himself challenged by Guy, who exuberantly proposed a duel, wagering their youth. Kakashi, raising a hand, cast a sidelong glance at Obito, cautioning, "Be wary, he surely intends to flee." "Meow? Kakashi, you beast!" cried the little black cat. This creature was undoubtedly seeking retribution for the damage inflicted upon its attire the previous day. Otherwise, why would it stir up trouble when it could have swiftly escaped? Now, with Kakashi's diversion, it was clear that escape was no longer an option. In the face of the feline's insults, Kakashi merely smiled, dismissing the lack of decorum in such verbal assaults. All he needed was to ensnare this cat to render it incapable of causing further mischief, and he would have avenged himself. Mere moments later, he effortlessly shattered Guy's scissors with a stone and, victorious, departed with an air of nonchalance. I lost again. Very well, if I am defeated, I shall run 100 laps around Konoha, Guy declared, his spirits undeterred. Obito, accustomed to these antics, initially deemed the duel rather hasty. Thus, Chickage endured the arduous task of accompanying Guy on his 100 laps. After consuming cat food for so long, Chickage's stamina had indeed increased, now capable of running several laps around Konoha without fatigue. However, with Guy and Obito trailing closely behind, it found itself bereft of any opportunity to break free. This situation was untenable. Exhausted, Chikage collapsed atop Guy's head, pondering how to escape the clutches of these two imbeciles. After some deliberation, a plan began to form. Guy, with his speed and stamina, was uncatchable within Konoha. Thus, there was only one solution: seek out Kakashi. When Might Guy encountered Kakashi, he often became foolish. Finding Kakashi was the only chance for a getaway. Even if escape proved impossible, at least he could cause some trouble for Kakashi. With this thought, Chikage proposed, "Do you wish to challenge Kakashi to a duel? I can take you to him." "A duel? No, my vow remains unfulfilled. Once I have completed my oath, then—" Meow, Chikage interjected, suggesting this time Obito could engage in battle. "What a splendid idea. Let us go." Guy was quickly persuaded, and under Chikage's guidance, they set out to locate Kakashi. Finding Kakashi was a simple task. Chikage needed only to follow his scent to lead them directly to him. Moments later, in the streets of Konoha, Kakashi exited a shop after finishing his meal, only to be met by the sight of two individuals and a cat approaching at a rapid pace. His first instinct was to flee. However, after a moment's contemplation regarding Guy's character, Kakashi regained his composure. He understood that Guy had a peculiar habit of avoiding trouble until his vows were fulfilled, so he assumed this encounter was likely just a fleeting one. Thus, Kakashi continued on his way, indifferent to their presence. Yet, mere seconds later, the duo and the cat intercepted him. Kakashi, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his bearings and calmly inquired, "Finished your run?" "Kakashi, I, your eternal rival, in the name of our spirited youth, challenge you to a duel," Guy proclaimed, his face flushed and his words somewhat stammered. The lines crafted by Might Guy are undeniably over the top. For the time being, Obito has not cast aside the shame inherent to sentient beings, which renders him somewhat reluctant to express himself. However, recalling Guy's oath to train, he gritted his teeth and managed to utter the humiliating phrase, "If I lose, I shall run 50 laps around Konoha." Given that Obito's taijutsu is considerably inferior to Guy's, he deemed it reasonable to only commit to half that distance. Qian Ming silently nodded, feeling a swell of pride for his own wit and eloquence. Kakashi, on the other hand, was taken aback. What kind of development is this? Isn't he from the Uchiha clan? How has he completely transformed into the second incarnation of Might Guy? He glanced between Obito and Guy, and then saw Obito extend his hand, preparing for a game of rock-paper-scissors akin to what Guy had previously done. However, Kakashi remained silent for a prolonged moment before looking into the distance and suggesting, "This time, let us engage in a contest of perception." Perception? Obito paused momentarily. The Uchiha clan prides itself on its eyes, and he wore goggles daily, believing that one day he would awaken his Sharingan. Thus, he must protect his eyes diligently. Comparing their vision, does he think mine is lacking? He envisioned the scenario and grew incensed, exclaiming, "Let us do it." "Who's afraid?" "Very well. Let us move a bit farther away," Kakashi replied with calm composure. Qian Ming sighed inwardly, realizing that dealing with this individual requires skepticism. One must always maintain control of the situation. If Obito allowed Kakashi to dictate the terms, his defeat was all but assured. Kakashi would concoct any challenge, even pitting a turtle against a dog, with no limits to his cunning. As expected, Kakashi pointed out a shop adjacent to the Hokage building. "Do you see that sign on the balcony railing over there? Can you read it?" he asked coolly. Obito widened his eyes, yet still couldn't he discern it. He pressed forward, but, recalling his duel with Kakashi, he stubbornly retreated and pushed up his goggles. Nevertheless, he remained unable to see clearly. Frustrated, he muttered, "It's too far to read anything." Kakashi squinted slightly and remarked, "It says Fu, blessing." With that, he turned and walked away. How can he see it from such a distance? Obito rubbed his eyes, beginning to question his own abilities. Truly impressive, Kakashi remains my everlasting rival. Might Guy, as a bystander, was thoroughly exhilarated. Oh, he must have seen it beforehand, Qian Ming sighed. These two fools are being toyed with by Kakashi, but it matters not. They possess tenacity. 50 laps, or even 100 is hardly a concern, and they will accomplish it in due time. With a newfound resolve, Qian Ming thought that as long as Kakashi obstructed his escape for a day, he would not let this young man off the hook. Before long, Qian Ming led the two back to Kakashi. Kakashi fell silent again. Thus, he racked his brain to devise a new challenge for the duo, but their speed was overwhelming. And it wasn't long before they returned. By the end of the first day, Qian Ming had amassed 300 to 400 points from Kakashi. While not an enormous sum, it was sufficient to offset his expenditures. All in all, it posed no significant issue. It is but the first day, with many more to follow. On the second day, Lin entrusted Qian to Might Guy, determined to exploit Kakashi's patience until he became irritable enough to willingly assist in an escape. Kakashi, known for his remarkable forbearance, began to falter on the third day under the relentless pursuit. By the fourth day, he could no longer endure, resorting to hiding, yet with Qian as his guide. Evasion proved futile unless he fled the village entirely. Consequently, he began to contribute an abundance of points to Qian. By the sixth day, his points had surged to 5,000. This was achieved through his steadfast consumption of cat food. Otherwise, he would have amassed even more. Qian's chakra and physical prowess flourished rapidly. Thanks to this specialized ninja cat food, while ninjutsu could be temporarily set aside, the sustenance could never be neglected. After days of consumption, the effects of the food began to manifest, coinciding with a growth spurt that allowed him to feel his strength increasing. However, the crux of his aspirations lay in mastering a ninjutsu. Qian had long contemplated this, even considering settling for a lower-tier jinjutsu or wind-style technique, but upon further reflection, he realized he required a technique capable of posing a significant threat to stronger adversaries. The battlefield is not akin to routine missions, unlike the village's assignments, which seldom exceed the capabilities of a small team. The battlefield knows no such restrictions. A 3- or 4-year-old child clad in a ninja's garb could encounter opponents ranging from Jonin to elite Jonin or even Kage, making the outcome unpredictable. Aware that facing an elite Jonin or Kage would be insurmountable, Qian understood the necessity of acquiring a technique effective against mid-level ninjas. The Rasengan must be exchanged. Of course, had it not been for the chakra, his points would not suffice, and he might have considered biding his time to acquire a tailed beast bomb instead. That night, he experimented with the single-claw Rasengan, which proved effortless, as any claw or even his mouth could wield the technique with commendable power, if executed properly. Even an elite Jonin would falter against a well-placed Rasengan. Most crucially, it remained inconspicuous. While many might fear the likes of Minato Namikaze and his disciples, who would suspect that a mere cat within the team could master such a complex ninjutsu? After his experimentation, Qian returned home to browse Taobao. Based on the data from the shop, he surmised that his chakra affinities aligned most closely with wind and earth, followed by water. While the prices for yin and yang transformation techniques appeared comparably high, logically, his next step should be to acquire a jinjutsu, such as the hell viewing technique. This technique, which allows one to witness death, perfectly aligns with the bully system's need for point acquisition. Yet he also yearned for two other ninjutsu, the Lion's Barrage technique and the multiplication technique. Both the hell viewing and Lion's Barrage techniques required 3,000 points, whereas the multiplication technique demanded 6,000, higher than the Rasengan. After much contemplation, he concluded that accumulating points was paramount. With points, anything is possible, but without them, one merely becomes a bystander in Taobao, perusing without purchasing. The following day, the group arrived early at school, eagerly anticipating the graduation ceremony and team assignments. However, one individual was an exception, Uchiha Obito. As the principal surveyed the playground, he called for everyone to check if all were present so they could commence promptly. The crowd was too large for him to recognize each individual. Thus, he instructed the students to ascertain the presence of their classmates. Before long, Daito was singled out. Daito, it's him again. Shiranui was exasperated, having thought that Daito's punctuality over the past fortnight would spare him from trouble, yet today proved otherwise. Oh dear, could it be that he was once again waylaid by that black cat? Perhaps it was the old lady. Laughter erupted among the group. Daito's various excuses for tardiness had become so familiar that his classmates could recite them by heart. Rin, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of concern, having deliberately left Chihiro at home today to prevent any mischief. She hoped that Chihiro hadn't indeed obstructed Daito on his way. However, she quickly reassured herself. Despite Chihiro's cunning, Daito had been diligently training of late, and it was unlikely he would have been delayed. With this thought, she silently prayed for Daito's swift arrival. On the outskirts of Konoha village, Daito was assisting an elderly woman with a bent leg, guiding her from the streets of Konoha towards the village's periphery. As they ventured further, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, filled with trees and mountains. Doubt began to creep into his mind, yet he politely inquired, "Grandma, where exactly do you live?" "Right here." Suddenly, the old woman's hair grew wildly, and her face morphed into a ghastly visage. resembling a vengeful spirit as she let out a terrifying shriek. Daito, startled, released her hand and stumbled backward, his heart racing with fear. However, in the next moment, he noticed the woman crouched on the ground in a bizarre posture, and it dawned on him. Chihiro, you tricked me again. Daito shouted in fury, struggling to rise and charging toward the old lady, ready to confront her. A friendly reminder, you're going to be late. The old woman cackled, pointing towards the direction of the ninja academy. I'm going to be late, Daito exclaimed, suddenly awakened to the urgency, and dashed towards the school. Chihiro, having reverted to her true form, happily bounded behind him. She had been waiting along Daito's route to school, especially since Rin had decided not to bring her along that morning. Disguising herself as a feeble old lady had indeed worked. Daito had fallen for her ruse. This little rascal has made quite the progress, earning 300 points. Chihiro glanced at her status panel, feeling a sense of delight. With a pouch of special ninja cat food secured, she trailed behind Daito. Though he had improved significantly, it was quite a challenge to shake her off. Eventually, Chihiro even sprinted ahead of Daito, turning back to stick her tongue out playfully. Upon arriving at the school, Daito noticed the playground was nearly deserted. It's all your fault. Boo-hoo. The large child began to weep openly at the school gate. Confounded, Chihiro thought it odd. Rin should have been waiting at the entrance by now. Sniffing the air, she detected no trace of Rin's scent. She hadn't departed from the school yet. Meow, Qian Ming called out, and then leapt over the wall into the school with great vigor. Aido paused for a moment, then quickly followed him to the classroom. Inside, Rin was waiting alone. Upon hearing the commotion, she glanced over, her brows furrowing in irritation as she exclaimed, Aido, Qian Ming? Have you caused trouble again, making Aido late? Meow, Qian Ming jumped onto the desk, choosing silence over words, for at that moment, anything uttered would be inappropriate. The wisdom of silence prevailed. Rin, am I doomed to fail my graduation? Aido lamented with a woeful expression. Not at all. I have already submitted your paperwork and even collected your forehead protector for you. As for the group assignments, you are in class 7. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Aido, prompting Rin and Qian Ming to look up. Indeed, it's Kakashi, Qian Ming mused softly, realizing that the team dynamic might become tumultuous, yet it was preferable to accumulate some points, even if it meant enduring another version of Aido akin to Kai. With this thought, Qian Ming's mood brightened considerably. It's you, Aido exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stared at Kakashi for an extended moment before exclaiming, Are you our team leader? But wait, you're just a Chunin. I am a team member. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, settling down with his eyes closed, embodying an air of aloofness. However, in reality, Meow, Qian Ming called out, moving closer to scrutinize him. Kakashi shot a cold glance in its direction. Why is our teammate you? Aren't you a Chunin? Because you are too weak. Bringing up the rear, Kakashi retorted curtly. Having grown somewhat familiar with Aido over the past few days as they engaged in duels, though their relationship could hardly be deemed amicable. Meow is a Chunin. It feels rather pitiful to be mingling with a Jonin, Qian Ming chimed in, readily supporting Aido. This was a role it had mastered, having fanned the flames of conflict numerous times in recent days. True to form, it wasn't long before the two began to bicker, only ceasing when a faint sound of footsteps from outside caught their attention. Getting closer, Qian Ming leapt atop the door, its forepaws gripping the narrow doorframe, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the visitor. Don't act up, Rin urged, rising in an attempt to intervene, but at that moment. Hello, little one. With golden hair and a bright smile, the figure bore a striking resemblance to his comic counterpart, making it instantly recognizable to Qian Ming. It was none other than the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Given Minato's character, it seemed pointless to leap onto him, so Qian Ming merely returned to the desk. The three in the classroom quickly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully. Greetings, teacher. Haha, hello everyone. I just returned to the village, which is why I'm a bit late. Now, let us go up and chat. Minato beamed, his ever-approachable smile eliciting goodwill. Though Kakashi knew of his esteemed reputation, the elite Jonin of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Yes, teacher. The group ascended to the rooftop, where 3 individuals and a cat sat facing the esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Even the typically proud Kakashi found it difficult to maintain his composure in the presence of this elite shinobi. At that moment, Kakashi appeared less than his usual self-assured demeanor. Both Obito and Chickage had given him quite a run for his money, and he could only afford to hold on to a semblance of pride in front of Rin. Following protocol, Minato inquired about their individual interests. After everyone had shared their thoughts, he turned to Chickage and asked, "And you, young one?" Meow? Chickage hesitated, taken aback by the question directed at it. After a brief pause, it responded, "I am Chickage, a lover of peace and averse to conflict." A lover of peace? Kakashi couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, inwardly musing. How could one who seems so inclined towards chaos and confrontation truly advocate for peace? Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as it would tarnish his aloof image. With introductions concluded, Minato informed them of a forthcoming test to gauge their abilities, instructing them to assemble at the 13th training ground in the Death Forest the following morning. Understood. Obito, feeling somewhat disheartened, acknowledged. While he was pleased to be on the same team as Rin, he had anticipated that, given his capabilities, he would not be the weakest link. However, he was taken aback to learn that Kakashi, having graduated at 5 and become a Chunin at 6, now boasted strength akin to that of an elite Chunin. Even in his inflated sense of self, he dared not claim the title of genius in front of Kakashi. As for Rin, she was a medical ninja, and her combat prowess was not her primary focus. Moreover, she had a ninja cat that, though it appeared weak, was surprisingly formidable. Thus, he found himself at the bottom of the ranks. His only hope for the next day's assessment was to avoid performing poorly, lest the leading Jonin send him back to the academy in disgrace. The following day, the group rose early to make their way to the 13th training ground. Along the way, Chickage pondered whether Minato, as Kakashi's instructor, might arrive late. This was indeed a thought-provoking question. However, under Rin's persistent urging, they arrived at the training ground promptly, only to find Kakashi already present. No one knew how long he had been there, and Chickage was too indifferent to inquire, choosing instead to rest on Rin's shoulder. Moments later, a figure approached with incredible speed, so swift that one moment he was in the distance, and the next he was right before them. What astonishing speed! Both Rin and Kakashi were taken aback, particularly Kakashi, who prided himself on his own swiftness, yet found himself overshadowed by Minato's instantaneous movement technique. This is merely the beginning. Even the Flying Thunder God technique is insufficient here. Chickage secretly scoffed. Regardless of whether Minato's test today involved a bell-stealing exercise or something else, it had resolved to adopt a laid-back attitude, though at this point, Minato had not yet gained the infamous reputation for abandoning tasks upon seeing a golden flash. His prowess was undeniably at the level of the 5 Kage. Attempting to seize a bell from him would be nothing short of folly. Where was Obito? Upon casting a glance, Minato Namikaze noticed that one individual was still absent. "I apologized, Sensei. Obito is a remarkably kind-hearted person. Whenever he encounters an elderly lady, he insists on escorting her home," explained Rin Noera while bowing in apology. At that moment, Chickage leapt down from Minato's shoulder and chimed in, "Meow, I can take his place." Subsequently, it transformed into Obito's likeness. Laughter erupted. Minato affectionately ruffled Obito's hair, reverting it back to its original form, and then sat down comfortably to engage in conversation with Rin, Kakashi, and Chickage. Naturally, Kakashi remained mostly silent, his indifference palpable even through his mask. After a lengthy discussion, Chickage once again perceived the formidable nature of the Golden Flash. His temperament was exceedingly amiable, responding to every mischief with mere laughter, leaving no opportunity to gain any points. To encounter such a lenient leader was quite a challenge for me. The little black cat lay sprawled on the ground, its spirits somewhat dampened. After a considerable pause, a loud voice echoed from a distance. "I'm here. I've arrived." And then Obito, clad in a snug green outfit, leaped over the trees, attempting to land gracefully before the trio. His takeoff was flawless, yet upon landing, Chickage kicked a sizable branch, causing Obito to awkwardly skid to the ground. "It's you again," Obito exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, fury igniting in his eyes. However, upon noticing that his teacher and teammates had all gathered, he promptly bowed in apology, saying, "I'm sorry, Sensei, for being late. I never specified a time to arrive, so it can't be considered tardiness. Allow me to explain the test content." Minato reached into his pouch and retrieved 2 bells. Meow Chickage seized the opportunity, swiftly extending its claws towards the bells, having been in close proximity to Minato. The cat's reflexes and speed were incredibly swift, presenting a genuine chance to snatch them. The only condition was for the opponent to be someone else. Minato raised the bells, causing the little black cat's claws to miss their target, then smiled warmly, declaring, "Indeed, the little one has demonstrated once. Your task today is to seize the bells from my grasp. If you fail to do so, you must return to school. Is this a task? Kakashi regarded the bells with cold scrutiny. Minato hesitated for a moment before ambiguously stating, "You may consider it a task. I will certainly seize them," Kakashi proclaimed with confidence. I will certainly seize them as well," Obito swiftly echoed. Witnessing this, Rin's face brightened with a joyful smile. As for the bells, she did not possess a strong desire to compete. She believed her task was to safeguard herself, Kakashi, Obito, and Chikage. "Begin," Minato announced. Instantly, the three individuals and one cat scattered in different directions. However, they soon realized that Minato was not pursuing them. Instead, he sat down to extract a book, entirely uncharacteristic of someone initiating a test. After a moment of hesitation, Obito inquired, "Sensei, what are you doing?" "As I immerse myself in reading, my focus intensifies, and my vigilance towards the outside world diminishes significantly. Thus, during this interval, you may prepare the battleground. If not, I shall commence my pursuit in 10 seconds, replied Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing this, Obito swiftly relocated towards Rin, while Kakashi glanced over and voluntarily approached to assemble. Rin concealed herself behind a large tree, above which a black cat perched on a branch. After the other two gathered, Kakashi seized the moment to declare, "Obito will be the main attacker, Rin will support with shuriken, and I shall employ Earth Style for a surprise attack. Chio, look for an opportunity to act freely. Why must I heed your orders?" Obito retorted, visibly displeased. He had come to protect Rin, not to follow Kakashi's commands. "I am a Nin, you must obey my directives. Disperse," Kakashi stated firmly before vanishing in an instant. "TCH, what's with the attitude?" Obito scoffed, his lips curling in annoyance, only to realize that Rin and Chio had vanished from sight. He scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of the others. Obito's hiding skills are utterly inadequate. Never mind, he is the main attacker. I merely hope he can hold on a little longer. Chio, employing a transformation technique, disguised himself as grass, nestled within the bushes just a few steps from Obito. As for the two, I cannot see them, yet Rin's scent remains unmasked. And Kakashi, after days of pursuit, bore a faint trace, allowing me to discern his whereabouts. Having concealed themselves, I shall make my move. Obito held his breath, sharpening his focus to its peak. However, upon the utterance of the opposing voice, he discovered the person had vanished. Where are they? Meow? A cat's meow startled Chio, who, noticing Obito's momentary lapse, leaped out to launch an attack and divert attention. The sound snapped Obito back to awareness, and he rolled away from the initial strike. Minato turned back to see the black cat had vanished in the blink of an eye, while the remaining teammates began to mobilize. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he seemed to murmur to himself, "Very good." Then, he leaped into the air, hands forming seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. In the hands of a lower-ranked ninja, the great breakthrough is merely a gust. In his hands, it becomes a tempest. Regardless of whether it was the ninja hounds emerging from the earth or Rin, Obito's thrown kunai and shuriken were all swept away by the fierce winds. Yet, at the moment the tempest ceased, a vibrant fireball surged from his upper diagonal. Fire style, great fireball technique. It is well known that the great fireball technique does not possess the lethality to kill, but it is remarkably effective at forcing opponents out of position. In the instant the fireball enveloped the area, the others sprang into action, Kakashi, Rin, and the lurking black cat. Among them, the most formidable threat was undoubtedly Kakashi, skilled in the white Fanges blade techniques. At least, that is what Minato believed. Behind him, Obito broke into a cold sweat, yet before he could fully react, Minato had already pressed his palm against him, followed by the sensation of his chakra feeling as heavy as iron, utterly immobilized. Sealing technique. However, by this time, Kakashi's 8 hounds had surged forward, engaging in combat. Chio understood that Kakashi was undoubtedly utilizing Earth Style, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. He refrained from immediate action, also awaiting Kakashi to create an opportunity to seize the bell. Qian Ming had but a single opportunity to strike. The 8 hounds were entangled in a fierce struggle, for Minato Namikaze's attacks were swift, precise, and ruthless, incapacitating 6 of them in the blink of an eye. Just as Parker was on the verge of falling victim to the menace, a figure erupted from the earth, brandishing a blade that shimmered with lightning. Approaching Minato like a fleeting glimpse of a startled bird, Obito hastily rolled away to escape, while Rin rushed over, intent on administering aid. The sound of metal clashing resonated melodiously through the air. Minato, wielding a kunai, successfully parried the strike, but at that moment, Qian Ming seized the opportunity to spring forth. Having initially been several paces away, he closed the distance in a matter of leaps, launching an assault just as Kakashi initiated his attack. With a technique known as needle hidden, the spiky feline darted towards Minato's waist. Although he attempted to fend it off with his other hand, the little black cat's tail swung like a mace, striking his hand with a painful, albeit not overwhelming, force. Minato gritted his teeth against the discomfort, preparing to kick the cat away, only to suddenly realize something amiss. A chakra sphere was clutched in the cat's mouth. Was that not a Rasengan? A chill ran down his spine as he attempted to leap away, yet Kakashi pressed forward with force, while Obito, upon discovering he could not unseal his chakra, recklessly charged in like a headstrong fool. They all attacked in unison, seemingly posing a genuine threat, but in the next instant, Minato's speed surged dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of sounds ensued as Kakashi, Obito, and Qian Ming were all sent flying. Moments later, Minato appeared beside Rin, his kunai pressed against her throat. However, from a short distance away, a series of jingling bells could be heard. Meow. Qian Ming, perched in a tree, carefully snagged the string of bells with his sharp claws, causing them to jingle. Excellent, you have passed. In the next moment, the Minato that had threatened Rin vanished. It was merely a shadow clone. Your skills are remarkable, Sensei. I initially believed we could defeat you, but your sudden burst of speed sent us all flying. Obito expressed his admiration sincerely. Humph, the slowpoke just lacks experience. Kakashi chimed in, unable to hold back a retort. Someone who is a Nin also got kicked away? Meow indeed, yet you too were sent flying. And you resorted to summoning techniques. Quite shameless, Obito scoffed in return. Qian Ming ignited the flames of competition and swiftly snatched the freshly cooked meat. The preceding test was utterly humiliating. He had thought he had grasped the bells, only to realize it was a mere shadow clone. While the real Minato had arrived behind him in an instant, never once resorting to signature techniques like the Rasengan or Flying Thunder God. How embarrassing. Nonetheless, from Minato's perspective, he found solace in his team's capabilities. He likely wouldn't need to babysit them like other Jonin and could engage in bolder missions. Sensei, where were you at that moment? Rin inquired, her curiosity piqued. They remained oblivious to the fact that they were merely contending with a shadow clone, and when the true form ultimately manifested, it went unnoticed by anyone, including Qian Ming. I was concealed above in a tree, just above this little black cat. You have all performed admirably, smiled Minato Namikaze. Qian Ming, bewildered, had thought he was well hidden, only to realize that someone had been watching him the entire time from right above, without him having the slightest awareness of it. Shadow level, truly formidable, he sighed inwardly, then transformed his sorrow into appetite, swiftly devouring the freshly grilled meat on his plate, while also stealthily snatching a few pieces from Obito's plate. Ha ha ha, everyone is quite remarkable, but the key lies in your cooperation. Your synergy is exceptional. With just a bit more improvement, there should be no issues, Minato said gently. Who is in sync with him? They chorused in unison. In the meantime, Rin Yawara attempted to mediate, while the little black cat quietly pilfered a piece of grilled meat onto its plate, along with some from Obito's plate. Hey, where's my meat? You greedy cat. Always picking on me. Why don't you go steal from Kakashi? He's too far away. Meow, don't take my meat. As a cat, Qian Ming's standards seemed to have been significantly lowered. In a previous life, he would never have dared to snatch meat from a child. Yet now he did so with a clear conscience. Obito, exasperated, focused intently on the table, wary of any further theft of grilled meat by that certain cat. Choosing not to engage in a quarrel with Kakashi. Everyone has their share, Minato said, ruffling his hair, sensing that this team was not as easily manageable as he had initially thought. There were quite a few internal conflicts, mainly due to a certain troublemaking cat. At that moment, a commotion was heard at the entrance. A Jonin, accompanied by 3 Chunin, entered the barbecue shop. Upon seeing Minato, he immediately bowed slightly in respect. And behind him were Might Guy, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma. Isn't Guy already graduated? Obito inquired, puzzled. Under Guy's guidance, Might Guy graduated early to become a Chunin, gaining experience through missions and battles. He shouldn't have been assigned to a newly graduated team. Minato wore a complex expression, gently patting Obito's head without offering a response. The answer was evident. Everyone, except Obito, understood the reason, Yet what intrigued Minato was that upon their entrance, the fearless little black cat suddenly withdrew its head. That was indeed curious. Minato gazed at it with amusement before continuing to enjoy the grilled meat, having no intention of testing the cat's resolve. Eventually, the group finished their meal and departed the establishment after an extended period. Minato had spent quite a sum. He had initially believed that 3 children would not consume much. In truth, they did not. However, the appetite of a single cat nearly equated to that of 1.5 children, particularly those like Obito and Kakashi. Such a seemingly innocent little cat possessed an astonishingly large appetite. After the meal, the group bid farewell. Lin Yawahara intended to inquire about her father's current situation, but upon reflection, she abandoned this thought and ultimately refrained from asking, taking Chiaki home instead. Today, a 7th squad was merely a test. The real mission would not commence for a few more days. However, given Minato Namake's prowess, one could hardly expect leisure during wartime. Once a team was formed, it wouldn't be long, at most 3 or 4 days, before new assignments emerged. The group continued their training while waiting. Chiaki yearned to venture out and earn some points. However, after wandering through Konoha, she could only encounter ordinary citizens. Even a visit to the orphanage yielded no sign of Kabuto or the female director. The children inside mentioned that they had gone to Kyoto. Chiaki realized that after practicing with her, Kabuto had accompanied the director to serve the affluent women of Kyoto. What a pity. She often lamented that she should not have divulged to Kabuto about the many wealthy ladies in Kyoto. For even if Yano Haru were to contemplate it in the future, that would be a matter for another day. At least for now, she could enjoy her time. Yet, Kabuto was a pragmatic individual. If there was no profit to be gained, why would he toil to study these matters? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps outside and immediately stood alert. Sniffing the air, it was Lin Yawahara. Chiaki, gather your things. We must prepare to leave. Meow? Chiaki was puzzled. It was evening, nearly time for dinner. Lin rushed in, having changed into her gear and equipped with all her supplies. Yawahara, Kei hurried from the kitchen, her expression shifting from shock to surprise, and then to a somber realization. Her daughter was heading to the battlefield. She glanced back at the ingredients she had prepared, sighed heavily, and abandoned any thought of continuing to cook. With only herself left, what was there to prepare? Mother, I understand. As a ninja, there's no need to carry clothing or food. Here, take some soldier's pills. Yawahara Kei rummaged through the cabinets until she found a small jar. Lin was momentarily taken aback, then bowed to her mother before motioning for Chiaki to follow her as they rushed towards the gates of Konoha. Upon arrival, Kakashi was already present, though Obito had yet to arrive. The teacher has gone to find him. He'll be here shortly. Kakashi held a kunai in his hand, and Chiaki stole a glance at it. This was a specially crafted kunai, a treasure indeed. Her eyes sparkled with desire. Possessing such a unique kunai would mean that Minato Namake's could find her in an instant. Yet, on the other hand, possessing a kunai was nothing compared to mastering space-time abilities. The market offered various life-saving space-time abilities, but their prices soared into the tens of thousands. The cheapest options were the summoning technique and reverse summoning, 8,000 for the former and 12,000 for the latter. Perhaps she simply lacked an affinity for space attributes. This was not surprising. Few ninjas possessed such compatibility worldwide. Otherwise, the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique would not have been lost to time, only to be revived through Minato's improvements. Even so, after the 4th Hokage, no one had truly mastered the Flying Thunder God. This technique was exceedingly difficult. Perhaps one day, I might draw the Flying Thunder God or the God of Shinra Tensei from the roulette, who knows? Qian Ming found himself lost in unrealistic fantasies. After a brief moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the trio, a cat and 2 individuals, none other than Minato Namake's and Obito Uchiha. Obito, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Sensei, where are we headed?" "Just follow along, and you'll find out," Kakashi replied with a tone of indifference. "Huh, I was wondering how long you could hold back." "Well, we are heading towards the border near the land of Earth, tasked with guarding against potential attacks from Iwa and Suna, while also being on standby for emergency support," Minato explained as he ran alongside them. "Meow? Obito, steady yourself." Qian Ming nearly toppled off, hastily patting his mount to remind it that such turbulence was uncomfortable. "You could always ride with Kakashi," Obito retorted, brimming with frustration. Qian Ming leaned down and grasped his shoulder. "If that guy could carry me, he would have jumped over by now, swift and steady, far better than you. Isn't that unfair?" Of course, he had attempted it as well, managing to earn a few points. Albeit not much, it covered the cost of a day's cat food. Out in the field, under the surprisingly good-natured demeanor of the Jonin, only a Chunin and 2 Jinin could manage to accumulate points, truly disheartening. At that moment, a ninja suddenly appeared atop a tree, holding a kunai and an explosive tag, radiating an aura of acute vigilance. The signal is. Upon seeing this ninja, Minato immediately responded to the covert signal, and the individual nodded slightly before vanishing with a body flicker technique. We're almost there, Minato smiled. Why yes. Obito, breathless and exceedingly tense, swallowed hard. This was his first time at the border. Rin Noera also exhibited signs of anxiety, though she managed to appear more composed than Obito, not revealing her unease to Qian Ming. Meow the scent of blood. Midway through their journey, Qian Ming suddenly leaped off Obito's shoulder, emitting a series of alerting meows towards a particular direction. Let us go investigate. Minato's expression turned serious as he swiftly altered their course. Qian Ming, please don't play tricks on us. Rin whispered anxiously along the way. Qian Ming was still quite young, and she feared this little one might exaggerate or misrepresent military intelligence, which was no trivial matter. Meow, I don't mean to cast doubt. It's just. I'm sorry, let us follow along for now. Rin struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately at a loss for words. She was simply too anxious. Following the scent, Minato's team soon arrived at the location, discovering that other ninjas had already reached the scene. However, the individual in question was unconscious, leaving them unable to ascertain the specifics of the situation. Minato threw a kunai and then grasped Rin's shoulder, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. They both appeared beside the kunai, swiftly reaching the side of the injured and unconscious Leaf Ninja. Lord Minato, we must save him first. Wolfing Watergate gestured with his hand, signaling Yuen Lin to commence the rescue. Qian Ming leaped onto the shoulder of a Konoha Chunin who had appeared to assist, startling him into a slight tremor. Upon noticing the black cat, he quivered even more. My lord, what is this? A ninja cat. Meow. Qian Ming raised a paw, greeting him in close proximity. The Chunin, taken aback for a moment, nodded gently in understanding, though his face could not conceal its tremors. He swallowed hard and continued speaking with Wolfing Watergate. My lord, I arrived just as he collapsed, therefore I have no information. However, he is a ninja from the Sunagakure border. I shall immediately assess the situation. Wolfing Watergate glanced back. Please assist in taking my student back to rest. If I have not returned by tomorrow, Kakashi, you are to bring Lin and Aido here. Understood, teacher, Kakashi replied, bowing his head. Having been to the border, he was well aware of the circumstances. In an instant, Wolfing Watergate vanished. Aido wished to follow. Yet he understood that the urgency of the situation indicated that the battle ahead was intensely fierce, far beyond the involvement of mere lower-ranked ninjas like themselves. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of fear, especially after witnessing blood. Yuen Lin was also frightened, but as the sole medical ninja in the team, she needed to maintain her resolve. Otherwise, she would be unworthy of her responsibilities. Get down, I dislike cats. Qian Ming was pulled down, glancing at the system panel. Over 1,000 points had increased by 300 within such a brief encounter. Dislike? Are you afraid? The creature observed the ninja clad in sunglasses. Unmistakably a member of the Aburame clan, a family known for their insect manipulation, yet here was one who feared cats. A hidden gem among ninjas. It felt hopeful for future points. Of course, not now. We are in the midst of rescuing. After some time, Yuen Lin completed her medical tasks, rising to wipe the sweat from her forehead. I have healed all external and internal injuries, but he is poisoned, and I cannot cure that. Quickly, take him to the camp. You two assist. After a flurry of activity, the life of the Chunin was secured, and Qian Ming learned the name of this hidden gem, Aburame Shirshin, a 15-year-old Chunin. Certainly not comparable to Kakashi, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for him to ascend to special Jonin in his lifetime. This was of little consequence. What mattered was that he could provide Qian Ming with a significant number of points. Throughout the journey, the small black cat intentionally leaned closer to him, occasionally teasing him. Though he possessed parasitic insects, they were his own ninja beasts and could not be used against allies. Like Aido, he was an honest and sincere individual. Upon arriving at the camp, they received military rations and temporary accommodations, specifically, the small tent they currently occupied. This was a privilege afforded to newcomers. Qian Ming perched at the entrance of the tent, observing the ninjas passing by, his thoughts a tumultuous blend of confusion and complexity. Once Aburam Shurjan arrived at the camp, he promptly returned to patrol. The little black cat harbored malicious suspicions, convinced that the fellow must have fled in haste to avoid its presence. Otherwise, had he lingered a while longer, it might have amassed 1,000 points. Now, it was left with merely over 800. While this number was not insignificant, it still held potential for a Nin who harbored a fear of cats. Treasure ninjas were indeed elusive. It lay there, utterly unperturbed by concerns for its future security. After all, with Minato Namikaze at the helm, the danger should be minimal, provided they were not embroiled in the battle of the Godless Bridge. Of course, this was contingent upon its own prudence. Qian Ming did not consider itself reckless. It merely yearned for an early upgrade of its ninjutsu. Thanks to the treasure ninja's assistance, its panel points had already exceeded 1,600, and accumulating just over 1,000 more would suffice to exchange for the Raging Lion's technique. Once this ninjutsu was acquired, it could initiate combat with a wave of control, ensnare the opponent, charge in, and ultimately deliver a devastating blow enhanced with a Rasengan to send the adversary flying. A flawless combination. Thus, on the front lines, Qian Ming prioritized this technique for exchange, while the Narukujan technique would remain set aside for another occasion. The next day, Kakashi resolved to venture to the Suna border camp, as Minato had yet to return to their encampment by morning. According to the mission stipulations, they had to set forth. Indeed, this fellow was once again singularly focused. Kakashi in mission mode was a different individual from Kakashi in casual circumstances. To Qian Ming, this was perhaps an indication of childhood psychological trauma that required attention. Unfortunately, the ninja world lacked the position of psychologist, and countless villagers bore their own psychological distortions. Kakashi was merely one among many. Let us wait a bit longer. The adults have yet to issue their orders. The teacher had stated that should he not arrive, they would proceed to the front lines, trailing behind. Are you afraid? Kakashi cast a cold glance, his tone unforgiving. However, Rin and Qian Ming glanced at the sky, momentarily at a loss for words. The dawn was still merely a dim light, perhaps around 4 or 5 in the morning. Was this truly the next day? Why not begin counting from the early hours? Irritated by a lack of rest, Qian Ming glared at Kakashi for several seconds before succumbing to the urge to leap forward and tug at his hair. Kakashi, this is far too early. And we lack a code. We could be mistaken for spies and attacked. Rin also expressed her disapproval. Feel free to inquire. Whether or not you accompany me is up to you. Regardless, I intend to head over there. Kakashi disregarded the cat, shouldering his already prepared gear and preparing to depart. Rin and Obito exchanged glances, resignedly following suit. Follow me. Qian Ming sniffed the air, tracing the scent of oil girl Shizune, and soon discovered her in the direction they had come from. To be precise, she had also noticed them and approached to inquire about the situation. Kakashi relayed their purpose. Shizune's expression of astonishment was evident, her understated oil clan attire failing to conceal her surprise. After a couple of seconds, realization dawned upon her. Kakashi was present, so all was well. His reputation among Nin was indeed illustrious. Stubborn, self-righteous, and unreasonable. Although he possesses remarkable strength, the truth remains that few are willing to collaborate with him, as his teammates often find themselves in peril, or worse, facing death due to his actions. He glanced at the other two individuals before lowering his gaze to the black cat. Although he was unaware of the cat's abilities, the feedback from his insects was clear. It was a formidable and dangerous opponent. Such prowess should be manageable, right? Why Ninja Shima hesitated momentarily, but ultimately voiced his concern. Please wait a moment. I need to consult. Consult? Kakashi was taken aback for a moment before promptly following him, while Chihiro and the others could only keep pace. After a back and forth, why Ninja Shima returned. I have consulted with the captain. From now on, I will be responsible for guiding you to the Sand Village front. I feel rather embarrassed. Noira Rin paused for a moment. No worries. It's just the perfect opportunity to relay our messages. Let us proceed, why Ninja Shima declared, leaping outside. However, midway through the air, a shadow suddenly flew above. Chihiro, you've caused trouble again. Meow, how can this be considered trouble when it's for points? Chihiro squatted on the treasure ninja's shoulder, his eyes darting around. No need to go ahead, my insects can scout. The insects within Y Ninja Shima stirred restlessly. A ninja cat perched on his shoulder, leaving the insects too frightened to emerge. My apologies. Kakashi jumped beside him, forcibly grabbing the little black cat and hastily sprinting ahead. The front lines were far from safe. Along the way, they encountered numerous vigilant ninjas. Were it not for Y Ninja Shima's guidance, Chihiro and Kakashi might have been intercepted by the Umbu before even covering half the distance. Upon reaching the Sand Village front, they were met with a scene of devastation. Injured ninjas lay scattered across the camp, some receiving treatment while others had completed theirs. Not far away, Minato Namikaze was conversing with a black-haired man undergoing treatment. Orochimaru. Upon seeing him, Chihiro instinctively shrank back. As he noticed Orochimaru, the latter also sensed the scrutiny from others. However, he merely observed the ninja cat and the individuals beside it, the prodigy Kakashi and two lower-ranked ninjas. He furrowed his brow slightly. Minato, are those your disciples? Minato turned to glance and smiled. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. This lower-ranked team has bypassed the initial tasks right after graduation. It seems you have great confidence in them. A slight smile played at Orochimaru's lips. Yes, their abilities are commendable. Considering all factors, they were permitted to skip those tasks with the approval of the third Hokage. Minato quickly clarified. Even in times of war, freshly graduated teams were typically required to complete at least a month of standard missions. However, Obito and Rin did not quite fit the norm. With Kakashi, an elite Nin, and the commendable strengths of Obito and Rin, exceptions were naturally made. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Orochimaru cast a glance before licking his lips and stating, Kakashi Hitaki, a medical ninja endowed with the powers of a healing cat. Alongside a child of the Uchiha clan, it is no wonder you possess such confidence to bring them to the battlefield. Not quite as you perceive, Minato Namikaze replied awkwardly. Scratching his head, those familiar with their own affairs understood that this team was generally quite capable. However, the presence of the troublesome Kakashi left him feeling somewhat uneasy. I have no further issues on my end. You may proceed. Understood. Minato saluted respectfully before retreating from the tent. Shinami, hidden from Orochimaru's view, let out a long sigh of relief, while Shizun could not help but chuckle softly, remarking, Do you also experience fear? But do not be misled by Lord Orochimaru's seemingly formidable demeanor. He is, in fact, quite a good person. Mew the little black cat let out a single sound. Its meaning unmistakable. I do not believe you. Ha ha. Shizun chuckled quietly, only to be taken aback as she noticed the black cat's fur standing on end. This was not the typical reaction of a frightened cat. Its fur was bristled, each strand resembling a steel needle, while its tail resembled a small mace, swiftly swinging toward her. In response, a swarm of cursed insects erupted from her hand to defend against the impending attack, resulting in the demise of several insects, causing Shizun to feel a pang of sorrow, while the black cat earned over 400 points. This was the most points it had accumulated since their initial meeting, bringing its total to 2,200, just 800 shy of its goal. You see, I relish in mischief, play, and frightening others. But I am truly a good cat, Shinami declared, yawning widely. Silence enveloped the group, leaving them unsure of where to begin their jests. At that moment, Minato broke the stillness. Shizun, thank you for bringing them here. You may attend to your own matters now, as I shall take over from here. Yes, Lord Minato. Thus, the treasure-hunting ninja retraced their steps. Shinami scratched the shoes of the little son, who, instead of being irritated, happily crouched down to indulge in some affection. Feeling uneasy, the little creature cautiously poked its head out, glancing toward Orochimaru in the distance. Provoking him would be unwise, best to avoid that. With a sigh, Shinami abandoned the perilous notion and sought out Kakashi and Obito, intending to employ some antics to extract a few points from them. In truth, the battle on this front was nearing its conclusion. The initial ferocity of Sunagekyure's assault had waned, and it was likely they would retreat within half a day. However, since you are here, I shall take you to the front lines for a closer look. To the front lines? Shinami's eyes sparkled with excitement. If fortune favored them and they encountered an enemy, it would be delightful to torment them. Hold still, we have already reached the front lines, Kakashi said impatiently, as the little black cat continually circled behind him, occasionally tugging at his pant leg. If real enemies were to emerge, this creature would indeed be a hindrance. We have not yet reached the front lines, Minato remarked with a smile. The Hidden Leaf Village must ensure that the ninjas from the Sand Village do not reach this location. Otherwise, the esteemed Orochimaru within the camp is bound to erupt in fury. Meow. With no enemies in sight, everyone should hasten their pace. Chiming, unable to garner more points from Kakashi, quickens his stride, eager to reach the front lines and encounter a few surviving sand ninjas. He harbors no fear of formidable opponents. After all, none could surpass the current might of Minato Namikaze. Even if the third Kazekage were to personally arrive, Minato's prowess would surely allow him to extricate himself from peril. Why do I feel like a little demon from the lower realms? But with someone backing me, I need not fear death. Chiming muses. Chiming, don't run so fast. Comes Rin's alarmed voice from behind, prompting both Obito and Kakashi to accelerate significantly, while Minato and Rin follow closely behind. Of course, Rin possesses commendable stamina. Though her speed may not match that of Obito and Kakashi, she manages to keep pace, especially with Minato by her side, ensuring her safety. As Chiming dashes ahead, he summons the system panel. The points have increased by over 100. His eyes gleam with excitement as he glances back. This increase likely stems from Obito and Rin's contributions, whereas Kakashi, that fellow never concerns himself. His heart is black as night. Nevertheless, his cold demeanor is not directed at anyone in particular. Rather, it reflects his current character. Much like how his Chunin teammates describe him, focused solely on the mission, he would remain indifferent even if a comrade were besieged or slain. Behaving like a machine in the throes of duty. There is no hope for him, Chiming scoffs, and after leaping a few branches ahead, he cautiously inhales the surrounding atmosphere. The scent of blood. Ahead lies a battlefield. Do not act recklessly, Kakashi whispers. Meow? Wait a moment before proceeding, Kakashi elaborates. In the next instant, Obito lands on the same branch, causing it to sway and emit a slight cracking sound. Kakashi and the little black cat turn to regard him simultaneously. I'll switch branches, Obito says, jumping to a branch ahead, though his clumsiness causes it to wobble for a while before he steadies himself. Meow? Chiming exclaims. Then propels himself forward. The scent of blood grows increasingly potent, unmistakably signaling the proximity of battle. Most crucially, after traversing a short distance, he begins to discern faint sounds. The cacophony is intricate, filled with various noises. Though a sense of tension grips Chiming, excitement overwhelms him. He approaches the source of the sounds with utmost caution, meticulously surveying with each step. The sand ninjas are unlike those from other villages. These cunning warriors are well-versed in the art of survival, relying on puppets for combat rather than exposing their own bodies. They excel at concealing their presence, and a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. However, he can detect the scent of poison. Wherever there are poisonous traps, their true forms likely lurk nearby, for controlling puppets requires chakra threads. Thus, if one is visible, their true selves must also be in close proximity. As Qian Ming advanced while concealing itself, it outpaced Kakashi and Obito. For its petite feline form granted it a natural advantage in the forest, a stark contrast to the clumsiness of its pursuers. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Let it scout ahead. It will benefit our mission." Mission? Obito stared incredulously at Kakashi. To him, ninjas were mere tools, and if victory in battle was achievable, a single. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Obito clenched his fists in anger, glaring at Kakashi, before rushing into the woods without hesitation. Qian Ming took a few steps forward, only to hear the foolish Uchiha heir trailing behind. Confused, it turned to face Obito and raised its paw. Instantly, Obito halted in his tracks. Qian Ming understood him deeply, having tormented him thoroughly. This gesture was a signal for him to stop. Did it also feel it should not follow? Obito paused for a moment, then swiftly sought refuge in a nearby tree, straining to listen to the sounds emanating from the foliage. Someone was approaching. His expression shifted. Realizing he had jeopardized their situation, he promptly formed a hand seal, using the shadow clone technique to create a diversion while retreating towards Kakashi. However, the Sand Village had already caught wind of the commotion, dispatching a small team. Qian Ming remained vigilant, prepared to flee at the first sign of a reconnaissance ninja or beast. Thankfully, none appeared. Concealed among the branches, it employed transformation jutsu to mask its presence, allowing the puppets and ninjas to pass unnoticed, intending to strike from behind, likely catching them off guard. If it transformed into Minato Namikaze and then reverted back to its feline form. Splendid. A plan crystallized in Qian Ming's mind as it concealed itself even deeper. Chunin? It pondered, assessing the surroundings. Wait, caution was warranted. Minato led the team. The low murmur of conversation reached its ears. The cat's acute hearing, despite the distance, made deciphering the sounds effortless. Qian Ming remained perfectly still, within a 20-step radius. For ninjas lay hidden. Their ranks were unclear, but certainly not Chunin. Minato Namikaze. Retreat. Prepare to withdraw. The four ninjas from the sand village appeared timid, immediately gearing up to retreat. This movement exposed Qian Ming's position, prompting the ninjas to slowly back away, one drawing increasingly closer. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps. Without hesitation, Qian Ming executed the transformation jutsu, instantly becoming Minato Namikaze, and launched a Rasengan at the closest puppet master. Minato Namikaze. Flying Thunder God Rasengan? Damn it. We must flee. The others showed no signs of lingering. Both techniques were Minato's forte, and none dared to challenge this sudden apparition, fearing for their lives. They were merely Chunin, incapable of contending with such a formidable opponent. As for the individual startled by chiming, after being struck by a spiraling sphere, his chest caved in and he coughed up blood, rendering him momentarily immobile. Yet, he keenly sensed that this strike was rather peculiar. Breeze Watergate's spiraling sphere could easily obliterate a person, while this blow merely left him severely injured. The power disparity was immense. The assailant was not Breeze Watergate. In the next moment, he witnessed Breeze Watergate leap onto a tree and transform into a black cat. With a gasp, seeing merely a cat, he fled in panic but could not suppress a surge of excitement, causing him to spurt blood. What manner of creature was Breeze Watergate, that even the class's cat could wield a spiraling sphere? As he pondered this, a sudden searing pain shot through his neck. Immediately after, a flash of golden light whizzed past his eyes. Breeze Watergate, the genuine article. The sand-hidden village ninja's eyes widened in shock as he crumpled to the ground, breathless, while chiming swiftly pursued. Such audacity. Yahiko Rin was utterly terrified, her hands trembling, having yet to forge a blood pact with chiming. She was entirely incapable of summoning that mischievous ninja cat using summoning techniques. She could hardly bear to contemplate the potential consequences had she been injured. She was cautious, for this cat was exceedingly clever, far more so than the slowest of the pack. Kakashi, seemingly aware that Rin lacked perspective, compared her with Obito. What does it mean? Obito wished to counter, but upon reflection, he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he indeed lacked the cunning of the little black cat. Had it not been for the cat's timely warning, he might have recklessly pursued and met his demise. The 3 sand ninjas fled for their lives, with Breeze Watergate in pursuit, suddenly furrowing his brow. These 3 were not the real bodies. Casting a glance behind, he comprehended the situation. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were in hot pursuit. Midway, the fleeing trio transformed into puppets, collapsing to the ground, while the 3 sand ninjas emerged from the earth, surging towards the trio with murderous intent. Protect Rin. Obito's heart tightened, and he swiftly retrieved several shurikens from his waist, launching them with precision. The Uchiha's shuriken manipulation technique was exemplified in that moment, as a few shurikens nearly flawlessly sealed off all escape routes for one of the ninjas. However, it could be a puppet. Exercise caution. Kakashi drew his white fang short sword, charging directly at one of the assailants. He activated his lightning release chakra, moving with blinding speed, reaching the adversary in the blink of an eye, the blade flashing as it aimed for the foe. Yet, the strike did not draw blood. They were all puppets. Remain wary of the true bodies. I understand. Obito adjusted his attack trajectory, swiftly forming hand seals directed at the 3rd ninja. Gathering chakra in his mouth, he unleashed a massive fireball. He found that all his attacks were effective. The great fireball indeed struck true, confirming the puppetry. Caution. Yahiko Rin suddenly noticed projectiles hurtling from the flames and immediately pulled Obito aside, rolling out of harm's way. Thud, thud, thud. The poison needles embedded themselves in the trees behind them. The little black cat that had been pursuing them came to a halt. There was no scent earlier. I understand now. Its earth release. It was aware of its own carelessness. The strength of the 4th Hokage was not a cause for concern. What it needed assistance with was the situation behind. The words of Noera Rin had echoed in its ears, if Obito were to leave Rin's side. In an instant, Chiming let out a resounding meow, swiftly following up with a warning in human language. Meow. Beware of Earth Style. Earth Style? Obito was taken aback, immediately leaping aside with Rin. However, at that moment, 3 sand shinobi emerged from below, hurling shuriken and brandishing weapons towards Obito and Rin. Their weapons appeared peculiar, possessing little power but were laced with poison. Any injury would result in immediate poisoning. The distance was insufficient. In a moment of desperation, Chiming quickly accessed the system panel. Its points were sufficient. A wave of joy surged within. It promptly exchanged for the Raging Lion's main technique, and in an instant, utilized this jutsu to stimulate the fur on its body. A mass of black fur erupted, ensnaring all three adversaries in an instant, effectively immobilizing them. Then, drawing upon chakra to constrict its fur, Qian Ming swiftly approached the trio of ninjas. With its forepaws gathering chakra, for miniature Rasengan formed at their tips, leaping from behind to strike one of the ninjas. Each individual attack bore little power, but collectively, they were enough to wreak havoc on internal organs. After swiftly dispatching one foe, Qian Ming immediately leapt away, avoiding any potential counterattack. The fourth Hokage, witnessing this sudden turn of events, paused his movements to observe. Kakashi and the others, being the new generation of elites, would soon react and handle the aftermath. Indeed, the next moment, Kakashi sprang from the earth, decisively dispatching an enemy. Obito, protecting Rin, refrained from rushing forward. The third ninja, having finally escaped the grasp of the cat's mane, found Qian Ming's claw emerging from the shadows, slashing through his throat, and swiftly retreated into the forest. Rejoined the main force. The fourth Hokage made no further delay, uttering a brief command before advancing swiftly. Understood. Kakashi, though eager to accompany, understood that the Hokage's orders were paramount and must be fulfilled. Obito, shaken to his core, had not felt the gravity of the situation until now, in retrospect. His legs trembled at the thought. Qian Ming leapt down from the tree, wearily settling on Rin's shoulder, closing its eyes to rest for a moment. It was indeed exhausted. Although these jutsu had been modified by the system to eliminate the need for complex hand signs, making them more suitable for shin beasts, the consumption of chakra was undeniably real. Had it not been for the recent consistent intake of cat food, which accelerated its chakra growth, it might have been rendered incapable after unleashing the Raging Lion's mane. Thank you, Qian Ming. You should rest for a while. Noera Rin, filled with gratitude, cradled it in her arms. Had it not been for Qian Ming, both she and Aido would surely have sustained injuries. The weapons of their assailants were poisoned, posing significant risks upon wounding. On another note, during that earlier situation, Kakashi had remained singularly focused on eliminating enemies. Indeed, living up to the rumors, everything was about the mission, the objective of slaying foes, with little regard for teammates. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have never believed that Kakashi, who once championed the ideology of camaraderie in their youth, would evolve into such a figure, ultimately. It was that singular event that had profoundly impacted him. After the initial fear, Obito was enveloped in quiet anger, though he did not harbor much resentment towards Kakashi. Rather, he felt a profound sense of helplessness that had led both himself and Rin into peril. Fortunately, there was Qian Ming. In that moment, the grievances he had harbored against Qian Ming due to the latter's incessant teasing dissipated like mist. Minato Namikaze rushed onward. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the earlier scene of the little black cat in battle, particularly that technique. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to his teacher's Wild Lion's mane jutsu. Not only the Wild Lion's mane, but the technique that hardened all the cat's fur was fundamentally akin to his teacher's needle jizo. Perhaps at its core, they were one and the same. How astonishing. This black cat. When I see my teacher, I must tell him about Qian Ming. A flicker of joy crossed Minato's face. But it was swiftly overshadowed by the weight of concern. Kakashi's situation was far more dire than the third Hokage had described, and the prospect of salvaging it seemed bleak. Ahead, the Sand Village's front lines were rapidly contracting, retreating, and Minato was headed directly along the path the Sand Ninja were fleeing. Meanwhile, Qian Ming and his group had reunited with the main force. After consuming a soldier's ration pill, Qian Ming regained some stamina and glanced at his score panel, noting an increase of over 800 points. Indeed, killing raised his score. Although the gain appeared rather modest, is this system compelling me to toy with prey like a cat before delivering the final blow? He pondered the typical scenario of a cat catching a mouse, and a vague suspicion arose within him, such as the first ninja Minato had slain, which he himself had not killed. Yet the points contributed were substantially greater than those of the three he had eliminated. Qian Ming, I truly envy you, possessing such formidable strength at such a tender age. While I am incapable of even self-preservation, Obito lamented, seated glumly aside. Do not underestimate yourself, Obito. Your strength is indeed considerable among your peers, Rin gently reassured him. Having strength, yet lacking the skill to utilize it is akin to being the weakest link, Kakashi interjected, his own frustration mirroring Obito's. His words were not solely directed at Obito, but encompassed himself as well. Despite being the strongest in their team, aside from Minato, his recent performance had been overshadowed by a mere ninja cat, rendering years of battlefield experience seemingly futile. Yet, this cat exhibited remarkable talent, having mastered yet another peculiar jutsu. And it was not even 9 months old. A profound sense of crisis gripped him. He must become stronger. Otherwise, if outsiders were to inquire who the mightiest was among the team aside from the teacher, and the answer was a ninja cat, the embarrassment for the disciples would be monumental. Miao chiming nestled within Rin's embrace. Having regained considerable stamina, he remained still, quietly observing the unfolding situation. As Minato approached, the sand village hastily retreated, their desperation evident, seemingly wishing to pull their puppets along to assist their escape. Although the third great ninja war had yet to fully commence, and the moniker of the Yellow Flash had not yet spread, the reputation of Minato Namikaze was gradually taking shape. Rin glanced ahead, rising with the black cat in her arms, and said, "We exerted little effort in that battle. Let us hasten to pursue them." Kakashi, taken aback for a moment, nodded while gripping his short blade. "All right. Many individuals must have been injured ahead. We should hurry to see if we can offer any assistance." Obito quickly comprehended Rin's intent. With one side pursuing and the other retreating, it was certain that many comrades had sustained injuries, and Rin was eager to participate in the rescue efforts. "Let us proceed swiftly." Kakashi advanced at a brisk pace. Along the way, they encountered numerous wounded individuals being carried away, prompting Obito to join in the effort of lifting the stretchers. At this moment, a team of lower-ranked ninjas without a Jonin could not realistically be dispatched to the battlefield. "I shall assist with the healing." Rin contemplated asking Kakashi to keep an eye on Chio, but hesitated momentarily. Given Kakashi's temperament during the previous battle, "Meow, it's fine. Rin, you go ahead." Chio pushed away and leaped from the warm embrace, indicating that she had recovered significantly and no longer required constant holding. "Very well, please take care." Rin promptly dashed forward, demonstrating her mastery of medical ninjutsu and sage arts, and was soon allowed to participate in the treatment, rendering Kakashi and Chio somewhat superfluous at that juncture. "I wish to see what lies ahead. What about you?" Kakashi clenched his fist. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction, having contributed little during the previous skirmish. His most significant intervention had been during Chio's chaotic technique, which left him yearning to prove his worth. Chio opened her mouth, intending to counter, but upon reflection, if she were to encounter a surviving yet incapacitated sand ninja, she could still extract some points, so she nodded eagerly and leapt onto Kakashi's shoulder. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would never permit her to perch there, but given his current reliance on Chio, he could not dislodge her. There was little to be done. Such was the prowess of this cat. Kakashi sought little, only requiring Chio to employ her cat hair manipulation technique at a critical moment to assist him in executing a kill. However, the true reason for bringing Chio along was his promise to Rin to look after the little black cat. He was always steadfast in his commitments. The duo, one human and one feline, pursued the path, witnessing numerous sand ninjas who had met a gruesome fate, with not a single survivor in sight. The corpses of the sand ninjas were to be avoided. They were adept in the use of poison, and it was likely that their bodies harbored toxins even in death. Thus, Kakashi and Chio refrained from touching them, confirming their demise before continuing on their way. After progressing for some distance, they observed the return of leaf ninjas, this time with even more injured individuals. "What transpired?" Kakashi inquired, astonished. "Meow?" A.J. Nin had been gravely wounded. It was the one from the Nara clan, the father of Guren. Kakashi elucidated. Chio, taken aback, gazed intently, noting that his injuries resembled those inflicted by a multitude of needles. "The one with the toothpick?" It took her a moment to realize he was referring to Nara Guren. Indeed, it bore some resemblance. Kakashi mused internally while continuing on his path and explaining. The father of the toothpick man, Guren, likely encountered the third Kazekage of the sand. "Meow?" Chio certainly perceived the situation but feigned ignorance. "That is the wound inflicted by the sand iron technique," Kakashi elucidated. Although he had never witnessed the power of the sand iron technique firsthand, Konoha's white fang had. "Let us hasten our steps. Perhaps we might still witness our teacher in action. Then let us move quickly. I shall guide you," the black cat chimed in. Kakashi cast a glance at the oblivious feline, then utilized his lightning release chakra to invigorate his physical prowess, further enhancing his speed as he followed the cat's lead. As they approached the final barrier between the land of wind and the land of fire, they finally beheld the scene of battle involving Minato Namikaze and the third Kazekage. The area lay in ruins. Minato was injured and receiving treatment from another, who appeared to be reprimanding him. Is the teacher hurt? Kakashi's breath quickened as he hurried towards them. As he drew nearer, he overheard the other person's voice. Your Flying Thunder God technique is still lacking. You can only utilize it with marked kunai, leaving you vulnerable to magnetic release. If it weren't for my switch with Orochimaru. Yes, teacher, Minato acknowledged. His tone candid, yet his radiant smile revealed he did not truly believe he was at fault. If he did not engage, the third Kazekage could have killed more from Konoha. Sayu. Jiraiya sighed, on the verge of speaking when a commotion erupted behind him. Before he could turn, a warning of watch out reached his ears, and he instinctively tilted his head to evade. In that moment, he spotted a cat soaring above. A cat? Where did this feline appear from on the battlefield? Jiraiya pondered, only for the cat to unexpectedly tug at his forehead protector with its tail, leaping past and swiping it away. Ha! Chickage. Stop fooling around and return the forehead protector to the teacher. Minato laughed heartily. One of his arms was incapacitated, yet with the other, he deftly caught the swiftly leaping Chickage. Chickage. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback before transforming his surprise into delight. So this is the cat you mentioned. Come here. He raised his hand, intending to catch the cat, only to be met with two swift paws that nearly grasped him. Quite nimble, aren't you? Jiraiya's playful spirit ignited as he began to tease the feline. Chickage, while frolicking, observed the situation. Apart from the initial score, there had been no further points. It seemed Jiraiya, much like his disciple, possessed a good-natured temperament. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. One would be cautious around those with a temper, lest they find themselves in trouble with Danzo. With this thought, Chickage felt considerably lighter in spirit. Teacher, be cautious. This one is quite mischievous and may inadvertently harm you. Minato cautioned urgently. In the early days of their acquaintance, he had sustained several scratches from the little rascal. Previously, he had refrained from bringing the small black cat near Orochimaru out of fear that it might provoke the cold-hearted lord. Do not worry, I possess ample experience, Jiraiya assured, gesturing for Minato to release the black cat. During his time at Mayaboku Mountain, he had dealt with frogs far more formidable than this creature, and he had prevailed. It's hardly a concern. Those ninja who had initially intended to apprehend Chickage observed this scene and prudently withdrew, leaving Kakashi behind. Meow. Qian Ming lay on the table, initially tempted to nibble on Jiraiya's forehead protector, but the overwhelming scent of toad and oil made it utterly unappetizing. The little creature inquired of the sage, how did you master the Rasengan and the Raging Lion's main technique? Oh, and also the Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement. When he became serious, he exuded a certain charm, but regrettably, he rarely took things seriously. Without hesitation, Qian Ming replied, I just can. It feels like using my claws is instinctive. Is it really that difficult? Jiraiya, inexplicably vexed, recalled the painstaking effort he had invested in developing the Needle Jizo and Raging Lion's mane, almost losing a layer of skin off his scalp in the process, only to have this little one trivialize it, as if it were a mere trifle. Haraha. Namikaze Minato chuckled heartily, a hint of embarrassment evident. It had taken him 3 years to bring the concept of the Rasengan to fruition, while this kitten had only been alive for 9 months, leaving him feeling somewhat sheepish. Meow, honestly, I don't quite understand it either. It's as if the methods just popped into my head. Would you like to learn? Help this cat with a massage. Qian Ming's eyes twinkled mischievously as he contemplated teasing Jiraiya. After all, being a kitten, it was normal not to comprehend everything. If one were too astute, they would no longer be a cat. I am the great sage of Mount Mayaboku. What technique is beyond my capabilities? Jiraiya proclaimed, forming hand seals, shaking his hair, and causing strands to grow wildly, executing the Raging Lion's main technique. Meow, Qian Ming exclaimed, and then his fur began to grow spontaneously, requiring no hand seals like Jiraiya. As these two techniques resonated perfectly with him, Jiraiya and the little black cat exchanged a gaze, ultimately surrendering the spectacle of ninjutsu. He was inexplicably reminded of his school days, particularly the time spent under Orochimaru, where every time he had made significant progress, he would seek out that individual only to be met with harsh criticism. The sense of déjà vu was striking. Jiraiya sighed softly, dispiritedly waving his hand, then turned his attention to Kakashi, who had been standing off to the side. He had noticed Kakashi earlier, but found him less than endearing. His demeanor was even more meticulous than Orochimaru's back in the day. While understandable, it was still. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi said, immediately bowing respectfully upon being acknowledged. Though uncertainty crossed his face, Jiraiya, astute as ever, recognized that none of the legendary Sannin were to be trifled with, or else they would not have attained their current positions. Kakashi was clearly eyeing his technique. The Rasengan belonged to Minato, leaving only the Raging Lion's mane. With a grin, he crouched down to Kakashi's level and asked, "So, you wish to learn this technique?" Yes, Kakashi replied, lowering his gaze, aware that he was not particularly favored by this esteemed figure. "I will teach you. This technique involves utilizing chakra to stimulate hair growth." Jiraiya sat on the ground, while Kakashi knelt attentively to listen. The two of them appeared like master and apprentice in front of the crowd. Yet those who understood their true relationship recognized the generational gap, rendering the situation all the more amusing. For instance, Minato Namake's beams with a radiant smile. His hand has healed, and at this moment, he cradles Chio while watching the performance nearby. Kakashi, a prodigy in his own right, can easily surmise the thoughts of this child once one understands his nature. Unconsciously, as Minato holds the cat, his fingers begin to caress it. Meow, how delightful. Chio feels a delightful thrill coursing through him. Initially, he believed that Kabuto was the foremost technician in Konoha, only to discover that there exists another who surpasses Kabuto, having mastered skills through self-teaching. Before long, the main force begins to retreat. Along the way, Kakashi follows Jiraiya to learn ninjutsu, while also assisting Jiraiya in the rear guard. Minato, meanwhile, takes the lead to prevent an attack from Sunagakure. It is only upon reaching the camp that Minato joins Jiraiya and Kakashi. Upon their return to the Konoha encampment, they promptly resume their ninjutsu training. As Minato arrives, Kakashi is just completing the Raging Lion hair technique. Haha, what do you think? Isn't this technique of mine impressive? Kakashi releases his grip, retracting the chakra that had animated the hair, leaving the masked youth deep in thought. Jiraiya, puzzled, inquires, "What troubles you?" "Master, your technique requires maintaining hand seals to keep the hair restrained, yet I observed Chio performing it while utilizing the Rasengan." Kakashi frowns. Though his sentence remains unfinished, his disdain is palpable. What he desires is a Raging Lion hair technique that requires no hand seals. Not this ninjutsu that demands the use of both hands to sustain. Jiraiya, taken aback, momentarily finds himself at a loss for words. Well, this sage is still researching it. However, one day I shall discover a method for one-handed seals. Jiraiya, brimming with pride, is somewhat indignant. When Chio attacked, all four paws simultaneously maintained a miniature Rasengan, presumably requiring no hand seals at all. Kakashi, upon uttering this, feels a twinge of regret. Although his words are grounded in truth, the recipient is one of the legendary Sannin, the teacher of his own teacher. Were it not for this connection, Jiraiya would hardly so readily impart such a secret technique to him. Yet, the words have been spoken and cannot be retracted. No hand seals. Impossible. Jiraiya is left dumbfounded. Even if he were to simplify the technique, achieving a no-seal release seems implausible. Should the cat indeed release it without seals, he would find himself outmatched. "Master." At that moment, Minato enters with the cat, followed by the bewildered Obito. Meow. Chio, despite being cradled by Minato, allows its fur to grow uncontrollably upon seeing Jiraiya. It is indeed without seals. "Master, this is another student from my class, Uchiha Obito," Minato introduces with a smile. Kakashi, Obito. They are the first students that Minato has taken under his wing, and he holds this class in high regard, which is why he brought them over. Of course, he also seeks to alleviate any awkwardness for his teacher. "Very well, splendid," Jiraiya responds with a somewhat rigid smile, clearly not entirely pleased. This reaction is understandable. After all, no one would relish seeing their prized technique eclipsed by a mere cat, for it not only undermines their pride, but also complicates the narrative of who the original creator is. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya." Obito seems a bit reserved. Who in Konoha hasn't heard of the legendary Jiraiya? By the way, who is the third? Meow? Chickage leapt onto Jiraiya's shoulder. He is indeed a significant benefactor, having contributed over 1,600 points since our meeting, the highest contribution thus far. You? Jiraiya found it hard to believe. A mere cat could never be part of a class, especially not a kitten. "Teacher, the third student is its owner, a medical ninja. I have a small request. Xiaolin has yet to sign a blood contract with Chickage, and I would like to ask for your assistance." That child comes from a poor background, and I am unable to provide the funds. Minato lowered his head, having connected with the small black cat for some time, finally able to voice his thoughts. The summoning scrolls are not inexpensive, and they are quite rare. Given Noira Rin's lineage, she could never obtain a scroll sufficient to complete the summoning contract. Minato, having no other options, turned to his wealthy and caring mentor for help. Let us meet first. The blood contract is a serious matter, and if the wrong person is encountered, the little one could be doomed. Jiraiya stroked the black cat's head. Such a gifted ninja cat must not be squandered. Encountering the wrong person would be a tragedy, akin to a pearl cast into darkness, such as Kakashi, who, despite being taught secret techniques, complains about not being able to perform them without hand signs. What kind of reasoning is that? I will go with teacher Jiraiya to find Rin. Kakashi, Obito, you two should return and help care for our injured comrades. There is no need for you to follow us. The medical tent is the most crucial in the camp and generally cannot accommodate many people. Cats, in particular, are usually not allowed. However, given that one of you is currently the leader and the other his disciple, a bit of privilege is only natural. Teacher, Sunagakure should have truly retreated this time. Given their temperament, they will likely send someone to negotiate peace soon. Indeed, Sunagakure and Awagakure attacked together, but this time Awagakure did not exert much effort. It appears that Sunagakure will soon find themselves at odds with Awagakure, marking a temporary end to hostilities, Jiraiya replied quietly. Their conversation did not shy away from Chickage, who, while adorably playing coy, eavesdropped openly. After years of intermittent warfare, it finally seemed to be concluding. Minato sighed. Although large-scale wars in the ninja world had ceased years ago, sporadic conflicts had never truly ended. Tensions between the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind persisted. However, the third Kazekage's intervention was merely a strategy for retreat, and the swift departure of Sunagakure's shinobi indicated a full surrender, suggesting they would refrain from further conflict for years to come. Of course, this was not an official rule, but rather an unspoken understanding among the nations. This time the Kazekage was injured, yet Inoki remains inactive. Sunagakure's attempt to confront Awagakure will surely lead to unfavorable outcomes. They will likely be immobilized for nearly a decade, Jiraiya scoffed. His and Orochimaru's decision to consider the Kazekage's potential retaliation led to Orochimaru's reluctance to confront him, prompting the latter's reassignment. For some reason, at that moment, Chickage recalled a saying, "The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise." It retracted its head, aware that these matters were not particularly secretive. Yet, as an observer, various tropes from past dramas surged forth in its mind, a case of self-induced fright. However, Qian Ming held a modicum of curiosity. Prior to the Third Shinobi World War, it appeared that the third Kazekage had vanished, only to re-emerge and herald the onset of true conflict. Surely, this individual did not return only to be never mind. I want to dwell on it. It collected its thoughts and, under the guidance of Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, entered the medical unit. I must take a good look at the disciple you mentioned, although the cat belongs to her, one person. Teacher, that girl over there is my third student this time. Minato smiled as he introduced her, merely gesturing from a distance without approaching. Knowing his teacher, he surmised that upon seeing the girl, any reservations would dissolve. Indeed, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled, wide as saucers. A girl. Moreover, a most adorable little girl. Qian Ming swatted him on the face. Who? Jiraiya, irritated, turned to see the cat brandishing its paw, showing no intention of retracting it. He glared at the cat, then at his own disciple, shot Qian Ming another glare, before grinning and saying, "This girl is clearly a gifted and kind child, just like Tsunade." Teacher, does that mean? Minato scratched his head, feeling a touch sheepish, as he was somewhat preoccupied with concerns over his teacher's finances. All right, I will use the summoning technique to have a toad deliver the scroll. You needn't worry. Jiraiya waved his hand, indicating he wished to be left undisturbed. Meow, perverted sage. What perverted sage? I'm not lecherous. Besides, what interest would I have in a girl of Rin's age? Back in the day, Tsunade. As Jiraiya spoke, he couldn't help but glance around, for every time he mentioned that name, he felt as if someone might leap from the shadows and send him flying several paces away. Such incidents occurred frequently in the past. Qian Ming regarded him, lazily lying down with a skeptical expression, while it discreetly checked the system panel. Within such a brief time frame, Jiraiya had already amassed over 400 points for himself. Delightful. In less than a day, It had accrued 2,000 points. Truly, the legendary Jiraiya lived up to his reputation. It yearned to follow Jiraiya closely, day after day, to reap the benefits, though it also understood that overexploitation could lead to desensitization, much like Asuma and Sarutobi during their school days. Speaking of which, were Asuma and Kurenai assigned to the same class once again? Previously, they had never crossed paths, and Qian Ming was unaware of which class the infatuated heir of the Sarutobi clan had been placed in until Minato returned with Rin. The process of the summoning blood contract was not particularly complex. Qian Ming merely needed to imprint its mark on the scroll, after which Rin would inscribe her name in blood. This scroll was transferable, provided there were other kin bound to the same contract, as many summoning scrolls were established in this manner. With the scroll, if Qian Ming is sufficiently capable of survival, it is conceivable that a family of summoned beasts could emerge in the future, and the Noera family, or her future kin, may also ascend to prominence. Of course, should they encounter a sterile one. Fortunately, both Qian Ming and Noera Rin comprehend that it is certainly not of the sterile variety, a fact confirmed by veterinary expert Inuzuka Hana. The sensation of signing the blood pact is quite subtle. Qian Ming can perceive a faint connection with Noera Rin, but this feeling only lingers for that brief moment of the contract's execution, after which everything fades away. The war has concluded here. The three of them joined the Jonin to partake in the aftermath of the commotion, yet the little black cat understands that the war is far from over. The onset of the Third Great Ninja War is likely imminent within these few years. Even if they return, they will probably have only a month or two of leisure. However, the opportunity to experience the battlefield atmosphere is already commendable. As for Asuma and his companions, they are likely still in Konoha, searching for the lost cats of those noble women or assisting the elderly outside the village with their water needs. Their presence on the front lines is indeed remarkable. Qian Ming and Obito remained at the camp for several days. During this time, Kakashi was still practicing the lion's mane technique. His once magnificent hair had become ragged and uneven. While he may not value the necessity of forming seals with both hands to maintain the technique, he believed that if he could reduce it to a single-handed seal while keeping the other hand free for wielding a sword or executing the Rasengan, he could achieve it. Thus, he continued his efforts. As for Jiraiya, his current affection is directed toward Noera Rin, desiring to remain by her side daily, imparting his knowledge to her. Regrettably, he is not a medical ninja. Rin seeks healing and aid, not the brutality of the battlefield. Ultimately, she is only interested in the healing needle technique and is reluctant to learn any other ninjutsu that might distract her from her focus. Human energy is finite. Noera Rin is not a genius like Tsunade. Though her talent is commendable, it is limited, necessitating that she invest more time in medical ninjutsu to achieve distinction in the field of healing ninjas. Qian Ming has accrued a considerable number of points alongside Jiraiya, who is akin to a wayward son, a mischievous child for whom acquiring points is exceedingly simple. Yesterday, Qian Ming had amassed enough to exchange for the Naruto's sight technique. According to the original plan, it could utilize this technique to attempt to gather points among Jiraiya's trusted confidants. But before it could actualize this plan, a new mission for Minato's team arrived. They were to venture beyond the borders to escort the ninja from the land of rain. Why must we escort the ninjas from Amigate Cure? Obito expressed his reluctance to depart. He had just begun to foster a connection with his mentor, preparing to learn a technique or two from Jiraiya, only to be notified of their impending mission. Why is it that Kakashi has the lion's mane technique? Rin has learned the healing needle, while I am left with nothing. As they departed the camp, Obito felt quite disheartened. Why must you go carry a stretcher? Qian Ming remarked, stifling a yawn. After these days of exertion with Jiraiya, both it and Jiraiya were quite fatigued. However, the rewards were substantial. After exchanging for the Naruto's sight technique, it had saved over 200 points. Alas, today, it must part ways with its diamond bachelor. Such a disheartening situation. Why the gloomy faces? Taking on a mission is a positive endeavor, offering everyone the chance to earn. Minato Namikaze returned with the mission report. Sensei, what are the specifics? Kakashi was more concerned about the nature of the task, having already mastered the Raging Lion's technique, which he intended to refine further, aiming for the ability to perform it with a single hand seal. The Rain Village Ninja, originally stationed in the Rock Village to gather intelligence, had been discovered and fled to the borders of our Leaf Village, where we rescued him. Thus, our mission is to escort him back to Rain Village for the handover. Minato presented the intelligence report. Following the Second Shinobi World War, Rain Village opted to ally with Leaf Village, as the alliance is still in its infancy. It is entirely reasonable for us to invest significant resources to assist them during this honeymoon period. Chio cast a glance at the report, which contained terms like escort and intelligence exchange, indicating that their mission involved more than mere escorting. They were also tasked with acquiring intelligence from Rain Village. As for the intelligence in the target's possession, it was likely already secured by the Leaf's personnel. Lin Yahara arrived with a new medical kit, which contained not just basic first aid supplies, but also antidotes and other essentials, courtesy of the medical corps. Chio looked over and jumped onto the medical box. It fit perfectly. Be careful with your laziness. You might end up as a plump cat, just like many in our clan. After saying this, Obito dashed away, knowing well that he would face retaliation for his words, but he couldn't help it. Such adorable little cats. He certainly didn't want to see another unattractive, lazy, and troublesome fat cat in their team. He ran swiftly, but, meow, a sharp cry erupted, and a bunch of long, sturdy cat fur flew from behind, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile. Ah, sensei, Lin, save me, Obito shouted. After some commotion, the team was filled with joyous laughter. Before long, they encountered their mission target. Hello, we are here to escort you, Minato said as he approached the individual. You? A Jonin squad? The Rain Village ninja frowned. The distance to Rain Village was not far, at most an hour's journey. However, this area was likely active with Rock Village operatives, making the task at least B rank in difficulty. To assign such a challenging task to a Jonin squad, was Leaf Village truly that short on manpower? Although our squad is newly formed, our abilities are not to be underestimated. We are more than capable of executing this mission, Minato explained with a smile. Ordinarily, it would not be their turn, but given the current tense situation, with Suna's recent retreat and Naka's inexplicable stillness, there were simply no high-level ninjas available. Of course, if Jiraiya had issued the orders, he certainly would not have assigned their squad, but the directive came from Orochimaru. I became a Chunin 3 years ago, Kakashi stated coldly. If you believe you can manage, then let us proceed. With Minato here, we should be able to complete the mission regardless, the Rain Village ninja remarked calmly. You, Obito exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Does this imply that they might meet their demise? Who do they look down upon? Obito. Lin Noira tugged at his sleeve. Let us go? Minato Namikaze paid little heed to such trivialities. Having endured the trials of the battlefield, he believed his students were capable of undertaking this mission. Although Kakashi was somewhat challenging to manage, with Chihiro accompanying them, he was confident in the safety of Obito and Lin. The mission commenced in earnest. They hurried along, their focus razor-sharp, each one unwilling to be just another name on the memorial stone. Chihiro found the situation even more dire, fearing that if he were to perish, he would barely make it onto the Noira family's commemorative list. Upon reaching the outskirts of a dense forest, Minato suddenly halted and spoke a few words, prompting everyone to stop, glance around, and then look back at Chihiro. The others followed suit. The thicket was dense, and ahead lay a narrow suspension bridge, an ideal spot for an ambush. Chihiro, wake up. Lin Noira, noticing his prolonged stillness, assumed he had dozed off and crouched down to poke him. Meow? Chihiro stared blankly at them, then back at the lush foliage before him. At last, life had stirred for this little feline. A mix of indignation and caution surged within him as he cautiously ventured into the woods, his senses heightened to their utmost. Any rustle or whisper would send him darting for cover. Halfway through, Chihiro caught a faint scent. Though not overpowering, it was unmistakably human. Meow? He called out, alerting them, but there was no response. Aware that the adversary would not easily reveal their position, he knew he had to close the distance to discern their location. No problem. He took a deep breath and stealthily approached. The scent intensified, but so did the danger as he entered the enemy's range. Suddenly, a barrage of shuriken flew from within the foliage, accompanied by a kunai laced with an explosive tag. Seriously? They're using such extravagant measures against a cat? Chihiro thought, indignation boiling within him. This was no mere needle he could evade. He had to dodge. With remarkable speed, he sprang to the side, avoiding the attack, and flung the explosive-tagged kunai back towards its origin, determined to return it to sender. Careful. We've been compromised. Retreat. Chihiro hurled the explosive shuriken back, prompting 3 or 4 ninjas to leap and change positions. Whoosh! Minato and Kakashi immediately launched their offensive, while Obito wielded a kunai to shield Lin Noira and their mission target. Yet, as 2 of them leaped, they glanced at Chihiro and casually tossed several shuriken in his direction. Illusion technique, Naruto. Having recently acquired the jutsu, Chiharu did not anticipate that his first application would be in combat. The two caught in the illusion landed clumsily on a branch, standing motionless. In the next moment, black cat fur ensnared them. 8 of them. Meow, well done, Chiharu. Minato was the first to arrive, delivering swift kicks to the entrapped ninjas, sending them tumbling towards Chiharu and Kakashi. Without hesitation, Kakashi struck, severing the throat of one, showing no signs of pausing. Damn it, stealing kills. Qian Ming was filled with an intense fury, yet felt utterly helpless, compelled to silently take note of the situation before turning his full attention to another target. The individual sent over had survived. Although the kick had inflicted internal damage, it was far from a fatal blow. This was not beyond the capabilities of Minato Namikaze. Rather, it was intentional. Meow, you are far too weak and unworthy to contend with me. Obito, it's your turn. How dare you underestimate me? The adversary shouted in indignation, rising to attack Qian Ming with a kunai. As a nin, his taijutsu was commendable, yet against a cat, the disparity in reaction and explosive speed was glaringly evident. Soon, he bore a new wound, while the feline seized the opportunity to leap behind him and deliver another swipe to his leg. This was not a battle. It was mere play. The ninja cats of Konoha, murmured the Rain Village ninja, momentarily at a loss for words. This cat appeared diminutive, yet its prowess seemed remarkably formidable, certainly more reliable than the youth clad in a green jumpsuit and goggles standing nearby. Of course, everyone on our team is exceptionally skilled, Obito declared with pride. As long as you are pleased, the Rain Village ninja replied after a prolonged silence, ultimately refraining from further protest and maintaining his guard with weapon in hand. What are you doing? Kakashi inquired, returning to find the little black cat's opponent still alive, his eyes widening in surprise. Please, just kill me. End my misery, cried the unadorned ninja in agony. His body was riddled with wounds as he lay motionless on the ground, seemingly exhausted from whatever torment had befallen him. Meanwhile, the trio in the distance wore expressions of incredulity. The cat had become quite engrossed in its play. Lin and Obito had initially intended to intervene to prevent its demise. But midway through, a ninja who had been lying in ambush emerged, and after a fierce exchange, they found themselves too drained to concern themselves with the little black cat. Meow, Qian Ming crouched down, realizing that after such prolonged engagement, this opponent was completely desensitized. Death could no longer yield any points. Forget it, this is dull. It turned away, heading towards Lin, while Kakashi glanced down at the defeated enemy, then leaped beside him. Don't bother asking. That individual has divulged everything. He knows of 5 squads involved in this operation. 2 here, which implies 3 more ninja teams may still be present. Obito stated in a weary tone from his position. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at the little black cat and Obito, then refocused on the IWA ninja. Feeling a pang of sympathy, this individual bore not only claw marks, but also evidence of having been dragged back by cat fur. It was likely that the interrogation methods of Konoha's torture department were on par with this. Subsequently, he ended the man's life with a swift strike. Qian Ming, feeling somewhat fatigued, lay down and opened the system panel, instantly invigorated by what he saw. Over 1,400 points. Indeed, toying with one's prey was the true path to success. Nevertheless, Qian Ming had paid a heavy price. Its fur stained crimson. Should it encounter a river soon, a thorough wash would be imperative. Next time, it would be wise to refrain from employing the chaotic lion's main technique and illusions. In fact, it would be best to minimize the use of the chaotic lion's main technique altogether. Alas, my once smooth and silky feline fur has now become quite ragged. Feeling dejected, it was only upon noticing the patch of hair missing from Kakashi's head that it found amusement. How delightful. This fellow is in a worse predicament than I. Obito, evidently, recognized this as well, lacking the subtlety of chiming, and burst into laughter. What is so funny? Kakashi, oblivious to the source of Obito's mirth, looked on in confusion. Kakashi, your hair. Lin pointed towards his head. The prodigious youth unsheathed his white fong short blade, reflecting the bright blade upon his own head, soon discovering the conspicuous gap where his hair had been neatly and smoothly sheared away. Thus, he fell into despair. Why? The inadequacy of skill, insufficient chakra, or uneven distribution could all be potential reasons. Chiming concealed the few damaged strands of fur on its own body. Witnessing Kakashi's unfortunate state was immensely gratifying. Yet if its own vulnerabilities were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly lose the confidence it currently possessed. Kakashi felt a wave of frustration. Of course, he did not regard this technique as inferior. Despite the need for hand seals, the formation of this ninjutsu was remarkably simple, if executed adeptly. It could indeed turn the tide of battle. His current ineptitude was merely a reflection of his own weakness. He clenched his fists and stood silently to the side. In the next moment, Minato returned, retrieving the special kunai from Kakashi's hand, rubbing his temples in fatigue. I have cleared the area around the bridge. Thank you, Lord Minato, the Rain Ninja expressed with a deep bow. A team must invariably include a Jonin, and the fact that Minato single-handedly dispatched so many shinobi highlighted his formidable prowess. Respect for the strong transcends borders. Let us proceed. Minato consumed a soldier pill before leading the way ahead. The bridge had collapsed. However, this posed no issue. For a ninja, what is essential is not the bridge, but a secure environment. With the area having been cleared by Minato, they could traverse the river beneath the bridge. Yet, they did not set off immediately. On one hand, Qian Ming required a thorough cleansing, and on the other, crossing the bridge would mean they were entirely leaving the land of fire. Minato had expended some chakra, and under uncertain circumstances, it was prudent to rest well before continuing onward. Once they departed the national borders, proper respite would be a thing of the past. Qian Ming took a considerable amount of time to wash. Truth be told, it was not particularly fond of bathing, yet the blood upon its body was far more discomforting. And in its condition, such natural discomfort could be forcibly suppressed. After a thorough washing, it finally regained its previous cleanliness. However, the uneven patches on its body became particularly conspicuous, and upon noticing this, Kakashi's spirits lifted considerably. At last, he was not the sole sufferer. Sensei, shall we continue to have Qian Ming scout ahead? Lin inquired anxiously. In the absence of clear enemies, I cannot leave your side. Allowing it to scout is the optimal choice. Otherwise, we would have to send Kakashi instead, Minato explained. Let us proceed with Qian Ming. Should we encounter adversaries, I can summon him back using my spiritual arts. Qian Ming looked up at his nominal master, feeling utterly perplexed. He had initially been touched, thinking the words were in his favor, only to realize in the end that he was merely being sacrificed. He lay on the medical box, listless and dispirited. Nevertheless, participating in the battle would at least earn him points. Better to scout than to languish idly, for idleness would only lead to being surpassed by others. With this thought, a flicker of determination ignited within him. While he professed to strive for achievement, he found himself sprawled atop the medical box like a lethargic fish. Despite Kakashi and the others hunting and foraging, under the pretense of safeguarding the mission objective, though in reality, he was simply slacking off. When one is out in the world, opportunities to enjoy warm meals are scarce. Cooking fish by the riverside or stewing mushrooms can only be done in areas that have been thoroughly cleared, where there is little fear of ambush. Qian Ming indulged in a fair share of food, prompting Kakashi to venture out with his white fang dagger to catch a couple more fish. After a hearty meal, they set off. According to prior intelligence, Iwagakure had dispatched 5 squads, yet everyone knew this figure could not be trusted, including Qian Ming, who remained cautious throughout the journey. Having traversed most of the path without incident, they all halted at the entrance of a gorge as they approached the land of rain. This terrain greatly favored the IWA ninjas. Meanwhile, the incessant rain within the gorge began to disperse their scents, severely hampering Qian Ming's reconnaissance abilities. Thus, their roles needed to be redefined. After some discussion, Namikaze Minato took it upon himself to scout ahead, while Qian Ming and Kakashi remained with the others to ensure the safety of the mission objective. Of course, with 3 individuals and a cat, even if they possessed considerable strength, they would falter against high-ranking ninjas. To counter this, Minato summoned a toad of considerable size, akin to that of an adult, to bolster their defenses against potential attacks from upper-echelon ninjas. This gorge served as the most direct route to Amigakure, and any detours would lead them through the territory currently occupied by IWA ninjas, which posed an even greater danger. After Minato scouted ahead, a ninja from Amigakure explained the situation to Qian Ming and his companions. Although these were merely younglings, their capabilities were indeed impressive, and their safety relied on them. Hence the need for clarity in communication. Kakashi acknowledged this with a nod and subsequently summoned all of his nin dogs, focusing intently on their surroundings. This represented their strongest combat force. Everyone heightened their awareness to its utmost, for they all understood that this locale might harbor 3 ninja squads. And IWA ninjas excelled in earth release techniques. Techniques such as the Earth Dragon hidden jutsu allowed them to move underground, sensing the terrain and executing ambushes. Such techniques, once concealed, were difficult to detect by scent. However, Kakashi also excelled in earth release, enabling him to perceive the conditions beneath the ground. Qian Ming positioned himself protectively beside Noara Rin, his body coiled in readiness. While not far away, Minato inspected the surrounding woodlands for hidden ninjas. After several minutes, an explosion echoed from the mountains. An explosive tag. The commotion in the gorge reached them, and in an instant, Kakashi's expression darkened. "Watch your step." Boom. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of sharp, earthen spikes erupted from the ground. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the group, they might have suffered grave injuries upon first sight. For ninjas leapt from the earth, each hurling shuriken embedded with explosive tags, all aimed with precision at the rain ninja who had leapt to evade the deadly spikes. Takayama Jun. The rain ninja recognized the identity of the opposing Jonin and cried out in alarm, hastily unfurling his umbrella in a futile attempt to shield himself from the explosive tags. Yet, even with an umbrella, he could not truly mitigate the imminent destructive force. He could almost foresee his grim fate. At that critical moment, silvery strands of hair swept through the air, weaving a protective curtain that diverted the shuriken. However, this curtain detonated mid-flight. Although Kakashi's hair shielded him from some of the damage, it could not entirely absorb it. Furthermore, the chaotic main technique was singed in the process. What was once a glorious head of hair was now left uneven and charred. It was evident that mastering this technique to Jiraiya's level still posed considerable risks. Nonetheless, their most formidable assault had been thwarted by Kakashi's decisive intervention. The 8 ninja dogs, Iron Arm Toad, and Obito surged forward to engage in combat. Tragically, though the rain ninja was safeguarded by the weapons and Kakashi's hair, he was still blasted away, landing motionless on the ground. Yahiko Rin dashed over swiftly. "He's alive, Chikage. Conceal yourself and protect me," she whispered, then began to channel her chakra. This explosion had inflicted internal injuries, and simple medical ninjutsu would prove inadequate. She would need to employ the healing palm technique. Chikage, lurking nearby, understood her intent. The opposition comprised 3 Nin and 1 Jonin, the latter presumably being the Takayama Jun mentioned by the rain ninja. I wonder how long the Iron Arm Toad can withstand the assault. While it managed to block one of Hoshigaki Kisame's strikes in the anime, it is now a decade and a half weaker. Chikage harbored a tinge of concern. This Jonin posed the greatest threat. While the Iron Arm Toad had commendable defensive capabilities, its offensive potential was lacking. As long as it could occupy a Nin or a shadow clone, there was a chance for survival. Its strength was considerable, but against a Jonin, it might still fall short, thus necessitating concealment for a better opportunity. A well-timed strike could buy them a moment. Be cautious, Takayama Jun. Swordsmanship. The rain ninja, recovering under the influence of the healing palm technique, managed to utter a strained warning. "I understand," Yahiko Rin replied softly, pressing her hand against the rain ninja's chest, continuously mending his internal wounds. Gradually, he began to regain strength under her medical ninjutsu. However, at that moment, a faint tremor coursed through the ground, causing Yahiko Rin's expression to shift as she interrupted her healing, lifting the rain ninja with difficulty. In the next instant, a blade shot forth from the earth, aimed directly at them. The speed was astonishing. Yet in that fleeting moment, Yahiko Rin cast the rain ninja to the ground and formed hand seals, her hair rapidly elongating to shield her back. The sword approached, producing a resonant sound. Jiraiya's technique. Takayama Jun's countenance grew grave. The possession of such a secret technique was a testament to the fact that this girl was one of Jiraiya's disciples. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, he remained resolute in his intent to kill. Drawing his sword, he prepared to strike once more. Noara Rin possessed only this single layer of defense. A subsequent blow would undoubtedly result in her demise, a testament to Takayama Jun's confidence as a seasoned Jonin. However, as he swung his blade, a faint sound emerged from behind him. An ambush. Takayama Jun swiftly sheathed his sword and pivoted to confront the assailant, only to find Namake's Minato gathering chakra for a Rasengan, aimed squarely at his head. How could this be possible? He was taken aback. Minato was facing 2 elite squads, yet still found the time to deal with him? A fleeting thought crossed Takayama Jun's mind. Considering the presence of everyone on the battlefield, There was no room for deception, thus. This opponent was indeed real. How could this be? Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? Nevertheless, they were all Jonin. What was there to fear? Resolute. He swung his sword, ready to clash. His weapon had the advantage of reach, a thought that reassured him. Yet, in that instant, he was suddenly engulfed in a daze, catching a glimpse of a golden flash before his head soared into the air. Am I dead? No, this was an illusion. An experienced Jonin quickly discerned the anomaly, dispelling the Jinjutsu with a mere blink, and instinctively rolled away to evade. But, as soon as he broke free from the illusion, he was struck by a wave of excruciating pain, as if blades were tearing through his chest. The Rasengan. This was not an illusion. He glanced down to see a black cat nimbly leap away from his chest, revealing 5 grotesque wounds, a horrifying sight. This cat. Could it unleash 5 Rasengans simultaneously? How could that be? Takayama Jun found himself questioning his very existence, yet he knew that losing focus at this moment would spell disaster. He quickly gathered his wits and sensed imminent danger. Someone was beneath him. In the next moment, a flash of steel erupted from the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kakashi lunged at Takayama Jun's throat, but the latter reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to evade. Just then, that black cat returned. Damned feline. Takayama Jun seethed with anger. He had previously overlooked the cat, only to be caught off guard and now ensnared by its bizarre jutsu. A blade sliced deeply into his left shoulder, exposing bone. In retaliation, he struck back, delivering a blow to Kakashi, but it was merely a shadow clone, unperturbed by the attack. However, upon the clone's demise, Kakashi felt the impact as if it were his own, momentarily faltering, and had it not been for his ninja dog, he might have suffered a similar fate. Enduring the agony coursing through him, Takayama Jun severed the cat's fur. Meanwhile, the young girl had taken Rin far from danger. The critical healing had been accomplished, and now Rin required protection, brandishing a kunai in readiness. As for the elusive black cat, Takayama Jun could not locate it. Furthermore, the iron-armed toad had finally disentangled itself, leaping towards him to engage in combat. If only his left shoulder had remained unscathed, he could have easily shaken off the toad with a brief struggle. Alas, his strength was waning, while the creature's force only intensified. Just as he focused entirely on battling the iron-armed toad, a sudden pain shot through his foot. From the corner of his eye, he spotted the black cat not far away, its gaze filled with murderous intent. Meow? With a taut bow, Qian Ming appeared poised for action, diverting Gao Shanjuan's attention, while the iron-armed frog launched an assault, causing his arms to tingle from the impact. Whoosh! It attacked once more, aiming for the injured foot. Should it incapacitate Gao Shanjuan's foot, pursuing Lin and Yurun would become exceedingly arduous for him. Gao Shanjun let out a wretched scream as his right foot was struck again. His shoe shattered at the wound, and the delicate tendons were severed by the sharp claws. Without medical ninjutsu to mend his injuries, he was rendered temporarily lame, compounded by previous internal injuries from the spiraling sphere, leaving even a Jonin in a state of diminished capacity. The strategy was to engage in close combat, avoiding direct confrontation. Meow, Qian Ming remarked before leaping into the foliage. Direct combat was not its forte, and it had already accrued a substantial number of points through prior skirmishes. With its chakra nearly depleted, continuing the fight could prove perilous. Facing a cornered beast was one thing. Facing a Jonin was another. Ultimately, one's life held greater importance than points. Once concealed in the forest, it consumed the least expensive special cat food, designed to restore stamina and a portion of chakra, a perfect choice for the moment. After replenishing its energy, it returned to Lin's side. Confirming there was no immediate threat, Yuyan Lin continued to treat the mission target, while Qian Ming discreetly observed from behind the medical box. Kakashi had dispelled his shadow clone, and his strength was evidently not as formidable as at the outset, now evenly matched with the Chunin. Naruto is truly powerful. His willpower surpasses even Kakashi's, Qian Ming thought, stifling the urge to intervene. Its strength had yet to fully recover, and there was no imminent danger on that front. Gao Shanjun, now incapacitated, posed a lesser threat than an average Chunin. For now, its role was to remain vigilant. If those ninjas attempted a shadow clone attack like Kakashi, without protection, both Lin and the mission target would be doomed, while it had already severely injured a Jonin, thus affirming its worth. After a considerable pause, Yuyan Lin finally set down her tools, exhaling deeply. The mission target had been successfully rescued. In a moment, he would awaken, at which point she and Qian Ming would no longer be so passive. Qian Ming, concerning Obito. No need to worry, meow. The little black cat lay down. Observing that while Obito appeared to be in peril, he only suffered superficial wounds that were not critical. That boy had not wasted his time with Guy. His taijutsu was commendably proficient. It was a pity, however, that he had likely not yet learned the 8 gates technique passed down from Guy's family. Otherwise, even opening the first gate could yield a surprising advantage in battle. At that moment, Qian Ming perked its ears. The sounds in the valley had grown faint. It seemed Minato was swiftly eliminating the remaining threats. A glance at the exhausted Gao Shanjun revealed that the Rain Village ninja, who had been lying motionless, appeared to be regaining consciousness. In the distance, Gao Shanjun was retreating, blood oozing from multiple wounds, his earlier aggressive demeanor giving way to a desperate flight. Realizing he was at the end of his rope, it was the perfect moment to claim his life. Meow, it whispered, then stealthily maneuvered through the trees, circling around to Gao Shanjun's rear. However, while running, Qian Ming was pondering a matter. Initially possessing 2,000 points, and having gained over 1,000 more through deception and a sneak attack on the enemy ninja, he found himself with a total exceeding 3,000. He had considered prioritizing the multiplication technique. However, after enduring numerous battles, Qian Ming realized that, despite its formidable strength, he required a long-range ninjutsu to fill the gap. Otherwise, relying solely on chakra-consuming techniques like the spiraling sphere and the wild lion's mane would leave him drained. Since this was a spontaneous decision, he lacked a clear target. So he ran while browsing Taobao, searching for a ninjutsu that was both economical and effective. The most affordable option was Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Though simple to execute and thus inexpensive, its efficacy was rather lacking. While it could indeed blow away shurikens and even counter fire release techniques in the hands of a master like Minato Namikaze, it seemed that in Qian Ming's mouth, it would merely serve to provide a cooling breeze. After a few more glances, he stumbled upon a promising technique, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, valued at 2,000 points. It was a bargain. Observing the towering mountains in the distance, Qian Ming decisively exchanged his points for this ninjutsu. With this ability, he could launch surprise attacks from a distance, eliminating the need for constant close combat, thus ensuring both safety and dignity. The technique was straightforward, allowing him to master it immediately upon exchange. Simplified, it required no hand seals. He merely needed to gather chakra in his mouth and expel it outward. Positioned behind Gao Shanjun, he took a moment to concentrate. Inhale, exhale. A barrage of air bullets surged forth. After unleashing the attack, Qian Ming felt a peculiar sensation. Expelling bullets felt oddly akin to spitting on someone. Gao Shanjun was engaged in a relentless battle with the formidable Iron Arm Frog, retreating step by step when suddenly a gust of wind surged behind him, signaling an unexpected wind-based assault. He swiftly sidestepped, but the series of wind bullets approached with astonishing speed, nearly reaching him in the blink of an eye. With his left hand nearly incapacitated and his right hand numbed by the frog's immense force, he could only strive to deflect the wind bullets from striking any vital points. With injuries to both his left hand and right foot, he decided to let those two absorb the impact of the onslaught. The wind bullets nearly pierced through him. Yet Gao Shanjun sensed that these projectiles carried an oddly moist and sticky quality, rather reminiscent of phlegm. At that moment, the thought of phlegm was the least of his concerns. Even if someone were to spit directly at him, he would have to endure it. For the Iron Arm Frog had resumed its assault, and if this continued, he feared he would be dragged to his demise. Seizing the fleeting moment when he still had the strength to escape, Gao Shanjun's resolve wavered. He cast a glance around, blocking the frog's iron arm with his blade, then hurled 2 or 3 smoke bombs to the ground. However, the next second, a shriek pierced through the smoke, and as it dissipated, he found Minato Namikaze supporting him, the exhaustion evident on his face. Well done now. Minato patted the Iron Arm Frog but nearly stumbled, clearly fatigued from single-handedly battling 2 teams and hastily returning. Even he was on the brink of exhaustion. Let us rest for a while. After all, they will not defeat us. The Iron Arm Frog remained steadfast in its place. Though still youthful, the chakra of the mystical arts within has already accumulated significantly. While lacking in ninjutsu, it excels in defense and endurance, displaying remarkable vitality even after prolonged combat. Please assist, particularly with Obito, came the instruction. Understood. With a swift leap, the toad charged into the battlefield. Seated, Minato Namikaze glanced at the lifeless body nearby and, after a moment of contemplation, formed hand seals to exhale a small fireball, cauterizing the grievous wound on Takamatsu's chest, obscuring the 5 gaping holes. Miao Chiaki emerged from a distance, momentarily puzzled by the scene, but quickly grasped Minato's intention behind his actions. The injury was evidently inflicted by 5 simultaneous Raisengans. Well done. Minato gently patted Chiaki's head before resuming his watch over Takamatsu's wounds. The knife wounds were inflicted by Kakashi, affecting his arms and legs. Takamatsu, once a member of a Wagakure Zumbu, possessed formidable strength. Thankfully, with Kakashi's adept collaboration, they managed to severely injure and incapacitate his left hand first. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. For a ninja, hands are of paramount importance. Techniques without hand seals, or those executed with a single hand or foot, are rare. Most require both hands to perform seals. And losing one hand is tantamount to severing a Jonin's ninjutsu capabilities. Although Takamatsu was proficient in swordsmanship, he was not among the Iron Country warriors who solely practiced the blade. Lacking ninjutsu prowess diminished his combat effectiveness significantly. Coupled with the severed tendons in his legs, his mobility was severely compromised, leading to his current predicament. Benefits await. Upon our return, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Furthermore, I will arrange for the Uchiha clan to escort you to procure some weapons and garments from their ninjas, providing an additional layer of protection. The expenses shall be on me. Minato's generosity was evident. Upon the successful completion of this mission, he would receive substantial rewards, which he intended to use to purchase ninja tools for the little black cat. What of Minato's prowess? The returning Rain Village ninja first encountered Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the Rain Village. Leader, Minato Namikaze single-handedly decimated 2 elite Iwagakure squads. His students, merely 9 years old, possessed the capability to independently confront an elite squad. This indicates a decline in Konoha's strength, yet they remain extraordinarily formidable. The Rain Village ninja reported his experiences with meticulous detail. Hanzo, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the realization that Konoha still harbored powerful successors, while the concern mirrored the same sentiment. Leader, regarding Konoha, while others handled the intelligence trade, you must elaborate on the conditions of a Wagakure and Konoha, ensuring every detail is conveyed. This is the Rain Village. Why does it persistently rain? Obito's whimsical remarks were halted by Rin's admonition. As they crossed the gorge, they officially entered the Land of Rain, where they encountered no further ambushes from Iwagakure ninjas, allowing them to safely reach the Rain Village. The incessant rain here provoked a sense of irritation. With the teacher absent, we must exercise caution, Kakashi advised. Yes, I understand, Obito replied with a grimace. Chiaki perched upon the windowsill, gazing at the village amidst the relentless downpour. In a small nation, nestled within a modest village, the rain-hidden village stands as the most formidable. The architecture of the village, shaped by its unique environment, distinguishes it remarkably from others. As Qian Ming gazed upon these structures, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Cyberpunk. In this insignificant nation, the ability to navigate the intricate dynamics among the 5 great countries is indeed extraordinary, especially for Hanzo the Salamander. Alas, in this world, it is still the great powers that hold sway. Let us rest. Tonight, Qian Ming and I will keep watch, Kakashi declared, clutching his short blade, White Fang. With a vigilant expression. Are we not allied with the Rain-Hidden Village? Obito whispered. An alliance does not equate to unity. The Rain-Hidden Village is not a monolith. We must proceed with caution, Kakashi replied in hushed tones. Thank you. We shall sleep first and let you take over during the latter half of the night, Lin said, pulling a blanket from the side and covering herself to drift into slumber. After treating the Rain Shinobi, she had tended to Obito and Kakashi's injuries. Though she had rested for a considerable time, the fatigue lingered palpably. As for Obito, his restless spirit made Kakashi uneasy about leaving him to keep watch with the little black cat. Thus, the two decided to retire for the night. Qian Ming, observing their slumber, cast a cold glance at Kakashi before inhaling deeply and exhaling. This time not a vacuum ball, but a genuine spit. What is it? If you're going to keep watch, do it without dragging me into it, Qian Ming remarked, lying down. However, upon noticing Kakashi's almost buzz-cut hairstyle, he couldn't help but chuckle, his previous vexation dissipating. Staying awake was no trouble, he was not fatigued. He continued to ponder other matters. After redeeming the vacuum ball, he had accrued over 1,400 points. While this was insufficient for exchanging ninjutsu, he contemplated whether to try his luck with a lottery or redeem a luxurious cat food to test its efficacy. The luxury cat food was the most expensive, and its effects remained unknown. As for the lottery, it was purely a gamble. Good fortune could yield a bountiful reward, while misfortune could lead to a significant loss. However, given his current coat, he doubted he would ever be associated with good luck. He sighed softly to himself. To avoid wasting points, he decided to redeem the cat food, for who knows? The luxurious cat food might possess extraordinary effects, enabling him to grow stronger swiftly. Kakashi was still awake, and Qian Ming stored the item in his space without retrieving it. With Minato not yet returned, the solitary human and cat found themselves exchanging glances. Qian Ming grew weary of scrutinizing the buzz-cut Kakashi, who was neither handsome nor charming. Instead, he preferred to observe the bustling streets outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of the female ninjas. It's a pity it's still raining. Visibility is poor after squatting for a while. He felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Just then, a figure slipped through the window. It was Minato, clad in a raincoat. Meow? Qian Ming sprang up, swiftly distancing himself from the damp Minato. He surveyed the surroundings and then lowered his voice. Rest. There's no need for a night watch. A sensei? Do not worry. Hanzo's strength does not require such complexity to eliminate us. Sleep soundly. Minato reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, then removed his raincoat and leaned against the side, preparing to rest. In the realm of ninjas, there exists little concern for formality. Kakashi, noticing that his teacher had succumbed to slumber, too settled down against the wall, allowing himself to drift into sleep. After a considerable time, Chihiro, with narrowed eyes, feigned sleep before quietly retrieving the luxurious cat food he had exchanged for. The appearance bore no notable distinction, yet the quantity was lacking. Was the price increased without an increase in portion? The small black cat scrutinized the food with suspicion for several moments, before promptly swallowing it whole. In an instant, it seemed as if a surge of energy erupted within its small body. The next moment, the little black cat rolled its eyes and collapsed onto the ground. The following day, as Minato, Namikaze, and Kakashi prepared to depart from the hidden village of Rain to return to the land of fire, they discovered that the seemingly lifeless cat had yet to awaken. Teacher, I feel as if Chihiro has inexplicably grown heavier overnight, Lin Nora remarked, struggling under the weight of the medical kit. When they had journeyed from the land of fire to the land of rain, the kit had not felt so burdensome. Yet now, with several medicinal supplies depleted, it made little sense for it to have grown heavier, leading them to conclude that the lethargic cat had inexplicably gained weight. Perhaps he ventured out for a meal last night. Cats are both lazy and gluttonous. I foresee Chihiro becoming quite the hefty feline, Obito quipped, curling his lip in disdain. Surely not. Lin Noira expressed her concern, contemplating the implications of such a transformation. Let me take a look. With a cheerful demeanor, Minato approached, lifting the slumbering black cat. As he did so, an immediate sense of discrepancy struck him. Upon weighing it, he discerned it to be at least 50% heavier. How could this be? He paused, then meticulously examined the creature, and after a considerable time, a thought dawned upon him. Let us return. Chihiro will remain with me, Minato declared, placing the small black cat upon his shoulder. If his suspicions were correct, this feline had inadvertently absorbed natural energy, and rectifying this situation would necessitate assistance from Myaboka Mountain. However, he lacked the ability to transport a Nin cat, unrelated to Myaboka Mountain, to that sacred place. This matter would require his teacher's intervention. Jiraiya held significant influence at Myaboka Mountain. Even if he could not bring the Nin cat there, he could summon one of the two sages to provide guidance. Indeed, upon their return to the land of fire, Chihiro remained in a state of unconsciousness, prompting Lin Noira to sense that something was amiss, her anxiety escalating. With Minato leading her to Jiraiya, they soon discovered it was indeed a case of natural energy absorption. Jiraiya, unable to remedy the situation himself, evidenced by his incomplete mastery of sage mode, promptly summoned Fukasaku, the elder sage. Young Jiraiya, what is the purpose of summoning me? Fukasaku inquired. A bug still clinging to his mouth, clearly interrupted during his meal. Jiraiya gestured towards the black cat sprawled on the ground. This cat, for reasons unknown, has absorbed a measure of natural energy. Might you be able to assist in rectifying this? Preposterous. Fukasaku scolded, then leaped before the small black cat, extending his toad-like palm to sense its condition. Jiraiya, observing from the side, could not suppress his anxiety as he swallowed hard. When he had assured Minato and the young girl of his competence, he felt the weight of expectation. If he failed, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Strange, indeed. The revered sage Shinsaku ceased his movements, circling around Qian Ming a few times before settling before him. He remarked, "The natural energy within this child is currently being absorbed. However, natural energy is notoriously domineering. Without the knowledge to control it, most beings become assimilated by it. Just like the transformation of the frogs in our Bokuzen." Turning to stone, Jiraiya immediately inquired, "Indeed, but since its body has not further absorbed the energy, there is no imminent danger to its life. It will merely slumber for 3 or 4 days before awakening," Sage Shinsaku replied, rising to his feet and glancing back at Jiraiya as he prepared to depart. Wait, could there be any other unforeseen complications? Jiraiya hastily grasped the old sage, fearing he might vanish in an instant. After a moment's contemplation, Sage Shinsaku stated, "If it consumes too much in one go, it may grow a bit faster. Beyond that, there is really nothing to worry about. There is no threat to its life. On my Bokuzen, everyone is well aware of how their bodies react to the absorption of natural energy. For example, this cat will grow larger after digesting the energy within." "Oh, that is a relief," Jiraiya exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. He couldn't fault himself for being overly cautious. After all, there was a little girl back at the camp awaiting his return. Carrying a still unconscious black cat would already be challenging enough, and without a proper explanation. He feared he would be met with ire upon returning home. Of course, Nara Rin would never resort to such actions. It was merely instinctive for him to place Rin in the role of Tsunade. "I shall take my leave now," Sage Shinsaku remarked, shaking off Jiraiya's grip before vanishing from sight, already en route back to my Bokuzen. Jiraiya returned to the camp, where Nara Rin awaited him, while Namake's Minato stood nearby, handling administrative matters in his teacher's stead as he awaited Jiraiya's return. Upon seeing him enter the tent, the little girl rushed forward to embrace him, only to discover that the cat appeared unchanged. What he had presented to her was precisely as it was when he brought it back. She looked up at him, puzzled. The sage mentioned it would wake on its own in 3 or 4 days, and that it would be beneficial rather than harmful. However, it may grow a tad faster upon awakening, Jiraiya explained, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had left with such conviction, only to return with nothing resolved. Merely to relay that it would awaken on its own, which was hardly different from having not checked at all. Nevertheless, Nara Rin felt content, reassured that Qian Ming was safe, which was enough to ease her mind. Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt, but he could hardly comprehend the nature of natural energy. So he could only repeat what Sage Shinsaku had said. The little black cat remained in slumber, and during this time, Minato and the others undertook a minor mission, leaving the care of the unconscious cat to Jiraiya, though, in reality, the cat required no attention during its unconscious state. It was not until the 3rd night that Qian Ming gradually stirred awake, lifting its gaze to behold the familiar tent ceiling. It then leapt onto the table, spotting a white-haired man lying on a makeshift bed not far away. "Jiraiya, am I in Jiraiya's tent? No, wait, how did I get here? Previously, I had consumed a lavish portion of cat food. Could that cat food have poisoned me?" It pondered silently. In the realm of Taba, one can still encounter deceptive items. After consuming something, I suddenly felt faint. Qian Ming, perplexed, shifted slightly at the table, sensing an unusual discomfort within its body. Just how long had it been asleep? A wave of confusion washed over it as it noticed Jiraiya still deep in slumber. Unable to contain its curiosity, it leapt from the table and approached Jiraiya's bedside, fixating on his face. After a moment of hesitation, smack. "Huh, who's there?" Jiraiya sprang upright, swiftly drawing a kunai from beside his pillow. Initially, he struggled to discern the figure, for the black cat's fur blended seamlessly into the darkness of the night. Qian Ming recoiled, having no intention of attacking. It merely reacted instinctively upon seeing Jiraiya turn towards it. In the next instant, Jiraiya's gaze locked onto it, and he seized it from the edge of the pillow. "Kid, why did you hit me?" "Meow, speak." "Meow. I wish to inquire about my condition." Qian Ming awkwardly lifted its head. After hearing this, Jiraiya, somewhat exasperated, set it down and moved to wash his face with a basin of water, seeking to clear his mind before exhaling deeply and explaining. "You absorbed natural energy but were unable to utilize it, which caused you to faint. Fortunately, the amount you absorbed was minimal, otherwise, you would have perished long ago." Natural energy? Qian Ming was astonished. To think that after consuming cat food, it had somehow ingested natural energy. Truly remarkable. Could it be that luxurious cat food was the key to obtaining Senjutsu chakra? 1,000 points. It certainly held value, though it seemed I lacked the capacity to consume it properly. After fainting for 3 or 4 days, I remained uncertain about any potential aftereffects. Regrettably, there was no mirror. Otherwise, even for 1,000 points, I would have nothing to lose. Crouching down, Qian Ming posed several more questions to Jiraiya. Generously, Jiraiya did not harbor resentment for the earlier minor slap, and after a moment of irritation, he took the time to explain. There are numerous benefits to natural energy. You will gradually grow larger and stronger, and your lifespan will increase. However, the downside is that it is difficult to digest. If one consumes too much, it can lead to mutation. You are fortunate to have only absorbed a small amount. Otherwise, you might already be resting in peace. Jiraiya reflected with a sense of gravity. Countless stone-turned sage practitioners atop Mayaboku Mountain have succumbed to the overwhelming influx of natural energy, losing control and meeting their demise. That this little cat survived is indeed a stroke of luck. Hearing this, Qian Ming broke into a cold sweat, realizing it had nearly lost its life due to its own folly. This luxurious cat food was indeed treacherous. Although the benefits were abundant, the risks of consumption were significant. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until the natural energy within its body was fully digested before proceeding. Yet, another question arose. How could one ascertain whether the digestion was complete? Once your belly shrinks down, you'll know it has been digested. Jiraiya patted its unusually large belly and gestured for it to observe its current state. Qian Ming turned its head to take a glance. So fat. All the excess weight was concentrated in its belly, akin to having overeaten. Does this mean I must embark on a weight loss journey? Enough. Do not disturb me. I wish to indulge in a restful slumber. I was abruptly awakened by your slap, and I have yet to recuperate properly. Jiraiya yawned, and then returned to his bed to continue his sleep. Qian Ming leaned on the table, feeling quite melancholic, while also pondering about Gamabunta and his companions. With such a robust physique, it must surely be connected to sage chakra. If I were to persistently consume luxurious cat food, might I also transform into such a colossal feline? There are merits to both size and smallness. A towering tree attracts the wind, if given the choice. Qian Ming would prefer to remain smaller. Once grown, who could possibly conceal themselves in the forest? My little Qian Ming, you have finally awakened. Lin, from the Noira clan, rushed to Jiraiya's camp with fervor. Now that the Sunagakure has retreated and there is no war on the borders, the level of patrol protection has decreased significantly. Furthermore, Lin has been moving around the camp recently, and everyone recognizes her, allowing her to traverse without hindrance. Meow? Qian Ming stuck out its tongue. It had just finished a workout with Jiraiya and was utterly exhausted. How delightful! How delightful! The young girl rejoiced, hardly minding that the cat had gained considerable weight. It was better to be plump than perished, as she had been genuinely frightened before. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Look at this little cat. In just a few days it has become much sturdier, and all thanks to my efforts. Jiraiya immediately sought recognition from the young girl. Not that he sought anything from Lin, but seeing her admiration and joy brought him immense satisfaction. How dare you seek credit? This was never an ailment. Upon realizing Jiraiya's initial intentions, Qian Ming nearly leaped up to slap him. If the old toad had indeed knocked the natural energy out of him, it would have been a grave loss. That amounted to 1,000 points. Fortunately, Sage Fukusaku understood the toad's nature and did not proceed as such. Instead, he allowed Qian Ming to digest it on his own. Reflecting on today's tribulations, silence was the only choice left for him. Meow Lin, where have you been during this time? We were on a mission, and now there are no tasks here. We shall return to the village. Lin affectionately patted the cat's head and back. Returning to the village? That is agreeable. At least Konoha is safe, unlike here where danger lurks everywhere. Though accruing points is easy with Jiraiya, dealing with his unpredictability can be quite challenging. Qian Ming did not wish to run through the forest any longer. Are we departing already? It makes sense. Minato has some political affairs to attend to in Konoha, so we should head back. Jiraiya sighed, feeling disheartened. Truth be told, even taking on 2 or 3 students would be preferable to languishing at this border. However, with the third Hokage as his mentor and Tsunade absent from the village, besides him and Orochimaru, who else possesses the capability to guard the borders against external threats? A transitional period indeed. Lord Jiraiya, we shall take our leave now. Lin bowed deeply. Whether it be the blood contract scroll or the needle of the earth deity, These were no ordinary items. Jiraiya had treated her exceptionally well, and she was immensely grateful, keeping this in her heart. Go on, and bid farewell to Minato for me. Yes, Qian Ming, upon hearing this, perked up and bid farewell to Jiraiya, quickly leaping down from Lin's arms to lead the way ahead. Ah, Lord Jiraiya, I take my leave. Yahiro Rin reiterated her statement before swiftly pursuing the rapidly darting cat, a creature that had always relished tranquility, preferring to remain nestled in her embrace rather than scampering about. Today, however, it seemed to have undergone a sudden change in temperament. Jiraiya chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly, yet sighed in frustration, still unable to comprehend the nature of this creature's natural energy. Ah well, perhaps I am indeed fated to remain distant from sage mode. I shall not dwell on it further. He was a magnanimous soul. The inability to master sage mode had been an understanding long established years ago, and now he merely found himself lamenting a fleeting glimpse of hope. If only he could briefly absorb some natural energy and gradually convert it into sage chakra. Though the efficiency would be lacking, he might still manage to utilize sage mode independently. Yet, it was evident that the foolish cat itself did not grasp what was occurring. Qian Ming ran off to rejoin Minato and the others. Upon meeting, Obito mocked the cat, only to find himself chased around in a frenzy, ultimately ensnared by a flurry of feline fur until he begged for mercy to be released. The journey back to Konoha from the border was quite lengthy. In the past, the little black cat would have surely hitched a ride home with ease. However, in pursuit of weight loss, it resolutely ran the entire way, refusing to accept any assistance, which inadvertently increased the pace of their group. By the time they returned to Konoha, its little belly had noticeably shrunk. With this reduction in girth came the transformation. Now the black cat was growing at an accelerated rate. Before indulging in gourmet cat food, Qian Ming, though a ninja cat, bore little distinction in size from an average 9-month-old kitten. Yet, after consuming a morsel of luxurious cat food and receiving the enhancement of natural energy, it had already achieved a size comparable to that of a 1-year-old feline. Of course, it was not merely its size that had changed. Its strength, speed, and even claws had significantly improved, although the precise extent of this enhancement had yet to be tested. Nonetheless, it was evident that it was much stronger than before. Currently, this increased size did not hinder its ability to remain concealed. However, as it approached its first birthday and entered a period of rapid growth, its size would undoubtedly continue to expand. How challenging! Qian Ming felt a pang of worry deep within, rendering even the roasted meat in its bowl unappealing. Minato was treating them, so it felt little restraint, indulging in the feast with the mindset of a lavish eater, until Rin forcibly pulled it out of the establishment. I mentioned the matter concerning the Uchiha to the third Hokage, thus for the next few days, we would be free of missions. Obito, please pass this scroll to your clan leader. As Minato exited the establishment, he spoke of serious matters while walking. Upon returning to Konoha in the afternoon, he promptly met with the third Hokage to discuss the situation and informed him of his desire for Qian Ming to visit the gathering place of the cat ninjas associated with the Uchiha clan. As a ninja cat, certain attire was still necessary. Indeed, Obito accepted the scroll. Kakashi cast a glance, then bowed to his teacher before turning to head home. Therefore, tomorrow, we will visit the Uchiha clan. Rin, you should continue your usual duties at the Konoha hospital. It would be unwise for you to accompany us, as the Uchiha's place will be crowded. All right, thank you, sensei. Subsequently, Minato offered a few more instructions before they each returned home. Upon the daughter's return to the village, Yahiro K learned of it by the afternoon. Although the village of Konoha is neither small nor large, news travels swiftly from those who return from beyond its borders. Nevertheless, Rin Noera offered an apology, as one should indeed first seek out their mother to assure her of their safety upon returning home. After indulging in roasted meat, both Chihiro and Rin opted to forego dinner. That night, while others slumbered, Chihiro stealthily ventured out to wreak havoc on the local rodent population. Having grown stronger, these mice stood no chance, and by dawn, over 20 of them lay displayed along the streets, while the points earned amounted to only 300 to 400. Every morsel counted. The following morning, Chihiro rose early, slipping out through the window en route to the Uchiha clan's territory. Despite having been in Konoha for some time, it had yet to visit the Uchiha grounds. At this moment, Obito had not yet encountered his misfortune, and the Uchiha had not been completely driven from the village. As Chihiro traversed the streets, it soon spotted the familiar fan emblem in the distance. Meow? As it approached, several cats emerged from the shadows, vocally warning Chihiro with their watchful and hostile gazes. They were issuing a warning. As they closed in, gradually encircling it, Chihiro suddenly called out, causing its dark fur to grow wildly and ensnare the surrounding felines within mere seconds. While a ninja's own hair could be severed, these mere house cats. How navi. After a few moments, several cats were released, promptly surrendering and adopting submissive postures. Meow. Chihiro proudly lifted its head, looking down upon the foolish domestic cats. But then, reflecting on the absurdity of it all, found itself bored, having transformed into a ninja cat, yet still squabbling with mere house cats. However, upon glancing at the points accrued, it felt little remorse. Earning points was the objective. But as Chihiro observed these cats, wanting to flee yet too fearful to do so, it waved its paw in a dismissive gesture. The action was likely not in line with feline standards, leaving the cats momentarily bewildered before they hastily scattered. What was amiss with these cats? Some members of the Uchiha clan had already risen early and were filled with curiosity upon witnessing the errant house cats darting about the street. These cats were typically unfriendly. Encounters often led to skirmishes. Yet today, there was no sign of conflict, as they appeared to be fleeing from something. Who could say? Cats do tend to scurry about. As the neighbors conversed, they inevitably discussed various matters regarding the Uchiha clan, such as which children had awakened their Sharingan or whose child displayed remarkable talent. Chihiro perched upon a wall, listening intently, intrigued by the Uchiha gossip. After a while, a few familiar names reached its ears, including Shursui. Young Uchiha Shursui was already exhibiting extraordinary abilities at a tender age, mastering shuriken and sword techniques with impressive skill, thus becoming a frequent topic of conversation among the locals. Uchiha Shursui, a legendary figure, Chihiro mused with a hint of admiration. In the next moment, it spotted a young boy walking down the street, a small sword strapped to his back and a few kunai tucked into his waistband. Uchiha Shursui. Just as the little black cat stood up, intending to follow and investigate, it suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, it saw Obito, dressed in ordinary attire, racing towards it. Qian Ming, how could you rise so early? I had intended to come to your house to fetch you. Daitu sighed. While he spoke, the woman inside the house heard Qian Ming squatting on the wall and immediately peered out to greet him with such warmth, as though he were her own kin. In the brief interlude during which they were compelled to exchange pleasantries, Qian Ming leapt onto the rooftop and paused to gaze at the departing little boy in the distance. Indeed, it was Uchiha Shursui. To begin striving at such a young age, Qian Ming felt a surge of complex emotions within him, and after descending from above, he jumped down beside Daitu. Minato had yet to arrive. Daitu, growing impatient, noted that whenever a member of the Uchiha clan passed by, they would engage him in conversation for an eternity. Though these individuals meant no harm, the endless discourse had squandered his training time. Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? He complained, just as he planned to take Qian Ming for a stroll when suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him. In the next moment, he heard the teacher's voice. I was delayed by some matters. Has everything been arranged with the Uchiha clan? Yes. The clan head has agreed, and even provided a token established with Granny Cat. Daitu replied as he reached for his pocket. Minato affectionately stroked a cat, a smile blossoming on his face as the feline's fur felt exceedingly smooth to the touch. You needn't offer this to me. It belongs to your Uchiha clan. Let us proceed. Meow. Qian Ming shook off Minato's hand and followed in Daitu's footsteps, sensing that the future fourth Hokage seemed somewhat preoccupied with the cat. Is it so simple to indulge in petting? Our clan has a deep connection with those ninja cats, but Daitu hesitated midway through his sentence, casting a furtive glance around to ensure they had left the Uchiha territory before whispering. Those cats are wild and difficult to tame. Our clan has few who have truly signed a blood pact with them. Meow, are you implying that I am easily tamed? Qian Ming's gaze turned sharp. While his speed was commendable, his endurance was lacking yet. In terms of explosive power, he could easily outpace you. Daitu. No, that is not what I meant. Daitu hastily clarified, spewing forth insincere compliments about Qian Ming's amiable nature. Initially, Minato found this amusing, but soon a hint of regret surfaced. Such a soft disposition could be a liability. However, he contemplated that if the Uchiha clan had more individuals like Daitu, perhaps they could bridge the current stalemate between the Uchiha and Konoha. With this thought, he regarded Daitu with increased esteem. As he pondered, Minato began to inquire if Daitu had any doubts regarding his training, providing him with various insights. Qian Ming discerned the underlying motives. Minato's intention to purchase ninja tools for himself was merely one aspect. He also aimed to provide special guidance for Daitu, extending an olive branch to the Uchiha and strengthening the bonds between Konoha and their clan. After all, Jiraiya had imparted his knowledge to Kakashi and Rin, yet he did not teach Obito a single technique. Instead of the Rasengan, he introduced a fire-style ninjutsu that Obito had yet to master, elucidating numerous complexities surrounding fire techniques. In truth, the Uchiha clan possessed a profound understanding of fire ninjutsu. However, Obito, merely a friend to the Uchiha women, received scant guidance in the realm of ninjutsu. The few words from Minato had indeed been quite helpful. After a lengthy pursuit, they arrived at the edge of a forest, where Qian Ming abruptly slowed his pace. The air was thick with the unmistakable scent of cats. Had they reached the vicinity of the cat lady? Ahead lay the domain of the cat lady. And as Obito leaped out of the woods and onto the open ruins, he was met with a sight that took him by surprise, a multitude of ninja cats emerging from the debris. One after another, they advanced like tigers or leopards, exuding an intimidating presence. Meow, meow, meow. With each call, more ninja cats joined the throng, nearly encircling them. Qian Ming ascended to the branches of a nearby tree, surveying them from above. These were indeed ninja cats. Their strength remained uncertain, yet their fierce demeanor was undeniable. Feline territoriality is notoriously potent, reminiscent of the saying from a past life about two tigers not cohabiting the same mountain. Previously, upon arriving at Uchiha, the cats had all emerged to drive him away. Now, this band of ninja cats was employing a similar strategy. A black cat growled and leapt down from a branch, prompting the group of ninja cats to surge forward like sharks sensing blood, each one brimming with ferocity. Teacher, let us observe first. Minato raised his hand. Qian Ming discerned that these were indeed not the ninja cats from their side. Otherwise, their return would not have been met with such hostility. However, intervening was not an option. This was a battle of ninja cats, a conflict belonging to the realm of beastly combat. The swarm of cats lunged, each one formidable. As Qian Ming let out a fierce roar, his voice far from that of an ordinary kitten, it resonated with a menacing intensity, brimming with lethal intent. The foremost cats were instantly repelled by his swift counterattack, their bodies sent flying by his three-clawed strike. As the remaining ninja cats drew near, needle-hidden technique. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. The cats were pierced by his spiky fur, and then Qian Ming raised his head, unleashing a barrage of azure wind bullets from his throat, grievously injuring the legs of several cats in the blink of an eye. While the ninja cats fought without intent to kill, injury was inevitable. The wounded cats, displaying a sense of awareness, retreated, refraining from further combat with Qian Ming. In a mere half-minute, all the ninja cats present had sustained injuries, huddling at the periphery. Meow, I seek only to procure ninja tools. I harbor no interest in your territory. This was a rather unprecedented situation for Qian Ming, and it was somewhat intimidating. Obito swallowed nervously. Cats are not akin to ninja dogs. Their territorial instincts are profoundly strong. Much like how the ninjas of Konoha would be received should they brazenly stride into Sunagakure. Minato jested, Konoha has the Inuzuka clan, yet lacks a family dedicated to bringing ninja cats to the battlefield. This is precisely why these ninja cats possess such an overwhelming sense of freedom. Qian Ming is already considered one of the more gentle and amiable among them. Meow? Meow, the sound of a cat's meow is incomprehensible to outsiders, yet Qian Ming, being of the feline kind, discerns the underlying message. These kittens are issuing a warning that a king resides nearby. It goes without saying that this king is none other than the two-tailed cat, shamefully subjected to humiliation twice. To be a ruler of such a caliber is utterly disgraceful. Begone! Qian Ming roared in indignation, lamenting the inability to perform the art of transformation. Otherwise, its enlarged stature would undoubtedly command respect. Nevertheless, within this territory, these cats, having been bested by it, scattered at the command, retreating from the encirclement, though venturing deeper remained uncertain. They were merely the peripheral cats. The true warriors of still resided in the cat castle. However, Qian Ming harbored no fear towards them, as only the leader posed a significant challenge. Handling the other cats would be relatively simple. Meow, let us proceed. Qian Ming yawned widely, rising to stroll deeper into the enclave. Unfamiliar with the path, it discerned only the scent of humans ahead, while the rest bore the aroma of cats, rendering the direction self-evident. "Let us go." Under the swift feet of Namake's Minato, he caught up with Qian Ming in the blink of an eye, while Obito, straining to keep pace, called out for a moment's respite, expending his utmost effort to match the strides of the duo. "Obito, is this place a village?" Minato observed a cluster of dwellings with curiosity. This area belonged to the Uchiha clan, typically untouched by the people of Konoha, and Minato, in his youth, had never ventured here. This was his first glimpse of such a scene. The remnants of the previous Great War lingered here, later becoming home to numerous cats, followed by the emergence of the old cat lady, though the specifics eluded him. Obito scratched his head, typically indifferent to clan matters, thus possessing only a scant understanding of the history surrounding this place. A multitude of cats, and their scent is quite unpleasant. Qian Ming couldn't help but remark, overwhelmed by the odors of other felines. To humans, these scents may be subtle, yet to cats, they are glaringly apparent. And yet, you, an outsider, are already expressing disdain? Meow, a cat perched atop a rooftop, surveying Qian Ming from above. This cat, an associate of the old cat lady, appeared to be named Hinata. Qian Ming cast a glance, then sniffed the air before veering into the house beneath it. Upon entering, it beheld a peculiar white cat, distinguished by 2 tails and remarkably sharp claws. Upon noticing Qian Ming's entrance, it licked its paws. Another 2-tailed cat, the leader of this cat castle, long residing in the tower. Qian Ming's mind conjured its profile, eyes narrowing with caution. This cat was the most formidable among all the cats, yet it was typically lethargic and seldom ventured out. Qian Ming had anticipated encountering it here. Is that the outsider? The cat, with a glint of menace in its eyes, fixated on Qian Ming. As the dominant feline of this territory, it was the first time it had encountered an outsider, particularly one that had so effortlessly subdued all the local ninja cats. Qian Ming, wary yet resolute, took a few cautious steps forward. This adversary was formidable, and lacking the ability to multiply, he was at a disadvantage in size. However, being indoors, the creature likely refrained from attacking him outright. The little black cat pondered, contemplating that if things turned dire, he could always resort to his spiral technique. There was little to fear. The white cat stood, dismissing the encounter with a remark about returning another day before exiting the room. Both Namake's Minato and Obito let out a sigh of relief. A powerful dragon does not crush the local snake. This 2-tailed cat was the ruler here, and as mere humans, they could not interfere in such disputes. Should they provoke the situation, it could lead to dire consequences. "Meow, please assist me in procuring something substantial. I still have room to grow," Qian Ming declared before stepping outside. "Wait," Obito called out, but the black cat had already vanished from sight, igniting a spark of concern within him. There is no need for worry. Conflicts among ninja cats rarely result in fatalities, Namake's Minato reassured him. Intertribal skirmishes seldom lead to death, though a thorough beating is almost guaranteed upon return. One might be adorned with numerous wounds. Of course, this was merely their perspective. In their eyes, Qian Ming was merely a small cat, ill-suited to contend with a 2-tailed cat. Yet, as Qian Ming ventured forth, he felt no trepidation. The 2-tailed cat, while powerful, was not invincible. Trailing behind, the 2-tailed white cat halted and turned to regard the diminutive black cat. It was daylight, and the black cat could not conceal itself. For cats, the aroma was unmistakably close. "Do you wish to challenge me?" the 2-tailed cat inquired, its enormous eyes ablaze with fury, and suddenly it struck the ground with its paw, causing the earth to tremble. "Indeed," Qian Ming replied, then prepared to respond with caution. "Huh, a mere kitten. We shall see what transpires when you mature." The 2-tailed cat pivoted, recognizing Qian Ming's prowess, despite being under a year old and capable of defeating numerous ninja cats. It was clear that the black cat had much to learn before it could contend with such an opponent. With a swift arch of its body, the little black cat launched an offensive. The 2-tailed white cat sensed the movement, quickly turning to swipe at Qian Ming. This strike, while unlikely to be fatal, would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Yet, to its surprise, the black cat's speed exceeded its expectations, darting past its anticipated position in the blink of an eye, then swiftly climbing along the white cat's foreleg. The 2-tailed cat reacted with agility, shaking itself, but before it could fully dislodge the black cat, Qian Ming unleashed a series of wind bullets, leveraging the momentum to reposition himself. None of these strikes landed, deliberately aimed wide. "You are quite impressive," the 2-tailed cat mused. Recognizing the black cat's potential surpassed its initial assumptions. No wonder it had managed to vanquish so many ninja cats. The two-tailed cat then minimized its size, reducing itself to a form only slightly larger than Qian Ming, becoming more agile in the process. Thus commenced the official battle. The two cats, one black and one white, engaged in a fierce struggle, with Qian Ming exerting all its strength to evade their attacks. Only when utterly cornered did it resort to using its secret technique, the needle of the earth. The duel lasted over a minute, resulting in a temporary stalemate, both cats nursing their injuries. The white cat's fur was matted and uneven, with a particularly tragic spiral wound, yet Qian Ming's injuries were indeed more severe. However, the natural energy within it radiated forth, allowing its wounds to heal swiftly. For now, they remained evenly matched, deciding to postpone their battle until Qian Ming turned 1 year old. "From which clan do you hail, feline ninja?" the two-tailed cat questioned, skepticism evident in its tone. Although it was confident in its own strength, it couldn't deny that in terms of talent, it was vastly outclassed. When it was but a year old, it would hardly have stood a chance against the prowess of this black cat. Was there another lineage of ninja cats within the realm? "Meow, are you curious as to why I am so formidable?" Qian Ming proclaimed with pride, raising its head high. The two-tailed cat fell silent, genuinely intrigued yet hesitant to inquire further, feeling it would be beneath its dignity as the reigning leader of the area to ask such a question. Yet, the level of skill displayed by a cat yet to reach its first year was undeniably intriguing. "It's not that my lineage surpasses yours, but rather I possess knowledge of crafting a certain type of cat food." Qian Ming chuckled, playfully scratching the other cat. The two-tailed cat's irritation simmered just below the surface, yet it suppressed its discomfort and inquired, "What kind of cat food?" "Just wait a moment." The little black cat feigned the use of a summoning technique, channeling chakra to press downwards, and soon a bag of cat food materialized beneath its paws. This particular bag contained merely the most ordinary special cat food, which, when consumed over time, could transform an ordinary cat into a ninja cat. However, the two-tailed cat was already a formidable ninja cat in its own right. Thus, the food would serve little purpose beyond hastening its recovery of stamina and a fraction of chakra. Cat food. The two-tailed cat lifted its gaze, filled with doubt. What exactly was this cat food? Specifically designed for feline consumption? It cast a glance downward at the packaging. A snack? The two-tailed cat tore it open, revealing several small biscuit-like morsels. It looked back at the black cat, then skeptically took a bite. The texture is delightful. It desired more, only to see the little black cat swiftly snatch the remaining food, devouring it all in a flurry, leaving only a meager morsel for itself. "You, who said you could have it all? How shameless." Having finished its meal, Qian Ming darted away, leaping and vanishing into the winding alleys, leaving the two-tailed white cat in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? It produces a bag of cat food, consumes a bite, then devours everything and flees. The two-tailed cat, suppressing its annoyance, began its slow walk back to the ninja cat castle. Yet as it walked, it found itself reminiscing about the delightful taste of the cat food. It was truly delicious. Not only that, but the texture was secondary. Consuming it seemed to have hastened the recovery of its stamina and chakra. Could it be that this cat food genuinely enhances physical prowess? The two-tailed white cat pondered for a moment before promptly turning back toward the old cat lady. Upon arriving at the old lady's weapon shop, it found only the cat lady and the two ninja cats that accompanied her. "You've returned. How many shurikens do you require this time?" "No. Where's that other cat from earlier?" After the two-tailed cat entered, it surveyed the surroundings and, with a gentle swipe of its paw against the ground, remarked, "Forget it. I shall find it myself." The white cat then opened the door and departed without a second thought. Although the kitten had left, the scent lingered, guiding it towards the whereabouts of the little black cat. Initially brimming with confidence, it found itself disheartened when the scent abruptly vanished midway through the pursuit. Upon returning hastily to the Hokage building using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze was in a rush. Obito, eager to return the clan leader's belongings, dared not dawdle outside, while Qian Ming made his way home alone, casually glancing at the points panel along the way. Over 2,000? It has increased by 300 or 400. Perhaps that foolish cat, upon returning, grew increasingly irate, inadvertently contributing to my points, Qian Ming mused with pride. Originally intending to leave after their earlier encounter, he had unexpectedly decided to let that silly cat sample the cat food he had exchanged for from the system. and only offered it a single bite. This strategy proved fruitful. The foolish cat had yielded 500 or 600 points, and now an additional 300 or 400, accumulating quite a sum. With no pressing matters at hand, and recalling Jiraiya's advice that the best way to rapidly assimilate natural energy was through exercise, running, and combat, having just engaged in a skirmish with the ninja cats, he felt no inclination to provoke anyone further. After some contemplation, he resolved to visit the orphanage first. Although Kabuto's skills did not quite match Minato's, he offered commendable care that one would miss. However, upon arriving, Qian Ming discovered that Kabuto was not home. Inquiring further, he learned that Kabuto had ventured to Kyoto with Yakushi Nan and had become quite the sensation in the local pet circle, having spent considerable time away from Konoha. Of course, they had not forgotten about the orphanage. On the contrary, nearly all the earnings they generated were sent back to support it. Qian Ming was aware of this because he noticed the significant improvements in the furniture and facilities upon his visit. Many talented children had been sent to Konoha to receive education, preparing them to become ninjas in the future. This created a virtuous cycle. Qian Ming quietly circled the premises, but without the head technician's return. He could only return home disheartened and rest. Upon arriving home, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. It seems my stomach has shrunk a bit. It appears I have digested quite a bit of natural energy. I hope to digest it fully soon and then exchange for a luxurious cat food. The little black cat twisted its waist, confirming that its belly had indeed shrunk, and joyfully leapt down to return to its cozy nest for slumber. Just then, meow, a cat's cry caught Qian Ming's attention. He ventured out, peering over the wall. A large white cat stood proudly, exuding an air of authority that surpassed his own. Has the pursuit from Konoha arrived? Qian Ming was startled, but then reassured himself. This was Konoha, and if this cat dared to attack him, it would surely face retaliation. Should a commotion arise, the two-tailed cat without Konoha residency would undoubtedly find itself in trouble, possibly even needing to visit the Umbu before returning. With this thought in mind, he raised his head and stepped outside. Meow. The two-tailed white cat fell silent, pretending to be foolish while feigning ignorance. However, would the words it uttered undermine the authority of a leader? Perched on the wall, it found itself momentarily at a loss for words. Qian Ming leapt onto the wall, choosing to remain silent as well. The two pairs of feline eyes met, were it not for the fact that they were both tomcats. One might have thought they were engaged in a silent duel. What is the price of the cat food? The cat inquired. Priceless, Qian Ming replied. 100 points. Claiming it is priceless is somewhat misleading, yet one must set a price to turn a profit. These ninja cats have made contracts with the Uchiha Alliance and are surely not short of funds. Not for sale. The white cat felt a surge of anger. Then why flaunt it earlier? You had me thinking you were ready to sell. Not for sale. You may leave. Qian Ming had initially contemplated selling 1 or 2 portions. But upon seeing his points increase on the panel, he felt a surge of joy and promptly declined. Meow. The cat let out a furious cry, seemingly on the verge of swelling in size to confront Qian Ming. At that moment, Qian Ming pointed towards the large building. The imposing statue was no mere decoration. It depicted the Hokage of generations past, with the Hokage Tower located just beneath it. Moreover, ninjas patrolled the village, and he doubted this foolish cat had failed to notice the Konoha ninjas on the way. The foolish white cat's voice faltered, and after a moment of irritation, it called out, "Are you truly not selling? I'll give you 2 pieces." Qian Ming summoned a package of cat food, tearing it open and tossing 1 or 2 pieces over, while the remainder was eagerly devoured by the cat in the blink of an eye. This was no ordinary cat food. It was special ninja cat food valued at 300. Upon seeing the 2 pieces, the cat immediately pounced, savoring the unique taste. This was unlike anything it had encountered before. Meow. Oh, food. The cat did not comprehend, but sensed that this creature had not spoken kindly, either insulting or berating it. The cat is rather repulsive. The two-tailed cat was unable to procure any cat food, ultimately returning in disappointment. In truth, it was not particularly eager to leave, but considering its position as the leader of the Ninja Cat Castle, it found it somewhat beneath its dignity to be so blatantly rebuffed by a vendor. After a moment's hesitation, it strode away with an air of haughtiness, seemingly disdainful of the food offered by Qian Ming, though in reality, who could be unaware of the truth? It was undeniably desperate to make a purchase, yet stubbornly clung to its pride. Qian Ming inwardly scoffed at this behavior. In summary, both cats harbored disdain for one another and parted ways in discontent, though the black cat exuded a greater sense of confidence. While it lamented the lost opportunity for a transaction, it recognized that it was not a matter of great consequence, as the points remained intact. As for those 2 or 3 pieces of cat food, it was of little importance, as the points had been obtained from the vendor in the first place, essentially serving as a reward for loyal customers. Qian Ming remained unfazed, with points in hand. It felt invincible. Wealth was indeed desirable, yet its absence was inconsequential. After all, witnessing that foolish cat's fervor to chase after leaves, it was only a matter of time before it fell victim to its own naivety. After finishing the cat food, it nestled at home to catch up on sleep. Having spent the past few days exercising and running without taking the time to rest properly, Yahira Rin returned to Konoha, primarily heading to the hospital. As a medical ninja, the Konoha hospital served as her ideal training ground, allowing her to master the art of healing without the immediate concern for self-preservation. However, this visit was not solely for the purpose of learning medical ninjutsu. She also sought knowledge regarding poisons. While she did not necessarily intend to learn the craft of poison making, a comprehensive understanding was essential. The ninjas of Konoha were quite industrious. The following day, Minato's squad convened to embark on their mission. Ordinarily, a full complement of personnel was required to commence a task, but their team was somewhat unique. In addition to a captain and 3 team members, there was also a cat. Consequently, Yahira Rin was granted special permission to continue her studies at the hospital, while the regular mission was undertaken by Kakashi, accompanied by Aido and the small black cat. The tasks were not particularly complex, involving the search for lost cats and dogs or fetching water, primarily within the vicinity of Konoha, as jobs from the Kyoto region were not available to them. Such exploitation of their labor. Thankfully, fetching water did not necessitate Qian Ming's presence. Its responsibilities were limited to tracking down cats and dogs, assisting with simpler tasks, and receiving compensation and task data in full. Of course, as a ninja cat, the rewards were its own, yet the task data belonged to Yahira Rin, rendering Qian Ming merely a beleaguered worker. It is noteworthy that the small black cat had secretly donned the gifted ninja cat attire. This attire featured customization capabilities, allowing it to transform into any style that Qian Ming desired, with its size adjustable to match its physique. Overall, it was quite splendid. Save for one drawback, it could not repair itself if damaged, which was a considerable disappointment. Furthermore, Qian Ming had nearly fully absorbed the natural energy during this period. With only a slight protrusion in its belly, in just a few days, complete digestion would be achieved. By comparing itself in the mirror, it could ascertain that it had indeed grown considerably. Its current size surpassed that of many one-year-old ninja cats, and it was now capable of manipulating the iron ball received as a reward, although it could not yet throw it very far. Qian Ming had tested this during the mission. It could hurl itself a distance of approximately 10 meters. Beyond that, its accuracy significantly diminished. A second after it landed, the iron ball would automatically return to its spatial inventory. If it were to strike a person, its impact would not be negligible. However, in order to hit an adversary, the little black cat would require further growth. Given its current strength, the endeavor would indeed be a fruitless effort. Such trivial tasks persisted for a span of 10 days. During this period, the two-tailed cat visited discreetly on several occasions, but regrettably, it never encountered Qian Ming, who would leave in a huff, leaving only the familiar scent behind. Qian Ming felt he had fully digested the experience and was preparing to indulge in another serving of gourmet cat food when Minato Namikaze extracted himself from his busy schedule to accept an A-rank mission, patrolling the borders of the Land of Fire. This mission required a team to oversee the patrol of the borders with the Land of Water, particularly the area adjacent to the Hidden Cloud Village. Both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist villages were currently in a state of peace with Konoha, necessitating only routine safety reconnaissance. Thus, the mission's difficulty was not particularly high. Qian Ming was reluctant to go, as traveling to the borders of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist villages was tantamount to traversing half the Land of Fire. Who knows how far the journey would entail? However, for the safety of the team, he had no choice but to accompany them, relying solely on summoning techniques. Yawahara Rin would require a significant amount of chakra to summon him at the border, and long-distance summoning had time constraints. At noon, in a wooded area outside the capital, Qian Ming and his companions passed through and paused for a moment. Obito took out some rice balls to eat. He had many friends among the women and elders of his clan, so he always had an ample supply of portable food for missions. Qian Ming initially planned to snatch one, but upon sniffing the aroma, his eyes lit up. There was the delicious scent of food. Someone was cooking in the woods. He took a few steps towards the source of the smell and detected another scent, that of both cat and human. This human scent was quite familiar, his old friend Mike Guy and his companions. Meow, Qian Ming called out, catching everyone's attention before swiftly dashing off. Hey, wait! Yawahara Rin, who had intended to eat a military ration, had no choice but to chase after her ninja cat. Minato Namikaze and Kakashi exchanged raised eyebrows before following suit. After enduring the trials of the battlefield, everyone was well acquainted. Understanding that although this cat could be mischievous, it was generally very composed and would not engage in any absurd behavior during missions. Its sprint in that direction undoubtedly indicated something enticing, and there was no immediate danger. After a brief pursuit, they came upon 4 ninjas seated in the forest, gathered around a simple pot, cooking fish, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and bird eggs, an appetizing sight. Qian Ming dashed over, leaping down from a tree. What was happening? The 4 ninjas were startled and quickly stood ready for action. However, soon after, 4 figures followed closely behind. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Yawahara Rin, and lastly, Obito, who still held a rice ball in his hand. The 2 Jonin greeted each other politely before stepping aside to chat, leaving the 6 of them, and a cat, to converse. Brother Guy, Gunma, and Ebisu. What a delightful surprise to see you all. As Aido beheld this scene, he instantly discarded his rice ball. Ebisu, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but adjust his glasses. These people were merely mooching for food. Meanwhile, Mike Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Disregarding Aido, he dashed to Kakashi and exclaimed loudly, Kakashi, I can't believe I would encounter you here. Let us engage in a duel. Please, and another thing. A friendly reminder, your food. Kakashi replied with a cold tone. The 3 turned to see a cat awkwardly grasping a spoon, laboriously prying out a small fish, and upon noticing their gaze, it swiftly seized its prize and scampered up a tree. This cat, Ebisu, furrowed his brow, and then a troubling thought crossed his mind. It was that accursed ninja cat. Shiranui Gunma, holding a toothpick, glanced upwards, then quickly jumped to chase after the black cat, evidently intent on avenging past grievances, while the nimble feline evaded with agility. Is everything all right? Everything is fine. It is quite dependable, Minato Namikaze responded with a slight smile, then resumed conversing with his former subordinates. Meanwhile, the duo of 1 person and 1 cat leaped about. Now and then, some broth splattered down, but both Jonin adeptly dodged it. With a resigned sigh, Minato inquired, By the way, what is the situation here? Have you completed your mission? Don't mention it. We came to catch a cat, but by the time we arrived, the commission had already been fulfilled by someone else. So, we decided to grab a bite before heading back. At least it won't be a wasted trip. Mike Guy's teacher lamented. Minato was aware of the genuine capabilities of Furukawa. Although he had only been promoted to Special Jonin at the age of 30, he was one of the few ninjas in Konoha proficient in the Konoha fluid technique. Moreover, this team appeared formidable. How could they have let others outpace them in a simple cat capture? And why were those affluent ladies simultaneously commissioning 2 groups for the same task? It was said that the veterinarian, knowledgeable about feline behavior, swiftly captured the cat, and it was not just our team. Many others encountered similar situations. Furukawa expressed his exasperation, wearing an expression that conveyed, "You wouldn't understand, Captain." In truth, Minato did not comprehend. After all, catching cats had always been a task no one wanted to undertake, and his recent missions had revolved around cat catching in Konoha, never venturing to Kyoto. Shikami, while fleeing, overheard the conversation and almost burst into laughter. Was this the doing of Yano? No, it's highly likely it was Do's work. Yano, aware of his sensitive identity, would not brazenly compete with the ninjas of Konoha for a meal. Freshly born calves fear no tigers. The cat finished its small fish and paused, glancing back at the pursuing Shiranui Gunma, before leaping gracefully to Obito's side. Shiranui Gunma squatted in the tree, temporarily abandoning the chase. He realized his speed could not match that of the cat. Meow, this is the true essence of a lower ninja team, Shikami proclaimed with his head held high. Though he refrained from uttering insults or belittling remarks, Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma felt a sense of discomfort from his words. What does it mean to be a true lower-ranking ninja team? Do you think you are particularly impressive? Hibiki adjusted his glasses, struggling to contain his frustration. However, upon observing Kakashi casually attending to Akai and guarding Lin's cat not far away, he felt somewhat reassured, especially with Obito by his side. He mused inwardly, Chihiro, do not be like this. Though we have been on the battlefield, The gap between us and them is not as vast as it seems. Capturing a cat without your assistance is indeed quite challenging. Obito hastily interjected to smooth over the situation, yet his words only amplified the silence. We have been on the battlefield. We have. That struck a chord, my friend. Hibiki and Shiranui quietly returned to the stove, resuming their meal in silence, for this team was not one to engage in idle chatter. Chihiro cast a glance at the system, and his spirits soared with glee. A windfall of over 300 points. While not an exorbitant amount, it was a remarkable feat to accrue such a sum from lower-ranking ninjas, as they typically only yielded slightly over 100. Thank you for your efforts. The little black cat silently apologized, yet continued to indulge unabashedly, showing no manners at all. Initially, Shiranui had contemplated a sneak attack, but after receiving a jab from the needle, he quickly abandoned that notion. Not worth the trouble. Once sated, the two teams set off on their respective journeys. However, when Guy and his companions learned from their teacher about the potential tasks assigned to Minato Namake's class, they felt a pang of envy. Why should they, all graduating in the same year, be relegated to such menial tasks while others could venture to the front lines? It was no wonder they felt this way. The circumstances of Chihiro's class were indeed rare since their arrival in the village. Who could have anticipated that an elite Chunin would be ostracized by his peers to the point of having to return and train alongside a group of lower-ranking ninjas? Wasn't he this akin to a special forces veteran being bullied in the city? Moreover, who could blame them for feeling this way when their teacher was so formidable? Chihiro rested his head on the medical kit, lost in thought, as they still had some distance to cover before reaching the border. He intended to conserve his energy for when the enemy approached. Of course, that was his own interpretation. Obito and Kakashi regarded his sentiments with disdain, and on this matter, they found themselves in rare agreement. After all, it was not Lin who was carrying the medical kit, but the two of them. Upon nearing the border of the hidden cloud village, a day had passed without incident. Throughout the journey, Chihiro had been slacking off, exerting minimal effort while also taking in the picturesque landscapes of the Land of Fire. The scenery was quite splendid, and the occasional resentment emanating from Obito even contributed to his accumulating points, which was quite delightful. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally arrived at a valley. Minato Namake's halted, surveying the surroundings, while Kakashi quietly explained, "This is our border with the Land of Iron. Beyond this lies their territory. The Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning do not share a direct border, which is why this area is considered the frontier. So our patrol involves searching for traces and being alert for potential enemies," Minato concluded, gesturing for everyone to disperse, though he cautioned that they must not venture too far from one another. Understood. Obito returned the medical kit to Rin, and then the three of them swiftly dispersed, leaving only Minato Namake's behind. As a Jonin, Minato was certainly not idle. His mission was to assist the trio and oversee the rescue operations. This task was classified as A rank due to the reported activities of cloud ninjas in the vicinity. Chika followed Rin closely, aware that the search could not be conducted haphazardly. Though the little black cat was not particularly knowledgeable, Rin, being an academic prodigy, had studied related information from textbooks. Thus, after leading Chika a short distance, she began to search in concentric circles around Minato, ensuring that they would not be caught off guard should a battle erupt and their teacher be unable to provide timely assistance. However, there was a member in their team who, much like Chika, was undeniably a poor student. Before long, a faint scream echoed from a distance. "Ah, help! It's Obito." Chika recognized the voice immediately, prompting Rin to rush towards Obito, knowing that Chika possessed greater speed and urging it to lead the way. Without needing instruction, the little black cat vanished into the woods. Rin had the ability to summon it back using her summoning jutsu in case of danger. But it seemed that Obito might indeed be facing an enemy. Along the way, Chika spotted Kakashi, who had summoned Pakken. The foolish dog was not particularly swift in the forest, and soon enough, Chika caught up to them. Consequently, Kakashi sent Pakken back and followed Chika instead. Shortly thereafter, they came upon Obito, who was perched in a tree, gasping in fear. While on the ground lay an individual who appeared to be a Chunin stationed at the border of the Land of Fire. Chika detected a familiar scent, causing its fur to stand on end as it cautiously inched forward. Rin's father meowed just as Chika turned to seek out Rin. A flash of light revealed Minato returning with Rin. "He is still alive. Hurry and save him," Rin exclaimed as she dashed over with the medical kit, immediately tending to the injuries of her father. The wounds were severe. Kakashi assessed the surrounding area, I am ready to assist you at any moment, Minato instructed, handing Kakashi a kunai marked with a space-time seal. With this kunai, he could provide support to Kakashi whenever necessary. Understood, Kakashi replied before vanishing. I'll follow too, Chika stated as it kept pace with Kakashi. Its sense of smell was more acute than that of a ninja dog, and it moved through the forest with greater speed, thus assisting Kakashi in conserving chakra. Upon noticing the little black cat trailing behind, Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise before adopting a serious expression. If you encounter danger, I won't save you. Neither will I, Chika shot back without hesitation. With our skills, do we really need your help? It sniffed the air and added, stay close. Obito wished to join the pursuit, but he understood that his priority was to protect the medical ninja and ensure she could complete her healing work. This was not a battlefield. He had escaped from one. Qian Ming sprinted swiftly, simultaneously explaining to Kakashi that the battlefield was undoubtedly very close. As the scent of blood permeated the air after just a few strides, a pungent aroma indeed. Ahead, with a few leaps, the pair traversed through a section of the woods and beheld a profound gorge. The surroundings were in disarray, although no overt traces remained. It was evident that ninjas had been there, hastily tending to the aftermath, with bloodstains still visible in several areas. The method of handling was seasoned, and when Obito called out, they must have still been present. Kakashi's expression turned grave. The team belonging to Noera Zen was an elite squad led by Jonin. Such prowess trapped in such a confined space. The adversary was formidable. Qian Ming approached the edge of the cliff and inhaled deeply. Below lay the valley, shrouded in mystery and unfathomable depth. Nevertheless, ninjas could traverse the cliffside, albeit with the lurking fear of encountering an ambush. Kakashi glanced down and calmly inquired, did the enemy descend as well? Indeed, the aura is chaotic, mingled with the scent of blood, making it difficult to discern how many individuals are present. Qian Ming peered down, feeling uncertain and hesitant to pursue. Is it possible to identify which clan's ninjas they are? Kakashi instinctively asked, but as soon as the question escaped his lips, he realized the folly. One could hardly identify a ninja-esque village through scent alone. As anticipated, the black cat shot him a disdainful glance before darting back. Aren't you coming down? Meow, you go ahead. I shall burn paper for you. Qian Ming retorted without hesitation, then dashed towards Lin and the others. While they could utilize chakra to cling to the stone walls and descend, the unfamiliar terrain and structure of the cliff posed a considerable risk. Encountering an ambush would be fatal. Kakashi remained silent for a long moment, gazing into the chasm below, before quietly concealing himself behind a large tree to keep watch. Had Qian Ming not voiced such a poignant observation, he might have been tempted to descend for a closer inspection. In hindsight, waiting seemed the wisest choice. He could not allow that individual to have his way, and it was certain that their companions at the bottom of the cliff had perished. Rather than recklessly descend, it was prudent to await their teacher's arrival. Upon returning to Lin and the others, Qian Ming discovered the situation with Noera Zen. At that moment, Noera Lin had completed initial emergency treatment, having brought some medicinal supplies from Konoha to further stabilize her father's injuries, thereby conserving chakra. She was aware that Noera Zen had 3 teammates. Sensing the return of the black cat, Namake's Minato approached, noticing Kakashi was absent. Meow, everyone has descended into the gorge. We did not go down. Qian Ming reported the circumstances from that side. Such perilous tasks were best left to the Jonin. Their reconnaissance mission had concluded, and it sufficed to remain on guard in the rear. Well done. Namake's Minato gave a thumbs up and then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. The Flying Thunder God was indeed remarkably convenient. Qian Ming felt a twinge of envy. With such a technique, as long as one was not swiftly eliminated, one could roam freely. Alas, it was far too costly. Accumulating points is no trivial feat. It presents a challenge far exceeding mere inconvenience. Daily nourishment demands, such as cat food, coupled with tasks like capturing felines and fetching water, render the pursuit of points a distant aspiration. Recently, the entirety of my daily contributions to points has relied on the endeavors of Obito and Kakashi, allowing for but a solitary serving of specialized ninja cat food each day. Beyond the routine consumption, numerous avenues exist for expenditure of points, making it a commendable achievement to maintain a balanced ledger. After a moment's contemplation, I descended to join Lin and Obito. Utilizing ninja techniques seemed prudent, for no living souls remained in that vicinity. Yawara Lin fell silent for a heartbeat before forming hand seals to employ the healing palm technique. Conventional ninjutsu would prove ineffective against the injuries sustained by Nawaharazawa. Only the healing palm technique held any promise. Yet, to be candid, the severity of his leg injury surpassed the healing capabilities of this technique, with the best possible outcome merely allowing him to walk without impediment. Even the kind-hearted and optimistic Obito found himself at a loss for words to shatter the oppressive silence, especially considering Nawaharazawa was Lin-'s father. Before long, Minato Namikaze returned with Kakashi, each bearing a lifeless body, one a Jonin and the other a Chunin. Their drenched forms suggested the presence of a river deep within the valley, from which they presumably sought to dispose of the bodies. Thanks to Obito's fortuitous stumble upon the gravely injured Nawaharazawa, the adversary's cunning tactics might have otherwise led to a fatal conclusion, leaving Zawa to be cast over the precipice. Had it unfolded thus, one can only imagine the profound impact on Lin. Failing to save a loved one could serve as both a driving force and a profound abyss for a medical ninja. The atmosphere lingered in a heavy silence. Obito clenched his fists, fury boiling within him as he demanded, "Who did this?" "I cannot say. There are no clues at the scene, and traces on the bodies have been obscured, making it difficult to discern any specifics. We can only ascertain that they utilized lightning release and water release, and one of them possessed considerable strength," Minato replied. "It appears they used blades. At least two distinct ones, given the varying nature of the wounds," Kakashi observed after a moment of scrutiny. "Could it be the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Chikami pondered. The infamous group from Kirigakure flashing through his mind. The use of water release was obvious, and among the 7 ninja swordsmen, there was the formidable Raiga. It is highly plausible. The active period of the 7 swordsmen aligns with this time frame. He intended to articulate further, but paused. Reconsidering, Kirigakure had remained shrouded in secrecy for many years, with few privy to their current affairs. Being but a small cat, he deemed it too audacious to utter the name of the 7 swordsmen aloud. Could it be the work of those from Kimogakure? Lin inquired, ceasing her treatment to gaze at her teacher. "It is difficult to ascertain," Minato replied, shaking his head. "Lightning release and water release are practiced by many in the 5 great villages. However, Kimogakure excels in lightning release, while Kirigakure specializes in water release. The bodies reveal no distinctive marks of the secret techniques from any of the villages, making it impossible to deduce their origins from the wounds alone. Meow, it's not out of the realm of possibility that someone from Kirigakure is attempting to frame another." Chikami crouched, feigning casualness. "That is not without merit, Lin. How is Nawahara-senpai's condition? All treatable injuries have been addressed, yet his leg requires surgery, and we lack the appropriate environment for such a procedure." Noira Rin spoke candidly, instructing them to return to the village while she searched alongside Chika. Should danger arise, they could summon Chika, and she would rush to their aid. Minato Namikaze had no choice but to split his forces, as the enemy lurked nearby. He needed to devise a thoroughly comprehensive strategy. Once Noira Rin and her companions had escorted Noirazawa away, Minato placed the small black cat upon his shoulder and swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the cliffside, where he had previously embedded a kunai, hastily using chakra to secure his footing on the rocky surface. Chika, momentarily taken aback, nearly lost balance, but Minato's quick reflexes saved her from falling. "Can we still detect the scent?" The black cat lifted its gaze, its eyes filled with disdain. "Where along this riverside can we pursue the trail?" It descended to sniff the ground, then shook its head in dismay. The adversaries walked upon the water's surface, and their scents were swiftly washed away, rendering them impossible to track. "Let us examine the riverbanks." He retrieved his kunai and, together with Chika, followed the river's course. The valley was narrow, yet after a while, numerous small paths emerged, which Chika meticulously examined for traces of scent. Time passed, and at last, at a crossroads, Chika detected something amiss. The riverbank here was dampened by the water. "Shall we pursue?" Chika called back, and Minato surveyed the surroundings before nodding in agreement. Thus, he ventured forth, searching the walls and the forest for overlooked areas, ultimately discovering a faint, intermittent scent left by the ninja upon a cliffside. With a triumphant meow, the cat dashed ahead along the cliff, with Minato close behind. The duo moved with remarkable speed, tracking the trail. After several minutes, the scent grew increasingly distinct, indicating that their quarry was not far ahead. However, upon reaching this point, Minato sensed something amiss. The group appeared to be positioning themselves to intercept Kakashi's team. If they moved quickly, they could lay an ambush by the riverside. It was possible they possessed sensory ninjas. Minato's expression darkened. Should we maintain our distance? Chika turned to him. It was uncertain what abilities sensory ninjas possessed. Lead the way. Minato placed the black cat back on his shoulder, allowing it to guide him while he focused on tracking. As they progressed, the remnants of the scent grew fresher and more potent, evidently bringing them closer to their foes. After advancing a bit further, Chika discovered several traps, making it clear that their presence had been detected. Meow, have we already been exposed? Previously, Minato had mentioned the presence of sensory ninjas. Now, so close, Chika felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if they were under the very eyes of their enemies. Though the 7 ninja swordsmen had suffered considerable losses before the 8 gates, they were still formidable against ordinary ninjas, and Chika's past battles had mostly been surprise attacks. In a fair fight, facing the 7 ninja swordsmen felt daunting, especially given Noarazawa's capabilities. Fear not, I shall protect you. With a smile, Minato Namikaze gazed ahead, his expression suddenly sharpening. An ambush. Qian Ming lay upon Minato's shoulder, instinctively arching his body, a reflex typical of felines when confronted with danger. Hold tight, he uttered, then hastened forward, his left hand stealthily drawing a specially crafted shuriken. Once within a certain range, a weapon resembling an axe appeared. A blunted blade. It was a cumbersome implement. Yet in the hands of the adversary, it moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the blade was upon him. However, a shuriken also traversed the air, striking a distant corner behind a tree. In the next moment, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. After switching places, Qian Ming swiftly employed the Lion's Barrage technique to ensnare the enemy. Yet, he soon discovered the foe possessed immense strength, nearly pulling him off balance with a sudden yank. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Ming leapt onto the hammer, using its momentum to swipe at the adversary's neck with his claws. The opponent evaded quickly, likely sustaining only a minor injury. However, the true peril emerged as the massive hammer swung back towards him, accompanied by a colossal axe tethered by a chain. Yet, the black cat was merely a diversion. The real fatal blow followed. Minato delivered a kick from above, obliterating the foe, who dissipated into a puddle of water, clearly a mere clone. A water clone. Minato continued onward, his thoughts fixated on the axe and the hammer it was connected to. This was undoubtedly a ninja wielding tremendous power, though the opponent had not displayed a forehead protector. Their modus operandi suggested they were more aligned with the hidden Mist Village than the Cloud Village. Mist ninjas. Minato felt overwhelmed. After years of recuperation, the Cloud, Rock, and Sand villages had all regained considerable strength and were poised to act, while the Mist had remained dormant for over a decade. Even the Umbu of Konoha seldom received news from that region. Now, they had initiated a move towards Konoha. What a calamity! Should they continue pursuing? Indeed. Minato nodded. He had left a shuriken with Kakashi, and if necessary, could use the Flying Thunder God technique to return. If they could gather ample intelligence, his comrades would be better prepared when confronting the Mist ninjas in the future. Often, intelligence dictated the outcome of battles. Qian Ming had formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. The lightning user must be the wielder of the lightning blade, Raikiri, while the one from earlier was likely the blunted blade user, Tsukigamo. The identity of the third and fourth remained elusive, but if one were to include a sensory ninja, it was plausible that they had a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen among them. Should they be besieged, Minato could escape, but Qian Ming was uncertain of his own chances. Hopefully, his companion would prove reliable. As he guided Minato, Qian Ming anxiously sharpened his claws on the shoulder of the yellow-haired ninja, inadvertently accumulating some points. Though he had no time to contemplate the score panel at that moment, they were approaching a narrow mountain pass when Minato felt the black cat suddenly leap off his shoulder. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning descended from above. Lightning release, lightning fong. Although Minato lacked the cat's acute instincts, his reflexes were swift. At the moment the lightning appeared, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, targeting Qian Ming. The speed of lightning is astonishing. After he swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, a massive crater was instantly created on the ground. Had Qian Ming not evaded that strike, Minato Namikaze would undoubtedly have chosen to flee as well. However, now, self-preservation was paramount. With a mere phrase left behind, he vanished, leaving Qian Ming, a solitary feline, bewildered in the wind. What am I doing here? The direst predicament arose when he darted into the woods, only to despairingly discover that there were multiple opponents lurking nearby. Knowing nothing of these individuals, he could only cautiously trail them, advancing with trepidation. Fortunately, Black Ho Thunder Fong had ensnared Minato, preventing any further release of lightning. As long as the adversaries were not from the Seven Swordsmen, he could survive. Yet, in the next moment, Qian Ming felt a sudden blur before his eyes. Meow? He yelped, then vanished from sight. Summoning technique. In another grove, Kakashi, Obito, and their ninja hounds were entangled in a fierce struggle with a lone ninja wielding an axe and a massive hammer. The very dull-bladed wielder encountered previously by Qian Ming and Minato. Satsukawa Yaburu. Boom. As soon as Qian Ming was summoned, he heard a thunderous explosion, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down. Where's the teacher? Lin Yawara exclaimed anxiously. The teacher's in trouble with two opponents. It's hard to expect any good outcome. Qian Ming observed the battlefield. Satsukawa Yaburu was present, and it seemed only 3 had arrived. 2 were responsible for restraining the Jonin, while 1 dealt with the remaining team members. For an ordinary ninja, the assault of the dull blade was utterly ruthless, especially considering the true body's speed and strength far surpassed that of a water clone. In short, it appeared that he could not intervene in this battle. What should be done? Lin was on the verge of tears, facing such an enemy. Her medical ninjutsu would be futile, as any strike from that hammer would surely result in shattered bones. She lacked the ability to heal such grievous injuries. Perhaps it's best to delay. As a diminutive ninja cat, Qian Ming had no effective means against such a brute. He cast a glance into the distance. Kakashi and Obito were skillfully dodging the attacks of Satsukawa Yaburu, but should they be struck, they would be left severely injured if not dead. It was akin to dancing on a tightrope. Qian Ming, go assist them, but please, be careful. Meow? The little black cat let out a startled cry. But upon meeting Lin's pleading gaze, he reluctantly acquiesced. Gritting his teeth, he pondered how to approach. This adversary was so large that a mere brush could prove fatal, and his own abilities seemed woefully inadequate. He cautiously navigated through the woods. Close combat was off the table. A single contact would spell doom for his fragile frame. Lacking in long-range capabilities, Qian Ming contemplated a strategy. He climbed above Satsukawa Yaburu, retrieved an iron ball from his inventory, and then hurled it down with great force. Kakashi and Obito, engaged in combat and preparing to switch positions, were momentarily startled by the sight of an iron ball hurtling towards them before hastily recalibrating their escape route. The puppet master was wholly absorbed in his confrontation with Kakashi and Obito until a steel ball flew by, catching his attention. Swiftly, he raised his hammer to intercept it. Clang. With a sharp sound, the steel ball soared into the sky, akin to a baseball struck into the air, vanishing from sight. Chio stared at the item bar for several seconds, only to despairingly realize the steel ball had not returned. What a loss. However, Kakashi seized the opportunity, swiftly drawing his blade for an attack. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, his strike was aimed at his opponent. Yet, the mist ninja showed no signs of fear, willing to endure a blow to the chest. He countered with a powerful swing of his hammer. In his view, a direct assault on Kakashi did not necessitate a dull blade. A single hammer strike would suffice. Indeed, the outcome was as anticipated. In the next moment, Kakashi was sent flying, much like the steel ball, crashing against the trunk of a tree, rendered immobile. Kakashi, Obito, separated by another combatant, could not discern the exact events, only knowing that Kakashi had charged in for a successful assassination, only to be struck down by a hammer. In a fit of rage, he yelled and quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball directed at the puppet master. The puppet master evaded swiftly, yet from behind, a black cat launched a silent attack. A series of vacuum orbs, infused with an abundance of chakra, were far larger and more powerful than ordinary ones. With a hiss, the azure wind projectiles pierced through him, leaving multiple gaping wounds. The puppet master howled in pain, turning to throw an axe, which merely struck a branch, allowing Obito to charge forward again. Lin, filled with anxiety, was deeply concerned for Kakashi and Obito. Chio maneuvered through the forest, stealthily approaching Kakashi to assess his injuries. Initially, worry clouded her mind. However, upon closer inspection, she found herself relieved. Kakashi's blade was reduced to half, his hair disheveled, likely due to his earlier defensive maneuver against the chaotic lioness technique. He was merely unconscious, perhaps with a few broken ribs, but the injuries were not severe. This level of harm, Kakashi would eventually adapt to, though it was unfortunate for his blade. In that moment, Chio felt her loss of the steel ball paled in comparison. After confirming Kakashi's safety, She raised her gaze to the battlefield, where Lin had joined the fray. Although her assistance was limited, her occasional throwing of shurikens could still serve to distract. Meanwhile, Obito found himself relentlessly pursued by the puppet master, who had yet to land a blow on him. Had he opened his eyes? Nevertheless, the puppet master was not solely skilled with blades. He was proficient in water techniques as well, though perhaps not as powerful as others. His water jutsu was more than sufficient to deal with a low-ranking ninja like Aido, and judging by the series of hand seals, it was at least an A-rank technique. Chio felt helpless. She knew that employing the chaotic lioness technique would draw her in, but if she could prevent him from using his A-rank jutsu, it would mitigate the damage. Others may be unaware, but the fallen Kakashi and Yawara would undoubtedly suffer the consequences, as her hair surged forth to bind the opponent's hands. The puppet master grinned wickedly. Previously, his water clone had obstructed Chio and the fourth Hokage, and he was well aware of the cat's capabilities. With his hands bound, he ceased forming seals and swiftly altered his gesture. Water release, water clone technique. In the forested area, although the water clones lacked the enhancements provided by river water, their chakra consumption was minimal. Once the clones emerged, they immediately ensnared Obito, while he himself yanked forcefully, leaping into the air, wielding an axe and a hammer to strike at Chihiro. Chihiro hastily dispelled the jutsu, yet was still pulled forward by inertia. The little black cat soared through the air, striving to adjust its position. Upon witnessing the grotesque grin of the opponent, it released something from its rear, then with a swift strike of its hind paw. That object shot forth like an iron ball. The puppeteer, unaccustomed to cats, assumed it was a type of concealed weapon, casually swatting it away. However, the substance was exceedingly sticky. While some was deflected, much remained clinging to his hand. It was repulsive and emitted a dreadful stench. To make matters worse, some of it splattered onto his face. The puppeteer was both astonished and enraged, feeling as though his standards as a ninja had been utterly shattered. Encountering a combatant using such a substance for the first time in his life. More bewildering was that in the next instant, Chihiro was summoned away by a summoning technique, leaving the puppeteer to strike nothing but air. Infuriated, he pivoted to attack Kakashi, but in the next moment, a figure materialized beside Kakashi, and just as he moved closer. Giant Rasengan. Boom. The puppeteer was struck directly, sent flying and landing motionless on the ground, while the water clones vanished without a trace. Obito, who was being besieged, collapsed onto the ground. Sensei, I'll tend to your wounds. Rin Noira rushed over, her concern palpable. Minato Namikaze was grievously injured, suffering from lightning, blade wounds, and the toll of hastily returning. He had reached his limit. After consuming a soldier's pill, he slumped down, gasping for breath. First treat Kakashi, I'm fine. For safety's sake, Chihiro hurriedly approached and delivered a Rasengan directly to his heart, observing him shudder momentarily before breathing his last, allowing Chihiro to finally relax. Don't cause too much damage. I intend to bring him back to the village. Minato propped himself up, swaying as he approached the puppeteer's side. The fellow was utterly lifeless. However, his corpse held considerable value. Sealing it for transport back to the village would likely yield numerous secrets about the hidden mist village, having been isolated from the continent for many years. Their reemergence and aggression towards Konoha necessitated the gathering of intelligence regarding the hidden mist. Otherwise, he would not have risked his disciples to seize that lightning blade from the enemy. Meow, did you eliminate the one discharging electricity? Chihiro's attention was suddenly drawn to the lightning blade, surprise evident. No, I only eliminated a ninja from the Snow Clan. This blade was taken. The lightning blade was a pair of short swords. Minato had only secured one, yet with the loss of one from Kurozai, it was likely that the formidable lightning release techniques could no longer be employed, which remained advantageous for Konoha. After stepping aside, he crouched down, retrieving 2 sealing scrolls from his robe, beginning to weave seals to enact the sealing technique. An enchanted blade sealed within, a dull knife concealed in a pouch, and a corpse of a grass-manipulating puppet sealed away. Qian Ming observed quietly from the side, stealing a glance at the points panel. A surge of joy swelling within as he noted the long stagnant points had finally skyrocketed due to the daily consumption of cat food, now exceeding 3,300. The ambition of the doubling technique was now halfway realized. However, he reckoned that this meager sum of points would not last long, as he calculated that the natural energy within him had likely been completely absorbed, allowing for yet another exchange for luxurious cat food. This sumptuous sustenance could directly infuse natural energy, which was crucial for him, as he could not safely draw natural energy from the outside world to blend with his mystical chakra, making it an indispensable resource akin to the specialized food for ninja cats. How difficult it is. Qian Ming lay on the ground, contemplating strategies. Today's use of this tactic was born out of necessity, attempting to irritate his opponent to raise the level of taunting, only to find that the taunting skill had failed, and the adversary was instead preparing to eliminate Kakashi. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze did not arrive late this time. Thus, the points could only be deemed an unexpected delight. Otherwise, would he really resort to flinging cat dung as a concealed weapon at his opponent first? I cannot descend to such depths, he mused, yet in the next moment, he considered it a potential tool for accumulating points, realizing that when he was truly outmatched, it might not be an unfeasible option. A ninja must adeptly utilize all available resources, and so too must a ninja cat. Suddenly enlightened, Qian Ming thought, of course. Who would wish to be a ninja cat devoid of limits and principles if they could triumph over their foes in a fair fight? After attending to the aftermath, Lin Yuara also provided initial treatment for Kakashi, healing Obito's wounds after he had lapsed into unconsciousness, and then began to treat Minato. The advantage of having a medical ninja in the team was evident. Even with inadequate equipment on site, they could still administer emergency care, maximizing the chance of preserving a teammate's life. Is Obito all right? Minato, uncertain of Obito's condition, inquired while receiving Lin's treatment. It's nothing serious, just exhaustion leading to unconsciousness. But he seemed to have awakened his Sharingan. Qian Ming interjected, responding on Lin's behalf. At that moment, Obito's behavior, having taken medication, clearly indicated that after awakening his Sharingan, he possessed the insight and foresight to evade the attacks from the grass-manipulating puppet with agility and precision. Awakened? Minato paused for a few seconds, then a heartfelt smile graced his face. This child had always placed great importance on his eyes. Now, having awakened them in the face of Kakashi's peril, it was evident that he truly regarded Kakashi as a comrade and a partner. How wonderful, he reflected, starting to ponder what gift to present to Obito upon their return to the village, a thought that left him momentarily dazed. Meow, Lord Minato. Perhaps you should focus more on how to bring them back instead. Qian Ming squatted nearby, unexpectedly dousing him with cold water. Minato snapped back to reality, glancing around. 5 individuals, 2 of whom were half unconscious. If Obito remained unconscious for a while longer, there would indeed be no means of transporting them back. He pondered briefly and said, "Let us call for help. Our situation does not allow for the use of signal flares. Please look around for any nearby teams." Once again, it is I. Presently, I find myself to be the most formidable force within the team. However, amidst the looming threat of enemies, is it truly wise to send a mere feline ninja like myself to face certain demise? Upon returning to the village, I shall take you to Kyoto. Though Minato Namikaze initially intended to treat me to a grand feast, he soon reconsidered, realizing that he must also purchase a gift for Kushina. Thus, he altered his proposal to a trip to Kyoto. Kyoto, the foremost technician of Konoha. My eyes sparkled with excitement, but then I caught sight of Lin Nohara's desperate gaze. With a proud demeanor, I leapt away, vanishing into the forest. Felines are the supreme hunters of the jungle. As long as I do not encounter a Jonin, my agility should suffice for escape. Should I meet a Jonin, there would be little to say. I must run, evade, and seek to capture Minato's attention. I surmised that since I bore the Flying Thunder God's seal, Minato could teleport to my location, and despite his occasional unreliability in critical moments, I felt somewhat secure. As I dashed through the woods, scenting the air, I mused privately. This area borders the Land of Iron, and it is seldom traversed. Hence I had not detected any presence for quite some distance. After a prolonged search, I made my way toward the coastline. Although this place was considerably far from Minato's position, I finally caught a whiff of human scent. Uncertain whether they were ninjas, I decided to investigate further. After an extensive search, I finally discerned the presence of humans. Following the scent, I discovered a gathering of Konoha ninjas, and my heart leaped with joy. I leapt into the middle of the path and called out to the camp, "Meow." This was to avoid being mistakenly regarded as an enemy. A cat? Wait. It's a ninja cat. Let me check it out. Among the several teams, those on lookout duty quickly noticed me, and 2 individuals approached, one of whom belonged to the Uchiha clan. "It's a Konoha ninja cat," one of the ninjas remarked. "Our team encountered mist ninjas. We have slain 1 enemy, but 2 of our members are gravely injured and unconscious. while another is temporarily incapacitated. Our Jonin is currently not in fighting form. We hope to receive your support and protection. I succinctly summarized the situation in a single sentence. The Uchiha ninja furrowed his brow slightly, and then his eyes suddenly glowed with the red tomo. After scrutinizing me for a moment and confirming the absence of transformation techniques, he said, "Indeed, mist ninjas. I will take someone to investigate. Do not prepare any meals. Have some soldier pills and increase your coastal patrols. We must ascertain where they landed." Understood. Within the camp, everyone promptly gathered their equipment, readying themselves for a coastal patrol. A ninja utilizing the body flicker technique hurried over, and the Uchiha nodded, saying, "Please lead the way." I retraced my steps, guiding them to Minato's south resting place. Despite their change of location, I was still able to follow the scent. "I didn't expect you to find us," Minato remarked. "Given your prowess, I never imagined you would be in such a predicament. It seems the mist ninjas are quite formidable." The Uchiha ninjas furrowed their brows. They patrolled the coast daily, yet these intruding ninjas managed to infiltrate undetected. "Senior Uchiha, escort them close to Konoha until they awaken or encounter new allies. Additionally, communicate with your summoning beasts and inform your comrades that the enemy is formidable. They must not disperse too much." Uchiha so was resolute. With the likes of Minato Namikaze suffering such misfortune, it was evident the enemy was indeed powerful. Furthermore, the mist ninjas had stealthily breached the border, marking a significant oversight that required accountability. Understood. This ninja summoned numerous crows, dispersing them for reconnaissance. These crows, having been nurtured since youth, were quite intelligent. Tasks such as locating individuals and scouting were trivial for them. Chiming in, he keenly observed that this ninja bore a striking resemblance to Aoyama from his class. "Is this Aoyama's father?" Chiming glanced at the crows and, unable to restrain himself, leaped up to swat one down, pinning it beneath his paw. "Hey, don't kill it!" Yushu Yamashiro exclaimed, his heart aching for the struggling crow. The black cat released its grip. The crow attempted to fly away but was quickly restrained again. Although Yushu wished to protect his crow, he feared the small cat might inadvertently harm it, thus refraining from using force. Chiming refrained from causing chaos. It was only when Minato Namikaze spoke that Chiming finally released the unfortunate crow, allowing it to continue its mission. Meanwhile, the little black cat opened the system panel, observing a delightful increase of over 400. This was merely a minor incident, and everyone paid little heed to it. Uchiha So's focus remained on the surroundings, vigilantly observing the unconscious Uchiha clansman. He had a vague recollection of this individual, as he was the only one in the clan who consistently wore goggles to protect his eyes and carried eye drops. However, what was his name? He fell into contemplation, observing for a few more seconds. He noted that the injuries on this clansman could not have caused the unconsciousness, prompting him to curiously inquire, how did this child sustain his injuries? He is not injured. He probably just exhausted himself from using the Sharingan, Minato casually remarked. Using the Sharingan? Uchiha So paused for a few seconds, then, somewhat cheerfully, replied, "Then a good rest will rectify the situation, and he can help carry people later." "That stings, my friend." Chiming silently lamented for Obito, as they hadn't even awoken yet, and their labor was already being anticipated. Thankfully, his small stature spared him from such burdens. This further solidified his resolve to never grow too large. If he did, he would likely have to shoulder such responsibilities as well, which was utterly unacceptable. Yet, what if he lost control of his sage chakra due to its excess? Worry began to creep into his mind. After a lengthy rest, Minato had nearly recovered, and Obito also regained consciousness. Upon learning about his use of the Sharingan, he smiled like a fool, almost tossing aside his goggles in his excitement. He then hurried to the riverbank to confirm. Through the reflection on the water's surface, Obito faintly perceived a spinning tomo within his own eyes. Was it merely a single tomo? A twinge of regret washed over him, yet upon reflection, he found himself immensely satisfied. Amongst his clan, how many had failed to awaken their eyes? At the very least, he had taken the first step. The elders spoke of the potential for further evolution of the eyes, and he too could eventually unlock the power of the three tomo. Such thoughts filled Obito's mind. Suddenly, he was startled by an unusual sound of flowing water. This noise. The youth turned his head, only to witness a black cat relieving itself into the river. How infuriating. Here I am, below, while you shamefully urinate above. Could you not conduct yourself like a proper feline? Obito's ire flared, and he rose to confront the mischievous black cat. However, Chikage paid him no mind, strutting back towards Minato and the others with an air of arrogance, as if it had not just committed a transgression at Obito's expense. Seething, Obito pursued, while the black cat quickened its pace. Upon reaching Minato's side, Rin greeted him with a smile, saying, "Obito, you're finally back. Senior Kaka and Senior Yushu have prepared the stretcher. We can set off now." "What? My apologies, I was just too excited," he replied. "No worries, let us go," Minato reassured, ruffling Obito's hair before retrieving the stretcher. At Rin's suggestion, Uchiha SRA and Yamashiro Yushu fashioned 2 makeshift stretchers, ensuring that the injured would not suffer further harm during transport. The journey back to Konoha would take at least half a day, and carrying 2 individuals would inevitably slow their pace. During this time, Rin diligently tended to Yawara and Kakashi. Kakashi fared relatively well. A few broken ribs and some internal bruising had been stabilized and healed with medical ninjutsu, and he only required the stretcher to prevent any fragile injuries from reopening. Chikage lingered behind, contemplating the earlier scene. Obito had awakened only a single tomo. It seemed that Kakashi's near-death experience had not left a profound impact on him. Were Rin to be struck down, perhaps he would awaken the 3 tomo or even the Sharingan. TSK men. Alas, I shall not grant my enemies the chance to harm Rin. Should he wish to awaken his eyes, he must rely on Kakashi. The black cat's heart brimmed with malice, not directed at a certain Uchiha, but stemming from a genuine desire to protect Rin, leaving it with but one sentiment, an apology. On the return journey, Obito and Yushu lifted Kakashi on a stretcher, while Minato and SRA carried the gravely injured Yawara, with Rin providing care. The most effortless task fell to Chikage, who merely needed to scout the surroundings ahead. With a cat's keen sense of smell, this was a trivial endeavor. The journey back was uneventful, and it was only upon nearing the village that SRA and Yushu encountered another team engaged in cat catching. They swiftly transferred the injured before hastening back to the coast. By the time they returned to the village, dawn had already broken, heralding the arrival of a new day. After the playful incident with Urashiki yesterday, Chiyu found no further opportunity to accumulate points. Later, after consuming some cat food, its total points diminished significantly. However, it remained optimistic about the future. Its most stable source of points, Uchiha Obito, would contribute even more after awakening his Sharingan. It was only a matter of time before those points would be regained. Conversely, the Noara family now faced a significant dilemma. Although Noarazaku had been rescued, the journey back to Konoha from the border had taken over a day, and despite Noara Rin's healing and the assistance of a Jonin to carry him, the delay meant that even Konoha's medical team could not fully restore him. The preliminary diagnosis indicated that while he would be able to walk on his right leg, he could no longer undertake missions as a regular ninja. To Chiyu, this implied that Noarazaku was facing unemployment. As the primary breadwinner of the family, his retirement would inevitably lead to a sharp decline in household income. If the village had a plan for him, it would be manageable, but without one, the family would have to rely solely on Noara Rin's meager earnings as a genin. Oh, and of course, there was Chiyu. However, its salary was hardly distinguishable from Rin's, rendering its financial contribution negligible. Contemplating its meager income, Chiyu felt a wave of lamentation. How wonderful it would be to possess wealth, to eat whatever it desired, to buy anything it fancied, unlike the current situation where all funds were managed by Rin, requiring her approval even for the smallest indulgences. Life had become exceedingly arduous. Chiyu found it increasingly difficult to seek a companion for point accumulation. As Obito was currently undergoing intensive training with the Uchiha clan and had not ventured outside for days, Kakashi remained unconscious in the hospital. After much reflection, Chiyu could only await the fulfillment of the promise made by Minato Namikaze to take it to Kyoto, where it could seek out Yakushi Kabuto. This was the opportunity it was eagerly anticipating. As for the plight of the Noara family, Chiyu did not necessarily view it as entirely negative. Being unable to engage in battle at least meant that Zaku had retained his life. Though this perspective may seem cowardly, it was nonetheless the truth. Within the confines of the manga, Noarazaku would likely have perished, yet here, he was granted the chance to survive. In Konoha, Chiyu's sole desire was to endure and, in the process, protect those it held dear. The will of fire was a legacy beyond its grasp. Speaking of which, I have yet to visit Minato's home and am unaware of its location. While meandering through the streets, Chiyu sought Minato. The golden-haired man was presumably entangled with Kushina Uzumaki. Having forgotten everything else and it felt imperative for Chiyu to remind him of their prior conversation. It was unacceptable for him to disregard his earlier promises upon returning to the village. Wandering through Konoha, Chiyu attempted to track Minato's scent, but after a significant time, it found no trace of him. Instead, it encountered a remarkable woman, a woman with vibrant red hair, carrying a small basket, glancing about as if she were shopping for vegetables. Uzumaki Kushina. Chiyo's eyes brightened. Although Minato was elusive, it had successfully located his wife. Excellent. It decided to follow her closely. After a few steps, Kushina turned a corner. Chiyu surveyed its surroundings before leaping onto a wall, stealthily traversing the perimeter to track Kushina's movements. However, as it lowered its head, it found itself locked in gaze with a pair of bright eyes staring back at it. The little black cat, why are you following me? The red-haired woman reached out, scooping it down from the wall, and scrutinized it intently for several seconds, evidently preparing to reprimand it. Meow? Qian Ming, startled, quickly pointed at the tag around its neck, which was quite conspicuous. Uzumaki Kushina lifted it up, examining the name tag, and upon realizing that Qian Ming had yet to comprehend, she noticed the name Noera Rin and recalled it entirely. A cat belonging to a student of Minato. Uzumaki Kushina turned it over and over, even peeling back the cat's ninja attire for a closer look, her face blossoming into a peculiar smile. Then, with one arm cradling the basket and the other clutching the cat, she remarked, still a tomcat, ninja cats are rare. When you come of age, I'll find you a female cat to mate with. Meow? Qian Ming was taken aback. This woman was quite brazen, stripping others of their clothing at first encounter and discussing the prospect of finding a mate for it. Although it was currently a cat in this life, it still retained memories of being human in the past. Moreover, this cat was not even a year old. Wasn't this conversation rather premature? Come, I'll take you to my home. Ignoring its objections, Uzumaki Kushina tightened her embrace and headed toward the residence of Minato Namikaze. As they neared home, the scent of Minato grew significantly stronger. No wonder Qian Ming had struggled to locate his house. Its position was somewhat secluded and appeared modest. Yet inside it was arranged with 3 rooms. Upon entering, it was evident that one belonged to Minato and another to Uzumaki Kushina. They haven't shared a room yet. Qian Ming mused, piecing together the situation. In Kushina's room, there was not a trace of Minato's scent. Ah, Liu Xiaohui, it thought to itself. Minato hadn't returned yet, but it would be soon, for they were scheduled to visit Kyoto today, and he would undoubtedly come back. Uzumaki Kushina explained. Meow, meow, meow. So the plan was to take her to Kyoto all along, and Qian Ming was merely an afterthought. Feeling weary, Qian Ming lamented the hardships of feline existence. Uzumaki Kushina went to prepare a meal while Qian Ming perched on the table, waiting for the golden-haired individual to return. The cooking was nearing completion when the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a glimpse of golden hair before a figure stepped inside. Kushina, I'm back. Minato Namikaze began to greet her, but upon entering, he unexpectedly locked eyes with the black cat, which stared back with a complex expression of resentment, anger, and bewilderment. He ran a hand through his hair, offering an awkward smile as he explained, Little Qian Ming, I've been busy with matters in the mist, and haven't had time to take you out. Today, I'll take you to Kyoto. Ah, it gets to go to Kyoto too? Uzumaki Kushina, bringing in the dishes, paused at this revelation. Minato felt even more embarrassed, managing only a few awkward chuckles before lapsing into silence. Meow dinner. Qian Ming guarded the bowl of fish that Kushina had set down, which had been poorly cooked and was slightly burned in some areas. Originally, this bowl of grilled fish belonged to Minato Namikaze, yet now it has come to be associated with her. Minato seems indifferent, maintaining an awkward smile. At the dining table, the couple engages in a conversation about their past acquaintance, reminiscing about the time when Kushina Uzumaki was abducted by the Cloud Village and later rescued by Minato, bringing her back to Konoha, among other tales. Meanwhile, Chikami, who is dining beside them, finds himself in a rather uncomfortable position. The once delectable grilled fish has become quite unappetizing, and he feels as if he is merely an inconspicuous presence at the table. Nevertheless, he attempts to disrupt the atmosphere. And although he cannot compensate for the previous days of consuming cat food, it marks the first time in days he has earned some points. Consequently, what should have been a tender dinner gathering is interrupted by the black cat, leading to its abrupt conclusion as they prepare to leave Konoha for Kyoto. Typically, Minato is quite busy, leaving him little room to manage many affairs. This journey, however, is different. They travel along the official road, and their pace is not as swift as during missions, allowing them to witness the vibrant scenery of bustling towns along the way. Chikami gazes around, absorbing the cultural essence of the Land of Fire. By the time evening approaches, they finally arrive in Kyoto. Following Minato and Kushina, Chikami wanders by the roadside, observing and shopping. The frugal Minato, however, did not consider his own needs, and it was actually Kushina who thought to buy him a few items. Yet, he remains unconcerned about such matters. As they stroll, Chikami suddenly spots a small shop ahead, emanating a familiar scent. This is the aroma of Kabuto Yakushi and Nono Yakushi. He dashes inside, while Minato and Kushina remain preoccupied with their own finds, unaware of the little black cat's venture into the shop. Inside, Chikami indeed discovers Nono and Kabuto. Outside, a middle-aged man, presumably associated with the orphanage, has come to assist them in managing the shop. With the shop now established, it appears they have truly found success. What remains uncertain is whether their skills are up to par. After a moment's contemplation, he follows the scent further inside, witnessing Nono expertly treating a cat and providing it with a massage, while Kabuto adopts the demeanor of an apprentice. Seated nearby is a noblewoman, evidently a member of Kyoto's aristocracy and the owner of this cat. Upon seeing Chikami, Kabuto's eyes light up, yet after glancing at the noblewoman, he subtly gestures for Chikami to remain silent. "All right, madam, please be mindful of this cat's emotions when you take it home. Refrain from letting it eat." Nono skillfully articulates some instructions, while Kabuto listens attentively, embodying the role of an apprentice. However, Chikami knows all too well that the true genius behind this knowledge is none other than the young boy himself. Chikami discreetly observes, noticing Kabuto feigning innocence and charmingly telling jokes, which elicits laughter from the noblewoman. He understands why Kabuto has managed to establish himself in such a short time and why this little shop has gained popularity throughout Kyoto. Danzo and Orochimaru were not mistaken. Kabuto possesses an innate talent for espionage. After observing for a while, Chikami suddenly feels a chill enveloping him, akin to having his tail stepped on, and this intense coldness emanates from behind him. Startled, she immediately turned around to gaze behind her. Before her stood a woman who appeared to be of noble descent from the Land of Fire, cradling a cat in her arms. The feline seemed rather docile. Yet being a cat herself, Qian Ming instantly discerned its plight, fear. Simultaneously, the woman fixed her piercing gaze upon Qian Ming. Although the little black cat did not recognize her, the cold, venomous stare reminiscent of a serpent could only belong to one individual from the Land of Fire, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. What was he doing here? Qian Ming felt her fur almost stand on end, yet she dared not react, forcing herself to avert her eyes as if she had seen nothing. Orochimaru chuckled softly, placing the cat he had seemingly captured onto the ground. The moment it touched the floor, the cat darted towards the door without a moment's pause. He approached her, his appearance transformed into one of striking beauty and elegance. Yet the chilling essence within him was unmistakable, and at that moment, he likely made no effort to conceal it. With a smile, he stepped closer to Qian Ming. Though she wished to flee, she feared that doing so would only lead to a more dire outcome. "I prefer well-behaved cats." That one was far too unruly. Orochimaru, smiling, scooped up the black cat from a corner, then, with a gentle stroke, used a transformation technique to conceal Qian Ming's name tag. "You should behave yourself now, right? Meow?" Qian Ming nodded fervently, recognizing the severity of the situation. The previous cat must have endured considerable torment to remain so still. She certainly did not wish to suffer the same fate. Orochimaru held her close with a smile. Of course, this was only under the guise of transformation. Had he revealed his true form, that smile would have morphed into a sinister grin, considering his appearance. "Do you know who is inside?" Orochimaru whispered. "Meow?" The black cat feigned ignorance, hesitant to respond directly. Unperturbed, Orochimaru gently patted her head and encouraged, "Play along." In the next moment, the noblewoman cradled the cat and departed, while Orochimaru, holding Qian Ming, entered the premises, where they encountered Yano and Kabuto. He handed Qian Ming over to Yano, saying, "I heard you have recently opened a massage parlor for pets. Could you give this mischievous one a massage?" "Certainly, my lady, please come inside." Yano noticed nothing amiss and promptly invited Orochimaru to sit. Kabuto maintained his role as the apprentice, observing quietly without intervening. However, he recognized that the black cat was indeed Qian Ming. Orochimaru smiled, settling into a chair. Casting a glance at Kabuto, he suddenly inquired, "Is this your disciple?" "Ah, yes. I would like to see your disciple's skills, if I may." "This?" Yano hesitated for a moment, sensing something unusual. It seemed that this person harbored ulterior motives, particularly fixated on Kabuto. Did she come for him? She failed to perceive the flaws in Orochimaru's transformation technique, believing him to be genuinely a noble woman from the land of fire, and her only concern was whether this lady had different intentions towards Kabuto. "Master, allow me to give it a try." Kabuto bowed deeply. "Very well, let my disciple give it a try." Yano suppressed her apprehension and forced a smile, permitting Kabuto to massage Qian Ming. Upon feeling the cat's body, D pressed down and employed some medical ninjutsu techniques, becoming increasingly certain that this was indeed Qian Ming, the unique, peculiar, and mischievous black cat. Doubts swirled in his mind. He was well aware of this cat's abilities. Even Kakashi had suffered losses at its hands. Why then? Was it heeding the words of this woman? A startling realization struck the young boy. He understood that the woman's identity was a fade. She was, in fact, a ninja even more formidable than Kakashi. Among those known to D, Kakashi was the strongest, thus he could only make comparisons to him. Despite this revelation, he maintained a calm demeanor, expertly massaging Qian Ming with precise pressure, concealing any hint of suspicion. What a good child, possessing such dexterous hands. You seem quite young and gifted. Why not consider becoming a ninja? He mused, pointing at himself in surprise. The noble woman transformed from Orochimaru smiled and responded in a teasing tone. "Indeed. To not seek fame as a ninja and remain here as a mere masseur seems rather unremarkable." Yano Yu, a former member of the Root, recognized instantly that this individual was no ordinary noble from Kyoto, but rather someone sent from the village. A chill ran through her heart. Konoha, no, it was someone from Danzo's faction. Do not be alarmed. I am not one of his people. I am merely intrigued by your child. You are D, the medic? I find you quite interesting. Should you ever wish to become a ninja, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Orochimaru rose, preparing to depart. As for your cat, it is quite intelligent and will find its way home. Consider this a token of compensation. He placed a scroll upon the table and quietly left. Qian Ming remained curled up in place, thoroughly enjoying the gentle scratching but daring not to utter a sound, hoping for Orochimaru's swift exit. D and Yano Yu were momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, Orochimaru had vanished. On the table lay a scroll. Yano Yu picked it up, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was a scroll detailing medical ninjutsu, containing techniques that D had yet to master. However, the true significance lay in the latter part of the scroll, which documented biological research and knowledge. She was astounded. Such a thing could only be produced by someone of considerable repute. After careful consideration and dismissing many theories, a singular possibility emerged in her mind, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru. Setting the scroll aside, she found her thoughts in disarray. In contrast, D felt little surprise. After all, the individual had left no name, and his understanding of Konoha was superficial. He merely regarded them as a powerful ninja, without any true grasp of their strength or the implications of their interest. Qian Ming, however, was greatly pleased, having enjoyed a delightful experience, and now that Orochimaru had departed, it felt as if the bitterness had finally turned sweet. After a while, it couldn't help but reflect. The saying practice brings true knowledge held true. D's skills had grown increasingly refined, far surpassing the haphazard scratching of Namake's Minato. Speaking of which, had Minato noticed their escape? In the depths of its heart, it contemplated and, with a mere thought, opened the points panel, only to discover an addition of a meager 1 or 200 points. Just 1 or 200. How utterly dismissive of this cat. Qian Ming felt a surge of indignation. Surely, a sensible person would at least search for a missing cat. Why had this fellow only awarded such a paltry sum? Upon deeper reflection, a chill enveloped its heart. The mark of the flying thunder god still lingered upon itself, clearly indicating that it had been meticulously orchestrated from the start. Moreover, this insignificant sum was likely not bestowed by Minato Namake's, but rather a fleeting worry from Kushina Uzumaki upon realizing her cat had gone astray. Indeed, she must not have been overly concerned. Otherwise, given her prowess as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How lamentable. Qian Ming perched upon a small stool, employing the techniques it had meticulously honed upon arriving in Kyoto, gaining insight into what it truly meant to be a master craftsman in the vibrant city. Of course, after a single observation, It understood that Do's popularity in Kyoto was not solely attributable to skill, but also to the charmingly adorable facade he projected. Although he claimed to sell art and not his person, it did not deter the affluent ladies from flocking to him for delightful conversations. Do, you may keep this scroll for now. Should I wish to peruse it someday, I shall seek you out. The apothecary Do smiled disarmingly, devoid of ulterior motives. Yano nodded in silence, tucking the scroll away as she retreated to the inner room. Once she had departed, Do leaned closer and inquired, "Little Qian Ming, do you recognize that person from earlier?" "Not at all. Meow, don't ask. My answer is simply that I do not know. This ninja world is fraught with peril. To survive, one must tread cautiously." "You don't know either." Do's demeanor shifted subtly, betraying his skepticism. He was acutely aware that this little black cat recognized that woman, the ninja who instilled fear in the heart of the director. This boy was exceedingly astute. In that moment, Qian Ming felt as if the myriad of classic sayings from its past life were indeed the profound wisdom of the ancients. What does it mean to know more and die sooner? This was the embodiment of that truth. The little black cat had initially intended to playfully tease Do, but upon this unexpected reunion, it realized that the boy had navigated the elite circles of Kyoto's high society with a level of cunning that had reached remarkable heights. Having only accrued a few dozen points, this meager sum hardly sufficed to cover the expenses of its long journey to Kyoto, though Do's skills remained consistently impressive. After pondering for a moment, it decided to impart some valuable advice before taking its leave. "Have you been engaged in cat-catching tasks of late?" "Huh, not exactly. Some affluent clients frequently visit, reporting their cats missing and request our assistance. So I've been assisting in those searches," Do explained. Moments later, he realized that this enigmatic ninja had sought him out due to his excessive acquisition of cat-catching tasks. "I'm off, Meow." Qian Ming waved its paw. The little boy had matured, gradually transforming into a shrewd character, making it increasingly difficult to earn points. Despite Do's increased cunning, he remained a remarkably skilled individual. However, Orochimaru had already placed Do on his watch list, and it seemed that peaceful days for Do and Yano were numbered. Certainly, from another perspective, previously, Kabuto was deeply entrenched in his role, having traversed various nations under the guise of a spy since childhood. Now, his circumstances have improved. He is merely under the scrutiny of Orochimaru. Moreover, the orphanage has reaped substantial financial benefits. During his recent visit, he noted the children were dressed much better than before. Once reliant on farming for sustenance, the orphanage now employs a tutor to teach them literacy. This illustrates that at least Yano is no longer coerced by Danzo to return to his original team for financial reasons. Given the connections in Kyoto, Danzo can only employ gentler methods to achieve his objectives. Even if Kabuto were to be abducted in the future, Yano could have. The pet industry seems to hold promise. Alas, I am but a cat. Otherwise, I would not worry about finances. Kabuto nodded and suddenly called him back, saying, "Wait." He dashed behind the cabinet and retrieved a small box, presenting it before Chiming. Inside were some coins. "What is this?" Chiming inquired, puzzled. "The idea for this venture originated from your master, and your journey to Kyoto was your own suggestion. Both the director and I believe you deserve a share of the profits, so please do not decline this money." Kabuto offered the box. "Meow, then I shall not be polite." Chiming's eyes sparkled with mischief. Without hesitation, he tapped the coins with his paw, and instantly, a notation of 25,000 ryo appeared in his spatial inventory. It may not be a vast sum, but it suffices for sustenance. He felt quite satisfied. Spatial ninjutsu? No, merely an application of summoning techniques. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chiming did not elaborate further, preparing to depart after acquiring the money. Take care on your journey. Kabuto knew that this cat, despite its small appearance, possessed a wealth of cunning and formidable strength. As long as he did not encounter that inexplicably troublesome ninja again, he would remain safe. As for the journey home, this ninja cat was no ordinary dim-witted feline. Although retaining a wild essence, finding its way back with its considerable intellect would pose no challenge. Chiming initially intended to seek out Minato Namikaze, but after searching the vicinity, he discovered Minato and Kushina Uzumaki were publicly displaying their affection, which was rather heart-wrenching to witness. Following them would only intensify the discomfort. Perhaps it would be best to have a bite to eat and then retreat. Kushina turned her head towards the spot where Chiming had been. "What's the matter? Are you worried about Chiming?" "Truly, there's no need. He is quite clever, and I have left a flying thunder god mark on him, so he will be fine." Minato quickly reassured. Is that so? Oh, there are many people over there. Let us take a look. All right. The two tenderly held hands as they strolled towards a nearby theater, while Minato discreetly turned back to give a thumbs up to a certain wall. There, a black cat weakly climbed up and waved its paw at him. Ah, the love-struck couple, I am simply here for the lemons. Qian Ming gracefully leaped down from the wall, using the money acquired from his pocket to purchase some food, which elicited astonishment from a crowd of onlookers. After accumulating over 100 points, he skillfully slipped away from the gathering throngs. Remaining in that spot held little interest for him. Thus, he resolved to return home. His recent encounter with Orochimaru had tightened his previously lax demeanor, and while he had indulged in some snacks, lingering any longer seemed futile. It was far more appealing to retreat to the comfort of home and savor a luxurious dose of catnip-laced sleeping aid. Upon exiting, he prepared to retrace his steps back to Konoha. However, not long into his journey, he detected an unusual scent. Suddenly, a cold-faced man emerged from the roadside. One of the legendary Sannin had resorted to lurking like Garen in the grass. Qian Ming felt his composure shatter. Had he known, he would have preferred to stay with Minato. Sharing some pet food, certainly a better alternative than being targeted by this mad scientist of Konoha. What if this individual harbored some twisted intentions? A chill ran down his spine on this sweltering day, and tears nearly betrayed him. Ah, little one, we meet again, came the voice. Meow? Qian Ming responded. Orochimaru crouched down, gently stroking the black cat's fur, seemingly unfazed by its slight tremors. After a moment of silence, he calmly uttered, "Speak in human language." Lord Orochimaru? Qian Ming tilted his head, attempting to appear endearing. Relying on Minato was futile. That fellow was lost in his gentle pursuits and perpetually late in rescuing others. It was far more reliable to hope for his own four-legged speed to outpace Orochimaru. Ah, little one, you are quite intriguing, Orochimaru remarked with a chuckle. Jiraiya mentioned that you possess the ability to release techniques akin to the chaotic lion's barrage. I wonder if you could demonstrate that for me. Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing his signature expression. Qian Ming swiftly pieced together the circumstances. His visit to Kabuto had merely been a catalyst, while the true source of Orochimaru's interest lay with Jiraiya. Who knew what that wretched white-haired eccentric had divulged before Orochimaru? Regret filled his heart. Indeed, every gift of fate comes with a hidden price tag. Although it seemed he had accrued many points from Jiraiya, the repercussions were imminent. The system has betrayed me. Is that not permissible? Of course, it is, Miao Qian Ming replied, executing a particular maneuver, causing his fur to rapidly grow and entwine around Orochimaru. Orochimaru, intrigued, poked at the cat fur with his finger, noting that it was indeed chakra-infused, akin to Jiraiya's techniques, sharing the same fundamental nature. After examining it further, he said, "Now, try another transformation." Understood. Qian Ming obediently complied, utilizing the needle Kazashi technique. Orochimaru observed intently, his eyes gradually igniting with an insatiable fervor that sent a shiver down Qian Ming's spine, dreading the prospect of becoming a subject on Orochimaru's research table today. Indeed, it is not merely an absence of seals, but rather a substitution of movements that simplifies the sealing process akin to that of beasts. If humans could similarly employ such actions to replace seals, Orochimaru felt an inspiring surge of thoughts flooding his mind. This presented a highly worthy subject for inquiry. Should this concept be realized, the cumbersome seals might very well become a relic of the past. Ming observed him, unable to suppress a shiver. Life in the ninja world is fraught with peril, necessitating constant vigilance. Otherwise, one might unwittingly become a mere ingredient on someone else's table or a test subject in a laboratory. Even in times of peace, one must be prepared to act decisively in critical moments. Summoning beasts is indeed an arduous task. Orochimaru had drifted into contemplation. Theoretically, he could seize this opportunity to flee. Yet he understood that he had not yet betrayed his village. His standing in Konoha was quite formidable, and a hasty retreat would yield no better outcome. Furthermore, the other party seemed merely to possess an insatiable curiosity. He chuckled softly. "You did not take the chance to escape. That is commendable. I appreciate a well-behaved feline. I am preparing to return to Konoha. Would you care to accompany me?" Orochimaru chuckled a few times. His curiosity had been sufficiently piqued. Although he remained intrigued by the cat, he harbored no intentions of taking its life or forcibly capturing it. After all, it was the pet of one of Jiraiya's subordinates, deserving of respect. No, That won't be necessary, Qian Ming quickly declined, feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of traveling with Orochimaru. It simply did not possess the courage for such an endeavor. Very well, I shall take my leave. Upon our next meeting, I shall bring you a gift as compensation, Orochimaru said with a slight smile. In the next instant, his figure vanished, revealing that the being lurking in the grass was merely a shadow clone. It was only logical. Orochimaru had neither the time nor inclination to linger unnecessarily, yet even a clone would find it effortless to subdue a cat. Qian Ming felt no regret from this turn of events, though Orochimaru's mention of a gift sent a jolt of anxiety through its heart. I truly cannot accept your gift. Following a narrow path, it made its way back to Konoha. After walking for a while, it realized that its earlier fear might have caused a missed opportunity. If it had allowed Orochimaru to assist in the journey, perhaps it could have garnered some points to compensate for its losses. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin. Of course, given another chance, Qian Ming would likely still choose to decline. Who knows what path Orochimaru might take? Cats have their own way, just as snakes have theirs. Orochimaru's method of returning to the village could very well involve summoning a snake to swallow him, only to emerge in Konoha. It was all uncertain. Upon returning to Konoha, Qian Ming informed Noara K that it might sleep for several days, then quietly exchanged for a gourmet cat food. After deducting 1,000 points, it consumed the food in its cozy nook. Mere seconds after swallowing, a surge of tremendous power coursed through it, and once again, it fainted. However, this time, the fainting was not immediate upon consumption, and the sensation of pain was significantly less intense, indicating that its body had grown considerably stronger, allowing it to more easily accommodate the natural energy contained within the 1,000 points of cat food. The symptoms of Qian Ming's slumber had previously manifested, so this time, Noara Rin remained relatively calm, patiently awaiting its tranquil awakening while attending to her usual duties. The following day, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki visited, and upon learning of Qian Ming's deep sleep, they departed from the Noara household with a sense of relief. It is noteworthy that Noara Zawa, after several days of recuperation, finally regained consciousness. Initially, he struggled to accept the reality of his impending retirement, lamenting that he still had the capacity to return to the battlefield and undertake missions. However, upon hearing from the third Hokage about his new role as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, Noara Zawa cheerfully acquiesced. Although his bone injuries were significant, since he no longer intended to return to combat, the treatment plan became much simpler and swifter. Medical ninjutsu is remarkably effective, capable of hastening the healing of wounds. Consequently, within a couple of days, Noara Zawa was discharged from the hospital. The Noara family was finally reunited once more. Upon seeing her husband return home safely, Noara K was overwhelmed with tears, and the couple embraced, weeping together. Noara Rin felt a twinge of regret. If only Qian Ming had awakened, it would have been a true family reunion. Zawa's return was indeed made possible thanks to its assistance, though the true hero of the situation was undoubtedly Obito. Regrettably, Obito had been preoccupied with training within the clan, and even Mike Guy, who had just returned to the village, was unable to locate him. As a result, the members of Team 7 were distanced from one another, and Noara Rin harbored concerns that they might be on the brink of disbandment, a possibility that was not entirely unfounded. Her worries were justified. Obito's strength was already nearing that of a Nin, and with the awakening of his Sharingan, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was comparable to a Nin. With one Nin and two Nin in a squad that was not an elite combat team, their potential felt somewhat squandered in the current climate of talent scarcity. However, a few days later, during Qian Ming's slumber, Minato's team was once again summoned for a mission outside the village, and Qian Ming missed the opportunity due to still being asleep. This time, the duration of sleep was even longer than before, yet upon awakening, the degree of recovery was notably greater. Her abdomen was not as distended, and her physique had noticeably improved. Although she had yet to locate the essence of Sage Chakra, both her physical strength and chakra had significantly increased, a testament to the efficacy of the high-quality cat food she had consumed. At present, the various villages were at a standstill, despite occasional skirmishes. Minato's team was unlikely to encounter any life-threatening dangers, allowing Qian Ming to remain at ease. While wandering around the village, she stumbled upon another piece of information. Sunagakure had completely withdrawn its troops, and Jiraiya had returned to the village. This was the perfect opportunity to consult Jiraiya regarding the matter of Orochimaru, and moreover, it had been a while since she had last earned some points. Ordinary individuals found it challenging to locate Jiraiya, but Qian Ming knew precisely where to look. There were not many hot springs in Konoha, but the few that were popular and somewhat secluded were easy to search. After visiting a couple of them, the little black cat swiftly detected Jiraiya's scent. While one would need to exercise caution around hot springs, she had no such concerns. After all, she was merely a cat. And hadn't some people learned to meow like cats when caught doing something wrong? Who would care if a cat were atop the bathhouse? Qian Ming traversed the rooftop, surveying the splendid scenery below, the pristine landscape, captivating yet momentarily distracting. It cast a few glances before hastily averting its gaze. After all, one could not simply spy on the bathhouse in Konoha. Who knows if the bathers were the wives of esteemed shinobi? One glance at a lady like Inuzuka Hana or Uzumaki Kushina could lead to a most humiliating fate. Stealthily, it turned halfway and followed a scent that led to Jiraiya. The man was hiding, peering through a tiny crack to observe the happenings in the pool. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Ming quickly dashed toward Jiraiya's hiding spot. The best way to score some points was to startle him. A bathhouse, spying, and Tsunade would surely be Jiraiya's worst nightmare. The cat moved soundlessly. Jiraiya, ever vigilant on the battlefield, was certainly on high alert, yet here in the bathhouse Qian Ming crept up behind him and quietly transformed using chakra. In the next instant, it roared, "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" The sudden shout made Jiraiya jump, and upon turning to see Tsunade, he nearly lost his wits, exclaiming, "No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding." Tsunade swung a fist toward him, causing Jiraiya to shudder and deftly retreat, as if propelled away to crash against a tree. Qian Ming glanced at its own paw. Did I exert such force? After Jiraiya collided with the tree, he paused, realizing something was amiss. He had overacted, and the voice didn't quite match Tsunade's. Besides, Tsunade had been absent from Konoha for many years, and it was inconceivable for her to return suddenly. This figure before him was undoubtedly an imposter. "Who are you?" "That scent. You little rascal, daring to toy with an old man?" "Impressive," Jiraiya bellowed. Qian Ming promptly leaped onto the bathhouse, but in the next moment, an enraged Jiraiya formed a hand seal, his white hair growing wildly as he attempted to seize the feline. However, at that moment, not this white-haired fiend again. I must insist that the third Hokage expel him from the village. He is utterly revolting first. I'll give him a good beating. The bathhouse fell into a brief silence, then erupted with shouts and chaos, as numerous women emerged wielding benches and clubs. The most fearsome among them was a tank-like figure, dressed in simple attire, yet imposing, charging forth with a mighty force. Jiraiya's face paled as he swiftly abandoned Qian Ming and fled. Qian Ming perched atop the bathhouse wall, observing the spectacle with admiration for Jiraiya's boundless affection, while also lamenting the misguided affections of certain individuals. It mused that, despite Jiraiya's indiscriminate pursuits, he could not possibly have come for this tank-like figure, yet she pursued him with unparalleled fervor, lacking any sense of restraint. Truly, it was a grand performance for the entire village. Opening the system panel, wow, a staggering 1,500 points in one go. I must be cautious not to exhaust them all. Qian Ming was momentarily taken aback. This recent accumulation of points not only compensated for the losses incurred from the premium cat food, but also yielded an excess of over 500, bringing the total points to approximately 4,000. However, this was a case of intention meeting unforeseen circumstances. Every endeavor possesses its own resistance, and replicating such success in the future will not be as effortless. He pursued relentlessly. Jiraiya, indeed a formidable force, initially found himself pursued by these women, but before long, he adeptly utilized the earth release technique to escape. The tank from the Akimichi clan, though robust and tenacious, was evidently somewhat careless and failed to notice that the entity she was fervently chasing was merely a shadow clone. Moreover, she could not keep pace with that clone. Within mere seconds, Jiraiya appeared beside Qian Ming, startling the little black cat. "Why did you betray me, you rascal?" hissed Qian Ming, gritting her teeth. Jiraiya paused momentarily, then instantaneously understood. "Did Orochimaru come looking for you?" "Meow," Qian Ming replied, somewhat vexed. As the experience of being an unusual creature traversing the hands of scientists felt akin to a lab mouse surviving a round in the experimental arena. "I merely mentioned it casually while returning to the village after a drunken episode with Orochimaru." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. He was well aware of Orochimaru's nature and understood that Qian Ming would likely take delight in the chaotic techniques she had unleashed. Initially, Jiraiya had intended to provide a warning, yet it slipped his mind. However, one cannot place the blame solely on Jiraiya. As long as Qian Ming continued to employ those techniques, Orochimaru would inevitably discover them. The statement was merely a means to alleviate Jiraiya's irritation. Indeed, Jiraiya no longer harbored anger over being caught peeking. After all, it was not his first experience. And it was a mere hobby he had long since become accustomed to. He chuckled and shifted the topic. By the way, Rin and the others are returning from their mission, and they may soon be assigned more advanced tasks. Meow? Qian Ming responded, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. This time was considered a testing mission. Upon successful completion, they would attain elite team status, qualifying for A rank and higher tasks. Given the current state of the village. Cough, cough. In summary, those capable must bear a greater burden, and promotions to Chunin will be expedited. Jiraiya stated with a light cough. Qian Ming comprehended. Their team had recently achieved a series of challenging tasks, thereby enhancing their evaluation, prompting the village to consider elevating their rank. Based on her recollection, Obito and Rin were originally slated to be promoted to Chunin in a year or two through examination, but this circumstance might introduce some changes. The dilemma was, what about this cat? Huh? Jiraiya paused, taken aback. What more could a mere cat desire? The merits will all be attributed to your master. Though he refrained from voicing this thought, it served as the most fitting response. The little black cat felt a pang of disappointment, realizing she was merely a worker. By the way, currently, Sunagakure is negotiating peace. Thus the promotion to Chunin cannot be taken lightly and will require examinations. Do you grasp my meaning? Jiraiya whispered. Is it not merely concerning the promotion of Noira Rin? Why do you, as her mentor, seem more invested than her ninja cat? Qian Ming mused silently. The little black cat contemplated for a moment and surmised the reasoning behind Jiraiya's words. Although Noira Rin's combat abilities were commendable, they were admittedly not exceptional when compared to ordinary ninjas. The decision not to include her in this testing mission, aside from her own slumber, seemed to be a deliberate one. However, the Nin exams were an entirely different matter. They represented a realm of open rivalry and covert competition between villages, where notions of chivalry held little sway. All tactics would be employed without hesitation. For Qian Ming, abstaining from the mission was of little consequence, being a ninja cat. It was not obligated to uphold any mission data for appearances. It was preferable to abstain. Moreover, such testing missions were laden with numerous regulations, making it more advantageous to simply enjoy the tranquility within the village. Perched upon a branch, the little black cat observed the burly tank pursuing Jiraiya as he returned with a glum expression. At the sight, Jiraiya's countenance shifted dramatically, and he promptly transformed into another white cat. The woman from the Akimichi clan cast a curious glance at the two cats, finding them rather peculiar, particularly the white one, which struck her as somewhat dubious. She approached the white cat with deliberate steps, while Qian Ming could sit idly and watch the unfolding drama. The potential for Jiraiya's retaliation lingered uncertainly. Out of gratitude for the 500 points, it resolved to save him from peril. With a swift leap, the black cat bounded onto the woman's head before lightly springing down in front of the white cat. The tank, irked, seized Qian Ming. Upon noticing the name tag around its neck, she paused for a few seconds, then gently set the little black cat down, affectionately patting its head as she expressed her gratitude for earlier assistance in exposing that lecherous old man. She added, "If that old man seeks revenge on you, do not hesitate to find me." With that, she released Qian Ming and strode back toward the bathhouse with a sense of bravado. After a considerable interval, Jiraiya reverted to his original form, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Fortuitously, you little rascal aided me this time. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. Is she particularly formidable? Qian Ming pondered, struggling to comprehend. Among the current ninjas of Konoha, there were scarcely any who could rival Jiraiya. Although the Akimichi clan was indeed powerful, this woman was evidently not among the strongest. It is not merely a question of strength. It is more about the kind of troublesome nature she possesses. Are you familiar with Akimichi Takif? Oh, of course, you wouldn't know. She is the youngest daughter of Akimichi Takif. To offend her would make it exceedingly difficult for me to navigate my life in Konoha, Jiraiya explained in a hushed tone. Akimichi Takif's youngest daughter? Qian Ming recalled some information about Takif, and a realization dawned upon it. Takif was of the same generation as the third Hokage, and while his daughter was slightly younger than Jiraiya, she could still be regarded as his contemporary. Most importantly, Takif was responsible for the village's defensive operations. Should he wish to prevent Jiraiya from engaging in such antics, any future endeavors for amusement would have to occur in other villages. You speak as if you've never been caught. It's as if she wouldn't file a report, Qian Ming retorted. Why would you want to capture me? I merely speak the truth. The little cat flailed its limbs in an attempt to grasp Jiraiya's hand, but found it a challenging endeavor. It is indeed the truth, albeit rather painful to hear. Jiraiya's anger intensified as he exclaimed, had it not been for your meddling and your transformation into Tsunade to deceive me, I would not be in such dire straits. How dare you speak with such detachment? Meow, I did save you just now, the little cat replied. Qian Ming felt a surge of indignation. Had he known this would transpire, he might have chosen to stand idly by or even made some playful gestures to provoke a reaction, perhaps even amassing additional points in the process. However, one must adhere to principles. Jiraiya weighed the creature in his hands, a look of astonishment crossing his face. This little one had evidently absorbed some natural energy, as its weight had noticeably increased. Strangely, despite this augmentation, its physical form remained largely unchanged, suggesting a heightened capacity for digesting natural energy without significant growth. Unlike the toads of Myobokuzen, whose sizes ballooned after accumulating Senjutsu chakra, this young frog seemed to retain its original size, albeit with a slightly swollen belly. Jiraiya found this phenomenon increasingly perplexing. Could it be related to biology or physical constitution? He contemplated whether to inquire with Sage Fukasaku or perhaps bring this cat to Myobokuzen for further study. Meow? Qian Ming sensed danger and instinctively activated Needle Jizo. Just as the cat's fur began to harden, Jiraiya swiftly flung it away, averting the risk of being pierced by its spines. The little black cat leaped onto a tree branch, alertly asserting, "Were you just trying to take me to feed the toads?" "Feed the toads?" Sage Fukasaku is a most benevolent sage, Jiraiya retorted awkwardly, scratching his head, silently cursing the cat's sensitivity and cleverness. How could it doubt him? The toads of Myobokuzen were hardly benign. The infamous Gray Maru had once outwitted Sage of the Six Paths, and in his old age, had even managed to ensnare Jiraiya into a lifetime of servitude. Hence, that place was perilous. The man and cat engaged in a playful scuffle, a dynamic that seemed unique to Jiraiya. No other Jonin or members of the legendary three would dare to display such camaraderie. As a result of their antics, Qian Ming not only accrued over 300 points, but also earned a feast of grilled meat as an apology. It was under the impression that Jiraiya intended to splurge on a meal at a barbecue restaurant, but the reality proved otherwise. Jiraiya merely procured a substantial quantity of meat and seasonings before making his way to the home of Minato Namikaze. Isn't Minato on a mission? Qian Ming pondered. Could Jiraiya possibly want Kushina to grill meat? The cat recalled the previous fish dish, which, while not inedible, certainly failed to impress in terms of flavor. Entrusting Kushina with grilling meat seemed a flagrant waste of fine ingredients. Fear not. Today Minato and the others shall return, Jiraiya reassured, noticing the cat's expression. He chuckled softly, providing an explanation. Returned? How does this fellow know so much? Qian Ming thought, suddenly reminded of the Nin exams. The schedule for the exams was undoubtedly organized, and Minato would certainly be aware of their return timeline. Of course, barring any unforeseen circumstances, such missions rarely encountered significant mishaps, primarily serving to assess team cooperation and the capabilities of the squad beyond the Jonin. Kakashi and his team would likely face no major issues. Following Jiraiya, the whirlpool of Kushina opened the door after a gentle knock. "Ah, Qian Ming, how I have missed you." As a woman, her actions were far from delicate, as she playfully ruffled Qian Ming's fur, leaving it in disarray. As for the sentiment of missing him, on that day in Kyoto, your demeanor hardly reflected any longing for this cat. Qian Ming silently scoffed. Kushina, now addicted to the playful tussle, attempted to continue, but the little black cat nimbly evaded her reach, retaliating with a gentle paw, devoid of any sharp claws. "Kushina, has Minato returned? It has been ages since I savored his grilled meat, and I find myself longing for it," Jiraiya cheerfully remarked. "Not yet, but he did send a note, saying he would be back this afternoon. Please, have a seat for a moment." Kushina respectfully bowed. Qian Ming, observing from the side, could not help but secretly envy the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique, while simultaneously chastising Jiraiya for his hypocrisy, pretending to be oblivious while fully aware, all under the guise of missing Minato's culinary skills. If only you had the ability to grill meat like Kushina. Although her culinary skills were not particularly remarkable, she was still competent enough to handle tasks like cutting meat and preparing ingredients. When Minato was around, these chores had never fallen to her, but with his absence, she took up the knife. Qian Ming watched with a mix of trepidation and awe, sensing that the girl was likely venting her frustration at being unable to undertake missions onto the poor pieces of meat. The chopping board echoed with a resounding thud, sending chills through the little cat. "Ha ha, Kushina, you are still so adorable," Jiraiya intended to say irritable, but forced himself to alter his words. "What a coward." Qian Ming scoffed derisively. "Little Qian Ming, you have been sticking your tongue out and making faces. Do you not find Kushina adorable?" "Meow, I do not." This time, it was Jiraiya's turn to laugh. Her quick response only highlighted her cowardice. "Let us not cast stones at one another. We are all the same." Qian Ming glanced at the score panel, noticing a rise of several points, and promptly dismissed Jiraiya's antics. Compared to the points, these trivial matters were inconsequential. It pondered how to extract more points from Jiraiya, but given the latter's prior experiences with tumultuous events, acquiring any points seemed increasingly difficult. What a challenge! The little black cat leaped onto the kitchen counter, tempted to pester Kushina, yet fearful of becoming a casualty of her culinary endeavors, thus choosing to keep its distance. "Never mind, I can earn points later." Qian Ming began to dart around the room, partly to create a commotion that might yield some points, and partly to expel the natural energy within itself, allowing it to further integrate into its feline form. Previously, it had worried that an increase in sage chakra might cause its body to expand like the toad's, but after another meal, it discovered that it had not grown in size. Rather, its claws seemed significantly stronger. Previously, clawing would only leave faint marks on the ground, but now, after some time, it could carve deep grooves, demonstrating that its claws had become sharper and more resilient. This must be a manifestation of the sage chakra integrating into its body. Fortuitously, yet with a hint of melancholy, one ponders where to file down increasingly rigid and sharp claws, should they grow too long and uncomfortable. As Qian Ming runs, lost in thought, he glances at the shop and notices 2 unused cat scratchers in the item space. Thus, this is where the pit lies. Contemplating the iron ball upon which he had pinned his hopes, it seemed useful, yet in reality, it had been carelessly struck away by a passerby like a baseball. What a pitiful situation, he inwardly laments. With this accumulation method, when will he ever amass over 10,000 points? It appears an endless endeavor. The little black cat continues to run, while Kushina slices meat, and Jiraiya pulls out a pen to commence writing a novel. At this juncture, he has not yet ventured into romantic series. His current works are rather conventional novels, but evidently, they are all destined for failure, likely not even fit for publication. Shortly thereafter, Kushina scolds Qian Ming, allowing the little black cat to successfully seize its first wave of points from her, simultaneously quieting down to avoid the wrath of the fierce woman. Not long after, "I'm back." The door swings open as Minato returns home, discovering Jiraiya seated within, alongside a black cat darting about the room, leaving him perplexed. What is this situation? After a round of explanations, he comprehends the scenario and dispatches shadow clones to summon Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, while procuring additional meat, fish, and shrimp to prepare for a communal feast. Rin is safe and sound, and Obito not only appears unscathed but also exudes a newfound vigor, his demeanor markedly transformed, even foregoing his goggles post-eye awakening, a quintessential case of burning bridges. In simple terms, he has become rather aloof. Qian Ming leaps atop his head, inciting vigorous resistance. One attempts to swat the cat down while the other leaps about in evasion, fiercely asserting territorial claims. Everyone is aware of the black cat's propensity for mischief. Hence none intervene, instead watching with amused expressions. A few minutes later, Aido, in a state of dejection, sits on a chair, the cat brazenly wreaking havoc atop his head. Yet he finds himself powerless against it, his expression reflecting a loss of hope. Why, despite possessing the Sharingan, does he still succumb to the whims of a cat? Is it truly fate that cannot be defied? Qian Ming, do not linger on Obito's head, come down. Meow, the black cat leaps down. Not wishing to be so cruel, yet the inflated Obito receives a hefty dose of reality, accumulating over 400 points in the process. In comparison to Obito, this is a considerable sum of points. How delightful. Before long, Minato retrieves the grilling equipment, chatting amiably at the table while cooking. Initially, they discuss the details of the recent mission, during which Obito incessantly boasts about his prowess and bravery, eliciting laughter from everyone. Listening attentively, Qian Ming's thoughts are as clear as crystal. Indeed, it was merely a task of a somewhat experimental nature, not overly challenging but not trivial either. The enemies primarily ranked at the level of elite Chunin. The fact that they could accomplish the mission independently, without Minato's intervention, signifies that Kakashi and the others possessed the capabilities to form an elite team. However, subsequently, Minato Namikaze brought up the topic of the Nin exams. Due to the successful peace talks with Sunagakure, we shall jointly host the Nin exams next week at the border of the Land of Fire in the city of Kaiki. So, shall we participate? Rin Noera seemed to grasp the situation. Indeed, however, Kakashi has already been promoted to Nin and thus cannot attend. The village intends to provide you with a temporary teammate. Jiraiya, resting his chin on his hand, glanced at Obito with a hint of a smile and remarked, "I hear you have a good relationship with my Guy?" "Huh. Yes, indeed. Guy has aided me tremendously in taijutsu. It would not be an exaggeration to call him my half-taijutsu instructor," Obito candidly expressed, his respect for Guy evident in his tone. The harmony and synergy within a team are paramount, and thus the village has decided to temporarily assign Might Guy to your team so that the three of you can participate together in the Nin exams. Minato smiled warmly. Why on earth is Might Guy involved? Qian Ming thought to himself, feeling a twinge of discontent. According to the manga, Obito, Might Guy, and Rin were all promoted to Nin at the age of 11, and originally in the Naruto series, they likely did not participate in this year's Nin exams. Given that this exam follows a small-scale war, both sides are under considerable tension, making it far more brutal than the usual Nin exams. However, now it includes someone like me. Thus both Rin and Obito are qualified to participate, while among the younger generation, only Might Guy barely qualifies. Followed closely by Asuma Sarutobi. Why not Asuma? Qian Ming felt a wave of resentment. Although Asuma is somewhat lacking, at least I could still earn points. Unlike Might Guy, who is fortunate enough not to have lost his own hair. He is quite an eccentric, with a thought process that diverges greatly from that of a normal person, rendering him impossible to comprehend through conventional reasoning, while Qian Ming believed himself to still be within the bounds of normalcy. Dinner was quite enjoyable, save for one particularly stoic individual, Kakashi, who dampened the atmosphere. Kakashi appeared even more aloof than before, possibly due to the matter of the White Fang's short blade. Although he spoke in jest, he still harbored deep affection for his esteemed father. The breakage of the White Fang's blade had impacted him greatly. Even with the Raijin blade, processed and bestowed by Konoha, he remained unable to find joy. Sitting at the table was a face of indifference, only lifting half of his mask while eating. Such a scene could hardly uplift spirits. Nevertheless, everyone had grown accustomed to it. In the end, Qian Ming pondered deeply and increasingly felt that Jiraiya was quite cunning. Although he claimed to treat everyone to barbecue, the majority of the expense was borne by Minato, with half of the meat being cut by Kushina Uzumaki, while the remainder was prepared by Minato himself. Jiraiya merely initiated the feast, truly deserving of the title of a man who shamelessly took all of Naruto's savings to woo women. Cunning and utterly unashamed. At the table, Obito provoked Kushina to such fury that she nearly flipped the table, but Minato managed to calm her down. Nevertheless, Kushina, while vexed, seemed to carry on as usual, showing no signs of previous tension with Obito. Obito was similarly unaffected. Previously, I was reprimanded quite harshly, which instilled a sense of fear within me. Yet, after sharing a meal with Kushina, the anxiety faded away as we engaged in pleasant conversation. However, it wasn't long before the room was filled with the sound of a furious roar. Of course, this was largely thanks to Chiaki's instigation, through which she managed to accrue 200 or 300 points. In total, I earned over 2,000 points today. However, a significant portion, over 1,500, was due to Jiraiya's contributions. His transformation into Tsunade startled Jiraiya immensely, and replicating such an outcome would prove to be quite challenging. It is difficult to execute the same tactic on Jiraiya more than once unless Chiaki can locate Tsunade, lure her into a similar scenario, and then reveal herself, letting Jiraiya know it was she who brought Tsunade here. A splendid plan. I shall keep it in mind for future opportunities, Chiaki noted silently. Jiraiya's amiable nature and volatile emotions currently serve as my primary source of points. I must remember every strategy that can yield points from him. Were it not for the risk of exposure, Chiaki would have preferred to jot down notes on paper. After the dinner gathering dispersed, Chiaki returned home, and fell into a deep slumber. My tranquil days are numbered. According to Minato, the Chunin exams are scheduled for next week, and this time, the exams are not merely a simple joint exercise. They represent a different battlefield altogether. Konoha is approaching this with utmost caution, as even Asuma and his comrades were unable to participate in this round of examinations. Thus, it can be inferred that only the elite of this generation will be competing, emphasizing the combative nature of the current exams. Rin's combat abilities are naturally lacking, so her strength is bolstered by my presence. Being her nurtured ninja beast, I am capable of fighting alongside her in any battle scenario. Regrettably, to ensure Rin's safety, I must exert myself more diligently. After a restful night, I awoke in the middle of the night to hunt for mice. This endeavor extended beyond the civilian district. I pursued any trace of mice, bringing them forth and displaying them prominently, even placing some on windowsills. It wasn't until the mice settled down that I washed my paws by the pond and returned home to sleep. The following morning, a cacophony of shrill screams pierced the air in various parts of Konoha. However, only a few were screaming. Many residents of Konoha are ninjas who have witnessed death. Thus, the sight of mere dead mice typically elicits screams only from children. These were the mice I had intentionally placed on the windowsills. When the little black cat awoke at noon, nearly 500 points had magically appeared in my account. While not a vast sum, it certainly surpassed the meager rewards of merely catching mice and leaving them by the roadside. Only 1,000 more to go. During this period, my chakra has significantly increased, enhancing my physical prowess and strength of claws. Once I acquire the multiplication technique, I shall possess a more comprehensive combat capability. However, my growth in strength is attributed not only to the cat food, but also to age. Kittens experience rapid growth after 8 months, and as a ninja cat, I too have undergone such development. Therefore, my current strength is considerably greater than during previous missions. Even without the multiplication technique, I do not perceive the Chunin exams as a formidable challenge. After all, it is merely the Chunin exam. No village would shamelessly conceal a Jonin as a genin, nor would they resort to sending a Jinchuriki, as seen in the narrative of Naruto. In the aftermath of war, such actions are nothing short of provocation. Regardless of how furious one may be, no village would dare to act thus, unless they wish to ignite the flames of war anew. Oh, I hope the Chunin exam is not overly perilous, thought Qian Ming, nestled within the comforts of home, a wave of sentiment washing over him. He felt somewhat lethargic and was reluctant to venture outside, fearing an encounter with Guy, who was perpetually running around the village. Guy's team was a quintessential genin squad, lacking in combat prowess, primarily engaged in menial tasks such as cat catching and water fetching. They could be summoned back to the village at any moment should the need arise. Given the formation of the Chunin exam teams, it was certain that Guy had returned home. It was indeed more comforting to stay indoors. As he pondered, he was abruptly interrupted by a strong spatial fluctuation. What was happening? Qian Ming was momentarily dazed, and before he could grasp the situation, he found himself summoned to another location, verdant hills and lush forests, and, at last, he encountered the little black cat once more. Let us engage in a fervent battle together. A familiar voice beckoned. Turning around, he recognized the familiar attire of Kiba, along with his seemingly innocent expression. Qian Ming paused for a moment, diverting his gaze from Guy to the surrounding figures. Not just Hinata and Obito were present. Hello, it's been a while, little Qian Ming, greeted Kurenai from a distance, waving cheerfully with a radiant smile. Beside her stood Asuma, who seemed hesitant to approach, and Hanabi, who was conversing with her ninja dogs. These were undoubtedly the 3 strongest individuals from Hinata's peer group, aside from Kakashi and their own team. What is the situation? Qian Ming, we are here for a practice duel, so you must hold back and refrain from severely injuring them, understood? Minato smiled reassuringly from the side. Meow, Qian Ming replied feebly, then turned his gaze towards the trio and their 2 dogs. One of them was Gray Maru. Upon noticing the black cat's attention, Gray Maru bared his teeth and let out a low growl. Instantly invigorated, the little black cat thought, how bold you've become, daring to snarl at me after such a time? Sharpening his claws, it intended to teach these foolish dogs who truly held dominion. Moreover, it had been a while since Asuma last appeared. Perhaps there were points to be gained from him, Qian Ming mused. Just as Hinata was preparing to discuss tactics, Guy suddenly shouted, go! In the next moment, the green-clad figure darted forward towards the trio and the 2 dogs, with Obito momentarily stunned before following suit. Hinata sighed in resignation. We should also join in. Meow? It is impossible to strategize with these beasts. Asuma could not help but mutter under his breath, then reached for his tanto, his eyes sharpening with determination. This chakra blade was something an ordinary ninja could scarcely afford in a lifetime. Yet he had received it upon graduation from his clan. Upon witnessing the ostentatious display of movement, Qian Ming resolved to deal with those two foolish dogs before administering a thorough beating to Asuma. The avaricious players were insufferable. Engaging, Asuma, with his flying swallow in hand, assumed a stance brimming with readiness. "Go for it," exclaimed Kurenai, swiftly leaping backward while quickly forming hand seals. Obito was charging towards her, necessitating a preemptive strike against his assault. The news of Obito's eye-opening had spread throughout their graduating class. The Sharingan could counter illusions, thus her target was not Obito, but rather Guy. Qian Ming cast a glance and dismissed the two dimwits with indifference. Given Obito's current prowess, even if that fool guy fell victim to an illusion, he could still utilize the Sharingan to maneuver through a 2-on-1 situation for a brief period, leaving her unconcerned. Meanwhile, on Inuzuka Hana's side, woof! Maru and another ninja dog barked incessantly before lunging forward with ferocity. Having not seen them for 2 or 3 months, Maru had grown considerably, instilling a newfound confidence. However, when they pounced to bite the black cat, slap, slap, with a swift leap, 2 paws struck down, and Maru was sent crashing to the ground, leaving the other ninja dog momentarily stunned, halting abruptly and glancing back in alarm and terror. "Maru!" Inuzuka Hana cried out in concern, fear evident in her voice. Maru struggled, but the force of the blows left its head spinning and dazed, unable to rise for a moment. Qian Ming observed, then approached, placing her foot on its face. The foolish dog trembled, feigning death. While Qian Ming's physical strength was not substantial, the application of chakra enabled her to easily topple Maru, who was not particularly strong. Once one was dealt with, the other timidly returned to Hana's side. "It's all right, Hana," said Noera Rin, inspecting Maru and recognizing its ruse without exposing it, merely dragging it aside to prevent accidental harm. "Thank you, but this is where my true strength lies. You all must remain vigilant," Hana sighed in relief. She had not anticipated that Qian Ming could so effortlessly overturn her beloved dog with just 2 strikes, and thankfully there was still another. Beast mimicry technique, beast clone. Qian Ming tilted her head towards Guy and the others, then stated, "Rin, I can handle this. You go assist Guy. That fool has been ensnared." All right." Noera Rin did not hesitate, turning to dash towards Guy's side. Inuzuka Hana felt overlooked. A ninja cat, not even a year old, dared to entangle itself with her and her ninja dog? With just one of her ninja dogs, she could. Bam! Just as this thought crossed her mind, she witnessed the beast clone attempting to assault the small black cat being ensnared by black cat fur, only to be thrown to the ground and revert to its original form with a yowl of defeat. In the next moment, the black fur surged towards her with alarming speed. Under the beast mimicry technique, her speed was considerable, yet it paled in comparison to that of a cat. The explosive speed of a cat was far superior and more terrifying. Furthermore, under the nurturing influence of sage chakra, Qian Ming's physical prowess had dramatically increased. In but a second, the black cat leapt onto her back. A mass of fur ensnared her body and neck, while sharp claws pressed against her throat. "Meow, you cannot move now," Chiming softly uttered, then forcefully propelled herself forward, using her back to leap away, causing the entangled fur to retract instantly. Inuzuka Hana understood the cat's intent. Had the feline wished, it could have effortlessly slashed her throat with its claws or sharp teeth, rendering her lifeless on the battlefield. Glancing at the suddenly lively gray pill and the bewildered dog nearby, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Losing to a cat in a 3-on-1 scenario felt rather humiliating. Nevertheless, she consoled herself, realizing her reputation as a talented individual did not hinge on combat prowess. Yet, the more she reflected, the more despondent she became, nearly brought to tears by her frustration. If not for her strong self-control, she might have indeed wept. After all, her irritation was palpable, and those 2 foolish dogs approached, grinning vacuously, making her find them quite unappealing for the first time. Chiming paid little heed to Hana's inner turmoil, as she was currently charging towards Asuma. "Be careful." Yuhi Kurenai caught a glimpse of the shadow darting towards them and immediately alerted her companions. However, the black cat moved with remarkable speed. Asuma prepared his countermeasure, forming hand seals and exhaling a powerful gust of wind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Though the technique lacked substantial power, it served to disrupt and restrain the adversary. Nevertheless, Qian Ming swiftly ducked low against the fierce wind, advancing rapidly until she stood before Asuma in mere seconds. The young boy, eager to impress the lady, brandished his weapon and boldly proclaimed, "Come at me, watch me." Meow. Initially, Qian Ming had intended merely to let him lose. But upon witnessing his arrogance and theatrical posturing, she swiftly altered her plan. Fur of the rampaging lion. The cat's fur shot forth, dividing into 3 streams. 2 ensnared Asuma's hands, while the remaining strand, under chakra manipulation, struck at his neck. Then, leveraging the momentum, she leaped onto Asuma's head, towering over him and launching her assault. "Ah, my face. Stop, stop. No more, or my face will be ruined." In his youth, without an abundance of facial hair, Asuma had been rather handsome, and his lineage as the 3rd Hokage's son lent him an air of charm. Yet now, being slapped by a cat hardly exuded grace. Both Obito and Kurenai, momentarily stunned, halted their own fighting to witness the scene. "Qian Ming, cease this at once." Inuzuka Rin's face flushed with embarrassment. This cat was utterly disrespectful, targeting his face so brazenly. Was this not a personal vendetta? "Please, stop." Minato Namikaze rushed over to call for a halt, wishing to spare Asuma the indignity of humiliation, though, in truth, such anger was futile, as he was still the 3rd's child and deserved a modicum of dignity. "Meow, have you conceded?" Qian Ming deliberately inquired, refusing to release her grip to avoid appearing as though she was intentionally striking Asuma's face. Besides, she had refrained from using her claws. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been far graver, for her current claw sharpness could easily carve flesh from his visage. I concede. Asuma felt a deep sense of humiliation, yet he discovered that the cat's fur had entwined like a rope, rendering him utterly unable to escape without the use of ninjutsu or the swift cut of a shuriken. Continuing to fight would only further tarnish his dignity. The 6 were assigned to confront their adversaries separately. Both Inuzuka Hana and Asuma bore expressions of embarrassment, having been thoroughly bested by a small black cat. Devoid of any glory. Logically, another individual ought to feel ashamed as well, given that he had been ensnared by an illusion upon his arrival and only found salvation at the hands of Rin when the battle had already concluded. Yet, this individual exhibited no sense of awareness, instead reveling in his triumph with an air of arrogance. Chiming silently in his thoughts, Chika glanced at the score panel. "Oh, what a bountiful harvest." His points surged by 700 or 800 at once, with a significant portion likely attributed to Asuma's contribution, which brought him quiet joy. With a bit more accumulation, he could exchange for the multiplication technique. Today was merely a drill. The actual circumstances could be quite different. Halfway through his statement, Minato Namikaze glanced at everyone, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. To suggest they had surpassed expectations would be too disparaging for the trio. Except for Yugao. The other 2 had been swiftly dealt with by a single cat. Initially, he had hoped Might Guy would showcase his prowess in taijutsu, only for him to be directly manipulated by an illusion until the very end. In summary, there was a lack of synergy, no cooperation, and their performance was abysmal. However, Chika had provided a considerable surprise, as his combat strength had risen significantly within the team, now comparable to Kakashi's overall capabilities. "Well then, Asuma, thank you for your assistance. I will petition Lord Third to assign you a C-rank mission. You are free to manage your time as you see fit." Minato expressed his gratitude. Though the implication was quite clear, the exercise had concluded, and it was time to disperse. Asuma turned to leave, feeling utterly dejected after being subdued by a mere cat. This place had become a source of sorrow for him. Yet, upon turning, he noticed Yugao and Inuzuka Hana still lingering. "Teacher, I also seek your guidance." "Well, it seems I must remain." Asuma silently stood his ground, only to catch the disdainful gaze of the black cat. He could not comprehend why, but he felt as though the cat was looking down on him, with no attempt to conceal its contempt. Infuriated, he continued to stride away. Chika merely exchanged a glance with him, ensuring no one would notice its actions, including Minato, who only furrowed his brow slightly without voicing any concerns. Once Asuma had departed, Minato awkwardly remarked, "In truth, you all have family traditions. I cannot claim to offer guidance, merely advise you to enhance your taijutsu training." "Indeed," Yugao and Inuzuka Hana responded, somewhat disappointed yet aware that Minato was speaking the truth. Following this, Minato began to address the others. This had little relevance to Chika, who had been the MVP of this encounter, performing exceptionally well and receiving the lion's share of the credit, with Minato harboring no objections towards him. Might Guy, initially eager to pet the cat, was abruptly brought into the conversation by Minato. Kai, your abilities should not be displayed in such a manner. While it may be inconsequential if you only possess physical skills, failing to swiftly unravel Jinjutsu can lead to dire consequences, especially if you fall under the control of an enemy's illusionist. Minato Namikaze spoke gravely. In a one-on-one match, no allies will come to your aid. Might Guy stood momentarily in shock before lowering his head in shame, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, he had learned some basic ninjutsu and studied methods to dispel illusions, yet when the time came, he found himself flustered and unable to break free. Subsequently, he devoted himself to rigorous training, particularly seeking out Kurenai Yuhi to hone various techniques for dispelling Jinjutsu. As a result, Chickage was able to escape a close call and leisurely observe from a tree, like a bystander enjoying the spectacle. Moreover, from Minato, he learned that the next day, their team would set out with other ninjas participating in the Chunin exams to Kaiki Mountain Castle, rendering this training merely a temporary rehearsal. He could not fathom the purpose of such a rehearsal until the following day when he beheld the other participating ninjas. Kai, Lin, are they truly Jonin? Obito pointed incredulously at a group of ninjas, all at least 14 or 15 years old. Surely, they must be Chunin. Chickage, who had been crouching atop a medical box, quickly leaped onto Lin's shoulder, momentarily sharing Obito's dazed expression. He had previously believed there would be no powerhouses at the level of Jinchuriki, yet now, he realized he had only guessed the beginning and failed to predict the conclusion, a gathering of what were undoubtedly elite Chunin posing as Jonin. Konoha is indeed formidable. Even the Jonin are so strong. I am clearly not yet worthy of being a Chunin, Guy murmured to himself. Chickage cast a disdainful glance. Is that truly the crux of the matter? If Konoha boasts such prowess, other villages must be similar. No wonder this group hesitated to send Asuma and the others to the exams. The issue lies here. This year's examination is anything but ordinary, filled with a bunch of shameless elites masquerading as novices. Meow, it feels as though our sole purpose is to lower the average age. Chickage couldn't help but jest. Perhaps we should regroup. It may simply be a farewell, Lin suggested, her voice dwindling towards the end, clearly unconvinced by her own words. After all, ninjas are not ordinary individuals. Undertaking missions and engaging in battles have become commonplace in recent years. How could a mere Chunin exam warrant such a grand send-off? Guy, being somewhat naive, strode directly toward the crowd without a second thought, with Obito and Lin closely following. A black cat perched on the young girl's shoulder captured immediate attention, particularly as Chickage's reputation had spread, making it widely known among Jonin and Chunin alike that Minato's team had a small yet formidable ninja cat. As they approached, people first noticed the cat, then turned to greet them with smiles and nods. Some slightly older individuals enthusiastically greeted them as seniors. Indeed, there is a ninja cat with your team. You must be Minato's children. Come forth, you are the last to arrive. All my apologies for our tardiness, Lin exclaimed, quickly lifting Chickage from her shoulder and rushing to the front of the line to bow deeply in apology. We are truly sorry. Obito and Might Guy quickly offered their apologies. Chihiro, being a cat, had no need to apologize. No one would concern themselves with a cat's tardiness. It surveyed its surroundings, noting that the majority of the gathered individuals were ninjas from the prominent clans of Konoha, all elite among the Chunin. One could only wonder how the configurations in Sunagakure and other smaller ninja villages compared. Let us hope we don't run into any Jonin. That would be. Ha ha ha. Now that everyone is present, let us set forth. Although I am merely a Jonin, I have received orders from the 3rd Hokage to lead the team until we reach Kaiki City, so I asked for everyone's cooperation. A voice rang out near the gates of Konoha. Everyone quickly turned, while Chihiro leapt atop Guy's head, straining to see who was speaking. Upon recognizing the figure, it momentarily forgot the half-formed thought in its mind. If it wasn't mistaken, this individual had to be Marahoshi Kosuka. Indeed, he was a Jonin, but one of such caliber that he would easily qualify as a Jonin. Ah, right. This fellow was still young, and his combat prowess might even be greater now. What's wrong, Chihiro? We are to participate in the Chunin exams. We cannot afford to be dispirited. Let your youthful passion shine. Might Guy was particularly perceptive at times, noting immediately when Chihiro, perched on his head, slumped in despondency. Fear not. We are merely here to fill the ranks. True advancement relies on your talents, someone remarked with a smile. Laughter erupted amongst the group. Youthful passion indeed. Chihiro silently cursed the oblivious fellow. Yet after a moment of worry, it felt somewhat reassured. Worrying was futile. After all, elite genin like Kosuke were rare, and even if Konoha permitted him to participate, they would not intervene overly in the competition, merely wary of underhanded tactics from Sunagakure and other villages. From the sentiments expressed by the ninjas, it appeared that the true contenders for advancement were still the younger generation, primarily Noera Rin and her peers. This suggested that only Rin and a few other 13 or 14-year-olds from Konoha had a genuine chance to advance, while the rest were merely going through the motions. Thus, these individuals were merely background players. The real competition would likely be between the children. Chihiro felt a surge of confidence at the prospect of facing off against kids. After traversing for a while, upon reaching a grove, Maruhoshi Kosuke made a gesture, signaling everyone to halt. He scanned the surroundings and said, "Let us rest here. You are free to hunt and prepare your meals. But please do not disturb the crops of others." "Understood, Lord Kosuke," came the collective response. All were genin, having undertaken numerous missions, so they were well aware of the rules governing ninjas. The group busily set about searching for food. Noera Rin, however, was slightly different. She sat down, retrieved her pouch, and pulled out small pills, offering them to Obito and Might Guy, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "These are the soldier pills I made myself. The taste may not be great." "Thank you." Both Obito and Might Guy expressed their gratitude, genuinely touched that Rin had thought to prepare them soldier pills for their journey. Chihiro pondered whether it might venture out to exchange some points for food. At that moment, Noera Rin produced another pouch from her waist, retrieving some jerky and dried fish, offering them to the little black cat with a gentle, "Chiyuki, you should eat this." Aido and Kai exchanged glances at the jerky and dried fish, then at the soldier food pills in their hands, their expressions reflecting a mixture of confusion and hesitation. While the soldier food pills were decent, they surely could not compare to the allure of the jerky. "Thank you, Meow," Chiyuki exclaimed, taking the jerky in its mouth and savoring it slowly. Although the flavor was not particularly exquisite, it feigned an air of deliciousness. Indeed, the points began to gradually increase. Aido chose to ignore the distraction, while Might Guy swallowed a soldier food pill whole, finding no fault with its taste and even remarking on its palatability. After consuming the pill, he dashed through the forest, aiding others in their hunts while treating it as a means of physical training. The land of fire was abundant with woods, teeming with prey. Typically, fires were forbidden during outings, but this exam relaxed such rules. In a stroke of fortune, Guy managed to catch 3 fish, a rabbit, and a variety of wild vegetables and mushrooms, creating quite a sumptuous spread. Chiyuki glanced at the feast and promptly discarded the dried fish, racing towards the bounty. "Hey!" Noera Rin immediately sprang up to chase after her, but her speed was no match for Chiyuki's. By the time she arrived, Chiyuki was already squatting beside Guy, holding a freshly cooked fish in its mouth. Though she did not recognize Guy, she could tell that his ability to lead so many genin with such respect indicated he was no ordinary figure. Thus, she approached and quickly offered her apologies. Guy chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. This was merely a minor incident. Chiyuki would not abandon her pride for the sake of a single fish. Her primary intention was to glean some points from Guy, only to discover that he possessed a remarkably good temperament. Rather than being angered by the theft, he invited Noera Rin to sit down and share a meal with him. Ninjas were swift in their travels, and after a hearty meal, they resumed their journey with renewed vigor. Along the way, Noera Rin enchanted her homemade soldier food pills, and by the time they reached Kikyo City, she had become the most cherished little sister among a throng of ninjas. Kikyo Castle was not bustling with activity. It stood at the juncture between the land of fire and the land of wind, frequently beset by wars. Its walls and buildings had been destroyed on multiple occasions, only to be rebuilt time and again. What they beheld was the result of the latest reconstruction following a minor war with Sunagakure, leaving the city with only a handful of merchants and a sparse population, rendering it quite desolate. However, the Chunin exams brought a modicum of business to the area. As they entered the city, they observed many ninjas from Sunagakure, Kusagakure, and Amagakure dining in the few surviving shops along the streets, adding a touch of liveliness to the otherwise somber atmosphere. Chiyuki maliciously speculated that perhaps the city's dilapidation meant that if the Chunin exams were to falter and conflict ensued, it would not matter much. This already desolate city could simply be razed once more. Of course, whether the Land of Fire and Konoha shared this sentiment was still open to debate. The Chunin exams were set to officially commence on the third day. However, the next day, the prelude to the examination had already commenced. Around the residences of all the ninja villages, stealthy figures from various clans lurked, gathering intelligence. Qian Ming quietly circled around, discovering no less than a dozen ninjas. Representatives from each village were present, and among them was naturally the Sunigakure ninja, one or two of whom startled Qian Ming, thus contributing to its score. Thereafter, it began to take delight in capturing these lurking ninjas, earning over 400 cat food points, which, while not substantial, constituted a source of income. This existence was rather comfortable until the evening when an individual entered its line of sight. Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas. Why is he here? A jolt of fear surged through Qian Ming. Orochimaru glanced over, and the little black cat was uncertain if it had been seen. Yet it felt certain it had, and the sinister figure seemed to smile. The black cat scurried back to the residence of Noera Rin. Why are you in such a rush? Have you caused trouble again? Noera Rin instinctively thought her cat had gotten into mischief again. She knew her feline companion all too well. It was far too mischievous, only tolerable to individuals like Aido and Guy, while someone like Asuma would be driven to a state of complete exasperation. Meow no. Just as Qian Ming was about to explain, a loud knock echoed on the door, and it quickly approached with heightened alertness. Sniffing through the bottom of the door, there was no doubt it was Orochimaru. The black cat understood. If it had taken on a human form, its face would surely have turned pale. Noera Rin opened the door. As the vicinity was occupied by Konoha ninjas, no one would dare come to such a place to commit murder, especially against an inconsequential child. She opened the door to see a handsome yet cold face, the tall man gazing intently at Rin before offering a friendly smile. I have met Lord Orochimaru. Noera Rin's expression stiffened, and she promptly bowed in respect. Do not be afraid. I merely came to see the child who Jiraiya values, and to bring this little one a modest gift. Orochimaru's unique voice held a significant air of intimidation. Not only did Qian Ming feel this way, but even Rin, who did not know him well, could not help but feel a profound fear. Yet, in the presence of such a legendary figure from Konoha, she dared not act disrespectfully. Orochimaru crouched down, gently stroking Qian Ming's head, and said with a smile, I have been contemplating what gift to bestow upon you for some time. Initially, I intended to present you with something grand, but considering your youth, I have opted for something simpler. Ninja tools? Qian Ming was momentarily taken aback, then watched as Orochimaru produced a sealing scroll, performing hand seals to release its contents. The black cat was stunned. There were 4 claw covers, each crafted from a special material with sharp blades at the tips, clearly designed specifically for it, along with another item, a cat teaser. It could hardly comprehend why Orochimaru would create such a thing, and yet he seemed to take great delight in using it to entertain it, while Qian Ming's paws inevitably reached out to grasp it. I fashioned this after observing the habits of cats in Kyoto and the tools of those noble women. Is it enjoyable? Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle and tossed a cat teaser to Noera Rin. At the same moment, Chiaki halted, secretly vexed. As a legendary Sannin, was it truly worthwhile to devote time to studying the habits of cats? Do your best. If you perform well, I shall bestow upon you a similar gift, Orochimaru rasped. His voice hoarse, and after a light laugh, he rose, casting a fleeting glance at Noera Rin before nodding slightly in acknowledgement and turning to depart. I wish you would not gaze at me. Chiaki silently cursed. It lamented its own lack of strength, for otherwise it could have uttered with great flair, as you gaze upon the black cat gazes back at you. Alas, lacking strength rendered such words mere folly. Once Orochimaru had left, and assurance of his absence was confirmed, Noera Rin lowered herself and inquired, Chiaki, how do you know this esteemed individual? It's a long story. Meow. Chiaki was reluctant to elaborate, as the tale of its venture into the wild, ambushed by lurking grasses, was far from dignified. Furthermore, it feared that divulging this would tarnish Orochimaru's illustrious image, perhaps even adding an unflattering note to his notebook. Initially, Noera Rin anticipated more, but upon realizing the black cat had offered no further explanation, she felt a twinge of surprise. Soon understanding that it likely wished to keep details to itself and thus refrained from pressing further. Nonetheless, she had heard of Orochimaru's formidable reputation. He was the most talented and intelligent genius among the Sannin, and it was said that the third Hokage held him in high regard. Although he appeared somewhat cold, his presence assured all the ninjas of Konoha. Before long, Obito arrived, his countenance grim, immediately venting his frustrations about encountering Orochimaru, who had patted him on the shoulder with words of encouragement. Obito, whether frightened or otherwise, struggled to articulate his thoughts coherently. Chiaki had no inclination to mock him. The aura of Orochimaru instilled fear in everyone, especially in a child like Obito. Yet, Obito's apprehension stemmed merely from the pressure of that imposing aura, unlike Chiaki, who harbored deeper unease from its knowledge of Orochimaru's deeds. Ignorance is indeed bliss. Orochimaru's visit did not stir a maelstrom among the ninja community in Konoha. Aside from Noara Rin and the three others, a few other 13 or 14-year-olds were present, most of whom had served in Orochimaru's ranks. To them, he was relatively easy to interact with and exuded a captivating leadership charm. However, Chiaki pondered the reason for his visit to Kaiki City. From what it gathered from the anime, typically, the Nin exams were attended by the leaders of both sides as a sign of importance. This occasion should be no exception. Burdened with various concerns regarding Orochimaru, Chiaki dined and later sneaked out for a morsel of cat food before returning to rest, patiently awaiting the following day's examination. Chiaki's mindset was not particularly optimistic. In its previous life, it had performed admirably in routine tests, yet faltered during significant examinations. However, this time, it felt little pressure. After all, it was not the one being tested. It was merely a ninja cat accompanying the proceedings. Of course, not every examination would present a psychological question like that of Ibiki. Should Might Guy fail to solve even a single problem, Chiaki would undoubtedly intervene. There were numerous examination venues, and Kaiki City, at present, was replete with accommodations. The following day, amidst a cacophony of noise and confusion, Noara Rin, along with her companions, was led by a fellow villager to their designated examination venue. Obito glanced at the testing area, nervously swallowing his anxiety. Before extracting eye drops to apply to his eyes, a last-minute preparation, as he would surely need his sight to excel in the upcoming test. Rin, wait a moment. Might Guy raised his hand, a solicitous smile gracing his face. Well, I can't help it. Noara Rin paused for a brief moment. Although she considered her academic performance commendable, she was acutely aware that mere grades were insufficient. Certain skills, such as covertly passing answers, eluded her grasp. Chika, perched upon Rin's shoulder, cast a sidelong glance at Obito and remarked, "Why don't you observe the actions of others and copy them?" Guy was taken aback, pondering the viability of this approach. After all, if he could confirm that another's answers aligned with his own, mimicking their pen movements could indeed yield results. However, he lamented, "But I can't do that." His disappointment was palpable. Such tactics seemed more suited to someone as perceptive as Obito. At that moment, a Nin emerged to maintain order, urging everyone to enter swiftly. This cohort of ninjas was seasoned, with only a handful of novices mingled among them. Thus, it was unlikely that Konoha would foolishly assign overly challenging gatekeepers. Chika stole a glance at the roster. Unable to suppress a look towards the chief examiner, could they make the seating arrangements any more conspicuous? Although Rin, Obito, and Guy were somewhat distanced from one another, the majority of their surrounding peers were Konoha ninjas. Even if Rin found the exam questions perplexing, it was likely that someone would inadvertently reveal the answers to them. Truly, the advantage of the home ground. Chika let out a soft call, scratching at Obito before pointing to the list ahead, attempting to alert Might Guy to the composition of their fellow examinees. Clearly, however, Guy remained oblivious. Oh well, let him be, Chika thought. After all, they had the advantage of familiarity. Solutions would surely manifest, and if they were to be eliminated, it would not be a matter of great concern. They could always try again next year. Losing a year was not devastating. Obito, however, exhibited a keen sense of awareness, quickly realizing he was nearly surrounded by a sea of seasoned veterans. With the Sharingan at his disposal, he felt an immediate sense of calm wash over him. Once inside the examination room, Chika nestled atop the desk, ready to doze off. Yet, mere seconds later, it abruptly opened its eyes, fixating on a red-haired boy entering the room, a notably handsome boy from Sunagakure. The emphasis was not solely on his appearance, but rather, he was from Sunagakure, the illustrious Scorpion, the grandson of Chiyo, the most renowned prodigy of the village. Had he not already ascended to the rank of Nin? Indeed, it seemed that both sides had cast aside decorum. Chika felt a twinge of caution. This individual would one day transform the third Kazekage into a puppet. Speaking of which, when would the third Kazekage be turned into a figurine? It seemed to be imminent. Chika momentarily lost its train of thought, its gaze inadvertently lingering on Scorpion. The red-haired youth noticed its stare, turning his head to discover a small black ninja cat. A gentle smile graced his face in response. Adorably fleeting, yet possessing a life that is but a transient whisper. How lamentable it is that such beauty is so diminutive. Were it larger, it might bestow the gift of eternal artistry. Nonetheless, this realm is replete with charming lives. Scorpion glanced around at the ninjas participating in the examination, his smile softening further. To the uninitiated, one might mistake him for merely a sunny youth. Shikami shivered involuntarily, burying his head to avoid the gaze of this formidable boy. Another fierce individual. He hoped he would remain unnoticed. And there were Rin, Obito, and Guy. As for whether this gentleman had mastered core technologies, Scorpion harbored no doubts. Given that Scorpion's true form was frozen at around 15 years of age, it was likely that he had already outlived the third wind shadow this year or the next. The art of human puppetry must surely be within his grasp. Rin, oblivious to the subtle movements of her ninja cat, soon found the classroom filled to capacity, and the papers began to circulate. Shikami stole a glance at the exam sheets, standardized tests, replete with a myriad of questions. Through the tiny black cat's perspective, he discerned the multitude of scribbles declaring confusion over the material, and merely glimpsing them sent a wave of drowsiness washing over him. A brief slumber might suffice. By the time he awoke, the exam would likely be concluded. Leaning onto the desk, he succumbed to sleep. His last lingering thought being the notion of placing a set of exam papers by his nest for future insomnia. Merely glancing at them would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. The allure of sleep invoked by the examination papers was nearly irresistible. Once Chikami dozed off, he emitted soft snores. Fortunately, this was a ninja examination venue where all participants were nin, rendering such minor disturbances negligible. However, Rin, the diligent caretaker, could not tolerate it and nudged the slumbering cat. Consequently, the snores ceased. With renewed focus, Rin commenced her examination. As the proctor patrolled the room, he cast a glance in her direction, mildly astonished. He had initially assumed that a girl accompanied by a ninja cat would resort to cheating with it. Such tactics were commonplace in examination halls, and they had never specifically targeted any particular clan. Yet, it turned out that she was a bona fide academic prodigy, having merely brought the cat in for a nap. What a misunderstanding. The middle-aged ninja internally commended her, then seized the opportunity to glance at the Uchiha in her team. The Sharingan had only recently awakened, yet it was already wielded with finesse. Excellent, there should be no. Upon observing the third participant, the proctor swallowed the remainder of his thought. What on earth was this? Clearly struggling with the material. Yet he insisted on writing everything himself instead of utilizing the established answers nearby. Why was he behaving like a complete fool? Frowning, he continued to observe, and soon realized the boy was genuinely earnest, never once tilting his head or casting even a sidelong glance. How tragic that Konoha had produced such an honest ninja. The middle-aged proctor sighed. This was indeed challenging. A ninja so steadfastly upright, and judging by the questions, utterly misguided. It was clear he would not pass on his own merit. However, upon closer inspection, the proctor recognized the boy's identity. The child of Might Guy. Might Guy, too, had been a low-ranking ninja for many years, completing only the simplest of tasks, thus leaving a faint impression on the nin. Alas, it was not a particularly favorable one. Oh, it is quite a challenge to see that his child possesses a modicum of talent. Perhaps I should lend a hand. The examiner thought with sympathy. Might Daitai lacks any aptitude for ninjutsu, yet Might Guy, at least, has a smidgen of potential. Being recognized in the first tier of the nin exam indicates commendable strength. If assistance can be rendered, then why not? However, this earnest and honest disposition. He gently shook his head. It is often a disadvantage to be overly faithful as a ninja. Of course, if one's strength is formidable enough to counter any deceit, then there is little to discuss. At first, Might Guy managed to complete several questions, but as anxiety set in, his need to relieve himself grew overwhelming. He hesitated to voice his need for the restroom, fearing it might be mistaken for an attempt to cheat. Thus, he endured, his face paling. Hey, are you feeling unwell? Should I summon a medical ninja? At last, a patrolling examiner, unable to suppress her concern, approached him. This examiner was not from Konoha, but rather a ninja from Sunagakure, who, upon noticing Might Guy's ashen complexion, assumed he was genuinely unwell. No, it's nothing. I can endure. Might Guy gritted his teeth. If you are unwell, please speak up. Thank you, senior. The female ninja from Sunagakure cast a peculiar glance at the Konoha examiner moving about the classroom, presuming he was merely avoiding any implication of collusion, lest it lead Sunagakure to suspect foul play. Konoha still has a few noble ninjas. She reflected with a hint of sentiment. Chiyomi, awakened by the commotion, glanced up to see the auburn-haired beauty from Sunagakure. Yasaka? One of the rare beauties from Sunagakure. What a pity she had fallen victim to a cunning plot, becoming a mere shadow of her former self, pierced by shuriken. A twinge of regret filled his heart. Yet, it is as it is. Now he is a loyal cat of Konoha, and he must maintain decorum. Noara Rin cast a glance. Assuming Chiyomi was merely curious about the newcomer. Cats are often imbued with a heightened sense of curiosity. Chiyomi's gaze followed Yasaka, and inadvertently, he locked eyes with a pair of gentle, yet fervent ones, Sasori of the red sand. Best to steer clear, he thought. I shall take my leave. He turned and lay down again to avoid attracting the attention of the prominent figure. Moments later, Yasaka made her exit through the main door. By this time, most ninjas had set down their pens, with only a few, including Might Guy, still fervently scribbling, caught in the struggle of holding back his urge to relieve himself. At long last, he endured until the conclusion of the exam, bolting out like the wind without even glancing at his test paper. His physical prowess is indeed commendable. The Konoha examiner mused, then shifted his attention to the papers. Thoroughly filled out. Some points can be awarded, and arranging a passing grade should not pose a challenge. Most participants in this year's Qian exam are merely avoiding sabotage, running alongside to survive the first round. A significant number of Jonin will be eliminated by the second round. After the first round, the arduous task of grading papers commenced. Upon returning from the restroom, Might Guy sat despondently in the corner, overwhelmed by anxiety and fear during the exam, only to realize afterward that he was surrounded by formidable individuals. Had he recognized this sooner, he could have discreetly glanced at the papers of those around him and perhaps secured his passage. His thighs were swollen from the relentless slapping. He regretted having written it himself. Kai, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me see. After leaving the classroom, Noara Rin hurried to find Might Guy, suspecting that he had an upset stomach from breakfast. Chihiro cast a disdainful glance and remarked, only after stepping out did you realize that everyone around can copy, right? At least they are all Nin. I warned you before entering. How I truly didn't foresee this predicament. The piercing words struck Might Guy's heart, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. It's all right. If this year doesn't work out, we can try again next year. It's no big deal, Akai, Noara Rin gently consoled him. At that moment, Obito burst forth excitedly. Rin, I used my Sharingan to copy. What happened to Akai? Wailing, Akai lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Realizing he was the only one oblivious to the fact that everyone around him were formidable ninjas who could pass with ease. However, a thought crossed his mind. He was still young. He could return next year. Besides, being eliminated was a common occurrence for someone like him. Thus, Akai exclaimed, You're right, Rin. Next year, I can come back. I'll study diligently this year, and I will surely succeed. With newfound fervor, the once crying Might Guy now shouted with exuberance, igniting his fighting spirit, leaving his companions speechless. The other ninjas, unaware of the context, regarded this child as quite peculiar. Obito paused for a moment, then clenched his fist and shouted, Exactly. Ignite that fighting spirit. We will definitely succeed next year. Those nearby turned to glance at the commotion, then fell into silence. It was their first encounter with someone who could remain so spirited after being eliminated. Truly, these two were comrades. Unfortunately, the adorable little girl seemed to be overshadowed. As for the little black cat, while Might Guy was shouting about passion and youth, it had stealthily leaped from Rin's shoulder to observe quietly from behind. The creatures of Konoha were entertaining, and it preferred to watch rather than engage, lest it be mistaken for a participant. It nestled into the foliage behind, peering through the gaps to see a red-haired boy standing among the bushes, intently observing Uchiha Obito, his eyes brimming with fervent emotion. It's Scorpion again. Should I frighten him? No, better to remain hidden. Chihiro thought, yet found himself inching forward involuntarily. Scorpion, lost in thought. suddenly looked down to see a pair of bright eyes and a tuft of pitch-black fur in the grass. Instantly, he took a step back, his expression shifting to one of indifference as he realized it was merely a cat, staring intently at him for quite a while. He despised being startled by anyone. The boy and the cat locked gazes. Though Chihiro felt quite timid, he could not retreat now, for fear of revealing his unusual presence. After a few moments, Scorpion smiled faintly and remarked, "The little creatures of Konoha are truly amusing. It's a pity. They are too small, and likely won't last long." He then stood up, his gaze indifferent as he departed. Qian Ming's heart raced, filled with regret. Why had she been so impulsive, unable to resist moving forward? However, upon glancing at the interface, she noticed the additional 500 points, which instantly brought her immense relief. With such a substantial score, she could afford to take some risks. Speaking of which, does Scorpion fear the dark or the eyes lurking in the shadows? Qian Ming pondered. The 500 points could not have appeared without reason. She must have inadvertently crossed a taboo of Scorpion's. Oh well, it was done now. Whatever happens, I have Orochimaru backing me. She glanced around nervously, confirming that Orochimaru was not nearby, before emerging from the woods and casting a complex gaze at Obito. Clearly, Scorpion had been delving into the art of human puppetry, as his eyes fixated on the bloodline user with an unusual intensity. In Qian Ming's understanding, this was an obsession with collection. Regardless of usefulness, upon seeing a bloodline limit, one would want to acquire it. Fortunately, she did not possess a bloodline limit. Otherwise, she might have found herself on someone's list of collectibles. I should remind Obito. After a moment's thought, Qian Ming leaped onto Obito's head. Naturally, he began to shout and draw attention, leaving the black cat momentarily speechless. Instead, she ruffled his hair into a chaotic mess. Nearby, Scorpion furrowed his brow slightly. Could it truly be a coincidence? He felt this cat possessed an unusual sensitivity, as if it sensed certain things. After being startled, he had paid more attention to it. But now, could it merely be a creature fond of mischief? He decided to observe further. A smirk crept onto Scorpion's lips as he made his way toward the second examination venue. Qian Ming sensed something amiss. Indeed, as Scorpion suspected, the cat's instinct was far more acute than that of humans, capable of detecting things that eluded human perception, such as Scorpion's gaze. She was certain he had been watching her, not Obito. He truly has his sights set on me. How dreadful. Oh well, I've already offended him. I might as well find opportunities to take advantage of him. The little black cat mused. If Scorpion truly focused on Obito, she and Rin would undoubtedly come into conflict with him, making her previous offenses inconsequential. A confrontation was inevitable. In Sunagakure, Scorpion's strength had surely reached that of Jonin, yet they specialized in poison and puppetry. With proper countermeasures, they need not fear Scorpion. After all, she possessed summoning techniques, and the key was for Rin and Obito to evade effectively. However, glancing at Guy and Obito, she felt her plans might amount to little. Ultimately, it would depend on their performance in the moment. Naturally, the best outcome would be if Scorpion chose not to engage. The second round commenced in the mountainous terrain outside Kaiki Castle, a place etched in the memories of the Sand Ninjas, for many had perished here, and recently, several ninjas had been defeated or even captured. Thus, upon seeing this location, many Sand Ninjas clenched their fists tightly. Murder and heartache. Qian Ming could not help but lament. Did Konoha deliberately select this battleground to ensure a clash between the two sides? She quietly scoffed while observing the Sand Ninjas' reactions. Yi Tsong, a seasoned examiner, remained absent from this location, with the other Sand Ninjas largely unfamiliar to the onlookers, save for Scorpion and another gentleman. I love Luo's uncle, Yakimaru. The examination venue was so expansive that I had completely overlooked his presence until now. I must admit, he exhibits a rather delicate demeanor, and his aura does not align with that of someone forged by the harsh winds of the desert. The land of wind indeed possesses an eccentric charm. It fixated its gaze on Yakimaru with rapt attention. Upon noticing this, Obito cast a casual glance, then disdainfully remarked, "Colorful cat, he is male." Meow? Chiyu tilted her head, seemingly perplexed, then added, "You're quite the researcher, aren't you?" Naturally, astute observation is a hallmark of the Uchiha. What research? I merely rely on observation. It is the power of the eyes, you understand? Obito's face flushed crimson as he quickly turned his gaze to Rin. Rin wore an expression of bemusement. Rin Obito began, but she interjected, "The exam results are out. I'll go take a look." With that, she dashed away, her thoughts racing. Is the Sharingan's observational prowess truly that formidable? I must remain vigilant around Obito from now on. I cannot ahem. Her mind wandered. Obito felt a surge of despair, glaring fiercely at the black cat, wishing in that moment to strangle the creature and leap from the precipice ahead. Yet, contemplating the cat's owner, he resigned himself. With a sigh, he sat down, questioning his existence alongside the anxious Guy. Moments later, the petite figure of Rin squeezed through the crowd, joyfully approaching. Guy, congratulations. You passed. What? I passed. A bewildered Might Guy responded. He was all too aware of the quality of the paper he submitted. Although he might appear dim-witted, he was not foolish. The notion of passing that paper, he must have consumed the entire table. Being an alternate qualifier was truly splendid. Rin's gentle and charming smile sent Obito into a daze, while Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Chiyu twitched its ears, astonished by Konoha's audacity. How could such a paper qualify? No time to celebrate. The examiner's voice echoed from a distance. Qualified candidates, please proceed to the second examination site for practical drills. Please search for the qualification criteria at the venue. Chiyu turned to see a throng of individuals rushing down the cliff. Its eyes lit up with inspiration for a point-gathering scheme. As this group of ninjas descended, it swiftly leaped off Rin and joined the crowd. Hey, Chiyu, wait. Oh, whoa. My youth, my passion is boiling. Obito, hurry up. Obito was yanked by Guy, sprinting from behind to a slightly advanced position. Rin struggled to keep pace, barely catching up, while Chiyu waited a moment, partly for Rin, partly for the flock to enter. One by one, the ninja sheep descended the sheer cliff, which, akin to tree climbing for them, posed little challenge. Chiyu lingered at the edge of the precipice, contemplating its next move. After a brief moment, as Rin was nearing her destination, Qian Ming dashed downwards. Unlike other ninjas, Qian Ming's trajectory was a diagonal line, and peculiarly, while running vigorously, some liquid splattered beneath it. Was it raining? Nonsense. Who lacks the decency to urinate indiscriminately? Such a lack of decorum. Those with acrophobia should refrain from participating in examinations. They are merely a source of trouble. A group of individuals began to curse, particularly those closest to Qian Ming, as they were most affected. However, they soon noticed a cat darting past them. Consequently, those below began to vent their frustrations as well. If those above had any sense of propriety, they ought to confront the issue directly rather than resorting to such despicable tactics. In the next moment, a flurry of shurikens soared upwards from below. The ninjas who had entered later were utterly perplexed, but their tempers quickly flared. After all, they too were victims. Who was afraid of whom? Let the battle commence. Thus, chaos erupted upon the cliff, escalating into a fervent melee. By the end, nearly the entire cliff face was a spectacle of ninja combat, though not everyone was doused in the feline's mischief. Some skilled ninjas managed to evade it, and the denizens of the rain-hidden village had umbrellas at their disposal. However, as the skirmish intensified, it became far more than just a minor inconvenience. The examiners atop the mountain were left in stunned silence, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment, two figures appeared at the scene. One was Zuki, and the other was Orochimaru, the highest authority from Konoha present in the vicinity. Shall we intervene? Why stop it? The cliff face is also a part of the examination, isn't it? Orochimaru chuckled darkly, reveling in the unexpected turn of events that this cat had brought forth at the onset of the second round. Truly, unforeseen. Meow? Qian Ming cried out. Behind it trailed a throng of ninjas eager to strike, many of whom hailed from Sunagakure, though the majority belonged to small villages like Kusagakure and Takigakure. There were hardly any from Konoha. One does not unleash their grievances upon their own kind. We are a principled cat. Ahem, more importantly, in a brawl, having some allies is essential. Offending everyone would lead to universal hostility. After all, it was but a cat, unable to contend with so many ninjas. The little black cat is in danger. We must. No, let us first locate Rin. She can resolve this issue entirely. Might Guy attempted to intervene midway, but was quickly restrained by Aido. This creature had drawn the ire of many, and attempting to intervene here would be tantamount to courting death. While Aido harbored thoughts of vengeance against the black cat, witnessing its peril made him cautious. He turned back to seek Rin. Yet, the cliff was a sea of chaos, filled with tumultuous battles, making it nearly impossible to locate anyone amidst the fray. Qian Ming remained unfazed. So what if there are many? They cannot match my speed. Numbers are futile. As it ran, it even had the leisure to check its score, feeling quite content. The points were rising swiftly. in a remarkably brief period. This band of ninja sheep has amassed nearly 5,000 points, epitomizing a sudden windfall. Were it not for their apprehension towards the formidable ninjas and their reliance on the Leaf Village, their gains could have multiplied several-fold. Their actions are not merely motivated by the allure of points. While points hold value, life is priceless. Yet, at times, circumstances compel one to relinquish certain things. As is the case now. With a red-haired scorpion lurking nearby, can mere survival be guaranteed? Clearly, it cannot. The scorpion indiscriminately takes lives, driven solely by whim, embodying a lucid madness, having even dispatched his own third Kazekage to serve as a puppet. Should the situation escalate and the enemies draw enough attention, the allies of the Leaf Village would inevitably become more vigilant, thereby enhancing safety. However, the scorpion is not contemplating such complexities. At this moment, he merely observes that Qian Ming has evaded many adversaries, and his primary concern is not whom she has avoided, but rather, how has this cat managed to endure for so long? The scorpion is filled with curiosity, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Is there no limit to this cat's endurance? Its speed is remarkable, its bursts of energy impressive. If this continues, I shall cease to be human. Yet, upon noticing the throng of pursuers, he cannot help but frown. The sheer number of followers complicates matters, and the cat's swiftness is daunting. Although his puppet techniques are formidable, he cannot match her speed. Perhaps he should seek another opportunity. The scorpion glanced downward and then leapt from his perch, producing a peculiar puppet mid-air to mitigate his descent. Shortly thereafter, he vanished into the foliage. The sand-hidden ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, abandoned their pursuit, decisively utilizing substitution techniques to vacate the battlefield. Realizing that true progress necessitates gathering intelligence rather than mere combat. Meanwhile, the rain-hidden village executed a similar maneuver, leaping from the cliffside and leisurely unfurling their umbrellas. On the mountainside, a multitude of combatants withdrew from the fray. Those who remained were either mere clones or truly daft individuals, such as the numerous fools persistently trailing Qian Ming. Most of these imbeciles are children aged 12 or 13, brimming with youthful exuberance. Seeing them, Qian Ming cannot help but recall the late Asuma. Children are the easiest to manipulate. Their youthful fervor can yield more points than many seasoned shunin. You are the most foolish. The rest have already departed. Meow the black cat, infuriatingly nonchalant, is clearly the source of mischief. A group of children, utterly vexed, realize that as ninjas from a small village, their chances of securing a spot in the exam are virtually non-existent. Thus, they abandon all pretense of participation in favor of a singular goal. First, to vanquish this cat. Indeed, since they are merely going through the motions, they prioritize their immediate gratification over any examination concerns. United in their efforts, a coalition of several children showcases their unique abilities, and soon the first trio arrives at the base of the mountain with the aid of their temporary allies. However, what they encounter is not the diminutive black cat, but rather a black tiger, as large as a calf. The black tiger charged forward, its claws striking with such ferocity that it sent 3 individuals flying in the blink of an eye. The trio collided with trees, appearing utterly unconscious as they lay sprawled several paces away. The children perched on the cliff edge, their feet anchored by chakra, wore expressions of sheer bewilderment. What transpired? Just moments ago, that cat was merely a feline, yet now it had transformed into this colossal beast, exhibiting an alarming level of combat prowess. A resounding and fearsome meow echoed through the air. Could it be that very cat? The children were understandably terrified. One lost their footing and plummeted from the cliffside, only to be swatted away by a single blow from Qian Ming. The remaining children trembled in fear, hesitant to descend further. Faced with no escape below and their chakra waning, the young ninjas from the small village gritted their teeth and began their ascent. Adults, we concede. The loneliness of mastery. Qian Ming dispelled the amplification technique, swiftly retreating into the forest. From the mountaintop, a chilling and sinister laughter reverberated, nearly causing the children to tumble from the cliff in fright. After a moment of trembling, they resolved to continue their climb. The proctors above would never endanger their lives, and the village had made it clear that their primary goal was survival, with any accolades being mere trifles. Very well. Orochimaru managed to smile, his eyes gleaming with fervor. What a remarkable ninja cat. I yearned to capture it for study. He could not resist licking his lips, a gesture that caused the grass ninja child who had just reached the summit to faint in terror. Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Truly, Konoha had reached an astonishing point. In what was supposed to be a simple Chunin exam, aside from those two fools clad in green spandex, there was not a single normal participant. And even a mere cat surpassed the standard for Chunin. Was it truly necessary? It was merely a Chunin exam, and this round was clearly for Sunagakure. Of course, he did not dwell on the fact that Sunagakure had dispatched a similarly formidable lineup, even sending the 6-year-old Scorpion, who had been promoted to Chunin, back as a Jonin. However, the quality of Sunagakure's ninjas was evidently inferior to that of Konoha. If they could compete on equal footing, they would not perpetually face defeat. Surrender. Surrender. Qian Ming, following the scent trail, soon located Rin and the duo clad in green spandex. Rin seemed unharmed, though her complexion was far from favorable. Upset, perhaps? After pondering for a moment, Qian Ming approached cautiously, only to discover Rin, Obito, and Guy retreating in the opposite direction. After trailing them for several steps, Qian Ming caught a whiff of something and discovered a crumpled piece of paper concealed in the grass, cleverly hidden by Aido. Someone is tracking us. Please do not reveal yourself. The message was unmistakably pinned by Rin. Concealed within the foliage, Qian Ming continued to track while remaining vigilant of the surrounding scents. There were far too many pursuers. Many bore the scent of Konoha ninjas, while others were from outside villages, identifiable by the unique smell of their own cat urine. Yet, what intrigued Qian Ming most was the complex, lingering scent that unmistakably belonged to Scorpion. Was Scorpion targeting the Sharingan, or rather, Obito himself? Had Rin actually detected him? Impressive. My Rin. Yahira Rin possesses a certain level of talent. Otherwise, she would not be able to host the Three Tails as a Jinchuriki. However, there exists a minor misunderstanding. She discovered enemies who were ninjas from the village hidden in the rain, not the Scorpion. Nevertheless, Qian Ming, conducting a thorough search behind her, managed to locate the concealed Scorpion. The Scorpion was hiding within a puppet, which had been meticulously disguised. Had it not been for Qian Ming's reliance on scent, it may have remained elusive. The puppets of the Sand Village are not to be touched directly, for who knows how many toxins they may harbor. Qian Ming stealthily followed behind. The cat, an exceptional tracker, moved silently due to its small size, requiring only to carefully avoid the surrounding branches. In contrast, despite the Scorpion's camouflage, a keen eye could still discern its presence. Thus, the duo, one person and one feline, traversed together. Before long, sounds of battle erupted ahead. Qian Ming quickly glanced over, and with excellent vision, she observed Guy, Obito, and Rin valiantly contending against 4 or 5 ninjas from the village hidden in the rain. Just as she contemplated rushing out to assist, a glance at the Scorpion restrained her impulse. After a moment of contemplation, she donned the clawed gauntlets gifted by Orochimaru. The Scorpion, too, was poised for action. The puppet's mouth aimed at Obito, shifting back and forth, and it seemed the wooden puppet's maw was about to open. Suddenly, for strands of black, tangled hair flew forth, ensnaring the puppet's various joints, followed by a cat that leapt into action, clutching a chakra sphere, landing on the puppet and raking its claws along the puppet's mouth, while simultaneously launching a Rasengan at its body. With a resounding impact, the puppet's mouth was severed and fell to the ground, creating a small hole in its body. At that moment, Qian Ming released her grip on the puppet and leaped into the air, unleashing a series of vacuum spheres towards the opening. Aware that any puppet could potentially release toxic mist or counterbind, she had no desire to be ensnared, so she struck true and swiftly retreated. In the aftermath, the puppet disassembled and the Scorpion emerged, landing on a nearby tree. Almost instantly, the puppet reconfigured itself, presenting its intact side towards the vacuum sphere. The puppet's defenses were formidable, rendering the vacuum sphere ineffective. The Scorpion, emerging from within the puppet, wiped his face, his expression darkening slightly. Though the vacuum sphere had not struck him directly, the spittle that accompanied it had splashed across his visage, inciting his ire. However, upon surveying his surroundings, the Scorpion realized he had no opportunity to strike at Obito again. With a slight chuckle, he remarked, "You, little creature, are rather intriguing. I must ensure to add you to my collection when the opportunity arises." Meow Qian Ming, perched on a tree several paces away, fixed her gaze upon him, exuding an air of formidable vigilance. Indeed, the Scorpion was not to be underestimated. His ambush, coupled with a series of attacks, had failed to inflict any damage on the original target, indicating he had numerous such puppets at his disposal. Puppet masters are, without question, formidable adversaries. With a wave of his hand, the scorpion withdrew his puppet and turned away, leaving without a trace of hesitation. This cat was not to be trifled with, strong, diminutive, and most critically, cunning. Engaging with such a creature would yield no benefit for him. Rather than entangle himself in a tussle, he would prefer to hunt down a few Kekkei Jinkai users instead. In this forest, there is more than one Uchiha Obito. Hanging a person from a tree is indeed a foolish act. However, this black cat has taken note. Although it appears to possess no bloodline limit, its small stature, agility, and numerous capabilities suggest that transforming it into a puppet may prove to be a worthwhile endeavor, though that is not the immediate concern. Once the hunt for that particular individual is concluded, then Scorpion's eyes glimmered with a trace of murderous intent. Ah, they have finally departed, Qian Ming sighed in relief. The series of strategies it had devised on the spur of the moment had yielded some effect. Of course, the initial wave of attracting enmity was primarily aimed at accumulating points, and only later did it realize this secondary benefit while contemplating how to deal with Lin. The little black cat glanced at the interface. Nearly 7,000 points had been accumulated. The points previously expended on the multiplication technique had depleted significantly, with the majority of the current total being amassed just moments ago. What a sudden windfall. However, frequent urination was quite unbecoming. That last wave had nearly overwhelmed its bladder. It mused that it required a water or earth-style ninjutsu to replicate such an effect. After all, if it could make the enemy feel nauseated, points would surely follow. For instance, utilizing the form of urination to execute a water release technique. Look, I'm merely urinating. In reality, it's water release. That would undoubtedly yield excellent results. The sole issue, however, was that the water release technique was rather costly. As for earth release, techniques like Earth Flow River and Yellow Spring Swamp could serve as suitable simulations. Ahem, the thought was becoming rather unpleasant. If it continued down this path, breakfast might make an unwelcome return. Qian Ming collected its thoughts, casting its gaze towards the battlefield not far off, where my guy was single-handedly confronting two Rain Village ninjas while Obito engaged another pair, leaving Lin to challenge one alone. It seemed unnecessary to intervene. The little black cat observed for a moment before beginning to survey its surroundings. Given the earlier incident, any ninja doused with cat urine could not escape its keen senses. Thus, it could effortlessly detect the presence of any non-Konoha ninja or a select few strong individuals. In the shadows, there were two grass ninjas nearby. Positioned a distance from Scorpion, it swiftly navigated the branches towards them. These two grass ninjas lay in ambush within the underbrush, utilizing Grass Village ninjutsu to conceal their presence. From a concealment standpoint, it was indeed effective. However, the pungent odor emanating from them was detectable from afar. They haven't noticed me, even at this proximity. They seem rather weak. After all, if they were strong, would they need to ambush Lin and the others? Qian Ming observed from a height. After watching for a while without them detecting its presence, it leaped down from the tree, landing atop one of the ninjas. What is that? The man exclaimed. The other ninja turned to see the black cat perched on his companion's head, its paw playfully scratching through the man's hair. Meow, I accidentally urinated on my paw earlier. Thank you for your hair, Qian Ming cutely remarked. You pest, I shall slay you. The grass ninja brandished a kunai, his other hand reaching for the cat. But soon a scream echoed. His hand had been pierced by cat fur. The cat quickly jumped onto the other ninja's head, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a creature the size of a lion. Boom. A muffled thud echoed as the grass ninja below was flattened to the ground. Whether he was dead, Qian Ming could not ascertain, but it was evident that severe injuries would render him unconscious. Momentarily taken aback, the grass ninja, whose hair had been used to wipe the claws, pondered in disbelief. What in the world? Is this the multiplication technique? Just a moment ago, when seated atop my head, such a maneuver was unanticipated. Hiss! How terrifying! Meow! Qian Ming called out, preparing to lift a paw. The identical feline cry caused the grass ninja to tremble involuntarily. Cats had always seemed adorable and harmless in his youth, yet now, he felt immense gratitude for not being slain, prompting him to decisively produce a white flag from his pocket. I surrender, I surrender. What? I haven't even lifted my paw, and you surrender already? Your speed rivals that of certain nations. It raised its paw. The grass ninja's face turned pale as he watched the cat's claw inch closer, unable to flee. Trembling as he clutched a shuriken. Why was this cat so ruthless, denying him the opportunity to yield? You are being utterly unreasonable. filled with indignation. The grass ninja retreated while gripping the shuriken tightly. To resist, Qian Ming felt a surge of excitement, only to witness the opponent grasping the shuriken's hilt and striking it violently towards his head. In the next instant, the grass ninja's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground. The black cat fell into contemplation. It merely intended to lift its paw for a gentle wipe, never intending to kill. Oh well, it seemed to have earned 300 or 400 points, though not a substantial amount. It was still quite a gain. After all, the opponent was merely a low-ranking ninja from the grass-hidden village. No disguise, indeed a genuine low-ranking ninja. The commotion was quite significant, which quickly alerted the rain ninjas, Yu and Taki, to the situation. A fleeting glance revealed a black tiger, its fur a deep ebony. What on earth is happening? They were momentarily bewildered. And in that brief distraction, 2 of their comrades were sent flying by Kai and Obito, only to have the black tiger's fur grow wildly, ensnaring their feet in no time. Help! Help! Save me! Save me! The 2 struggled desperately, but to no avail, as they were dragged before the formidable beast amidst their agonized cries. The remaining onlookers dared not intervene. The scene sent shivers down their spines, leaving them drenched in cold sweat on that sweltering day. In the blink of an eye, they could only toss a smoke bomb and seek an opportunity to flee. However, as one attempted to throw the smoke bomb, Aido, with his Sharingan activated, swiftly launched a kunai, accurately knocking the smoke bomb away, while Might Guy leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent one adversary crashing to the ground. Following this, Aido utilized the leaf whirlwind to topple another enemy, pinning them down. Ultimately, aside from the somewhat less aggressive Yuhi Kurenai who managed to escape, the rest were captured alive. Qian Ming, with one paw pressing down on a victim, gazed down at the 2 captives, who trembled in fear. Though cats are undeniably adorable, their charm vanished entirely when magnified to the size of a tiger. At that moment, the 2 were akin to mice, fortunate to escape with their lives, as Qian Ming's system panel displayed a rapid increase in points. After a brief pause, it lifted its paw, allowing the captives to exhale in relief. What followed was the cat sprawled across the chests of the 2, seemingly treating them as a pillow, occasionally rolling over. We surrender. We surrender. We'll give you anything. The rain ninjas cried out in despair. The weight of the magnified cat, enhanced by a multiplication technique, was unbearable. Qian Ming had shown restraint, for had it transformed into the size of an elephant, it could have crushed them outright. Why are you tracking us, Meow? Qian Ming reverted to its original form, as maintaining the multiplication technique consumed chakra, and it preferred not to squander its energy unnecessarily. In the second round of the Chunin exam, acquiring 2 headbands would suffice for progression. This intelligence was obtained in collaboration with the Taki ninjas. Coincidentally, you were the weakest, so we followed you. The 2 rain ninjas dared not conceal the truth. The cat now appeared quite adorable and amiable, yet its ferocity was appalling, and its enlarged form was anything but cute. It exuded a fierce aura. Speak, from where did you obtain this information? Upon hearing this, Obito pressed a kunai against the throat of the subdued Taki ninja. Above, on a tree, words were carved. The 4 captured ninjas trembled, fearing to lie. There are no inscriptions on this tree. He is deceiving us. Might Guy shouted angrily after glancing at a nearby tree. The 4 apprehended ninjas began to sweat profusely, quickly clarifying that the markings were on a different tree, terrified that these 2 might misunderstand and subject them to further punishment. 2 headbands would elevate 1 individual, so we are still short by 2. Wait, do our own count. Yuhi Kurenai inquired while gathering the headbands. No, I don't know. The 4 captives responded in terror. We should continue searching for any new clues. Prudently, it would be best to seek out 2 more headbands. Yuhi Kurenai pondered thoughtfully. The black cat nodded in agreement, yet deep down it secretly regretted. Did that mean they had let slip more than a dozen forehead protectors? More than a dozen forehead protectors equated to the prospects of 7 or 8 individuals. With a sigh, it mourned for the young ninjas of the small hidden villages. To be mere cannon fodder in a war was one thing, but to be relegated to the role of mere background characters in the Chunin exam was another. Why must life be so arduous? Qian Ming released the 2 individuals it had dragged along and lunged towards another target, capturing various foes and raking in approximately 100 points. The Chunin exam was nothing short of a sanctuary for points. It found itself reluctant to leave this place. If it were to depart, then it would have to let them go. Yuan Lin had spoken up, compelling Itachi and the others to release the 4 rogue ninjas, they lacked forehead protectors, either having stolen them from others or opting to forfeit. However, there seemed to be no one easier to bully than these individuals in this forest. The team set forth once more. "Oh, Qian Ming, I noticed you engaged another individual earlier." "Meow, it's the scorpion from Sunagakure." He didn't truly engage. He appeared to lack fighting spirit, yet he seemed intent on killing Itachi, Qian Ming remarked. "Me?" Itachi paused momentarily. He bore no grudge against that scorpion. So why would he target him? Yuan Lin pondered for a second and speculated. Perhaps he has his sights set on your Sharingan. "Fear not. Even if he wishes to kill you, I shall protect you with my fervor," Akai declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Ever since learning of their qualification as substitutes, this fellow had been invigorated, exuding an overwhelming aura of youthful exuberance. The ninjas from Sunagakure are adept in poison, should you charge in recklessly. "Poison? Not afraid." Qian Ming paid no mind to the two, resting atop the medical box while observing the system panel. With over 7,000 points amassed, it could be said that this was a lucrative endeavor, yet how to utilize these points remained a quandary. The thoughts of acquiring Sharingan or Byakugan were futile. Such pursuits would only invite resentment and scrutiny. It would be wiser to exchange for something more practical. For instance, the water release, iron cannonball technique. This technique was straightforward. Its potency solely depended on the quantity of chakra expended, and Qian Ming had a high affinity for water release, requiring merely 2,000 points for the exchange. Admittedly, the iron cannonball alone would not possess great strength for Qian Ming, but having already mastered the nature transformation of wind release, it could seamlessly infuse wind chakra to create the water release, toad cannonball. After deliberation, it ultimately decided to make the exchange. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this technique was presently the most valuable option. As long as its chakra increased, the technique's strength would correspondingly amplify, indicating a high potential ceiling. With 5,000 points remaining, it contemplated, perhaps a lottery? Upon examining the prize pool, its eyes gradually brightened. This week, the deceptive fish jerky from Takigakure was absent, and among the 20 prizes, only half were of inferior quality, while the remaining half included 7 ninjutsu, taijutsu, and 3 bloodline limits. It took the plunge, investing 1,000 points. 11 prizes materialized in succession: a cat scratchboard, Ninja World catnip, a shaving razor, a limited edition fish jerky from the Whirlpool Village, and a Luffy edition meat stick. Qian Ming transitioned from initial hope to gradual numbness, feeling as if her heart had turned to ashes, ultimately collapsing in despair atop the medical box. A series of 10 consecutive draws yielded nothing of worth, save for a collection of trivial items. The limited edition Luffy stick? What purpose does that serve? Does it contain Luffy saliva? Does this cat require such nonsense? Catnip? Well, I must admit I've never truly experienced it, let alone the Ninja World version. Yet, despite this, none of these possessions could elevate her spirits. However, upon glimpsing the final prize, a flicker of excitement sparked within her. Ninjutsu? No, to be precise, it was a bloodline limit ninjutsu, Daidara's explosive clay. This technique was quite remarkable. Qian Ming chose to claim it, eagerly anticipating its arrival, only to be left bewildered by the accompanying memories upon receipt. As previously mentioned, the system would adapt the ninjutsu to suit the black cat's needs. Given the complexity involved in creating explosive clay, the adaptive transformation resulted in explosive cat feces. Toxic and odorous. Just the thought of it made Qian Ming recoil, utterly perplexed. How does one transform cat feces? Surely, when it emerges, no, absolutely not. That stuff is both foul and hard. I can scarcely tolerate it myself. I would rather forego this technique altogether. So, am I truly a non-lucky individual? Qian Ming lay down, feeling rather despondent. But upon browsing Taobao and discovering that a legitimate explosive technique required 10,000 points, her spirits lifted once more. Despite the unexpected turn, exchanging 1,000 for 10,000 was undeniably a bargain. While it may lack elegance, as a trump card or a life-saving maneuver, it should suffice. Moreover, I needn't emulate Daidara's extravagant forms. Simply unleashing it to explode foes while providing cover for my escape would be ample. In this light, it was indeed a treasure of a ninjutsu. With this newfound perspective, Qian Ming even considered a change in her fur. Why not transform into a white cat? After all, isn't that good fortune? Upon her sudden metamorphosis into a white cat, Lin looked on in confusion. Why have you turned into a white cat? Meow from this day forth. I am a regal cat. Then the question arose, should she attempt another draw? The white cat, feeling emboldened, decided to indulge once more. This time, she received 11 distinct food items, and combined with the previous ones, they could create a grand feast. The only consolation was that the final item was specialized cat food for ninjas, resulting in only a loss of 700 points. Oh, indeed. One must not let the thrill of the lottery cloud their judgment. It often leads to trouble. A tinge of regret washed over her. Haha, Lord Jiraiya is white-haired. And your transformation into a white cat does create a perfect pair, Obito remarked casually ahead. Meow? Qian Ming, already in a foul mood, flared up at this comment, leaping onto Obito's head and clawing at his hair in a fit of rage. In no time, his hair became a chaotic mess. When it finally escaped back to the medical kit, Obito had already received an unsolicited haircut. Well, he looked significantly more handsome than before, at least from the cat's perspective. This hairstyle was indeed more appealing, and it seemed he had also earned over 200 points, though not a vast sum. It was still considerable. Obito was seething with rage, wishing he could devour that cat whole. Obito, you mustn't speak ill of Master Jiraiya, Lin remarked. This statement, why did it feel so off? Chihiro, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, struggling to grasp Lin's meaning. It was apparent that this cat was accusing him of being as lecherous as Jiraiya. What did she mean by not saying such things about Jiraiya? Did she think he was lecherous too? The white cat lifted its gaze, fixating on the little girl. This joke was lost on Guy, who was currently preoccupied with pondering who exactly was Jiraiya. However, Master Jiraiya is a good person. I won't allow you to speak ill of him behind his back, understand? Yes, Obito conceded, feeling quite wronged. Jiraiya is a good person? I can hardly believe it. Recently, rumors had circulated that Jiraiya had intentions towards the princess of the Akimichi clan, attempting to spy on her while she bathed, but fortunately, a cat had interrupted him. While the situation seemed entirely reasonable, meriting commendation for the cat's bravery, a closer inspection raised questions. Why would a cat specifically appear by the bathhouse? Obito felt his line of reasoning was sound, piecing together past events and deciphering the truth that this cat had forsaken him for little Lin, concluding it to be a lascivious feline. His logic and assumptions were not flawed. However, moreover, Chihiro is merely a cat, and its thought processes differ from ours. Thus, you should not impose human logic upon a cat, Lin continued. Truly, a medical student, her words flowed eloquently. Guy listened, feeling inexplicably impressed, while Obito could not help but feel a pang of sorrow and indignation at the cat's smug demeanor. Meow? I understand now, he declared, hastening his pace forward. This was coercion and intimidation, an attempt to force a confession. He, Uchiha Obito, would never acquiesce. Chihiro, perched atop the medical box, felt quite pleased. Such was the advantage of being a cat. No matter how cute one could be, one would not face utter defeat. At least, compared to it. Obito now resembled a defeated dog. At that moment, Guy finally interjected, who was Master Jiraiya? That is not important, meow. I've found an enemy again. Should we pursue? Lead the way, Lin exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. According to the 4 rogue ninjas, there were certainly many clues regarding the path ahead scattered throughout the forest. However, given the conditions they understood, it was entirely feasible for each of them to obtain 2 forehead protectors before addressing anything else. Chihiro was grateful for having relieved himself earlier. Otherwise, how could he have easily located the enemies nearby? The crucial detail was that those marked were relatively weak, novice ninjas. So there was no fear of inadvertently stumbling upon a formidable opponent. Although Obito was frustrated, he had no choice but to follow along. With a designated pathfinder, locating others was not particularly challenging. To everyone's astonishment, the source of the scent revealed 2 corpses concealed within the jungle. Their forehead protectors remained intact, and at first glance, no visible wounds were apparent. However, it was evident that poison was involved. Lin crouched down to examine the bodies, and with Kai's assistance, she carefully turned one over, revealing a pinprick-sized wound at the neck. Scorpion. The image of the puppet scorpion flashed through Chihiro's mind. Typically, participants in the exam would band together in small teams to avoid isolation, yet here lay only 2 bodies, indicating that one had been taken away. The scent of 3 individuals lingered in the air, but the aroma of the third had abruptly vanished, possibly due to the body being sealed within a scroll post-mortem, with Scorpion likely employing some method to mask the scent. This should not pose a challenge for him. What was happening? Obito arrived, visibly anxious. He had a nagging feeling that this incident was connected to Scorpion. Meow, it could be Scorpion. There's no way to track him. Chihiro replied before returning to Lin's side, witnessing the grim fate of the corpses, which sent a chill down his spine. This was indeed the lethal prowess of Scorpion. The reason he had retreated earlier was due to the fear of invisible attacks such as poisonous smoke and gas. Once poisoned, death would inevitably follow. The researchers in the ninja world were truly terrifying. The Black Cat was filled with emotion, regretting the over 2,000 points spent on Scorpion. But it was too late for regret, as the points had been tossed into the prize pool. It was more prudent to contemplate a solution instead. Scorpion had effectively eliminated his scent, making it challenging to track him down. Thus, they needed to exercise caution at all times to avoid ambushes. Fortunately, they had acquired 2 forehead protectors. Now they merely needed to locate the exit. The information should be inscribed somewhere within the forest. However, with such vast expanses of foliage, where could they possibly find the engraved location? It felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, suggesting that they might need to interrogate someone for guidance. Under the claws of this cat, few could withstand interrogation. Its methods were certified, even earning praise from the 4th Hokage. And it could also garner some hard-earned points in the process. After further searching, they stumbled upon 2 more corpses, met with the same grim fate. At this moment, Obito was thoroughly terrified. Previously, Chihiro had mentioned Scorpion observing from the shadows. Had Chihiro not discovered and scared him off, he too would have been among the lifeless forms on the ground. We should run, he stammered, sensing the urgency. We need to inform the proctors and teachers. Lin took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over Obito, Kai, and Chihiro before finally settling on Chihiro. Chihiro, could you please make a run for it? She was not a participant. Even if she had to climb the mountain, it was acceptable. Additionally, should they encounter danger, she could use summoning techniques to bring Chihiro back. This was the optimal plan. Chihiro understood this logic, yet he was concerned. If he could not even trace Scorpion's whereabouts, how could the 3 of them hope to evade an ambush? Therefore, it was imperative to locate a Hyuga ninja. The Hyuga clan had dispatched 3 ninjas. Finding any one of them would suffice, as the Byakugan's abilities would not be significantly hindered. The challenge lay in the vastness of the forest, compounded by the potential presence of poison traps set by Scorpion. Although Scorpion's aim is to hunt down those possessing bloodline limits, he is a madman. And who can truly predict the actions of a lunatic? Certainly not Qian Ming. Fortunately, the trap could be deciphered by scent, and after a moment of contemplation, he shared his plan with the others, quickly garnering unanimous agreement. They decided to first seek out members of the Hyuga clan, followed by Qian Ming notifying Orochimaru and KZ. However, unbeknownst to them, a small snake had slithered onto the corpse behind them, observing intently for several seconds. Atop the mountain, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Scorpion from Sunagakure, how intriguing. He pondered whether KZ was aware of Scorpion's activities below, thus deciding to observe further. If he could exploit this situation to ensnare Sunagakure, it would be all the better. Qian Ming had little acquaintance with the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, having had no prior interactions, and thus could not recall their scent, significantly complicating the search. However, before long, they stumbled upon a murder scene. The previous slain ninjas were mostly from small villages, but this time it was different. 2 Konoha ninjas lay dead, their fates mirroring those of the earlier victims. Might Guy rushed over to flip the bodies, scrutinizing them as if trying to ascertain their identities. Do you recognize them? Obito and Rin eagerly approached to inquire, but Qian Ming knew it was a futile endeavor. If Guy could identify these faces, he would eat this tree. After a moment of contemplation, Might Guy shook his head. No, I have no recollection. Are they truly ninjas from Konoha? Rin was at a loss for words. Yet, through her observations, she recognized that Guy indeed had such peculiarities, perhaps a form of prosopagnosia? Regardless, she could no longer rely on him and knelt down to examine the appearances of the 2 ninjas closely. They looked familiar. Obito stared intently for several seconds, his complexion paling, sweat beading on his brow as his hand trembled, reaching for Rin's, only to be swatted away by Qian Ming's paw. Meow, speak if you have something to say. They are teammates of my clan. Obito exclaimed in terror. Teammates of your clan? I remember now. That Uchiha Jonin who was a bit taller than you, probably around 15 or 16 years old, Rin recalled. No, he had awakened 3 Sharingan recently. His power. He could very well be a special Jonin. Obito's teeth chattered. If even a special Jonin squad had fallen to Scorpion, had Scorpion attacked them earlier, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was terrified of death, but even more so of Rin and the others perishing. Special Jonin. Rin gasped, her face draining of color. Guy, standing beside them, was equally apprehensive, for the enemy's strength was indeed formidable. They would likely be unable to inflict any damage, even if they fought with all their might. Most alarmingly, wait, the corpses are still warm. Be cautious. At that moment, Qian Ming suddenly sensed a looming threat and swiftly channeled chakra to enlarge his tail, while his fur rapidly grew to envelop himself and the three others. A dense mass of cat fur formed a colossal shield, repelling potential assaults. What was the situation? Unknown, yet it was likely an enemy. Taking a deep breath, Obito activated his Sharingan, his hands trembling, yet deep down he recognized the necessity to surmount this fear, for they faced a formidable foe capable of annihilating them all. Chihiro sensed a subtle and persistent stirring among the fur. The hidden weapon had failed to penetrate their defenses. Hesitant to dissipate the technique's effects, she merely opened a slight gap to observe the external conditions, only to behold a scorpion perched upon a nearby tree. Your abilities are truly diverse. Allow me to collect you, and I shall grant you eternity, came the melodramatic proclamation from that direction. Chihiro remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. And only when that ominous premonition receded did she release the ninjutsu, causing a flurry of needles to cascade to the ground. The black cat positioned itself protectively in front, intently watching the scorpion. It was time to fight. Chihiro inhaled deeply and roared, instantly enlarging to the size of an elephant. The fur swirled around her, enveloping her in an impenetrable barrier, leaving only her eyes exposed. However, at crucial moments, the surrounding fur would swiftly grow to shield her vital areas. In truth, had it not been for the need to protect those behind her, she would not have needed to enlarge at all. Although the multiplication technique was powerful, it sacrificed the cat's agility and grace. We must find a place to take cover. First, let us fire a distress signal. Rin acted decisively. Disregarding any impending examinations, survival was paramount. As for the Chunin title, what significance did it hold if one possessed strength? Without hesitation, she ignited the signal flare. The fireworks exploded in the sky. The scorpion glanced upward, then indifferently turned its gaze to the center, and soon, 1, 2, 3. Shadows emerged from within the forest. 15 puppets. To manipulate 15 puppets simultaneously, was he even human? Chihiro felt an urge to curse. Although she knew the scorpion could eventually control 100 or more, that was a different scenario entirely. At present, the scorpion retained a human form, having only undergone minor modifications akin to Chio. Therefore, he was indeed formidable. Looks, it seems we cannot escape. Guy swallowed hard, now understanding how the previous ninjas had perished. Such an abundance of puppets was enough to drown them. Run, Chihiro bellowed, raising her paw, which instantly elongated and expanded, revealing a massive sphere of chakra within her palm. A partial multiplication technique, the great ball raising gan. With a thunderous roar, the enormous paw wreaked havoc in its wake, obliterating puppets and trees alike, forging a path with a single strike. Yawara Rin and her companions were momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure. This was the escape route Chihiro had forcibly created. Rin, too, did not hesitate to leave. She understood that as long as she fled far enough, she could summon Chihiro to a safe location using summoning jutsu. This was the optimal solution. The three fled, and the scorpion did not impede them, for its focus had shifted from Obito to this remarkable cat. Such a formidable collection, I must acquire it. Scorpion manipulated his new puppets, once again forming a formation of 15 to encircle and annihilate Qian Ming. Once the defenses were breached, he would be able to bring down this formidable feline. Scorpion felt confident in this endeavor, for the new puppets would unleash a toxic mist, which could not be thwarted by the cats for ninjutsu. His mastery of puppet manipulation was exceptional, and the new puppets swiftly approached Qian Ming, emanating waves of poisonous vapor. However, after Lin and the others exited the battlefield, Qian Ming suddenly shrank in size, held his breath, and then darted towards Scorpion's hiding place. He aimed to entangle the enemy as much as possible. Attacking the puppets would prove futile against a puppet master. The true target must be the body. Qian Ming's speed surged to its limits as he inhaled and infused chakra during his run, then abruptly expelled a powerful column of water release, Toad Oil Bullet. This technique, originally requiring a synergy between Naruto and the Toad, was now executed independently by Qian Ming, who possessed both wind chakra and the oil bullet, negating the need for hand seals. The water column smashed through a grove of trees, striking Scorpion's hiding spot. Yet, it was merely a sand clone. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment of evasion, Scorpion could not perfectly manipulate his puppets, granting Qian Ming an opening. He swiftly ejected a black orb as the puppets closed in, then leapt away. Ascending to a nearby tree, he concealed himself with a needle-like protective cover, and then meow. Boom. A deafening explosion ensued, shrouding the area in dust, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The closest puppets, lacking in defense, were obliterated, while even the sturdier ones were knocked to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Though Qian Ming had distanced himself, the terrifying scene left him shaken. He had resorted to this technique only in dire circumstances. Fortunately, in the next moment, he felt the call of the summoning technique and promptly responded. Scorpion was not far away. To control his puppets, he had to draw closer. Although he evaded the explosion, the noxious fumes and dust were inescapable. How revolting. I must eliminate this cat. Despite having modified most of his physical components, Scorpion had yet to alter many of his internal organs, allowing him to still detect the indescribable stench. Aside from the third Kazekage, he had never harbored such murderous intent towards anyone else. However, through his sensory perception, he realized the cat had vanished into thin air. A summoning technique? That cat was indeed a summoning beast. Scorpion had assumed the little girl merely carried an ordinary ninja beast, only to discover it was a summoned creature bound by a blood contract. This realization was infuriating. His expression darkened. Had he known, he would have captured that female medical ninja first. The signal flare attracted the attention of nearby ninjas, and an increasing number were converging on their location. Meanwhile, Scorpion had lost 11 or 12 puppets in his encounter with Qian Ming, necessitating a retreat. Cursed be this day. I shall one day transform you into a cat puppet, or I shall never quell my resentment. Scorpion vowed fiercely, then hastily gathered his belongings to disguise his withdrawal. There was no option but to retreat. He had not only slain the small ninja village and the ninjas of Konoha, but had also targeted several bloodline limit ninjas from Sunagakure, inciting widespread fury. Remaining here would not be an option. Even the old sea turtle could not protect him. He had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to perish here for the sake of a mere cat. Fortunately, she managed to summon back in time. Noera Rin, with a heart full of concern, cradled Chihiro in her arms to ensure they would not be pursued by the Scorpion. She ran a distance before performing the summoning technique, which took some time. However, after a thorough inspection, she confirmed that Chihiro was safe and uninjured. Yet, there was a peculiar scent lingering in the air. What could it be? It might be some kind of toxic mist released by the Scorpion. I believe it is wise to exercise caution. Guy and Obito harmonized their efforts, while Chihiro, having been summoned, remained in a state of relaxed unconsciousness. Otherwise, he would certainly have leapt up to deliver a resounding slap to both of them. Do not be alarmed. This is not poison. It seems the Scorpion is no longer pursuing us. Rin took a few steps and glanced back in confusion. The Scorpion was not following. In fact, it was retreating further away. At that moment, a snake descended from the tree. Guy nearly kicked it, but Obito intervened, because the snake had spoken. You have done well. Now leave the rest to us. Proceed along the path toward the exit, and simply complete the second exam. Orochimaru. Guy was taken aback, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor. Responding alongside Noera Rin and Obito, yes, Lord Orochimaru. Well then, do your best. I shall await you at the third exam. After delivering this message, the snake expelled a scroll from its mouth. The scroll contained a map to the site of the third examination, stained with some vile snake fluid, which was quite off-putting. Obito reluctantly accepted it, not daring to wipe off the sticky substance immediately. The snake vanished. Only then did Obito sigh in relief, wiping the map on his clothing before unfolding it. Excellent. Let us hasten to the finish line. We should avoid the areas traversed by the Scorpion. He may have laid traps. With Chihiro currently drained of chakra and in a state of unconsciousness, we cannot afford to encounter any further dangers. Noera Rin quickly added, to prevent these two brutes from charging recklessly ahead. Having been exposed to the battlefield earlier, and with Kakashi not accompanying them this time, Rin's cognitive development had significantly advanced. Due to the Scorpion's revealed whereabouts, the examination site was in utter chaos. The primary objective for many rogue shinobi was no longer the exam itself, but rather to eliminate any unwarranted elements. Of course, Rin's team was exempt from this requirement. Their mission was to complete the second exam and await the third examination at the designated site. With the map in hand, this task was not particularly daunting, especially since they had already fulfilled their headband quota. Along the way, Obito noticed a stone engraved with a fragment of the map. Ordinarily, they would need to collect the entire map. However, with Orochimaru's direct intervention allowing them to bypass the formalities, much trouble was averted. Ultimately, the Scorpion had managed to evade capture. He had prepared well and fled swiftly. Even though the Hyuga clan was in pursuit, they could not match the Scorpion's pace, aided as he was by the Sand Village ninja in the chase. In summary, Kaiba was also wary of bearing the blame. Regardless of the Scorpion's actions, he could not be apprehended, leaving the matter unresolved. However, when accountability was sought later, the Sand Village would likely face severe repercussions. Nevertheless, despite the pursuit, the examination continued as scheduled. Due to the significant casualties in the second examination, the number of candidates advancing to the third round was quite limited. Thus, it was deemed unnecessary to conduct preliminary selections, and the final assessment commenced directly. Qian Ming, having exhausted all his chakra, succumbed to slumber and did not awaken until several rounds into the examination. To be candid, the experience of awakening after chakra depletion was rather unpleasant, akin to the aftermath of 3 sleepless nights, leaving him utterly fatigued and with a throbbing headache. It was no wonder that Kakashi in the anime bore the visage of dead fish eyes. Enduring such strain would be unbearable for anyone. He propped himself up and, taking advantage of the distraction of the 3 in front who were engrossed in the battle, stealthily retreated to a corner. A glance at the score panel revealed a staggering increase of over 1,200 points, just shy of the fright he received when Jiraiya had peered at his score. It appeared that Scorpion had indeed been thoroughly disgusted. Qian Ming sighed internally, then retrieved 2 packets of cat food. As he was about to indulge, the sight before him made his stomach churn. After a vigorous shake of his head, he swiftly discarded the 2 packages of special cat food, consuming them rapidly, which allowed his strength to gradually return. Just as he finished eating, the announcement for the next match echoed from below. Next up, Uchiha Obito versus Might Guy. Ah, finally. Wait, why is it Obito? I have long desired a bout with you. Let us engage in a true 1v1 contest of men. After a dramatic proclamation from the 2 adolescent warriors, they descended into the arena, forming opposing seals, and as the examiner declared the start, they immediately exchanged fierce blows. Qian Ming, feeling a tad rejuvenated, leaned in to spectate. How shall I put it? When Obito refrained from utilizing his Sharingan, Guy evidently had the upper hand, dominating Obito whether through ninjutsu or taijutsu. However, once the Sharingan was activated, the combatants appeared evenly matched. After observing for a while, Qian Ming lost interest. A lackluster skirmish between novices held little allure. Instead of wasting time, it would be more prudent to contemplate the utilization of explosive ninjutsu, which was rather intense. The clouds of dust swirling about would send shivers down the spine of its creator. This technique should be reserved for dire circumstances, lest its notoriety tarnish one's reputation. As for the present, it would be wise to rest so that he could assist Rin when her turn arrived. Qian Ming reflected briefly before lying down beside Rin to recuperate. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, Scorpion hastily returned but did not immediately return to the village. Instead, he commenced the crafting of human puppets in a base outside the village. That night, a shadow silently approached. What are you doing? Lord Third, please have a seat. Allow me to finish this puppet, and then I shall elaborate on my grand creation. Scorpion's visage and attire were stained with blood, giving him a particularly ominous appearance. Within the cave lay an array of corpses. The 3rd Kazekage cast a somber gaze around, feeling a profound sorrow. Scorpion was a prodigy of Sunigakure, a source of pride, and he had once believed he could groom Scorpion to be the next successor. Thus, upon uncovering some troubling clues and learning of Scorpion's actions in the city of Kaiki, he did not make it public, but instead ventured alone to confront Scorpion. Why have you chosen this path? For the sake of art. For the eternal beauty that resides in my heart. For the greater mastery of puppet techniques. Alas, how could one who is not a puppeteer comprehend my pursuit? The Scorpion languidly remarked. Eternal beauty, puppet artistry? The 3rd Kazekage furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the surrounding corpses, and a foreboding thought crept into his mind. Could it be that the art the Scorpion speaks of refers to human puppets? Human puppets. Scorpion, abandon this. It is a forbidden path, a realm that has never been permitted since the inception of puppetry. If you insist on this course, then I must. What is this? Ha 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 ha. Do you believe I engage in idle chatter with you? The illustrious third Kazekage. You too shall become a part of my eternal art, forever enshrined in my collection. As the third Kazekage entered the cave, he had already released a toxic mist. And now the poison had accumulated to a critical degree. This toxin was his original creation. Once it reached a certain threshold, an ordinary person would perish almost instantaneously. Of course, this alone would not be fatal. It merely served as a catalyst, triggering the latent toxins he had intentionally left behind when he previously administered the antidote to the third Kazekage. Thus, the poison struck with unparalleled swiftness and ferocity. Having consumed the antidote, the scorpion felt an immense joy. His long-held aspiration was finally within reach. The poisoned third Kazekage remained formidable, yet around him, one by one, the puppets began to awaken, each a wielder of bloodline limits, endowed with extraordinary power. What saddened the scorpion was that the Sharingan had been self-destructed by a member of the Uchiha clan at the moment of death. Although he had acquired the body, he had lost the most potent bloodline limit. However, it mattered not. With the aid of other puppets, he would be more than capable of vanquishing the poisoned third Kazekage. As for fleeing, the distance from the village was considerable, and given that the poison may not have an antidote, escape would also lead to demise. Thus, the third Kazekage took action. A battle ensued. The poisoned third Kazekage remained powerful, facing numerous puppets with unwavering resolve, yet he was indeed afflicted. Were it not for his exceptional strength, he would have succumbed to the poison long ago. In his final moments, his murderous intent was palpable. The scorpion's puppets were nearly shattered by his magnetic release technique. Yet, tragically, to counter him, the scorpion had even equipped his weapons with special silver that would not be affected by magnetic release. Furthermore, a significant portion of the scorpion's body had already been transformed into a puppet, rendering its destruction inconsequential. With meticulous planning, the mightiest wind shadow ultimately met an untimely demise, as the cave collapsed around them. However, the distance from the village was quite far, and the third Kazekage had intended to secretly confront the scorpion. So no one knew he had departed the village alone. Meanwhile, at the exam site, Obito and Might Guy were still locked in fierce combat. Initially, Obito employed ninjutsu and shuriken manipulation, but seeing Guy persist with close combat tactics, he felt reluctant to continue using such methods. Eventually, the two engaged in a fierce brawl. Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind. This was not merely a clash of adversaries. It resembled a battle between brothers, especially since their attire was quite similar. The only distinction being Obito's fan insignia. This Uchiha, not quite what I had envisioned. Kuratsuchi could not help but remark. Konoha is certainly not Sunagakure. What we possess abundantly is the art of combat. This Uchiha, however, employs the techniques of Konoha, rather than adhering to the traditions of his clan. Orochimaru, half serious and half jesting, casually dismissed the matter to Aobaz. Deep down, he harbored reservations about Obito's foolish battle strategy, yet could not allow such sentiments to surface in front of outsiders. Aobaz fell into silence. The remark, although seemingly dismissive of Sunagakure's shinobi, held a kernel of truth. Initially, he had thought that these two individuals clad in green spandex were the only normal genin from Konoha, but it became evident that they were anything but ordinary. One possessed the Sharingan and excelled in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shuriken techniques, while the other's abilities in ninjutsu were unclear. Yet, his prowess in taijutsu alone was sufficient to overpower all genin from Sunagakure of the same age. Konoha truly boasts a wealth of talent. Aobaz's thoughts then turned to the kidnapped children from Sunagakure, and his spirits sank further. Before long, the battle concluded with Obito emerging victorious by a narrow margin. A duel had ended. Shikage, hearing the commotion, glanced down. Both Obito and Guy appeared battered, adorned with injuries, yet their robust constitutions allowed for quick recovery. No further treatment was necessary, merely a period of rest. Shikage did not witness the fight, but judging by their conditions, it was likely a fierce confrontation between men. Should Guy have triumphed, he might have leveraged this victory to ascend to the rank of Chunin. However, for Obito, even a win was unlikely to merit such an elevation, as the victory had been far from dignified. Nevertheless, observing their exhilarated expressions and the evident camaraderie that had blossomed between them, he could only chuckle inwardly. As long as they were content, that was what mattered. Next up was Noira Rin versus Yashimaru. Yashimaru, Rin paused momentarily before directing her gaze to the opposite spectator stand, where a gentle-looking boy, seemingly a medical ninja like herself, sat. She turned her head to glance at Chickage. Meow? Without hesitation, Chickage stood up. After consuming 2 portions of cat food, its stamina had nearly been restored. Although its chakra was only partially replenished, defeating Yashimaru should not pose a significant challenge. From its recollections, Yashimaru appeared rather inadequate. Come, let us fight side by side. Rin lowered her hand, allowing Chickage to ascend to her shoulder, and together they leapt onto the arena in the center of the stage. As they were not from the same village, there was no need to adhere to the opposing hand seals or the reconciliation seals. The two stood on opposite sides, locking eyes as they awaited the referee's signal to commence. The Ninkin was an integral part of Rin's strength, and such a battle would not preclude its participation. At this moment, Chickage perched on Rin's shoulder, contemplating the strategies for the impending bout. Undoubtedly, the Chunin exams assessed not only raw power but also combat intelligence, tactical acumen, and other attributes. If it were to overwhelm the opponent with sheer force, even a victory would not guarantee selection as a Chunin. Thus, Rin must fully harness her capabilities in this contest. After a moment's reflection, Chickage leaned in and whispered, I shall hold back. You direct me. And I shall support your endeavors, Meow. Noira Rin nodded gently in response. At that moment, the referee began the countdown, and as the final number echoed in the air, the referee vanished without a trace. At the same moment, 3 or 4 shuriken soared through the air, utilizing the art of manipulation. Lin had witnessed this technique employed by enemies on the battlefield, thus remaining unfazed as she charged forward to confront the incoming projectiles. As the 4 shuriken neared, Qian Ming suddenly leapt into action, deftly swatting away 3 of them with remarkable agility. Yashimaru paused for a fleeting second before decisively launching a few more shuriken, skillfully maneuvering while maintaining his position. However, at that moment, Lin signaled with her fingers, prompting Qian Ming to swiftly reposition to encircle Yashimaru, effectively blocking his escape route. With a swift motion, she drew a handful of shuriken from her pouch, and as the manipulated shuriken threatened to strike her, she quickly formed hand seals to release the needle Kazashi, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Yashimaru found himself cornered, on the verge of utilizing the sand clone technique when Lin executed a series of hand seals, delivering an invisible strike, causing a tumult of chakra within Yashimaru, rendering his mind momentarily hazy. Being a medical ninja himself, Yashimaru recognized the cause, the effect of the healing technique. In the next instant, a cat's claw rested against his throat, and any movement would result in those sharp claws mercilessly tearing into his flesh. Victory belonged to Lin. In the subsequent match, it was evident that the current generation of Konoha ninjas was exceptionally skilled. Ebz chuckled softly, refraining from voicing the thought that even a cat could be so cunning. To express such a sentiment would imply that the ninjas of Sunagakure were inferior to mere felines. Although this was indeed the case, he merely chuckled to himself. Orochimaru, feeling a thrill of excitement, licked his lips. This cat had exceeded his expectations. Not only was its ability remarkable, but its intellect was equally impressive. While others may not have recognized it, he and Ebz certainly did. Qian Ming possessed a more decisive approach to victory, yet this battle showcased Lin's combat intelligence, leadership skills, and situational judgment, all of which would significantly aid her advancement to Nin. Despite her slight shortcomings in strength, her capabilities as a medical ninja were commendable, making her promotion to Nin highly likely. How unassuming indeed, Ebz mused. But he quickly shifted his focus from thoughts of promotion to the more pressing matter at hand for Sunagakure: how to address the turmoil caused by Sasori. Before the conclusion of the second round of examinations, he discreetly dispatched individuals to tally the casualties. Each village had suffered losses of bloodline limit ninjas. Their bodies vanished and presumed to have been taken by Sasori. Fortunately, Sunagakure's own bloodline limit ninja had also perished, and Sasori had evaded capture, allowing them to claim it as his individual act and label him a rogue ninja of Sunagakure. However, some sacrifices were unavoidable. Ebz foresaw that Orochimaru would demand a substantial amount of resources, which the Land of Wind was already lacking, thereby stifling Sunagakure's potential for further development. For decades, Konoha had operated in this manner. Truly a daunting predicament. I sincerely wish for a significant upheaval in Konoha, one that would compel Orochimaru to retreat far from Sunagakure. For if this continues, the village may find itself devoid of a future in mere decades. Rin, you are truly remarkable to have vanquished such formidable foes. As soon as Noera Rin returned, Obito hurried over to offer his congratulations, though such words seemed rather exaggerated. Well, it was manageable, after all. The opponent was merely a medical ninja, Rin replied, feeling somewhat awkward. She was acutely aware that Yashimaru's strength was not particularly impressive, and her orderly triumph was largely due to the element of surprise afforded by her mastery of sage techniques, but even more so because of Chiaki's assistance. Chiaki exclaimed, raising its head to regard Obito, a silent scoff echoing in its heart. How could such an inexperienced foe be transformed into a formidable adversary in your account? Such flattery is hardly commendable. Guy stood aside, chuckling, yet it was evident he felt a tinge of disappointment. Among the trio participating in the exam, he was the only one to falter. However, losing to a comrade was not a source of shame. Let us observe the battle, Rin gently suggested, prompting Obito to cease his efforts to concoct further praise. Below them, the Jonin from Amigakure and Sunagakure were engaged in a spirited exchange, each refusing to yield. Despite their youth, being only a year or two their juniors, Chiaki soon grew weary of the spectacle. Due to its experiences with Scorpion, it had become accustomed to high-intensity combat during this Chunin exam, and found no interest in the trivial skirmishes of these novices. Watching their struggle felt like a waste of life and time. It would be far more worthwhile to browse Taobao and contemplate how to utilize its accrued points. Previously, Chiaki had conducted 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, expending 2,000 points, yet a single successful draw with Scorpion had recouped over half that expenditure, leaving it with more than 4,000 points. In comparison to high-level ninjutsu, 4,000 points were relatively insignificant. Bloodline limit techniques were nearly unattainable, and the imported goods from outside the Naruto world were inherently more expensive than their domestic counterparts, rendering their cost efficiency shockingly low. Unless one was fortunate enough to draw them, they were not worth considering for the time being. After a brief survey, Chiaki found itself at a loss. Forget it. I'll opt for a round of luxurious cat food instead. It glanced at its little belly. Following the turmoil caused by Scorpion, it had nearly exhausted its meager fat reserves, let alone the accumulation of natural energy. It could certainly indulge once more. 1,000 points vanished, but the value was undoubtedly justified. Upon further inspection, it seemed there was nothing else it desired to exchange. Wait, the 8 gates. It could exchange for the 8 gates. Chiaki's eyes sparkled as it swiftly searched through the body techniques. Before long, it felt a surge of clarity regarding its objective. The 8 gates, opening gate, required merely 1,000 points. The sole obstacle was that its physique must meet a certain standard to unlock it, and at present, it remained in a gray status. Moreover, the techniques of immense strength, Shuinpa, and the Navy's 6 styles were also enticing. Alas, they were exceedingly costly. Chiaki gazed at the string of numbers, then at its own paltry 4-digit figure, and in an instant, the sensation of expansion and satisfaction dissipated, leaving only one thought lingering in its mind. Comrades must strive harder. It soon perked up, glancing around in search of potential targets to earn points. However, it seemed that only Aido and Guy were reliable options. Never mind, you two can take a break. After their intense battle, Aido and Guy had not fully recovered from their injuries. Even if one were a devil, it would be prudent to grant them a respite. One cannot be perpetually vigilant in extracting points from them. A nap would do. It leaped down and settled atop the medical box beside Len. Nara Lin glanced back and, seeing the little black cat retreat to sleep, paid it no further mind. Meanwhile, Chikami stealthily produced a portion of the luxurious cat food and quickly consumed it. The familiar taste resonated within, akin to the sensation of downing an entire small bottle of ergwotu. Quite exhilarating. Before long, it succumbed to slumber. The Chunin exams continued, though only a few ninjas had reached the 3rd round, with the incident involving Scorpion looming large. Both Orochimaru and Kaiza had lost interest in the specific events unfolding here, engaging instead in idle conversation. Of course, leaders like them would not converse aimlessly. Their ultimate purpose was to deliberate on how to address the situation regarding Scorpion. If Jiraiya were present, he might have adopted a gentler approach, advocating for a lighter price from Sunagakure. However, with Orochimaru presiding, the terms were rather steep, entailing a plethora of resources already scarce in the land of wind, alongside gold, ores, and more. One could say it was an audacious demand. Orochimaru was resolute. It was either a confrontation or surrendering Scorpion to Konoha for resolution. There was no alternative. Kaiza expressed his intent to consult with the village, suggesting that this matter be temporarily set aside. What transpired thereafter was of no concern to Lin and her companions. They were merely Jonin, and regardless of the current situation, they were not qualified to engage in the impending conflict with Sunagakure. Once the exams concluded, they embarked on their journey back to their village. Shikami was still lost in sleep. However, aside from Might Guy's exaggerated reactions, Lin and Obito had grown entirely accustomed to it. Indeed, Obito found Shikami to be more charming and endearing while asleep than awake. At least, he was not mischievous. Yet, it must be said, all cats share a common trait. They are adorable when slumbering, but when awake, they are all troublemakers. It just so happened that this particular one was beyond his abilities to manage. Obito sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he was not tasked with carrying this lethargic feline. Might Guy had volunteered to take on that responsibility. Returning to Konoha, there had been little change. The specifics regarding promotions remained undecided, and Minato had gone out, leaving Team Minato unable to reorganize in the short term. Nevertheless, Might Guy returned early, eager to assist his teammates and continue their mission together. Might Guy possessed the strength of a Chunin, but his skills were lacking in other areas. However, he was quite pleased, as that evening he taught him the opening methods of the 8 gates beyond the opening gate. Lin and Obito were also busy. Obito was learning the family ninjutsu and swordsmanship while diligently practicing the taijutsu techniques taught by Might Guy, while Lin returned to the medical corps for her studies. Shikami remained in slumber until the evening of the 3rd day when it finally awoke. Compared to before, the time required for it to fall into a deep slumber after each meal has significantly shortened, indicating that its body has become more attuned to natural energy, allowing for a swifter absorption rate. If it persists in this endeavor, perhaps one day it will only need a brief respite after eating. Due to its slumber, it missed the celebration at the Yahara family, but it was not a great loss. The sole advantage of the spatial inventory is that any food not previously claimed will always be in optimal condition upon first retrieval. For instance, the large meat stick was piping hot when taken out, and Qian Ming stealthily indulged in it from the nearby woods, only finishing when only the bone remained. It was delicious, making the points spent worthwhile. Next, it sampled the exclusive dried fish from the Whirlpool village, and indeed, the flavor was distinct. For one was a river fish and the other, a sea fish. Aside from that, there seemed to be no other differences. Just as it was preparing to try some catnip, the scent of an acquaintance wafted through the air, D.'s fragrance. It dashed outside, only to find Yahara Rin walking home with D, chatting and laughing along the village path. What a rascal! Meow, it leaped onto the roof of its home to greet them. D, this is my ninja cat, Qian Ming, Yahara Rin pointed out. Hello, Qian Ming. D gently bowed, feigning unfamiliarity with Qian Ming. What a cunning boy. Some individuals are indeed born for certain roles. For instance, D, at merely 4 or 5 years old, already grasped the art of masking emotions and intentions, leaving others oblivious to the fact that he had long known this black cat. It was a gift from the heavens. Of course, this particular gift was not without its perils. One could lose their head at any moment, so avoiding such tasks was undoubtedly preferable. Meow, the black cat, leapt onto his head. Qian Ming, that is quite rude, Yahara Rin admonished. Meow, I've known him for quite some time. Qian Ming climbed onto his shoulder, ruthlessly exposing D's deception. D was momentarily taken aback. Then, holding Qian Ming, bowed to Yahara Rin, saying, I apologize, Rin-senpai. I indeed have known little Qian Ming for quite a while. Ah, so you are acquaintances. No worries. Come in and have a seat for a while, Yahara Rin said, her spirits lifted. Since Qian Ming knew him, she presumed he could not be too bad a boy. Aside from her, this obstinate cat rarely formed bonds with boys. D politely bowed again, carrying Qian Ming inside with a smile, though secretly pressing on certain sensitive spots to make the cat uncomfortable, a blatant act of revenge. The black cat, keenly aware, noticed the points panel had surged by dozens when it exposed their prior acquaintance. However, this time, it chose to endure. Yet, the very next moment, still pressing? Meow? What's wrong? Nothing. Qian Ming likes it when I help him with that. I must have accidentally pressed on a sensitive spot earlier. My apologies, Qian Ming-san. D said with a cheerful smile. Meow, let go. Qian Ming struggled and jumped onto Rin's shoulder. This fellow was indeed shrewd. He had managed to charm with both sweet and bitter words, leaving no room for reproach. Rin Yahara could not help but chuckle as she entered the door with Chiharu and Kabuto, exclaiming, "Mother, I am back. Welcome home. Your father has yet to return, so please take a seat for a while." Upon hearing the commotion, Yaharake turned her head and was instantly surprised by the sight of an adorable little boy, inquiring, "And who might this charming young lad be?" "Hello, Auntie. My name is Kabuto, and I am Rin-senpai's apprentice," Kabuto replied with utmost politeness. "Apprentice? We are all merely learning from one another," Rin said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her skills were hardly sufficient to take on an apprentice, and as long as she did not lead others astray, that would suffice. Of course, this was her modest perspective. In reality, the medical class held her in high regard for her quick reflexes, steady hands, and strong chakra control. In short, her reputation was quite commendable. Yaharake invited Kabuto to sit down and warmly inquired about his circumstances. Upon learning that he was an orphan, she enthusiastically invited him to stay for dinner before leaving. Kabuto was eager to decline, but Kei's warmth was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to refuse her hospitality. For him, such a scene was unprecedented. While Kyoto had its share of similar situations, those noble women were either insincere or harbored ulterior motives. Yet, this kind aunt displayed no malice. Only a hint of sympathy, which left Kabuto feeling uncomfortable but not displeased. Chiharu playfully nudged in front of him, requesting a massage. Kabuto gently stroked him and employed some medical techniques to soothe the cat's body, eliciting contented purrs. Rin watched from the sidelines, finding the technique fascinating, but knowing that such secrets were not easily shared. She merely glanced before averting her gaze. "There's no need for that, Rin-senpai. This is simply an ordinary massage combined with basic medical techniques," Kabuto explained, noticing Rin's curiosity. After a short while, Chiharu was handed over to Rin. As she massaged him, Kabuto continuously provided guidance and corrections until Rin eventually mastered the technique. Chiharu discreetly raised a paw in appreciation of Kabuto's skills. It was far better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish. From now on, he would not need to visit Kabuto daily, for he could receive an exquisite massage from Rin. Kabuto merely smiled faintly at this. The debt of gratitude Chiharu felt towards the orphanage was immeasurable. Without Kabuto's guidance, he would not have delved into the study of pets, nor would he have ventured to Kyoto. Without such endeavors, the orphanage would not have had such financial means, and the improvement in living conditions was evident. The Yahara family displayed great hospitality, having prepared a splendid meal upon learning of Chiharu's awakening. However, it was unfortunate that Chiharu had already consumed a hearty meal of meat and snacks earlier that afternoon, leaving little room for more food. Nevertheless, upon seeing the steaming fresh fish, he persevered and managed to eat a considerable amount. Good food should not be wasted. One might not have the same opportunity next time. Though Yaharazawa had settled down after becoming a teacher, his income had correspondingly decreased, making fresh fish at home a less frequent occurrence. Missing a meal was a loss indeed. After finishing the meal, Kabuto expressed his gratitude and prepared to take his leave. Originally, he intended to walk alone, but Lin insisted that Qian Ming accompany him. Thus he was obliged to escort her. The orphanage was situated a bit far from the village. Qian Ming led the way, and they ambled toward their destination. Given his capabilities, he generally faced no issues, unless confronted by. A chilling laughter echoed through the air. Doe and the black cat became vigilant, particularly the feline, which fixed its gaze on the source of the sound, its body tensed as if poised for action. Would Lin be aware of their predicament? A flicker of hope surged within Doe, wishing Lin might summon him away, yet he understood that such a feat was nearly impossible. The so-called escorting had, in the end, morphed into a buy-one-get-one free scenario. "Greetings, Lord Orochimaru," Doe articulated with courtesy, while Qian Ming merely offered a soft meow as a form of acknowledgement. Orochimaru paid no heed to the formalities. His focus resided on talent. Both Doe and Qian Ming were remarkable in their own rights, especially Doe, whose deft hands and disposition were ideally suited for the role of a medical ninja engaged in research, whereas Qian Ming was more apt to be the subject of such studies. "This is a gift for your enrollment," Orochimaru declared, tossing a scroll toward Doe, who deftly caught it. He then cast a glance at Qian Ming, not anticipating encountering this particular cat. Thus, the promised gift was yet to be prepared. However, it seemed that this feline was not overly eager for it at the moment. At that juncture, Qian Ming leaped onto Orochimaru's shoulder. Surprising him slightly, this cat exhibited no fear of him. Rather than swatting it away, he curiously grasped the cat and brought it closer to his face. This cat was no ordinary beast. It possessed a high level of intelligence akin to the summoning creatures he and Jiraiya had known since childhood, enabling it to transcend the typical fears exhibited by ordinary animals. However, Orochimaru found himself puzzled by the cat's willingness to approach him despite its trepidation. His curiosity compelled him to observe Qian Ming for several moments. "Master," Do exclaimed urgently, momentarily neglecting the scroll in his hand. "Rest assured, I merely wish to observe," Orochimaru reassured. Releasing the black cat, while still contemplating its unusual behavior, he had visited the ninja cat fortress and was aware of how true ninja cats regarded him. Thus, this particular ninja cat was indeed quite extraordinary. After setting Qian Ming down, Orochimaru vanished, returning to his true form. The entity they had encountered was merely a shadow clone. His true self had no time to linger. Do and Qian Ming exchanged glances, after which Do unfurled the scroll under the moonlight to examine the inscribed text closely. Upon reading it, Qian Ming's fur bristled. The scroll contained various studies on cats, including intricate anatomical diagrams, even delving into research on ninja cats. This was essentially a feline encyclopedia. Do scrutinized the feline compendium before glancing at Qian Ming, his eyes reflecting a blend of assessment and eagerness to experiment. "Meow, I considered you a friend. Yet you contemplate dissecting me," Qian Ming exclaimed, leaping away in alarm. As the man and the cat locked eyes, Do let out a gentle sigh and explained, "I did not mean to imply anything. I was merely curious. Shall we proceed? The orphanage lies just ahead. Would you care to stay the night?" "No. It's better to return home early," the black cat replied cautiously, leaping back. "The orphanage? This place resembles a research facility," Do mused. "Well, considering your abilities, you should be fine as long as you don't encounter someone of Orochimaru's caliber." Do tucked the feline encyclopedia into his pocket and continued along the narrow path. "Do not raise a flag for me," Qian Ming protested, clearly displeased. "Is it you who has set this flag, fearing I might cross paths with Orochimaru?" "Huh." Although he could not comprehend the phrase raise a flag, Do found the black cat's reaction amusing. Qian Ming followed suit. The orphanage loomed ahead, the vicinity still faintly carrying Orochimaru's serpentine aura, indicating that he had indeed visited and lingered there for a while. This thought reminded Do of the time he encountered Orochimaru on his return journey from Kyoto to Konoha. "Should we stay overnight?" he pondered. The orphanage had undergone significant renovations. The courtyard was much larger than before. While the exterior of the buildings appeared unchanged, the interiors had been lavishly transformed. "Are you not leaving?" Qian Ming decided to stay, resolving to return home in the morning. He felt no shame in this. After all, it was quite normal for a cat to be indecisive. Moreover, safety held more importance than pride, and he believed Rin would understand his choice. At that moment, a boy dashed out, spotting Do with a bright smile. "Do, you're back. The aunties are discussing." "Oh, who is this cat?" "A ninja cat. My friend Qian Ming," Do replied with a smile, gesturing toward the black cat before pointing at the boy. "His name is Yurushi, and he is also a child of the orphanage." "Hello." Meow. Qian Ming waved his paw. Yurushi had appeared in the anime as well. Although his appearance differed slightly from the manga, he was still somewhat recognizable. "A talking cat," Yurushi exclaimed in surprise, but upon realizing it was a ninja cat, his fear dissipated. In the world of ninjas, anything was indeed possible. Being just an ordinary human, Qian Ming had no interest in teasing him, for any engagement would yield no points and might even invite disapproval from others. Due to Do's contributions that had significantly benefited the orphanage, his status within the establishment had risen considerably, and soon enough, Qian Ming received a blanket of his own. After a while, all the children settled down to sleep, Qian Ming included, though he found himself unable to drift off. Seizing the opportunity once others had succumbed to slumber, he stealthily slipped out through the window. Initially, he merely sought to stretch his limbs, but upon wandering about, he discovered ninjas were monitoring the area. Toanzo's men? Qian Ming licked his paw. The children were not entertaining targets, but root ninjas were another matter entirely. Following the scent, he approached, only to have the opponent suddenly lift their head to look in his direction. Upon locking eyes with the black cat, the ninja was momentarily startled, but swiftly utilized a series of ninjutsu techniques, including the substitution and body flicker techniques, to depart without lingering. Such decisiveness. Qian Ming was momentarily taken aback, noting the meager earnings of less than 30 points, revealing the opponent's remarkable fortitude. They had not been frightened at all. Truly, a ninja of the root. Turning back to glance at the orphanage, Qian Ming recognized that Danzo indeed remembered its existence. However, given that Yana had recently amassed a substantial sum of money. The orphanage's financial concerns were no longer pressing. In time, they might not even require the support from Konoha. Danzo must be quite troubled. If he were to learn that this idea originated from Qian Ming, would it not yield a considerable amount of points? Alas, it would be wise to avoid provoking Danzo for now. After pondering for a moment, Qian Ming returned to the eaves and, feeling restless and not yet ready for sleep, decided to browse Taba to see if there were any items of interest that could be exchanged. She had contemplated the items she wished to trade for, beginning with a glance at the 8 gates technique, specifically the first gate for exchange. This forbidden technique had a threshold for exchange that she had previously not met, but now. Oh, have I met the criteria? Could it be the cat food I consumed had an effect? Qian Ming was slightly astonished. The natural energy had a significant impact on ninja beasts, enhancing both chakra and physical prowess. Coupled with her consumption of specialized cat food to bolster her body and chakra, she had swiftly achieved the standard. In light of this, spending the points seemed quite worthwhile. Initiating the exchange for the first gate, the 8 gates technique unlocks the body's internal restrictions. Activating the first gate allows for a complete utilization of physical capabilities, worth every point. Considering unlocking it only requires 1,000 points, the orphanage was tranquil. Since she could not sleep, why not attempt to activate the first gate? Open. Whoosh, the black cat darted into the woods, and in an instant, it leapt onto a distant tree, capturing an owl that had just settled onto a branch. The owl struggled fiercely, yet was pinned beneath the cat's claws and rendered immobile. Qian Ming played with it for a moment before releasing it. The state of the first gate indeed enhanced physical prowess significantly, although it was quite taxing. Just as well. She felt fatigued and decided to take a nap. The following day, early in the morning, Qian Ming awoke, initially intending to linger in bed a bit longer, only to be startled by a loud rapping at the window. She assumed it was either Toby or Yurushi calling her to rise. Turning her head, she discovered a white cat perched at the window, responsible for the earlier noise. The two-tailed cat. Qian Ming sat up, tilting her head to scrutinize it. What could this cat possibly want? Their prior discussion about trading cat food came to mind, but currently, her points were insufficient for such an exchange. The black cat opened the window from the inside and climbed out. Meow? That food from last time. The cat grumbled. How could it be so difficult to participate in the Chunin exams? It had made so many trips without success, and had it not been for the return of a cat from the Uchiha clan, it would have remained unaware of the black cat's return to the village. Meow? Qian Ming just opened the system panel and was astonished to see his points surge by over 70. It appeared this cat had considerable potential to exploit. Stop pretending. The cat suddenly enlarged, though not to the extent of its usual size, yet it was still as large as a calf, exuding an imposing presence. However, in the next moment, the colossal cat tail, now magnified, struck down like a whip, swiftly landing a blow upon him. Meow? The cat let out a wretched cry, then glared angrily at Qian Ming. This is someone else's territory. Do not be too arrogant. Qian Ming licked his tail, realizing he had just earned over 300 points. This cat indeed harbored great potential. What was happening? Do, hearing the commotion, approached the window and peered in, spotting a white cat of similar size to Qian Ming, albeit slightly larger and possessing 2 tails. Initially, it intended to hiss angrily at Do, but upon catching a whiff of the air, meow, that terrifying man's aura. Why does this fellow exude the aura of that serpent man? The two-tailed cat was suddenly reminded of an unpleasant memory from that day, causing it to shudder involuntarily, before swiftly transforming to the size reminiscent of Qian Ming. Meow. Cowardly cat, Qian Ming exclaimed, the implication clear. The cat shot an irritated glance at it, then suspiciously scrutinized Do from head to toe, pondering if this fellow was somehow connected to the serpent man. Qian Ming, who is it? Meow, my younger brother. Cat you, Qian Ming explained with ease. Younger brother? Do's lips twitched. While you are certainly formidable, this cat appeared rather aged, making the term younger brother quite dubious. Nevertheless, given that this black cat was anything but ordinary, it was best not to meddle in their affairs. However, this white cat is rather impressive. Do's eyes roamed over it, then with a hint of regret, he averted his gaze and turned to depart. Cat you felt a chill run through its body. The gaze of this fellow was strikingly similar to that of the serpent man from that day. Indeed, they were of the same lineage. Fortunately, it had not provoked him. Once Do departed, Cat you gestured for Qian Ming to jump down. It understood that Qian Ming possessed the ability to enlarge yet refrained from doing so to intimidate the cat. And as Chiming had noted, this was the black cat's territory, where it held no advantage. Thus, enough with the chatter. I demand cat food. Cat food. Very well. Chiming slapped a paw, conjuring a scroll. This spirit-summoning scroll was a remnant of its bond with the wild Lin, and its gesture was unmistakable. Meow? Impossible. How could the majestic lord of the Ninja Cat Castle, the king among cats, submit to? At that moment, Chiming produced another item. A few leaves. What is this? Cat you sniffed, its eyes gradually glazing over. Moments later, it was rolling on the ground, purring with excitement, completely abandoning the regal demeanor of the Ninja Cat Castle's king. So potent? Thankfully, I didn't partake. Otherwise, I would have been utterly humiliated. Chiming mused inwardly, casting a shocked glance at the catnip. It was fortunate that it had not experimented with it. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been its own. However, it recalled that not every cat was enamored with such a substance. Perhaps it would remain unaffected. After much hesitation, Chiming ultimately lacked the courage to indulge. If it were to make a fool of itself like this imbecile, its illustrious reputation would be forever tarnished. Alas, if only there were the capacity to record. For this spectacle would surely earn the two-tailed cat you a generous amount of points within the Ninja Cat Castle. The prowess of the two-tailed cat you was formidable. And soon after breaking free from the effects of the catnip, it instinctively sought to enlarge. Roaring, a tactic it often employed when besieged by its underlings in the Ninja Cat Castle. However, it soon realized that the cat before it seemed unperturbed by its presence, and it had matters to discuss with the other. Distressing. It angrily sharpened its claws and bellowed in frustration, "If you won't sell, then I shall take my leave." This king has never faced such humiliation in the Ninja Cat Castle. Thankfully, no humans were present to witness this debacle. Otherwise, what reputation would remain? As for Chiming's assertion that signing a contract would yield cat food. The cat of the hidden cat fortress. Gala. The sound of a cat munching on treats resonates, and the aroma is far more delightful than the previous cat food. No, that is not quite right. It is indeed more robust in flavor. After all, I had only tasted a single morsel before, but now the scent emanates from an entire bag. The cat turns its head and observes a generous scatter of special cat food on the ground, while Chiming savors it slowly. Meow. The cat emits a cry, then swiftly begins to feast on the food strewn about. Delicious, exquisite. It devours the offerings voraciously, realizing now, after only having a taste once before, that this delicacy possesses such an exquisite texture, and it can feel both its chakra and body growing stronger. However, halfway through, the proud two-tailed cat recalls its prior actions. For it spots something, a scroll belonging to that deceased cat. Meow. Impossible. The two-tailed cat roars in fury. Though the hidden cat castle operates independently, it does not possess any external summoning blood contract scrolls. Its agreements with the Uchiha and the old cat are merely cooperative contracts, not blood bonds. Furthermore, signing such a thing would imply submission to the black cat. It would never agree to that. A fight. Chiming gazes at the two-tailed cat without trepidation. This white cat is quite formidable among its peers, but over time it has gradually approached maturity, and coupled with the effects of the two types of cat food, its strength undoubtedly surpasses that of cat you. Oh, you wish to challenge me. The two-tailed cat stands, licking its claws, its gaze sharpening. Meow. If you believe that. My answer is. Chiming stretches and loosens its muscles before swiftly leaping into the woods, and cat you follows closely, in its smaller form. It can keep pace with the black cat's usual running speed. Before long, they arrive at a clearing amidst the mountains and forests. The area is quite spacious, with a solid ground that can withstand their growth without causing a landslide. This shall do. Chiming halts, turning to face the two-tailed cat, its gaze growing increasingly fierce. Felines possess a strong sense of hierarchy, and that scroll is within its control. If cat you were to bleed onto the blood contract scroll, it would indeed signify its submission. To compel the cat to submit, a battle is necessary. Mew. With a roar, the two-tailed cat rapidly enlarges, far surpassing Chiming in size. This is its true form, while its previous scale was merely due to its ability to manipulate its size at will. However, in the next moment, it observes the black cat also rapidly growing larger, towering over it in an instant. What is this? Cat U's expression turns blank, and soon it sees a myriad of black fur descending upon it like a net, densely surrounding it. It moves swiftly, attempting to escape the encirclement. Yet at that moment, 8 gates open. The first gate opens, and in an instant, Chiming shrinks, dashing beside it, then quickly enlarges again, striking Cat Yu and sending it flying. In the next heartbeat, it leaps into the air. Boom, boom, boom. A series of relentless assaults ensued, the limbs of the creature enhanced by a technique of local amplification. Its tail persistently striking at the cat-like figure, landing dozens of powerful blows in the blink of an eye. The feline cried out in agony, ensnared by tufts of its own fur, losing the agility characteristic of its kind, now reduced to a mere passive recipient of the onslaught. Surrender? Chiming high above. The tail had grown immense, pointing skyward, the tip sharpened like a needle, resembling a colossal hammer from a distance. The repercussions of such a strike were unfathomable to the beleaguered creature. Yet, while it found itself ensnared by this peculiar fur technique, it was evident that even without such bizarre ninjutsu, the adversary could swiftly approach and pummel it mercilessly. Was that cat food truly so potent? It found itself engulfed in uncertainty, hesitating. At that moment, the tail swung back, preparing to strike. In a panic, it cried out, "I surrender. I am willing to submit." "Meow, excellent. Let us formalize this," Qian Ming declared, lowering it to the ground and producing a blood contract. The act of signing. The two-tailed cat fell silent. Confronted with terminology it did not comprehend, though this was of little consequence. What mattered was the contract before it. A drop of blood. And according to the customs of the feline and summoning realms, it would become Qian Ming's subordinate, henceforth bound to follow the little black cat's lead. Having been the leader for so long, adjusting to the role of a subordinate felt rather foreign. However, upon reflection, the prospect of enjoying cat food as a reward was undeniably enticing. Of course, it was naive to think that such rewards would be plentiful. Qian Ming himself was short on points and would hardly indulge it frequently. Perhaps it might extract a portion from the points earned from the creature itself. As it stood, Qian Ming had accrued nearly 600 points from it, while the half bag of cat food consumed was merely worth 150 points. The humiliating blood mark quickly faded. Qian Ming observed for a few moments as his points surged by 200 to 300. Such an increase. Well, he decided to reward it with a special cat food. He exchanged for a portion and tossed it over, stating, "Meow, here's your reward." A reward? The two-tailed cat gazed at the packaging with skepticism. It was clearly a gesture of pity. It let out a cold laugh, then proceeded to eagerly tear open the packaging, devouring the contents with delight, occasionally emitting satisfying purrs. Should the ninjas of the cat castle witness this, they would surely be astonished. Was this truly the king of the cat castle? Such a lack of dignity. Yet, when faced with delectable treats and benefits, what is dignity? The two-tailed cat understood well that this snack was not merely delicious. It also significantly enhanced the physical prowess of its kind while boosting its chakra. Though its physical fitness and chakra levels were already among the highest in the cat castle, it had reached a plateau. However, with the aid of the cat food, growth was reignited. Thus, the cat food elevated not just speed but the very limits of its capabilities. It was no wonder the two-tailed cat maintained a lighthearted outlook. After enduring such a brutal beating, the prospects of victory seemed bleak. What other choice did it have but to eat? Life as a cat was undeniably arduous. Qian Ming glanced at the panel. After accounting for the cat food given to the deceased white cat, he had earned just over 300 points. Well, that amounts to a bag of cat food. "Meow," Qian Ming called out, then rose to head towards the orphanage. The cat had finished its meal and immediately followed him back, still somewhat unsatisfied. However, this feline possessed a certain wisdom, understanding that one must first invest to reap rewards. After having sacrificed dignity and status, the next step was to expend labor. "What should I do?" The two-tailed cat inquired from behind. "Maintain your regal dignity and stance. Remember to respond when summoned. And don't forget to grow stronger, for you are still too weak." Qian Ming was nonchalant. He had made this foolish cat submit partly to harvest points, and partly because, should he find himself in a dire situation during battle, Lin could summon the two-tailed cat as a shield. The two-tailed cat, at least, possessed some combat prowess, and a bit of cat food at critical moments could serve as a significant aid. As for the reason to uphold its royal dignity, one must preserve face to contribute more points. If it were to be humiliated and grovel after a defeat, where would he gather points then? Too weak? The cat felt a pang of hurt, desiring to be the leader of the cat ninjas, a figure of considerable strength among them, deserving of respect even from the Uchiha clan. Yet, he could not surpass Qian Ming. The white cat sighed softly, pondering the abnormal prowess of this young black cat. especially since it was unheard of to have such a lineage of ninja cats in the ninja world. What was its true origin? Qian Ming walked ahead, keeping an eye on the points panel. The white cat still harbored grievances, taking a few steps to earn a few more points. Excellent. Keep this up. Maintain your regal dignity and stance, and you shall earn more points for additional cat food. Qian Ming silently encouraged. He feared that if this cat lost its spirit, he would be deprived of a source for harvesting points. If only he had summoning techniques, he could bring it to other places to gather points. Would that be too ruthless? As Qian Ming walked, his mind wandered. Meow? Upon passing the orphanage, the cat halted, confused, and called out. Its meow signifying a request for pause. Meow, stop and inform Do that I am returning to Konoha. Meow. The cat's expression turned pale with terror, instantly providing over 100 points. To face that serpent man's disciple alone was akin to courting death. Qian Ming did not linger, swiftly racing past the orphanage. The two-tailed cat hesitated, its face a tumult of emotions, finally moving its paws toward the orphanage. Regardless, it had to lend a hand. Otherwise, how would it obtain cat food in the future? Yet, it vowed that after delivering the message, it would return to the Ninja Cat Castle, only to return if absolutely necessary. No, that serpent man had previously brazenly invaded the Ninja Cat Castle. Contemplating this, the cat felt a wave of despondence. It seemed that returning to its castle was equally perilous. Perhaps it should devise a plan to extract more treasures from that black cat. It leapt onto the rooftop of the orphanage and let out a cry, observing that Do was busy grasping a fish. He was not merely killing the fish. He was dissecting its belly, flipping it back and forth, and then, after a few moments, employing medical ninjutsu to revive the fish, repeating this gruesome cycle, a display of utmost cruelty. The cat's extended claws hesitated. Where is Chihiro? It inquired, stating that it had returned to Konoha and asked it to relay a message. The cat's speech was somewhat awkward, and after delivering its message, it swiftly departed. Konoha was perilous. It was best to return home promptly. Chihiro had a vague understanding of what was to occur. Initially, he did not comprehend why the cat was frightened of Do, but later, it dawned on him. Orochimaru had gifted Do a considerable amount of information regarding the feline clan. So from where did his research materials originate? Undoubtedly, Konoha only recognized the Uchiha clan's ninja cats. To others, the Uchiha ninja cats were nearly impossible to find. Yet for someone like Orochimaru, it was merely a matter of desire. Once he wished to find them, he possessed 100 ways to locate the Ninja Cat Castle. The two-tailed cat must have suffered greatly under Orochimaru's control, leaving behind psychological scars. However, I have acquired a new summoning beast for Rin. She will surely be delighted. And from now on, I won't be the only one to protect her, Chihiro mused internally. Indeed, he would share this delightful news with Rin upon his return. Rin Yawahara typically spent her days in the medical class or the hospital, but today she had not gone to the hospital, as school was not in session, allowing her to remain home to accompany her father, Yawaharazawa. When the black cat returned, she was employing the medical ninjutsu she had learned from Do in conjunction with massage techniques to treat Yawaharazawa, alleviating some of his discomfort, though it could not truly heal his legs. Meow? Chihiro called out as he entered, seeking to attract their attention. Little Chihiro is back. Rin looked up, but did not cease her movements. Chihiro approached and watched for a considerable time, waiting until the massage concluded before sharing the news of having acquired a little brother, thus enabling Rin to summon another ninja cat. The Yawahara family was, of course, elated. With an additional summoning beast, Rin would be safer during her missions, prompting everyone to encourage her to quickly use the summoning technique to bring forth that cat. Reluctantly, Rin formed the hand seals and performed the summoning technique. Indeed, she sensed another creature linked by blood contract, also a cat, one that was white with a forked tail. Moments later, the white cat appeared beneath the summoning jutsu. It looked around in confusion and then recognized it was inside the Yawahara household. Immediately irate, it exclaimed, I was just about to run to the castle, and you pulled me back. Are you toying with me? Meow, what are you shouting about? Calm down. Chihiro swatted its head. It's just a summoning. You can be sent back, so don't act like a diva. Not every summoning beast has the privilege of being at beck and call. Chihiro, don't be so rough. Hello, I am Rin Yawahara. Rin quickly reprimanded the black cat, and then apologized to the new arrival. For the first time, the cat felt that this contract was not so bad. At least the girl was quite sensible and would speak on its behalf, seemingly not destined to suffer too greatly. However, It dawned on the cat that the black feline held a grudge. Just as this thought crossed its mind, it turned to see the black cat, head cocked, grooming its paw with a rather intimidating expression. Meow, I need to hurry home. It urged. You should really let it go. No, I'm not in a hurry at all. The cat quickly clarified, fearing that the little girl might genuinely believe it was anxious to return home, thereby missing the opportunity to interact with a new friend. Ha ha ha, stay for lunch. It's a perfect chance for you to sample our cuisine, said Norizawa, clearly delighted, even offering to increase the meal's portion as a comparison to Chikich's usual servings. Yet, he was well aware that the cat might not dare to accept the invitation. No, I still have a journey ahead, so I'll pass on the meal. I really can't stay. Realizing the black cat's demeanor, the cat felt pricked with nervousness. Initially intending to assert itself before Rin and the Noera family, it now found itself utterly intimidated. Don't be anxious. I heard from Chikich that I could summon another cat, which is why I brought you here. Since you have to leave, it's best to return now to avoid delaying your matters. Rin expressed her understanding, bowing in apology. In a state of trepidation, the cat was sent back, uncertain whether Chikich wished for its departure or not, yet feeling compelled to comply with the spoken words. Once the cat departed, Chikich ceased the intimidation. There were no ill intentions towards the cat. The earlier actions were merely a playful threat to instill some fear in the naive creature, hoping to garner a bit of contribution in points. In just a few minutes, the white cat had contributed nearly 300 points. While not a vast sum, it was easily acquired without risk, far preferable to provoking someone dangerous like Orochimaru. Chikich reasoned that although a cat's life is fleeting, its own lifespan, enhanced by natural energy, would far exceed that of an ordinary feline. The ancient toad had survived since the era of 6 paths, so it didn't seem unreasonable for Chikich to expect to live at least half that long with the system at hand. Life is precious. Why seek death when one can simply live? After sending the white cat away, Rin quickly recalled its identity. She had encountered that cat at Granny Cat's place. Upon inquiring, Granny Cat had mentioned that the two-tailed white cat was the leader within the castle, the most powerful among the ninja cats, typically residing in the keep and seldom venturing out. So it was that cat. Recognizing its identity, she felt a twinge of surprise, yet refrained from directly questioning her parents about matters involving the Uchiha clan's secrets, opting instead to exercise patience. After chatting for a while, as she led Chikich out of the house, she quietly asked, Chikich, was that cat from the Uchiha family? Meow, no, it's not. Their relationship with the Uchiha is one of